The endless desert stretched ahead, and even with a scarf wrapped tightly around her face, the cold wind still blew sand against her cheeks. Sister, when we get to the military district, don't complain about the place in front of your fiancé. Mom and Dad said that since our family has fallen on hard times, if we don't go and get married as planned, we'll be sent to the countryside for labor reform.
So Jingwei patiently reminded Heu Saoning.
Gu Xiaoning lazily lifted her eyes after a long silence and gave her a glance. Didn't she mind getting sand in her mouth? She talked too much. Su Jingwei was used to Gu Xiaoning's proud attitude. After all, Gu Xiaoning was the real daughter of the Gu family, while she was only the daughter of Father Gu's late comrade, taken in as an adopted child. Even their engagements showed the difference. The Gu family arranged for Gu Xiaoning to marry the promising eldest son of the Pei family, while Su Jingwei was matched with a younger son, who was known for being rebellious and hard to control. If she hadn't lived through it once before, she would never have known that the Pei family's eldest son would one day become a high-ranking officer, while the younger son would insist on taking a dangerous mission. Not long after their marriage, she received news of his death and became a widow. For the sake of her reputation, she couldn't remarry right away. She had to live quietly, watching Gu Xiaoning enjoy a happy life as the wife of a powerful man. So, after being reborn, she immediately forged the engagement papers and switched the names. This time, Gu Xiaoning would be the one to marry the ill-fated man and live a lonely life. As for the position of the officer's wife, that would be hers. Sister, when we get to the military district, we should look after each other, so our parents won't worry about us in the countryside, Su Jingwei said gently. Gu Xiaoning snorted and turned her head away. What an actress. Back home, Su Jingwei always pretended to be gentle and obedient, making Gu Xiaoning look spoiled and bad-tempered. Their father was completely fooled. Whatever Gu Xiaoning had, Su Jingwei had too. If Gu Xiaoning went to high school, Su Jingwei did as well. If Gu Xiaoning married an officer, Su Jingwei did too. If Gu Xiaoning's dowry was 1,000 yuan, Su Jingwei's was the same. Gu Xiaoning couldn't stand her, yet now she had to travel with her to the military district. But without their parents around, no one would protect Su Jingwei anymore. Once they arrived, Gu Xiaoning would make sure to teach this fake sweet girl a lesson. The tractor jolted along the rough road toward the border. By the time they finally reached the military district, Gu Xiaoning's legs were so weak she could barely stand after getting off. She felt that the wind along the way had made her face rough. Su Jingwei was also uncomfortable, but she managed to hold back and used the little water she had saved to wash her hands and face, tidying herself up. She just wanted to leave a good impression on Pei Xianye. Gu Xiaoning had already finished her water on the way, but she didn't think about asking Su Jingwei for any. She was very particular about cleanliness and disliked using things that others had touched. Gu Xiaoning stood at the gate of the military district, waiting impatiently while Su Jingwei finished getting ready. The officer at the reception said he would call for Commissar Pei and Captain Pei. Commissar Pei was Pei Xianye, and Captain Pei was his younger brother, Pei Xianye. Before her marriage, Su Jingwei had only met Pei Xianye 2 or 3 times. He was tall and dark, strong enough to wrestle a bull, with a fierce-looking face that could scare anyone. She glanced at Gu Xiaoning with a hint of amusement. With her spoiled temper, Gu Xiaoning would definitely not get along with someone as rough as Pei Xianye. She was sure Gu Xiaoning was in for a hard time. Are they still not here? After waiting for almost half an hour, Gu Xiaoning looked unhappy. She was tired, hungry, and her mouth felt full of dust. All she wanted was a bath and some rest. Su Jingwei smiled and comforted her. Xiaoning, both Pei brothers hold important positions in the army. They can't just come whenever they want. Please be patient. Su Jingwei wasn't worried. In her previous life, she had waited about an hour, so it should be soon. She reached up to fix her hair neatly, then looked at Gu Xiaoning, whose hair was wrapped in a scarf, showing only her fair but clearly impatient face. Su Jingwei thought that compared to her, she must look much more proper and composed. Pei Xianye called Pei Xianye, who had just finished training, to come with him. Pei Xianye was 5 centimeters taller than Pei Xianye. He stood at about 1.9 meters, his skin tanned from the sun. He had just finished leading a training session and hadn't had time to shower, his body still radiating heat. Pei Xianye glanced at him. Try not to look so serious. You'll scare my fiancée from the capital. If she gets scared and leaves, that's fine by me. I don't want to marry someone delicate and spoiled. The more he spoke, the more annoyed he became. Why did his grandfather insist on arranging this marriage with his old comrade's family? With all his training and missions, he had no time to think about marriage. But the old man had called to warn them. The Gu parents were being investigated and sent away, and their 2 daughters had no choice but to seek refuge with them. If they didn't come to the military district, they would also be sent away for re-education. If young, delicate girls were sent to the countryside, anything could happen, and their lives would be ruined. So the old man had to sacrifice his own happiness for this? Darn it! Pei Xianye's face darkened with anger. Pei Xianye. Hopefully, he wouldn't scare anyone to tears. When the 2 brothers walked toward the gate of the military district, Jingwei saw them from afar, and her eyes immediately lit up. Sister, the Pei brothers are here. Cluck, cluck, cluck. What are you, a hen? Gu Xiaoning already felt sick, and now she could only lift her eyes weakly to look. She first saw Pei Xianye, a tall man over 1.8 meters, with a warm smile that left a good impression. Gu Xiaoning suddenly didn't feel so resistant anymore. But when they came closer, she heard Jingwei happily step forward to greet Pei Xianye. Brother Pei, my name is Jingwei. I'm here to fulfill our engagement. Gu Xiaoning frowned slightly. She tried to remember who was her fiancé again. Her parents had told her, but at that time, she couldn't accept the family's downfall or the idea of coming to this remote place, so she hadn't listened carefully. If it wasn't Brother Pei, then it must be the man beside him. Only then did Gu Xiaoning notice the man next to Pei Xianye. But with just one glance, she almost fainted. What kind of look was that? Pei Xianye, who usually disliked others, was actually being looked at with dislike for the first time. His brows furrowed in displeasure, and when he frowned, his sharp features looked even more intimidating. Gu Xiaoning's heart trembled. This man, who looked like he could fight a bear with one punch, was her fiancé? They didn't look like a good match at all. No, no way. Absolutely not. Gu Xiaoning immediately said, "Can someone drive me to the train station?" She wanted to go back to the capital. She'd rather go with her parents than stay here. Seeing how clearly she disliked him, Pei Xinye's face turned dark. Great. He shouldn't have come at all. And to think, when he saw this pale-faced girl, he had actually felt a spark of interest. He liked fair-skinned girls. But this pale little dumpling didn't like him? He had sharp eyes. Of course he noticed that from the start, she had been looking at his older brother. Did she like that gentle and polite type? Pei Xianye thought her taste wasn't very good. He was just about to agree to find her a car to take her away when he heard Jingwei quickly step in to calm things down. Sister, don't be stubborn. Did you forget what our parents said? We can't go back to the capital right now, no matter what. Hearing that, Pei Xianye also tried to persuade her. It's getting dark soon, and the road isn't safe. There are wild animals around. You two should stay at the military guest house for the night. At the mention of wild animals, Gu Xiaoning fell silent. She followed their arrangement, but refused to even glance at Pei Xianye. Just one look at him made her chest ache. Did her father know that the fiancé he found for her was so rough? How could he send his precious daughter into such a situation? Pei Xianye and Jingwei seemed fine, but Gu Xiaoning walked to the farthest side, keeping as much distance from Pei Xianye as possible. Seeing Pei Xianye clench his jaw, Pei Xianye quickly said, "Xianye, go help her carry her luggage." In his eyes, Gu Xiaoning was just a younger girl, so it was normal for her to be frightened by his brother. After all, Pei Xianye had never been popular with girls. And truthfully, he had never liked dealing with them either. Even though he was annoyed at being disliked, he was still a man. He walked over and easily lifted both of Gu Xiaoning's suitcases. They were quite heavy. With her thin arms and legs, he wondered how she had managed to bring them all this way. Pei Xianye quickly looked away from her slender figure. When they arrived at the guest house, Pei Xianye booked 2 rooms next to each other, so the girls could rest before dinner. The brothers didn't go far, worried the girls might get lost, so they waited outside the door. Pei Xianye asked, "So, what do you think?" "What do I think about what?" Pei Xianye replied lazily. "Don't pretend. I'm asking if you'll agree or not. She came all the way from the capital to find you. Are you really going to send her back? What's there to agree to?" Pei Xianye ran a hand through his short hair. "Can't you tell? She doesn't like me." She had almost fainted from fright. Pei Xianye understood immediately. So it wasn't that his brother didn't like her. It was that she didn't like him. That meant there was still a chance. "And you?" he asked. "Are you really fine with marrying someone you've never met before?" Pei Xianye asked in return.
Pei Xianye stayed calm. "Things are unstable everywhere now.
Our family draws too much attention, and it's hard to find a proper match. The Gu family's parents have been reassigned, so marrying into their family might actually help us stay low-key. It's not a bad thing. It's the same no matter who I marry. In the end, the result would be the same." Pei Xianye didn't feel much resistance, but he wasn't happy either. Pei Xianye clicked his tongue twice and said nothing more. He had only planned to scare the other side a little. If they refused, the old man couldn't really blame him. He had even arranged a job as compensation. He'd already found out that with a job, she wouldn't have to go to the countryside. Pei Xianye planned to wait until the young woman who disliked him finished her bath before telling her about it. But he didn't expect to wait 40 minutes. Was she trying to wash her skin off? Jingwei had already come out, but she still hadn't. Just as Pei Xianye was getting impatient and ready to leave, the door opened. Gu Xiaoning came out surrounded by steam, her hair half-dry, her face clean and bare, wearing a fresh dress. Her small face was still tense, showing she wasn't in a good mood. Pei Xianye looked her over from head to toe and gave a small grin. No wonder it took so long. She looked fresh and bright now. Without her scarf, her fair skin looked even softer, and her hair curled slightly at the ends, falling neatly in front. Her lips were small and rosy, pressed together in silence. Pei Xianye quickly noticed her sharp glare. He rubbed his nose, looked away, and walked ahead as if nothing had happened. "Let's eat. It's already dark." Women really take their time. The 4 of them walked toward the dining hall together. Compared to Gu Xiaoning, Jingwei seemed much more at ease. Pei Xianye's steps were long, but at least not as rough as Pei Xianye's. Jingwei quickened her pace, and soon walked beside him. Pei Xianye knew she was the one his family had arranged for him to marry. Even though there were no feelings between them, he still treated her with respect and calmness. They soon started a light conversation, and Jingwei occasionally covered her mouth and laughed softly. Unlike Pei Xianye and Gu Xiaoning, who looked like 2 people forced to walk together despite their dislike. Watching his older brother walking side by side with someone, Pei Xianye couldn't help feeling a bit restless. Still, he couldn't help but turn around to look. It didn't matter at first, but when he did, he saw that Gu Xiaoning had fallen far behind. Her small face was tense as she looked around, as if ready to run away at any moment. Wait, did she really look that bad? Pei Xianye narrowed his eyes. If she wanted to leave, fine, but at least she should do it safely. Besides, her parents had been sent away. Where could she even go? He could at least help her find a job first. Pei Xianye clenched his jaw and turned back toward her. Gu Xiaoning was lost in thought, her eyes lowered, when a shadow suddenly fell over her. Sensing something wrong, she looked up and met Pei Xianye's deep, dark eyes. Her brows furrowed instantly, and the look she gave him was full of dislike. She even stepped aside, as if afraid of being too close to him. Pei Xianye held back his irritation. "You don't want to get married? Fine. But at least eat first, all right? You can't leave tonight. There are wolves and bears around here. If you don't want to end up in danger, stay at the guest house for the night." Gu Xiaoning ignored him and kept walking. "I walk slowly, and that's wrong too?" The girl's sharp tongue made Pei Xianye laugh in anger. He slowed his pace and walked beside her. He watched her carefully. She was out of breath after just a few steps, her pace much slower than his. So delicate. How did the Gu family raise her like this? Would she break if she fell? If she walked this slowly to the cafeteria after training, there'd be nothing left to eat. He almost wanted to just carry her there himself. When they finally reached the cafeteria, Jingwei and Pei Xianye were already in line. Pei Xianye worried she might complain in front of the cafeteria lady. Her pale face was flushed, and fine beads of sweat dotted her forehead. He strode forward and stopped her. "I'll get your food. Just find a seat and wait." Gu Zhaoning wanted to say, "Do you even know what I like to eat?" But seeing the long line, she hesitated. The long trip to the border had drained all her strength. Her legs ached terribly. And no matter how good the food was, she had no appetite. She just wanted to go home. She missed her parents. She found a nearby seat and was about to sit down, but frowned in disgust before she even touched the chair. Pei Xianye already knew what kind of person Gu Zhaoning was. His eyes narrowed slightly. What a troublesome girl. There was nothing nearby to wipe the table with. The shared cloth was probably never washed, and she would definitely dislike using it. Pei Xianye had no choice but to take out a clean handkerchief from his pocket. He usually used it to wipe sweat, but he wasn't the type to be overly particular. It was a gift from his brother, small, easy to carry, washed at night and dry by morning. He stood beside Gu Zhaoning, his tall figure bending down as he resignedly wiped the bench for her. After cleaning the bench, he folded the handkerchief and began wiping the table. When he was done, he brushed it with his hand and said, "No dust. You can sit now." Gu Zhaoning looked at him with surprise. She hadn't expected the fierce-looking Pei Xianye to notice what she was thinking. She hesitated, then said softly, "Thank you." Then she sat down. Pei Xianye's lips curved slightly. Well, at least he'd done something she approved of. Maybe she'd consider staying now. Of course, he wouldn't ask that out loud. Holding the now dirty handkerchief, he turned toward the food counter. He didn't want to put it back in his pocket. It would need washing later anyway. Pei Xianye and Jingwei were each waiting in line for food. Pei Xianye finished first and turned around, noticing his younger brother holding the handkerchief, now faintly stained with oil. "That handkerchief?" he asked. Pei Xianye replied casually, "The young lady doesn't like sitting on dirty benches. I didn't have anything else to wipe it with, so I used the one you gave me." Pei Xianye. And he said he didn't like her? If it were any other girl, Pei Xianye would never bother with such things. He'd just walk away and let her be. Still, Pei Xianye wasn't upset. At least his brother knew how to take care of someone. As an older brother, that made him a little proud. Hearing their conversation, Jingwei couldn't help glancing over. She saw Gu Zhaoning sitting comfortably, waiting to be served, and her hand tightened around her metal lunchbox. "Brother Xianye, isn't your sister coming to get her food? Brother Xianye?" Pei Xianye wasn't used to that name. It made him uncomfortable. He looked at Jingwei with a calm, distant expression, then quietly picked up 2 lunchboxes. "I'll get it for her," he said lightly. Jingwei's eyelashes trembled slightly. Gu Zhaoning had always been pampered at home, never needing to do anything herself. How had she come to the military district and still not faced any real challenges? In her previous life, Jingwei had married Pei Xianye. She knew better than anyone how cold and distant he could be. So, why was he helping Gu Zhaoning get her meal? Something about this didn't make sense. Jingwei was still lost in thought when Pei Xianye's voice interrupted her. "Let's go. We should head over." With that, he walked toward Gu Zhaoning. The 4 of them were clearly going to sit and eat together. Pei Xianye soon reached Gu Zhaoning, greeted her politely, and sat diagonally across from her. When Xianye came back, he would sit beside Pei Xianye, directly across from Gu Zhaoning. When Jingwei arrived, her eyes flickered slightly before she quickly sat down next to Pei Xianye. As she placed her lunchbox on the table, she noticed some oil stains left by the previous person who had eaten there. She felt a bit uncomfortable and was about to ask Pei Xianye for a napkin when she saw that he had already started eating calmly. The words she was about to say stuck in her throat. If Pei Xianye had a napkin and offered it to her, that would be fine. But if he didn't, wouldn't she just embarrass herself in front of Gu Zhaoning? Carefully avoiding the oily spot, Jingwei picked up her chopsticks and began to eat. Pei Xianye soon returned, carrying 2 lunchboxes. He had filled Gu Zhaoning's box with nearly all the best dishes from the cafeteria, as if money didn't matter at all. There was steamed fish, braised pork, eggs, and some fresh greens, a rich and delicious meal. Su Jingwei glanced at it, feeling a pang of envy. Pei Xianye had also told her to choose what she liked earlier, but she had wanted to appear gentle and modest in front of him, so she had taken only a few simple dishes, hardly any meat. But look at Gu Zhaoning. She took whatever looked good without hesitation. Gu Zhaoning looked at the meal for a moment before picking up her chopsticks. Pei Xianye glanced at her and asked, "What's wrong? You don't like it?" Hearing that, Gu Zhaoning didn't say much. How could she be unhappy with such food? Her parents treated her just as well at home. She lowered her head and began to eat. Seeing this, a faint smile appeared on Pei Xianye's lips. As long as she was eating, that was enough. Then Pei Xianye began eating quickly and fiercely. Because of his strict training schedule, he didn't have much time for meals, and for him, eating was never about enjoyment. It was just to fill his stomach. He ate oily dishes only to get more energy for training. He shoveled food into his mouth in big bites. Just get it done. Pei Xianye also ate fast, but compared to Pei Xianye, he was much more refined. Quick but orderly. Su Jingwei, who had followed the army in her past life, was already used to eating quickly in the cafeteria. She didn't take much food, so her plate was soon empty. Only Gu Zhaoning ate slowly and gracefully, taking her time with every bite. When Pei Xianye finished his meal like a storm and turned to look at her, he frowned. Why had she eaten so little? He glanced at her small lips again. They were small, yes, but not so small that she should eat this slowly. Don't you like the food here? You've eaten so little, it's like feeding a bird. Feed a bird? Gu Zhaoning stared at him in disbelief.
How could he talk like that?
But she didn't argue with him. She found him annoying anyway. People should eat slowly and chew properly. You don't even chew and you make so much noise. So rude. Pei Xianye? He was about to speak, but Pei Xianye stopped him with a calm voice. Xianye, Zhaoning eats slowly. Please be patient. It's her first time at the base, so she's not used to our pace yet. Su Jingwei added, Brother Xianye, my sister was spoiled at home. Please don't mind her. Our parents had to persuade her for a long time before she agreed to come here. She's just being a little stubborn. After hearing that, Gu Zhaoning completely lost her appetite. Even the eggs on her plate tasted bland now. Su Jingwei, has it been too long since I last taught you a lesson? Su Jingwei. The others. Gu Zhaoning calmly wiped her mouth, set down her chopsticks, and stood up gracefully. Pei Xianye frowned. Not wanting to waste food, he picked up her chopsticks and quickly finished the leftovers she had left behind. If Gu Zhaoning knew he had eaten her unfinished meal, she would have been even more upset. But she didn't care to watch Su Jingwei pretend anymore. She had already left. Su Jingwei couldn't help but smile. She knew that with Gu Zhaoning's temper, meeting Pei Xianye, who found women troublesome, would be like an egg hitting a rock. She was bound to suffer for it. Those two could never get along from the start. How could they possibly live well together in the future? The more Gu Zhaoning struggled, the more Su Jingwei's kindness and grace stood out. She was very pleased with how she had behaved since her rebirth. After everyone stood up, Pei Xianye and Pei Xianye were responsible for taking the women back to the guest house to rest for the night. Things were going smoothly for Pei Xianye. He couldn't refuse the marriage arranged by his parents, and since he had come all the way to this remote place, the least he could do was make sure Su Jingwei settled in well so that her family wouldn't worry. At the moment, Pei Xianye looked at Su Jingwei. His tone wasn't warm, but it wasn't cold either. Tomorrow, I'll submit the marriage report. Once it's approved, we'll go register and get the certificate. I'll also apply for housing in the family compound. When it's approved, we'll move your things there. Su Jingwei blushed and nodded shyly. All right, I'll listen to you, Brother Xianye. Pei Xianye didn't notice her flushed face. He simply replied calmly, go rest early. In contrast, Gu Zhaoning and Pei Xianye didn't mention marriage at all. Pei Xianye caught up with her, feeling a bit irritated. He could clearly see that Gu Zhaoning didn't want to marry him. Forcing it would only make things worse. Instead of thinking about marriage, He might as well figure out how to arrange a job for her, so she wouldn't have to be sent away. His tone was stiff. Well, get some rest. Thank you. I'll take care of myself. With that, Gu Xiaoning didn't look at him again and walked straight into the guest house. Pei Xianye watched her slender figure disappear, his eyes darkening as his jaw tightened. Su Jingwei waved goodbye to Pei Xianye and followed after Gu Xiaoning. Only when both women were out of sight did Pei Xianye turn to Pei Xianye and say calmly, "She came all this way to see you, Xianye. Be patient. Xiaoning's parents have already been sent away and are living a hard life. They don't want their daughter to suffer the same. If you drive her away, will you really feel at ease?" Pei Xianye knew his younger brother was not a bad person. Over the years in the army, he had earned his rank as a young commander through real achievements. He was always responsible for his team and never careless in training. Pei Xianye's excellent combat skills made him well-liked by many leaders. During missions, he would risk his life to rescue women and children from the ruins. How could someone like that have a heart of stone? Love was one thing, but responsibility was another. Pei Xianye's throat moved slightly as he spoke in a low voice. "I want her to stay, but that's not up to me. If she doesn't want to live with me, how could I force her to marry me? What kind of person would that make me?" He paused, then turned toward the military base, leaving behind a short sentence. "Take care of her." Pei Xianye watched his brother's back and saw a trace of stubborn pride in his posture. Gu Xiaoning walked back to her room. Whenever she had a quiet moment, she thought of her parents. The peaceful life their family once had was completely broken when her parents were sent away for work. They often said life there was hard and didn't want her and Su Jingwei to suffer, so they insisted the two girls come to marry the Pei brothers and live with the army. But even though life here was comfortable, Gu Xiaoning couldn't feel at ease. What about her parents? What if they were struggling badly? As their daughter, how could she just ignore that? Yet she had to admit, what could she really do? She couldn't bring them back to the city, nor could she find someone to take care of them in the countryside. Her mother's health wasn't good either. Before Gu Xiaoning could finish her thoughts, she heard Su Jingwei's voice behind her. "Xiaoning." Hearing that, Gu Xiaoning frowned slightly and turned to meet her gaze. Su Jingwei hid her emotions well. She stepped forward with a faint smile. "Xiaoning, don't be so stubborn. Our parents wanted us to marry the Pei brothers so we could live well here." Gu Xiaoning had always thought Su Jingwei was two-faced, one way in front of their parents, another way in private.
Hearing her say that felt wrong.
Gu Xiaoning replied calmly, "Since when is my life your concern?" "Xiaoning, our parents aren't with us now. We only have each other to rely on. Once we're both living in the military area, are we just going to pretend we don't know each other? I'm just kindly reminding you. Don't be so dramatic, or you might regret it later." Watching the faint smile on her lips, Gu Xiaoning's face remained expressionless, her whole presence radiating a cold and distant air. Su Jingwei said nothing more. She stepped past Gu Xiaoning, brushing her shoulder lightly, as if by accident. But just as Su Jingwei was about to leave, a sudden voice echoed in Gu Xiaoning's ears. Gu Xiaoning froze, almost unable to react. Su Jingwei's voice? "Gu Xiaoning, stop pretending to be so noble. Your days as a spoiled young lady are over. When you marry Pei Xianye, you'll be left all alone. He'll soon be sent on a mission, and this time, he won't be coming back. As for me, Su Jingwei, I'll never have to look at your face again. I'll marry Pei Xianye, and when Pei Xianye's achievements are credited to him, Pei Xianye will rise to the top. Then I'll be the respected wife of a leader." "Ha, and you really think your parents will come back from the countryside? Within a year, Zhao Shuang will fall ill, and after she passes away, Gu Qingliang won't be able to bear it and will soon follow her. Zhao Shuang was always unfair. She even left a box of dried fish for her real daughter before she died, while I, the adopted one, got nothing. But this time, I'll make sure Gu Xiaoning is completely beneath me. I'll live a life above everyone else." The words kept echoing in Gu Xiaoning's mind. Her hands clenched tightly at her sides, wondering if she had misheard. Where was this voice coming from? She stared at Su Jingwei's back. Could it be that she was secretly saying these things? Her mind was in chaos, but she forced herself to stay calm.
Could this be Scariest in thoughts?
Without thinking, Gu Zhaoning blurted out, Su Jingwei. Su Jingwei stopped and turned around, still smiling. Then the voice came again. Gu Zhaoning, your act won't last long. Once you're left alone, who would ever want you again? That face of hers is so annoying. If only something would happen to ruin it. The words kept flooding in. Gu Zhaoning's lips parted slightly, her eyes filled with shock. Su Jingwei tilted her head and spoke softly, Zhaoning, you called me. Do you need something? Looking at Su Jingwei's fake expression, Gu Zhaoning's eyes slowly turned red, and her nails dug painfully into her palms. If what Su Jingwei said was true, Pei Xianye would soon die heroically on a mission, her mother would be diagnosed with lung disease within a year, and her father would take his own life.
No.
She could not lose her parents. Her mother's illness must have come from working too hard in the countryside, and the medical care there was poor. Only after Su Jingwei entered her room did Gu Zhaoning, trembling, take out her key and unlock her own door. As soon as she stepped inside, she leaned against the door, her fair face pale, her lips pressed tightly together. If those were truly Su Jingwei's memories, how could she know what would happen next? Gu Zhaoning took a deep breath, her vision darkening for a moment. If everything Su Jingwei said was true, then she was powerless on her own. The Pei brothers were both outstanding soldiers. If marrying Pei Xianye could keep her from being sent to the countryside, then helping her parents would depend on him. Gu Zhaoning closed her eyes. When she opened them again, they were red, and her throat felt dry and tight. Military district. When Pei Xianye returned to the training ground, his teammates couldn't help but gather around. Captain Pei, we heard 2 sisters came to propose marriage to you and the political officer.
So, are they pretty?
Seeing their teasing smiles, Pei Xianye's expression turned cold, and the air around him seemed to freeze. Do you all want extra training today? I can make that happen. Don't, Captain. We're just concerned about your love life. Another soldier quickly added, cut it out. There are plenty of girls who like Captain Pei, but who dares to get close to him? That was true. The Pei brothers were complete opposites. Pei Xianye was gentle and refined, while Pei Xianye was sharp and distant. Any girl who tried to get close to Pei Xianye would be scared off by his sharp tongue. Eventually, even those who secretly liked him didn't dare approach. Now that word had spread about 2 sisters traveling a long way to propose to the Pei brothers, everyone was curious. How would Captain Pei use his sharp words to send them away this time? Pei Xianye didn't want to mention Gu Zhaoning. After all, she clearly didn't want to marry him. Maybe by tomorrow, she would be asking to buy a ticket and leave. He still had to use his connections to find her a job, and once that was done, he would have done all he could. Pei Xianye tried to calm himself, but his expression remained tense. During training, his temper grew sharper. He pushed his teammates to their physical limits. The team he led was always the first choice for missions from the military district. They were strong, quick to adapt, and skilled in reconnaissance, winning top honors every year. When night finally fell, Pei Xianye whistled to signal the end of training. His teammates were so tired they could barely move. Leaning against the railing, his tall figure looked calm and composed. Go back and rest well. If you don't want to shower, at least soak your feet in hot water. Yes, Captain Pei. Team dismissed. As soon as Pei Xianye walked away, the soldiers groaned in exhaustion. Who made Captain Pei angry today? He nearly trained us to death. Someone mentioned a woman. You know he hates talking about marriage. Of course he got upset. Everyone knows Captain Pei avoids women like the plague. Meanwhile, Pei Xianye, who supposedly didn't care about women, was heading toward the commander's office to handle Gu Zhaoning's job issue. On the way, he ran into his older brother, Pei Xianye, who noticed his cold expression and tense brows. Where are you going? To see the commander, Pei Xianye replied flatly. Is this about Zhaoning? Pei Xianye stayed silent. Pei Xianye stepped forward and gave him a light smack on the head. Hey, what was that for? Pei Xianye frowned. Have you thought about why Uncle Gu sent them to us? If you really let Zhaoning go back alone, what will she do? You'd let her struggle by herself?
I'll find her a job.
Isn't that enough? Enough? You think she can take care of everything alone? If mom and dad find out how you're treating Uncle Gu's daughter, they'll have your head. Pei Xianye's temper flared. It's not that I don't want to marry her. She's the one who doesn't want to marry me. She says I'm too harsh, too rough, and that she can't stand me. I'm not going to chase after someone who clearly dislikes me. Pei Xianye paused for a moment. Then just have a proper talk with her. Even if it's only a marriage of convenience, that's fine. What do you mean? A marriage of convenience? Just a marriage certificate without a real relationship? Married but not allowed to get close? Then what's the point of marrying her? To just look at her from afar? She's afraid of you now because you two aren't familiar yet. Be patient and get along with her. Feelings take time to grow. Even if they don't, as a man, you should take responsibility and make sure she can rely on you. Pei Xianye looked deeply at Pei Xianye. Brother, is that how you think? About that Jingwei? Uncle Gu entrusted them to us. I'm just doing my duty. Pei Xianye didn't reply, not because he didn't want to, but because he was afraid he might lose his composure. If they got married, then they'd be a normal couple. He didn't believe in that cooperation nonsense. I think instead of worrying about her job right now, you should go talk to her again. Tell me, she barely ate at lunch, and now it's already dark. The cafeteria is closed. Are you really going to let her go hungry tonight? Pei Xianye's words made Pei Xianye frown. He had thought about it. Those few bites she ate weren't enough. But he wanted to settle her job first, so she wouldn't get annoyed and chase him away. I didn't say I wouldn't bring her food. Pei Xianye handed him a bag with roasted sweet potatoes and malted milk. Pei Xianye asked, "What's this for?" "Take it to Xiaoning. She can eat it." Pei Xianye pushed the bag back. "My fiancé's dinner doesn't need your food. I'll handle it myself." After saying that, he turned and walked toward the dormitory without another glance. Pei Xianye stood there, raising his eyebrows in surprise. Did he just hear that right? Fiancé? Pei Xianye smiled helplessly. Thinking of Gu Xiaoning's fair, delicate face and bright eyes, he couldn't really blame Xianye for being moved. He called out, "Then take something to Jingwei too. We can't just feed one person. You can take food to your own fiancé." "I'm not doing it." Pei Xianye returned to his dorm and rummaged through his things, taking out all the food his family had sent him. He packed everything into a bag: beef jerky, eggs, steamed buns, and canned fruit. Then he left the dorm and quietly made his way to the guest house in the dark. When he arrived, he raised his hand to knock on the door, but hesitated, afraid his strength might startle her. He softened his movements and knocked gently. Knock, knock, knock. "Who is it?" A clear but cautious female voice came from inside. Pei Xianye raised his brows slightly. She was alert. That was good. "It's me, Pei Xianye," he replied in a low voice. He listened carefully, unsure if Gu Xiaoning would open the door. Soon, he heard footsteps from inside. He didn't have to wait long before Gu Xiaoning opened the door. Her sleepy face appeared before him, her long hair falling loosely behind her, and her almond-shaped eyes half open with drowsiness. Pei Xianye quickly looked away, feeling tense. She was wearing a loose shirt, and the collar hung low enough that he had to force himself not to stare. "You came," she said softly. Pei Xianye's breath caught, his hand tightening around the bag. The way she said it almost sounded like an invitation. He coughed lightly and asked, "Can I come in and talk?" If she refused, he would just stay outside. He wasn't the kind of man to walk into a young woman's room without permission, even if she might one day be his wife. Gu Xiaoning yawned and turned back into the room. She didn't say yes or no. Pei Xianye swallowed hard and glanced down at himself. Before coming, he had taken a quick shower in the public washroom to get rid of the sweat and changed into a clean uniform. He stepped inside. The room was small, just a bed and a table. The bedding on the bed was messy, and Gu Xiaoning sat down, still looking half asleep. Pei Xianye sighed inwardly. This girl really didn't seem very cautious. Under the light, he could see her face more clearly now. No wonder the Gu family would rather marry her off than send her away. If she had gone to the countryside, he couldn't imagine what would have happened. He watched her quietly, leaning against the table, his long legs crossed, arms folded, the lines of his muscles sharp and defined. "I brought you some food," he said. "If you get hungry later, you can have some." Gu Xiaoning brushed her hair aside. Her mind was a little clearer now. Looking at Pei Xianye, tall, confident, and full of energy, the slight curve of his lips made him look annoyingly smug. But she couldn't forget what Su Jingwei had said. Pei Xianye wouldn't live long. She looked at him deeply, her eyes soft and shimmering like water. Her gaze made Pei Xianye's heart race, and his breathing grew heavier. Why was she staring at him like that? Was she testing his self-control? Feeling uneasy, Pei Xianye rolled up his sleeves and said, "You've had the whole afternoon to think. Do you want to stay in the military district or leave? I won't stop you either way. Our families have known each other for years, and since your family is in trouble, I can't just ignore it. If you don't want to stay here, I can help you find a job." He told himself he could handle his feelings. Once he got busy with missions again, he would stop thinking about her. He expected Gu Xiaoning to refuse him right away. But to his surprise, she blinked and said softly, "Tomorrow, you should apply for a marriage report."
What?
Pei Xianye froze, staring at her in disbelief. Had he heard that right? He stepped forward and reached out to touch her forehead. Startled, Gu Xiaoning jumped back, keeping a safe distance from him. "My hands are clean," he said calmly. "You still shouldn't touch me without warning," she replied, biting her lip. Pei Xianye frowned. "I was checking if you had a fever." "Gu Xiaoning, do you even know what you just said?" She wanted to marry him? Really? He hadn't misheard, had he? He was about to have a wife. Pei Xianye felt a wave of joy rise in his heart, something he could hardly contain. Gu Xiaoning had thought a lot that afternoon. She knew herself well. If she went back out of anger and followed her parents to the countryside, it wouldn't take a year before her mother fell ill, and with her weak body, she would collapse even sooner. Pei Xianye was a team leader in the brigade, a man with great military achievements. Unfortunately, his life was short, and in just a few days, he would die heroically. If she could stop that from happening and save his life, maybe Pei Xianye would owe her a favor and help her in the future. That would be a life-saving debt, after all. She didn't think there was anything wrong with expecting something in return. Without her help, Pei Xianye would lose his life early. Gu Xiaoning knew her own limits. If she couldn't solve something, she needed to find someone who could. She lifted her eyes, clenched her fists, and made up her mind. "Of course I know. I'm saying, tomorrow you should apply for a marriage report." "You've decided? You really want to marry me, Gu Xiaoning?" Pei Xianye frowned deeply, his sharp, serious face looking even more intimidating. Gu Xiaoning suddenly felt uncertain. He was too fierce, rough in his ways, and even ate too fast. She really didn't like that. She worried that they might not get along in the future, and that his temper could be dangerous. But probably not. Pei Xianye was a man who served the country. He wouldn't do anything truly wrong. Gu Xiaoning spoke lazily. "I've made up my mind. Do you know what marrying me means?" Pei Xianye tried to control the emotions stirring inside him as he slowly walked toward her. "From now on, you'll be my wife, part of my family. We'll live together like a normal couple." His words made Gu Xiaoning tense up. Her face turned red. "We're not even close yet. Don't think about that kind of thing." Hearing that, Pei Xianye's face showed clear disappointment. He swallowed hard, forcing down his feelings. "I wouldn't force you. You don't have to be so afraid." He took a step closer. She stepped back. Gu Xiaoning bit her lip, her displeasure obvious. Her expression of rejection was so clear that Pei Xianye couldn't ignore it. He suddenly lost his temper and raised an eyebrow. "You say you want to marry me, but you act like I'm something to avoid. Gu Xiaoning, how can we be husband and wife like this? If you don't want to marry me, then forget it." Gu Xiaoning scoffed and turned to leave. Pei Xianye's eyes darkened. She really knew how to handle him, didn't she? Without thinking, he reached out and stopped her by the arm. Gu Xiaoning's body swayed slightly, and Pei Xianye looked innocent. "I didn't even use any strength. Does that already hurt?" Gu Xiaoning closed her eyes for a moment, then looked down at his hand. Their skin tones contrasted sharply. She tried to pull her hand back. "If you have something to say, we can talk calmly. Don't use your hands." Pei Xianye's gaze deepened as he pulled her gently toward the bed. Gu Xiaoning's nerves snapped. She grew anxious and shouted, Pei Xianye, what are you doing? You're a soldier. If you act inappropriately, I'll report you. Before she could finish, Pei Xianye had already pulled her to the bed, leaning forward as if to stop her from leaving. Gu Zhaoning quickly leaned back, her eyes full of alertness. Her small face was tense, and her lips were pressed tightly together in caution. That stubborn look, why did it still look so beautiful? Pei Xinye's heart skipped. Before Gu Zhaoning came, there had been plenty of girls in the team who liked him, though most gave up after seeing his bad temper. He had never planned to date anyone, but he had never felt insecure either. Yet now, in front of her, he suddenly felt like a bully, like anything he did would make him seem like he was picking on her. Pei Xianye still leaned closer. Gu Zhaoning sat on the bed, her hands pressed against the blanket, her body slightly arched. Pei Xianye supported himself with one hand on the bed and one knee bent, keeping a respectful distance, about the space of a fist between them. He repeated her words. You said I'm acting inappropriately? What else would you call this? Gu Zhaoning retorted. Pei Xianye was tall and strong. If he really wanted to stop her, she wouldn't be able to resist. Pei Xianye gave a faint smile. Gu Zhaoning, you're going to marry me. Once we're husband and wife, isn't it normal to be close sometimes? Are you saying that if I ever hold your hand or hug you, you'd report me to the army? His tone was full of irony. Gu Zhaoning's eyes flickered as she realized that to Pei Xianye, marriage truly meant marriage. Suppressing her discomfort, she said quietly, what if our marriage is just a partnership? Pei Xinye's face darkened.
What are you talking about?
We don't have any real feelings for each other yet. If we get married now and you expect us to do that kind of thing, I'm definitely not ready. I guess your family must be pushing you to get married, right? If we get married, your parents will stop pressuring you. Isn't that a good thing? What if my parents start urging us to have a child? He asked, glancing at Gu Zhaoning with a half-smile. Gu Zhaoning clenched her fingers, thinking silently, didn't Su Jingwei say you wouldn't live long?
How could there be a child?
She bit her lip, lost in thought. To Pei Xianye, her expression looked full of dislike and impatience. You're the second son. They'll push your older brother first. He reached out and lightly tapped her cheek. So, according to you, after marriage we can't be close, can't have children, and you don't even like me. Then why marry me? Gu Zhaoning hadn't expected him to be so cautious. She paused, then decided not to hide anything. My parents were sent away to the countryside. They're getting old, and I'm worried about their health. But I don't have the ability to help them right now. If I go back to the city out of anger, it'll only make them worry more. So I thought it's better to marry you first and then slowly find a way to take care of them. Pei Xianye lowered his eyes. The situation with her parents wasn't something he could fix right now. It would have to wait until things calmed down. Even their own parents couldn't do much, which was why they had told him and his brother to look after the two sisters. Pei Xinye's jaw tightened.
He didn't ask further.
So, should I really go apply tomorrow? Gu Zhaoning nodded, showing she was serious.
All right.
Pei Xianye forced a small smile, pretending to give in. He helped Gu Zhaoning sit up, and her collar loosened slightly. When Pei Xianye glanced over, he quickly looked away, pretending not to notice. His body suddenly felt hot, and a faint blush appeared on his dark face. He roughly pulled up her collar, covering her tightly. Gu Zhaoning was stunned for a moment. Then she saw his fierce expression as he warned her, dress properly from now on. I don't mind seeing it, but I'm your fiancé. If others see it, no one else is as nosy as you. You always think the worst. Gu Zhaoning finally understood what he meant and angrily scolded him. Pei Xianye coughed lightly. Fine, maybe he was being too much. He quickly changed the subject. I brought you some food.
Eat a little tonight.
After we register our marriage tomorrow, I'll apply for a temporary couple's dorm. It might not be fancy, but it's a private room. Will we live in the dorm after that?
Gu Zhaoning asked.
Not for long. The family housing takes time to approve. Do you want to live near your brother? She asked again, a little uneasy. Pei Xianye misunderstood her question. From the moment he and his brother went to pick up the sisters, both Su Jingwei and Gu Zhaoning had been looking at his brother. He still remembered the disappointed look on Gu Zhaoning's face when she found out he was her fiancé. Now she was asking if he would live near his brother. Did she want to see him more often? Jealousy twisted Pei Xianye's expression. He definitely wouldn't live next to his brother. The farther apart, the better. Just as he was about to answer, he met Gu Xiaoning's clear, calm eyes. Can I not live next to Su Jingwei?
She asked.
Living near her would be a headache. After so many years in the Gu family, Gu Xiaoning had had enough. Every time she saw Su Jingwei pretending to be sweet in front of their parents, she wanted to expose her act. But Father Gu always tried to be fair and was easily fooled by Su Jingwei's gentle behavior. Su Jingwei was not as nice as she seemed. Now that Gu Xiaoning could even hear her thoughts and knew she dreamed of becoming a high-ranking officer's wife, she wanted even less to see her every day. Pei Xianye was surprised. Had he misunderstood her? He quickly agreed. No problem. When Pei Xianye left the guest house, he couldn't hide his happy smile and even hummed a cheerful tune. By the time he returned to the dorm, many of his comrades greeted him respectfully as Captain Pei. Pei Xianye curved his lips into a lazy, contented smile. His comrades found it strange. One of the young soldiers under his command stepped forward and asked, Captain Pei, what happened? You look so happy. Tell us so we can be happy too. Pei Xianye gave them a cold glance. Go away. Why should they be happy about him getting married? He walked back to the dormitory and started looking for a broom and a cloth. When he lived alone, he kept things simple. But now it was different. He was a married man. Knowing Gu Xiaoning's personality, she would probably find fault with everything. He decided to go to the temporary couple's dormitory early to clean it up. Seeing him with a broom and mop, the young soldier tried to flatter him. Captain Pei, are you cleaning? Let me help. Are you expecting an important guest tomorrow? Hearing the teasing tone, Pei Xianye frowned. Go back. I'll do it myself. He didn't like others touching his things. The young soldier awkwardly pulled his hand back, looking disappointed. It was really hard to get any information out of Captain Pei. Still, if he suddenly wanted to clean, it must mean someone important was coming. Who could it be? Someone he valued so much. Once that person arrived, they would find out. After thinking it through, the young soldier wisely left. Pei Xianye carried a lot of cleaning supplies and carefully cleaned every corner of the temporary couple's dormitory. Recently, his family had sent him new bedding, so he put it on for Gu Xiaoning, not wanting the delicate young lady to complain about any smell. The dormitory had been arranged earlier by Pei Xianye, who knew the Gu sisters were coming. At the time, Pei Xianye had scoffed at the idea. Now, he couldn't be happier about it. He cleaned the tables and floors without stopping. Even after lights out, when everyone else was asleep, Pei Xianye was still downstairs, washing his shoes under the outdoor tap, wearing only his pants. The next morning, Pei Xianye stood in front of the mirror, straightening his green military uniform. He was going to file his marriage report today, so he needed to look proper. Someone knocked on the dormitory door from outside. Pei Xianye kept his eyes on his reflection, his handsome face sharp and serious, his voice low and steady.
Come in.
Pei Xianye pushed the door open and walked in. When he saw Pei Xianye tidying up his clothes and looked around the room, he was surprised. Something felt missing. The shoes on the windowsill had been scrubbed clean and were drying in the sun. He gave Pei Xianye a long, meaningful look from head to toe.
You
haven't lost your mind, have you? Pei Xianye glanced over, the corners of his lips lifting slightly. What's wrong, brother? Want to go with me to file the marriage report? Hearing this cheerful remark, Pei Xianye's expression changed slightly, unable to hide his surprise. You're filing a marriage report too? Brother, what are you saying? Didn't you tell me last night to talk properly with Gu Xiaoning? Now that I'm going to file the report, why are you so shocked? Did you pressure her? Or did she agree willingly? Pei Xianye knew his brother's personality well. He wasn't good at comforting girls, spoke bluntly, and could look quite fierce. Even wolves would run from him. Gu Xiaoning was gentle and soft-spoken. It was easy for her to be frightened. Pei Xianye's expression darkened, and he said seriously, "Of course not. She said herself that she wants to marry me. Pei Xianye, got it?" Hearing that, Pei Xianye's expression softened. That's good. Live well together. This way, Uncle Gu and the others back in the village can be at ease. The two went together to file their marriage reports. After the applications were approved, someone from the office asked Commissar Pei, Captain Pei, when do you plan to register? Do you want to apply for family housing? If you want to register early, I can take the documents now and request a special approval. The clerk, knowing the Pei family's background, was eager to help. After all, since Commissar Pei had come in person, the political review must have already been cleared. It was just a matter of getting the leader's stamps. Normally, the process wouldn't be so fast, but for special cases, with all the documents ready and the leaders present, it could be done quickly. The sooner, the better. If it can be done today, let's do it today. Pei Xianye said immediately, though he wasn't sure if Gu Zhaoning might have changed her mind overnight. Seeing his brother's eagerness, Pei Xianye grew even more worried. Was Zhaoning really not being pressured into this marriage? What about you, Commissar Pei?
Someone asked.
Pei Xianye replied calmly, today as well. He didn't want to waste time on this matter. If it could all be done at once, there was no need to make 2 trips, it would only be troublesome. After settling Su Jingwei in, he had nothing else to do and soon threw himself completely into work. Alright, then please have Commissar Pei and Captain Pei pick up their wives and get ready to register for their marriage certificates. However, there are no adjacent houses available in the family compound right now. Is that acceptable to both of you? That's fine. Living separately is actually better. Pei Xianye agreed quickly. Pei Xianye looked at him with a faint, unreadable expression. Xianye, don't want to be neighbors with your brother? Brother, they already said there are no houses next to each other. I can't ask someone to move out just for me. Besides, living a bit apart helps avoid unnecessary conflicts. Su Jingwei and Zhaoning are sisters. I thought they could look after each other, and that would let us focus more on our work. Hearing that, Pei Xianye replied with a hint of sarcasm. Brother, they're not real sisters. Do you really think they'll get along just because they live close? Pei Xianye was left speechless. It did sound reasonable. That afternoon, after receiving their documents, the 2 men headed toward the guest house. Inside the guest house, Gu Zhaoning was carrying a basin to the public washroom when she saw Su Jingwei already there, standing in front of the mirror and applying face cream. Su Jingwei wanted to look her best when registering her marriage with Pei Xianye, so she had been getting ready since morning. When their eyes met, Su Jingwei forced a polite smile. Zhaoning, are you really planning to go back? If you do, you'll have to follow your parents to the countryside. Staying here isn't so bad. Captain Pei just looks a bit strict, that's all. Gu Zhaoning stared straight at Su Jingwei's face, and then she suddenly heard Su Jingwei's inner thoughts. Once she marries him, she'll realize how cold and selfish Pei Xianye really is. He won't even come home on their wedding night. Gu Zhaoning raised her eyebrows slightly. He wouldn't come back on their wedding day? That was actually good news. She had been worried something awkward might happen. Gu Zhaoning, whether you go back or stay, things won't end well for you. All these years in the Gu family, you've always been above me. But soon, it'll be my turn to step over you. When Pei Xianye is gone, I'll make sure you have no place in the military district. Cruel words kept reaching her ears, but Gu Zhaoning was not someone who would just take insults quietly. She stepped forward, stood beside Su Jingwei, and began to fill her own basin with water. Su Jingwei smiled sweetly at her. Zhaoning, my fiancé is coming to pick me up soon so we can register our marriage. I won't be back tonight. You'll be alone at the guest house, so don't cause any trouble.
Ah.
Before Su Jingwei could finish, Gu Zhaoning turned off the tap, lifted her basin, and splashed the water straight at her. Su Jingwei was soaked from head to toe. Furious, she glared at Gu Zhaoning.
Gu Zhaoning,
what are you doing? This is a brand new outfit I've never worn before. Gu Zhaoning nodded calmly. Su Jingwei, you know I don't like you, yet you keep showing off in front of me. You say this outfit is yours? Do you think I don't know you secretly changed the size, then told my father that my mother bought it too small for me, but it fit you perfectly, so it became yours? Her mother had once asked her why the outfit, which was bought according to her size, suddenly didn't fit, while it fit Jingwei just right. Mrs. Gu wasn't openly biased, she always bought 2 sets of clothes, but this particular one was something Zhaoning had liked for a long time. Her mother had secretly bought it as a surprise for her. Yet somehow, it ended up belonging to Su Jingwei. Zhao had quietly looked into it and found out that Jingwei had indeed altered the size. But thinking of her father's strict face, she decided not to argue over a single outfit. Su Jingwei bit her lip. You say I changed the size, do you have any proof? You just gained weight and can't fit into it anymore. Seeing Jingwei's angry expression, Zhao smiled faintly and stepped closer, whispering near her ear. Su Jingwei, did you forget which part you changed the size of? Su Jingwei froze, completely flustered. But even if she had been found out, so what? The Gu parents weren't around, and the outfit was already hers. Zhao didn't know how to sew anyway, so she couldn't take it back. Still, she couldn't help feeling furious. She envied and disliked Gu Zhaoning's graceful figure, tall, slender, and elegant. Even women couldn't help but admire her. As for Su Jingwei, her figure was less developed, and she always felt self-conscious about it. After splashing her with water, Gu Zhaoning simply turned away and calmly continued washing up, until Pei Xianye and Pei Xianye appeared downstairs at the guest house. Su Jingwei had changed into a new outfit and walked down the stairs gracefully. Brother Xianye, you're here. As she approached, Su Jingwei couldn't help glancing at Pei Xianye. In a soft, delicate voice, she said, Brother Xianye, Zhao probably won't come down. I tried to persuade her for a long time, but she still refused to agree to the marriage. She's always been a bit spoiled, and our parents have indulged her too much. Please don't take it to heart. Who said I'm not getting married? Su Jingwei, do you blush when you lie? Before Su Jingwei could finish, Gu Zhaoning's voice came from behind her. Su Jingwei froze, her expression almost slipping out of control. Why did Gu Zhaoning suddenly change her mind about getting married? What was she thinking? Pei Xianye caught every flicker of Su Jingwei's expression and gave Pei Xianye a meaningful look, as if to say, this girl isn't as gentle as she seems. She looks kind and proper, but she's quite calculating underneath. He seemed to understand now why Gu Zhaoning had insisted on not living next to her. Pei Xianye strode toward Gu Zhaoning. She was wearing a flowing chiffon blouse with a floral pattern, a blue long skirt, and small leather shoes. Her dark braid hung neatly over her shoulder, her skin was fair, and her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with light. Carrying her bag, she walked over calmly and gave Su Jingwei a half-smile. Su Jingwei, when did you ever try to persuade me? In your dreams? Su Jingwei forced a smile. Zhaoning, didn't you say you didn't want to get married? Our parents went to so much trouble to send me here to join the army family. I can't cause them more worry. If you can get married, why can't I? Blushing, Su Jingwei replied, Zhaoning, of course I hope you and Brother Xianye can have a good marriage. He really seems like someone who can take care of you. It's great that you've thought it through. With that, Su Jingwei naturally reached out to hold Pei Xianye's arm. Brother Xianye, let's go register. Pei Xianye quietly moved her hand away. Let's go, Jingwei. Su Jingwei paused slightly, looking at Pei Xianye. She remembered that in her previous life, Pei Xianye and Gu Zhaoning hadn't been deeply in love, but their life together had been peaceful and good. In this life, she was Pei Xianye's wife. Even though they hadn't spent much time together yet, she was confident she could be a good wife to him. After the two of them walked away, Pei Xianye looked down at Gu Zhaoning. Where are your things? I haven't checked out yet. Let's finish the registration first. Pei Xianye said seriously, I've already tidied up the dormitory. After we finish the registration, I'll take you there. The guest house is a bit far from the base, and it's troublesome to go back and forth. Since he offered to help, she didn't object. She took the key from her pocket and handed it to him. Seeing this, Pei Xianye didn't hesitate. He took the key and looked at her. Wait here. Don't wander off. Where could I even go? She replied. Pei Xianye gave a faint smile, placed the marriage report in her hand, and turned toward the guest house. Gu Zhaoning caught a faint scent of soap from him and watched his tall, straight figure as he walked quickly away. Soon, he came back out, carrying all her belongings. Gu Zhaoning suddenly realized something and felt a little embarrassed. He had said he would help her pack, but she hadn't done it yet. When she was choosing what to wear earlier, she had left her clothes scattered around. That meant when he packed, he must have seen some of her personal things. Pei Xianye stopped in front of her again. Let's go, Miss Gu. I forgot to mention, I didn't pack my luggage yet. Pei Xianye remembered what he had just seen, and his ears turned slightly red, though the color faded quickly. It's all packed. If I waited for you to do it, we'd be here all day. Yesterday, he had waited 40 minutes for her to finish her bath. She did everything slowly and carefully, while he was used to being quick and rough from his missions. They didn't seem to match in any way. No, he suddenly thought of something, and the redness returned to his ears. Would they even get along in other parts of married life? Gu Xiaoning was already walking ahead, her skirt fluttering in the wind, her waist slender. Pei Xianye looked at her for a moment, then followed. After completing the registration, they soon received their marriage certificate, their names written side by side. Gu Xiaoning felt a bit conflicted. Was she really married now? She had only met this man once, and they barely knew each other. From now on, they would live under the same roof, maybe even share the same bed. Would it even be possible to sleep separately in the family housing? Just thinking about it made Gu Xiaoning frown deeply. Pei Xianye had been quite happy while looking at their marriage certificate, his face almost unable to hide his joy. But when he saw Gu Xiaoning's troubled expression, it felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. He cleared his throat, his tone turning serious. Gu Xiaoning, now that we're married, our relationship is protected by military marriage laws. What? Do you think I'd do something improper? She asked. Pei Xianye smiled slightly. I just want to make things clear now so we can avoid trouble later. When you're at the base, no matter which man talks to you, keep a proper distance. Don't let people start any strange rumors. Gu Xiaoning's face stiffened in anger. Pei Xianye. She lifted her foot and kicked him on the leg, but her strength was too light to cause any pain. He glanced at her foot, wondering if she had hurt herself instead. I'm not that kind of woman, she said sharply. Even if you're dark-skinned, strong enough to knock someone down with one punch, and have a bad temper, I can still try to live with you. Don't worry. One punch to knock someone down? Was that really how she saw him? Pei Xianye stepped closer, his tall figure casting a shadow over her. Gu Xiaoning's heart raced, and she instinctively took a step back. My fists are for the battlefield, he said firmly. I only use them against those who cause trouble. No matter how rough I seem, I'd never raise a hand against my wife.
You can trust me on that.
Gu Xiaoning swallowed hard.
All right.
But could you please not stand so close? If she couldn't handle this distance, what about later? Pei Xianye felt a tightness in his chest. They were already married. Why did she still seem to dislike him? Holding the marriage certificate, he led Gu Xiaoning toward the dormitory. Not far away, Jingwei also stepped out with her own marriage certificate, her heart filled with excitement. At least this time, her arranged marriage had worked out. From now on, she believed her life would finally be good. Unlike the playful teasing between Pei Xianye and Gu Xiaoning, her relationship with Pei Xianye felt distant and formal. Pei Xianye walked ahead. Even though they had just received their marriage certificate, there was no sign of joy on his face. He looked calm and detached. Jingwei followed a few steps behind, bit her lip, and hurried to catch up. Brother Xianye, from now on I'll take good care of the house and be a good wife to you. Pei Xianye only nodded slightly.
Thank you.
I'll give you part of my allowance to help with household expenses. Hearing that, Jingwei's heart skipped a beat, and her cheeks turned slightly red. She looked shy and gentle. He was even willing to hand over his allowance, truly a man with a sense of responsibility. Brother Xianye, should I still stay at the guest house tonight? The housing for families is still being approved. Go back to the guest house for now. I'll come find you when there's news. Her smile faltered a little at his words. Were they really going to part ways already? It was their first day of marriage. Even if he was busy with military work and couldn't hold a ceremony, she thought he would at least spend some time with her. Maybe walk around the base together or have a meal in the cafeteria. Seeing her expression, Pei Xianye added, the base has been very busy lately.
Jingwei forced a gentle smile.
It's fine, Brother Xianye. I won't bother you when you're busy. That's good. They parted calmly, but once Pei Xianye was out of sight, Jingwei's face twisted with frustration. She had just seen Pei Xianye chasing after Gu Zhaoning, showing off like a proud peacock. In her previous life, she remembered clearly that right after getting the marriage certificate, Pei Xianye had said he was busy and left without looking back, leaving her alone at the registration office. Yet now, Pei Xianye was personally helping Gu Zhaoning settle into the family housing, while she had to wander around asking for directions by herself. Why was everything different this time? Was it just because Gu Zhaoning had a charming face? Did Pei Xianye really fall for her looks? She thought her own appearance was much more suitable for a peaceful, steady life. Jingwei stomped her foot, trying hard to control her anger. She told herself to stay calm. After all, Pei Xianye would soon be gone for good, and even his remains might never be found. Then Gu Zhaoning would become a widow. She had endured so many years in the Gu family, she could wait a little longer. When Gu Zhaoning and Pei Xianye arrived at the military base, they had to pass the training ground on their way to the dormitory. The men on the field were all training with great energy, their upper bodies bare under the sun. When Pei Xinye's team members saw their captain walking by with a beautiful young woman, they all stared in surprise. Where was the captain taking her? Wasn't that the direction of the dormitory? So that's why Captain Pei had been busy cleaning up late last night. It was for this young lady. And who could ignore Gu Zhaoning's looks? Her skin was fair and delicate, clearly not used to hard work, like someone carefully raised in comfort. She looked gentle and graceful, with bright eyes that drew people in. The friendly soldiers walked closer to the fence, calling out excitedly, "Captain Pei, is this the lady your family arranged for you to marry? Didn't the captain seem unwilling to get married yesterday? He had to be dragged to meet her by the political officer. So, why was he bringing her to the base today? Wait, what was that in his hand? A marriage certificate? Captain, you're already married? Then we should call her sister-in-law." Their loud voices rang out together. "Hello, sister-in-law." The sudden shout startled Gu Zhaoning, making her heart skip a beat. She looked up to see a group of men smiling warmly. Their skin was tanned from the sun, their build strong and even, and standing together, they made quite a striking sight. Gu Zhaoning couldn't help glancing at them again, until a tall figure suddenly blocked her view completely. She looked up to see Pei Xianye standing straight and firm, his presence cold and commanding. His voice was even colder as he said, "Get back to training. Stop fooling around." None of the soldiers dared to argue. They quickly ran off. When Pei Xianye turned back, he saw Gu Zhaoning still watching them leave. A cool voice came from above her head. "Do you like what you see?" Pei Xianye's expression darkened. So, she liked men with good physiques, did she? He is well known in the team for his good figure. Broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs. Gu Zhaoning awkwardly looked away. "What's wrong with looking?" Pei Xianye leaned in closer. "Like what you see. When we get back, I'll show you. Rogue." "Pei Xianye, you bad boy." This one sentence made the young girl angry. She glared at him fiercely. Pei Xianye also looked annoyed. He clenched his teeth and said, "Rogue? Forget it. Gu Zhaoning, I am now officially with you. Even if I'm naked in front of you, I wouldn't." Before he finished, Gu Zhaoning quickly covered his mouth with her hand. Her warm palm pressed against his lips. Pei Xianye was stunned, and his voice stopped. "Where is the dorm? I want to go to the bathroom." The short walk made Gu Zhaoning's legs tired and her feet sore. She also felt her biological needs coming on strongly. Pei Xianye glanced around, then reached out and grabbed her arm, pulling her toward the dorm. "Pei Xianye, why are you walking so fast? Aren't you in a hurry to pee? If we don't move faster, what will you do when you get out? Can you stop being so rude? You're upset that I'm walking fast? Aren't you in a hurry? Then I'll carry you." His words immediately made Gu Zhaoning stop acting spoiled. She tightened her face and took big steps, quickly following Pei Xianye to the temporary couple's dorm. This was a place where family members could visit, since they didn't qualify for the official family housing. When Pei Xianye kicked open the door, Gu Zhaoning saw everything inside clearly. There was a bed, a desk, and a wardrobe, all very clean and tidy. Gu Zhaoning was a little surprised. Pei Xianye didn't seem like someone who cared much about cleanliness, but this dorm was surprisingly neat. Had it been cleaned on purpose? She looked at him with suspicion. But his skin was dark, so she couldn't tell much. Pei Xianye put her things down, took out some paper from the drawer and said, "Not going to the bathroom? I'll take you." Gu Zhaoning took the paper and turned to leave. But when she reached the public restroom, she hadn't gone inside yet. The foul smell already wafted out. She immediately covered her nose and mouth with her hand, trying to hold back her nausea. Her voice was muffled. Why is it a public toilet? If it's not a public toilet, what is it? Could the army have built a separate bathroom for each dorm? Her bottom was also delicate. I don't want to go. Just smelling the odor made her want to vomit. She couldn't imagine how terrible it would be inside. She was well cared for by her parents since she was young. Her mother also taught her many ways to protect herself. The bathroom has the most bacteria. If you're not careful, you could easily get infected. Pei Xianye was annoyed by her fussiness. He smirked and said, "You don't want to go? Should I find a plastic bag for you to use? Today, I want to stay in the family housing. I don't want to stay in the dorm." She spoke firmly and then refused to look at Pei Xianye again. She bravely ran into the public restroom. Watching her back, Pei Xinye's eyebrows twitched. He raised his hand to his waist, but his face showed no sign of impatience. His position in the military district was already remote, with dusty, windy conditions. The environment wasn't very good. She grew up in a good environment. If she had to suffer with him here, he would feel like a real man. The issue with the bathroom wouldn't be solved in a day, and the little girl would be upset all day. He wanted a quiet moment, thinking that if they really built a family house, they could just find a spot to make a bathroom. It wouldn't take much effort. While Pei Xianye was thinking about this, Gu Zhaoning had already covered her mouth and nose, frowned tightly, and ran out. When she reached him, Pei Xianye was still standing with one hand on his waist, looking down, sweeping his gaze over her face. "Let's go, hurry up." Gu Zhaoning had already made up her mind. From now on, she wouldn't drink a sip of water or eat anything. If she didn't need to go to the bathroom today, she wouldn't. She didn't care who was there. She was determined not to come back. Pei Xianye slightly curled his lips, his voice cold. "Did you go? You went in, so at least finish and come out." Hearing this, Gu Zhaoning bit her lip. "Why should I go in if I don't need to?" As they headed toward the temporary dormitory, Gu Zhaoning still felt unhappy. Her face showed her irritation clearly. "Oh, does the family housing have a private bathroom?" Pei Xianye wanted to tease her, speaking in a teasing tone. "Of course not." Gu Zhaoning widened her eyes and stared directly at Pei Xinye's face.
No?
"If I live in the family housing, do I have to use the public toilet every day?" Pei Xianye smiled faintly. "Everyone else can go, so why can't you? Is it because Comrade Gu is too proud to use the public toilet? His words sounded so crude. Gu Zhaoning regretted rushing into marriage again. If her parents knew she married someone so rough and wild, and who is so dark-skinned, they would definitely faint from shock. Pei Xianye saw she wasn't speaking and thought he had said something too harsh, upset her, and was about to apologize when Gu Zhaoning looked down, rummaged through her bag, and took out a big bundle of money. She counted 20 bills and threw them at Pei Xianye. Gu Zhaoning isn't the type to argue with others. She doesn't want to adapt to her environment, but to make the environment change for her. Once her house was approved, she even suggested Pei Xianye build a private toilet in the yard. Seeing Gu Zhaoning toss the money in front of him, Pei Xinye's expression darkened, and a complicated emotion flickered across his face. "What are you doing? Is this enough to build a toilet? After the house is approved, can you help me build one? I have more money if needed, and I won't trouble you for free. You can charge a bit more for the work." Pei Xianye? Does he look poor? He looked annoyed, grabbed Gu Zhaoning's hand, and shoved the money back into her small bag. "First day of marrying me, and you're already giving me money? Do you want others to think I'm a freeloader? Asking your wife for money?" Gu Zhaoning's face looked a little unnatural. "I want to build a toilet. Isn't it reasonable for me to pay for it myself? I won't need your money in the future." "Why would I want your money?" Pei Xianye blurted out without thinking, his heart racing. But as soon as he said it, He saw Gu Xiaoning's strange, guilty look. The atmosphere froze for a moment. Pei Xianye took a deep breath and even chuckled. So I can't use it either? You dislike me? Are you worried I'll make it dirty? Gu Xiaoning clearly disliked him from head to toe. She forced a stiff smile and, after a moment, compromised. If you want to use it, you can, but you have to keep it clean. Seeing this, Pei Xianye gritted his teeth. Fine, for her kindness. He was lucky enough to share a toilet with her. I'm not dirty by nature. While they spoke, they returned to the temporary shelter. After Pei Xianye entered the room, Gu Xiaoning felt the air become much more tense, filled with his presence. She sat on the bed, recalling how she had passed by other empty rooms earlier. She could faintly see dust inside, with doors and windows tightly shut. But the room she was in had fresh air, and she could even smell the scent of soapberry powder. The floor was spotless, perfectly clean. She sat on the bed, her hands resting on the sheets. Last night, the bed was very hard, and she only fell asleep in the second half of the night. Now, this bed clearly has a quilt and bedding, or it wouldn't be so soft. Did Pei Xianye come to clean last night? She paused for a moment, then slowly looked at Pei Xianye. He picked up the cup on the table. Although he had washed it last night, before pouring her water, he first rinsed it with hot water from the thermos, then poured the hot water and handed it to her. Gu Xiaoning is now afraid of water. She definitely doesn't want to go to that scary public restroom again. Gu Xiaoning turned her head away. I won't drink it. You drink. Hearing this, Pei Xinye's eyes sharpened slightly, and the veins on his hand holding the cup bulged. What did I do to upset you? You won't even drink water. Gu Xiaoning snorted through her nose. From now on, I'll try not to go to the bathroom. If I drink water, I'll just run to the toilet again. What if it takes 2 or 3 days to get approval? You won't go to the bathroom? Do I need time to build a bathroom? Can't I just wait a couple of days for my bottom to be a little more patient? A cold remark hit her like ice, and Gu Xiaoning's face immediately darkened. She raised her eyes and glared at Pei Xianye. Both of them stared fiercely, neither willing to back down. Can you stop saying bottom all the time? He can't be more refined. Pei Xianye curled his lips. Isn't bottom just a noun? I didn't say, but if I stop eating and drinking, I can reduce the time I need to go to the bathroom. Anyway, it's my own business, no need for you to worry. Not needing him to worry? What if she gets sick from holding it? The medical conditions here are poor. The nearest provincial city is a 3-hour drive away, and he can't afford for her to have an accident here. Eat and drink properly. If you really don't want to go to the public restroom, I'll think of a way, Pei Xianye said with a dark face. No need to trouble you. I didn't say it was trouble, Pei Xianye replied quickly, even before Gu Xiaoning could react. Gu Xiaoning fell silent, looking at Pei Xianye's serious face, but still decent. She then said, I'll pay for the bathroom repair. I feel uncomfortable if I don't. There's no one else here. If you accept, no one will see. Pei Xianye was so angry that his teeth clenched tightly. He suddenly leaned in close, and Gu Xiaoning, unprepared, felt his cheek brush against his face, causing 2 red spots to appear. They looked into each other's eyes, and Gu Xiaoning could even see her reflection in Pei Xianye's pupils. Since he was so close, Gu Xiaoning couldn't ignore his face. Although his face looked stern, it was quite handsome, with sharp eyebrows, deep eyes, and lips pressed together, giving off a cold, distant vibe. It was quite attractive. Do I have to pay? Can I give you something else? Since they were already married, kissing wouldn't be too much, right? Gu Xiaoning almost immediately understood what Pei Xianye wanted to do. She quickly raised her hands to protect her chest, looking very alert. Pei Xianye, you're so rude. Rude? I'm your husband. If I'm not rude to you, who am I rude to? Gu Xiaoning took a deep breath. Even if we are married, we just met yesterday. You have such thoughts about a girl you just met. Are you really that flirtatious and reckless? Just meeting someone once and having such thoughts?
He wasn't like that.
When he first saw her, he felt a strong attraction. He liked plain, simple girls. Was that wrong? And he only acted this way with her. He avoided other girls completely. Where would such recklessness come from? Before, a teammate had secretly played with a female colleague's feelings and was harshly criticized by him. If I were really reckless, I wouldn't ask you. I would just kiss you, bastard. Gu Zhaoning was embarrassed and angry, slapping him. But when her hand reached his face, she hesitated and only lightly brushed her palm over his cheek. Pei Xianye couldn't feel any pain. He reached out and held her hand. Gu Zhaoning tensed up and struggled instinctively, but he held her tightly, making it impossible to break free. In the next second, with a sharp sound, Pei Xianye slapped her hand away firmly. Gu Zhaoning's eyes turned red with fear. What are you doing? You were just swatting at a mosquito. That's not hitting, that's tickling me, he said. This is hitting, understand? Crazy bastard, stay away from me. Seeing him become more and more frightening, and even thinking about living under the same roof in the future, her body trembled even more. Pei Xianye let out a soft sigh, making anyone who saw him think he was forcing a girl to marry him. No, wasn't it her idea? Why is she so afraid of him after getting married? He took a step back, looking down at Gu Zhaoning from above, hiding his emotions behind his eyes. I have the money to fix the bathroom.
What do you want from me?
But next time you want to ask me for something, I might have to charge interest. After saying this, Pei Xianye didn't stay any longer. He was afraid he might scare her too much. He walked out of the room. When he reached the door, he looked back at her. The hot water is ready in the kettle, the cups are washed, and there's food too. Rest here for a while. I'll help you with going to the bathroom. With that, Pei Xianye pushed the door open and left. Gu Zhaoning was alone in the dorm. Without Pei Xianye's presence, she felt relieved. She stood up and walked to the windowsill. Soon, she saw Pei Xianye's tall figure leaving the dorm. The man's steps were quick and energetic, and he moved with effort in his waist. Gu Zhaoning bit her lip. His temper looked fierce, but he didn't seem like someone who would hurt a woman. Maybe she should let go of her prejudice and try to get along with him. Pei Xianye seemed to sense something. Somehow, as he was walking, he suddenly turned his head and looked back. That turn startled Gu Zhaoning. She quickly moved aside and, scared, pulled the curtain shut. Pei Xianye caught sight of her closing the curtain. He squinted, wondering if she had just looked at him. A faint smile appeared on his lips. He turned and walked away again. Behind the curtain, Gu Zhaoning took a deep breath, patted her chest, and then went to her bag. She wasn't settled yet. Since there was nothing much to do in the dorm, she decided to lie down and rest to avoid going to the bathroom. When she opened her bag, she saw her underwear neatly stacked on top. Her face immediately turned red, and her ears felt hot. Pei Xianye must have touched her things. Why was her underwear on top? These were her personal clothes. Gu Zhaoning bit her lip tightly, afraid to imagine whether Pei Xianye had touched or squeezed them when he took them. She quickly shoved the clothes inside, dragged her bag aside, and hung her clothes in the wardrobe. After busying herself for a while, she finally lay down on the bed. After Pei Xianye left, he went to push for approval from the Family Residence Committee. Under his urging, the military personnel agreed to give him the keys tomorrow. Pei Xianye then coldly said, "Thanks." When he returned to the training ground, the soldiers looked at him in surprise. "Captain Pei, why are you back so soon?" Hearing this, Pei Xianye frowned.
What?
"I come back, and you think you can slack off." The soldiers awkwardly smiled. "Captain Pei, we wouldn't dare slack off in training. If we don't pass your assessment, we'll get scolded and have extra drills. Is it really necessary? That's enough. I'm training you harder now, so you're better prepared for outdoor survival. Recently, there have been many disturbances and we might have to go out at any time. The enemy won't give us time to prepare, so we must always stay alert and ready to fight to protect our borders." Whenever Pei Xianye talks about defending the country, he always looks serious and stern. Even his eyes seem commanding. The soldiers all stood straight, no longer joking. "Captain Pei, we will train seriously. Come on, 5-kilometer weighted run. I'll do it with you." He led the way, ready to carry a sandbag on his back. Pei Xianye always leads by example, training alongside his team. He endures hardships so his team can endure them too. Not far away, Pei Xianye came out of the office building and glanced at Pei Xianye. One of the soldiers, named Huang Shuwen, couldn't hold back. While holding a sandbag, he asked Pei Xianye, "Captain Pei, Today you and Commissar Pei registered your marriage at the same time. Why not take some time to spend with your wife? We can do the 5-kilometer weighted run ourselves. What if it affects your performance tonight? Before Pei Xianye could respond, he blurted out, "What performance?" As soon as he said that, Pei Xianye immediately understood what Huang Shuwen meant. A faint blush appeared on his dark face, but he quickly returned to normal. Is 5 kilometers of weighted running such intense training, and does it really affect his performance? Not to mention whether he has the strength. Gu Xiaoning avoids him like a plague. He wouldn't dare touch her. He wouldn't cause trouble late at night or cry in front of her. If others found out, they might think he's bullying her. Where would he put his pride? Huang Shuwen chuckled and said, "Team Pei, I'm just thinking of you. If I get married, I probably wouldn't want to train on the first day. But you, Team Pei, are so disciplined that you leave your wife in the dorm and come to lead the team." Pei Xianye twitched his lips and said, "Stop talking nonsense. If you say one more word, I'll make you run an extra kilometer with weight." Was he unwilling to rest? The leader told him to rest for a day and take care of his wife, but his brother refused without hesitation, saying he still had many tasks to finish.
And he
was someone who was not well-liked, so he came out to find something to do himself. Night fell. Gu Xiaoning was so hungry that her stomach pressed against her back. She sat up from the bed, turned on the dim light in a room, and walked to the table. The smell of beef jerky was so tempting that she couldn't resist, and took a piece to eat. It tasted pretty good. She only ate one piece, thinking she probably wouldn't need to go to the bathroom tonight. But the problem was, not drinking water or eating didn't mean she wouldn't feel the urge to urinate, right? Gu Xiaoning sighed repeatedly, resting her chin on her hand. She knew she had to chew at least 10 times before swallowing each piece of beef jerky, until someone suddenly pushed the door open with a bang from outside. Gu Xiaoning instinctively looked over. Pei Xinye's handsome face was beaded with a little sweat. He was only wearing a green short-sleeved shirt, his muscles bulging and tense, with visible blue veins on his arms, full of strength. Pei Xianye was holding a bucket in his hand. When their eyes met, he looked at her holding the half-eaten beef jerky. And the food on the table had hardly been touched. Even the water he poured remained untouched. Pei Xianye frowned. It had been at least 6 hours since he arrived. Was Gu Xiaoning really staying in the dorm, not eating or drinking? "Are you hungry?" No gurgle. Before she finished speaking, her stomach betrayed her, growling loudly. She pressed her lips tightly, showing her cold, stubborn attitude. Pei Xianye handed her a packed meal from the cafeteria and took away the beef jerky she was eating. "Eat something warm. If the beef jerky is too hard, there's no need to force it." After speaking, he casually put the half-eaten beef jerky into his mouth. He placed the bucket aside, kicked the door open with his foot, and sat beside Gu Xiaoning. Gu Xiaoning moved to the side to avoid him. Seeing this, Pei Xianye sniffed himself. "Smells like sweat." "Sweat smell?" Gu Xiaoning sniffed carefully. There was a faint smell, but she wasn't hiding because of his sweat. "It's okay." Pei Xianye looked serious. "I brought some clean clothes. Can I go wash up after dinner?" Gu Xiaoning's eyes widened. "Why did you bring a change of clothes? Are you staying here tonight?" She thought he would take her to a temporary dormitory, and he would go back to his own room later. At least until her family's approval came through, she could have some space to get used to things. Pei Xianye looked serious. "Tonight is our first night as newlyweds. I'll sleep in my dorm. If I stay here, people will start talking about us. Do you want to be laughed at? But there's only one bed. The bed isn't very big, and if they sleep together, it will be crowded. They might even touch each other just by turning over." Pei Xianye wasn't planning to compromise. They would sleep together sooner or later. Better to get her used to it tonight. He was her husband. Wasn't it normal for him to lie beside her? Otherwise, what's the point of marriage? "I can't turn a bed into something else right now, Gu Xiaoning. When you decided to marry me, did you ever think we'd be sleeping together in the future?
or
He looked at her with a darker gaze, his tone becoming unclear. "Are you regretting it?" Gu Xiaoning's face slightly frowned. "No regrets, just not used to it." "Then take your time to get used to it." Seeing her like this, Gu Xiaoning realized she wasn't in the right. They were married now. She couldn't keep pretending. She lowered her eyes slightly moist, trying hard not to cry. Pei Xianye looked at her and felt his heart heavy, like being hit hard. He clenched his teeth but finally softened. "We can lie together, but I won't touch you, okay?" That was his biggest concession. Gu Xiaoning pinched her fingertips, calming her emotions. "Okay, let's eat. I brought a bucket. If you really can't hold it, you can use the bucket. I'll take it out for you." "What?" Gu Xiaoning was just glad she hadn't eaten. Otherwise, she might have vomited. She looked at the bucket with a twitching eye. It was covered with a bag. Did Pei Xianye really think of this as a solution? Pei Xianye continued. "There's one more thing. I might take you somewhere quiet outside to find a private place."
How could that be?
"What should I do if I get caught? Will I lose my reputation?" Gu Xiaoning quickly took a bun and covered his mouth. Pei Xianye blinked and took the bun away. "This is the best solution, and I don't mind you. You don't have to worry about what to do after using the bathroom." He doesn't mind, but she cares about her dignity. Gu Xiaoning frowned and sighed. "I'll try to hold it in."
You don't have to sacrifice so much either.
"Let's eat and stop talking about this." Pei Xianye looked at her deeply but didn't say anything else. Meanwhile, Jingwei was alone at the guest house, and it felt very lonely. On her first day of marriage, Pei Xianye wasn't with her. She couldn't say she wasn't upset. Sitting alone with nothing to do, she felt anxious and sad. If Gu Xiaoning also stayed at the guest house, she wouldn't feel so bad. But Gu Xiaoning had already been moved to a temporary couple's room arranged by Pei Xianye. Jingwei went downstairs alone to the cafeteria to get food, worried someone might see her alone. She hurried back to the guest house, hiding her face, and ate alone in her room, feeling bored and empty. She thought that as a political officer, Pei Xianye must be busy with work. Once the family residence was approved, she could live a normal married life with him. In her past life, Jingwei had one regret. She never had her own child. Not only that, Pei Xianye had never even touched her. This life, she chose Pei Xianye. He was more thoughtful and caring in every way than Pei Xianye, and he was a future leader. She wanted to marry him as soon as possible and hoped to get pregnant quickly. That way, she could secure her position as the wife of the leader and keep Pei Xianye close with a child. Her legs trembled and her body shook. She bit her lips secretly, knowing she had to make this happen quickly. She couldn't wait too long. Night fell deep. Pei Xianye finished his last task and was about to go back to his dorm. As he left the office building, he met the leader and other officials coming out. He greeted them one by one. One official asked, "Xianye, you and Xianye got your marriage certificate today. How about those two girls? We should introduce them to our unit someday." Pei Xianye replied calmly, "It's a marriage arranged by my parents. All I can do is settle them well and live a good life here in the future." These days, many marriages are based on convenience rather than love. Pei Xianye is a calm person and not very eager to marry. The leaders and officials quickly saw that Pei Xianye didn't have strong feelings for anyone. That's normal, though. Love usually develops slowly over time, and after a while, feelings grow. The leader thought about Xianye Pei and felt a bit regretful. He had always wanted Xianye to marry his niece, but Xianye was a stubborn guy. Every time they mentioned marriage, he would find an excuse to avoid it. Now, suddenly, he agreed to get married. He hadn't even seen the bride yet. "Xianye, I understand if you can accept your parents arranging your marriage. But your brother's personality is different." How did he agree? He's not the type to easily give in. Your parents aren't here. How can they force him to marry? When talking about Xianye Pei, Xianye thought of Xinye's confident smile. As his older brother, he could tell that Xianye wasn't forced into marriage. He had many ways to refuse if he wanted. But if he was willing, the marriage would happen quickly. Xianye knew how much the leader liked Xianye. When Xianye was single, the leader wanted to arrange a marriage for him. Now that Xianye was married, the leader probably felt a bit uneasy and a little regretful. He spoke softly. "Xianye has grown up. The Gu family and the Pei family are already close. The two girls worked hard to come to the border area. He won't refuse his responsibilities." The leader sighed lightly. getting married is good. You two are already of marriageable age. You need to focus on your careers, and marriage should come soon. To be honest, Xianye has been through dangerous missions many times. Having a child early could also give your parents peace of mind. Xianye Pei had handled many crises in the border area. His presence had greatly improved security there. Everyone agreed that Xianye was very talented in this field. Without him, many problems wouldn't have been solved. Every time he went on a mission, he didn't expect to come back alive. He had written so many farewell letters. Qianian lowered his eyes, hiding his emotions. Leader, Xianye cares a lot about you. He's now married, and I believe he will become more steady in the future. Alright, Qianian, someday you and Xianye should bring your wives over, so we can meet. You two got married, but didn't hold a ceremony. Let's have a small celebration at the unit another day, sit together, eat, and drink. It would be nice to have some lively, happy moments. Okay, Commander. It's getting late. You should head back and rest. Go ahead. After saying goodbye to Commander Pei and others, Pei Xianye headed straight to the military dormitory. When he reached his dorm, he instinctively looked at Pei Xianye's room. From downstairs, it was dark inside. It wasn't very late, and Pei Xianye didn't seem like he had gone to bed so early. As he paused, a fellow soldier came out of the dorm building. Seeing Pei Xianye, he greeted him. Commander Pei. Pei Xianye nodded politely and didn't linger. He then walked toward his own dorm. At Pei Xianye's door, Pei Xianye knocked. There was no response. Just then, someone from the neighboring dorm came out, one of Pei Xianye's soldiers. Commander Pei, are you looking for Captain Pei? Yes, is he not here? The soldier looked lively and curious, clearly gossiping. Captain Pei probably isn't back tonight. He's probably spending his wedding night in the temporary couple's dorm. Commander Pei, you also got your marriage certificate today, but you haven't stayed with your wife. Did Pei Xianye go to stay in the temporary couple's dorm? He furrowed his brows slightly, showing no particular emotion as he explained. The family residence hasn't been approved. I've been busy with work these days, so she's staying at the guest house, which is more convenient. I see. When the time comes, Commander Pei, you should introduce us to your wife. Pei Xianye looked away and turned toward his own dorm. A faint, almost unnoticeable, helpless smile appeared on his lips. Though he said he was unwilling, he was more eager than anyone else. He hadn't even become very familiar with Su Jingwei, yet his brother had already gone to share a room with her. Temporary couple's dorm after dinner. The two sat inside, staring at each other in silence. The room was so small there was no privacy, even to change clothes. It seemed Pei Xianye was determined to stay tonight, and Gu Zhaoning could only keep preparing himself mentally. Are you going to take a shower before bed? Gu Zhaoning suddenly asked. Hearing this, Pei Xianye's eyes twitched slightly. If I don't shower, I can't get into bed. Gu Zhaoning relaxed, thinking it was fine, or she would be very annoyed. I'm going to take a shower now. Pei Xianye stood up smoothly. Together. Together? Gu Zhaoning's mind buzzed with shock, and she looked at him in surprise. Not the kind you're thinking. The men's and women's baths are separate here. But once the family courtyard is approved, I could also build a shower in the yard. If she wanted to shower together then, he wouldn't mind. Could they build another shower? That would be great. Gu Zhaoning didn't like public baths, where everyone was naked. It was okay if she didn't know many people, but if she saw someone she knew, it would be awkward to say hello. She still felt uncomfortable about it. Her eyes lit up. Then it would be nice if you could build another shower. If you run out of money, just tell me. I have some. Seeing her happy face, Pei Xianye felt touched inside. He instinctively reached out and pinched her cheek.
So soft.
Gu Zhaoning shivered and stiffly looked at Pei Xianye. He relaxed his eyebrows and lips with a mischievous smile. I don't need your money. That's enough. Gu Zhaoning suddenly had a feeling that if she wanted to ask him for something in the future, she might have to take advantage of him. She gave him money, but he didn't need it. Then she had nothing else to give him, and what he wanted could only be. Gu Zhaoning's ears felt warm. She quickly slapped away Pei Xianye's hand, turned around, and opened her suitcase to get her pajamas. Even though she moved quickly, Pei Xianye caught her hurriedly grabbing her underwear and stuffing it into her pajamas. He slightly curled his lips. During the day at the guest house, he had collected her clothes. Was she still afraid he would see? Gu Xiaoning finally took a basin with toiletries and made a move to leave. Pei Xianye's things were simple: shorts, a t-shirt, a towel, and a small bag with a bar of soap and a toothbrush enough. The two left the dormitory and headed toward the water room at the end of the corridor. When Gu Xiaoning went in, Pei Xianye looked at her back. With her personality, she probably would take a shower for over half an hour again. How could she be so meticulous? Could she really wash for that long? He decided to try tonight as well. After entering the water room, Pei Xianye went to the shower area, quickly stripped himself, and turned on the water to wash himself. Someone else came in to take a shower. When they saw him, they respectfully called out, "Captain Pei." Pei Xianye didn't care about being watched. Seeing this, he just responded lightly and continued his shower. But tonight, he was going to sleep with the girl. It was the first time in his many years that he shared a bed with a woman. He looked relaxed on the outside, not nervous at all. However, he was very careful while washing, trying to scrub himself clean. He used soap twice, and after washing, the soap was half as big. After finishing, Pei Xianye dried himself with a towel, sniffed himself, and smelled nice. He had never smelled this good before. After dressing, he draped a large towel over his shoulders. His hair was quick to dry, because he had a crew cut. When he left the bathroom, he didn't rush back to his dorm but waited at the door for her. He was worried she might get lost trying to find her room later. No, he wasn't afraid she would run away. Pei Xianye crossed his arms and leaned against the windowsill, waiting patiently. He didn't look directly at the girls in the water room, but the sounds of their conversation came clearly. The women finished their showers and stood in front of the mirror, chatting while drying their hair. That girl inside is new. I've never seen her before. I wonder which officer's wife she is. She's really pretty. She's so elegant even while bathing. Did you see her chest? They were all women speaking frankly. They genuinely admired her, especially being shocked by Gu Xiaoning's figure. She was slim but curvy. Who wouldn't envy that? Pei Xianye didn't expect to hear this. His ears instantly felt hot, and his whole body tensed up with irritation. He subtly moved to the side, then opened the window to get some air. He didn't want to keep listening, otherwise his mind would start imagining things. Gu Xiaoning's figure was indeed attractive. Her clothes couldn't hide it. Pei Xianye was a healthy, normal man. Now that he had married her, it was impossible not to have some thoughts. When the two women came out of the water room, they were still joking, saying, "That's just natural development. No comparison." How could someone be both slim and curvy? Pei Xianye turned away from them. The women glanced at his back, then stopped talking and quickly carried a basin toward the dormitory. He waited about 5 more minutes before Gu Xiaoning came out. Pei Xianye turned to look, his brow furrowing instantly. He hurried forward to hold her in his arms before she could faint. Gu Xiaoning's hair was still wet, dripping with water, her fair face flushed pink, and her bright eyes shimmering with water. "What's wrong? Did you faint?" "The water was too hot. Maybe I stayed inside too long." Pei Xianye's face darkened like coal. "You're not dirty. Why did you stay so long? It's hot in there. Just wash quickly and come out." Gu Xiaoning shot him a glare. "If you don't wash carefully, it's no different from not washing at all." Seeing her look at him like that, Pei Xianye leaned in close, his arm reaching to her nose. "Who didn't wash carefully?" "I used soap twice. If it's not clean, I'll check it when I get back." "Did I wash properly?" Again, he made a suggestive joke. Gu Xiaoning reached out and pinched him. "Pervert. Can we go now?" Pei Xianye kept a calm smile, looking down at her with steady eyes. His palm rested on her waist, feeling her soft body, and his heart started pounding faster. "Let me take a moment." She really hadn't recovered yet. But in the next second, Pei Xianye effortlessly lifted her horizontally. Gu Xiaoning was caught off guard. When she reacted, her hands had already wrapped around his neck. She widened her eyes, looking at Pei Xianye in disbelief. "What are you doing? Letting others see us hugging here? If you're uncomfortable, I'll carry you back to rest." He was so light that he could hold her with one hand. But he was tall, and as he held her, Gu Xiaoning looked down at the floor, feeling a bit dizzy. Her body trembled uncontrollably. When they reached the dorm, Pei Xianye unlocked the door with one hand and carried her inside. He placed her on the bed, then bent down to take off her shoes. Her feet, fair and round, contrasted sharply with his hand. Pei Xianye glanced at her toes briefly, then looked away. He straightened up, poured her a glass of water, and handed it to her. Gu Zhaoning remembered not to go to the bathroom and shook her head. I won't drink. Pei Xianye's face tightened, holding it like that can cause problems. I told you I don't mind. If you don't want to use the public toilet, are you worried this bucket isn't clean enough? I've cleaned it, then I can't go to the bathroom inside the house either, since you're here. Pei Xianye smiled. Are you worried I might hear you? Gu Zhaoning felt embarrassed and annoyed, thinking he was being rude, so she turned her head away, not wanting to talk to him. Seeing how stubborn she was, Pei Xianye took a deep breath. He thought, marrying her is like marrying a stubborn old ancestor. He went forward and pulled the curtain, pointing at the bucket. Do you want to use it or not? No, I said I won't. Okay. Pei Xianye clenched his teeth and moved to pick her up again. Gu Zhaoning was very alert and quickly curled up in the bed, covering herself tightly with the blanket. Pei Xianye, what are you trying to do? Pei Xianye looked at her. I'm going to carry you out to find a private place to handle this. It's dark now, no one will see. Why do you keep staring at me when I go to the bathroom? I haven't drunk water, and I don't really need to go. You don't have to worry. Pei Xianye crossed his arms, his jaw tight. Fine, I won't force you. It's late. Are you going to sleep? Gu Zhaoning looked down. Just one blanket. What else? Should I make another one for you? You can make one if you can. Pei Xianye was amused. I can't do that. This is a new blanket sent by my parents. It doesn't have a smell, and the mattress underneath is also new. Rest assured, it won't get dirty on you. I'm not worried about it being dirty. I just want us to each have our own bed. Pei Xianye looked displeased. There's only one bed. Then he became serious and called her name earnestly. Gu Zhaoning, we will sleep together sooner or later. Starting tonight, since it's technically our wedding night, I can hold back from doing anything to you. That's already good, Gu Zhaoning instinctively retorted. You want to do something to me? Hearing this, Pei Xianye pretended to examine her from head to toe, finally stopping at a certain spot. Her ears still echoed with the compliments she received earlier. Gu Zhaoning saw this and quickly covered herself. Stop looking around. Pei Xianye let out a soft hum, walked to the bed, took off his shoes, and sat down. Looking? I'm looking openly and legally. Is there a problem? You'd better get used to it soon. I can't wait much longer. After saying this, Pei Xianye reached out and turned off the bedside lamp. The room was completely dark. Gu Zhaoning sat on the bed, still wrapped in a blanket. She tentatively lay down, clutching the blanket tightly. Pei Xianye didn't try to take it away. He just lay there peacefully. Gu Zhaoning occasionally tilted her head to look at him. The weather wasn't cold, and since Pei Xianye wasn't covering himself with a blanket, it should be fine. Thinking this, she wrapped herself in the blanket and slowly closed her eyes. It wasn't easy to fall asleep with a man sleeping beside her. Gu Zhaoning didn't dare to move. He was tall and big, and even if he slept quietly, he took up most of the bed. Turning over might make her touch him. Pei Xianye couldn't sleep either. It was the first time a girl was sleeping beside him, especially one he was interested in. He was now warm and excited, blood rushing through him. Even her breathing seemed to tempt him. Pei Xianye closed his eyes, his eyelashes fluttering constantly. Why was this so hard to resist? Just as Pei Xianye was trying to hold back, Gu Zhaoning turned over, and her blanket touched his leg. His breathing suddenly slowed, and his deep, dark eyes opened in the darkness. Pei Xianye opened his eyes irritably and looked at the woman beside him. He just wanted to see if she was asleep. But when he turned his gaze, he saw Gu Zhaoning looking back at him with clear, bright eyes. Their eyes met, and Pei Xianye's breathing grew heavy, his breath becoming uneven. Was she secretly watching him? Gu Zhaoning felt guilty, as if she had been caught. She wasn't actually spying on Pei Xianye. It was her first time sharing a bed with a man she didn't know well. She was afraid she might fall asleep and lose awareness, putting herself in danger. So she wanted to wait until Pei Xianye fell asleep first. But they ended up staring at each other like this. The room was dark, with no lights on. Moonlight from outside shone through the curtains, but she couldn't ignore Pei Xianye's tense face, his features half-lit and half-shadowed. Gu Zhaoning felt a strange tightening in her chest and immediately wanted to look away. Pei Xianye was struggling inside. They had registered their marriage, so they were legally married, right? Even without feelings, they should be developed, right? Now that Pei Xianye has a wife, giving her a kiss isn't too much, is it? Gu Zhaoning. Pei Xianye suppressed his restless feelings and spoke in a deep, husky voice. Gu Zhaoning trembled all over and tried to turn away, but Pei Xianye was already close to losing control. He suddenly rolled over and supported himself with his hands on either side of her. They were on the same bed. Where could she run? And not just today, every day in the future, they would sleep together. Gu Zhaoning's breathing was shaky, and she tightly clutched the blanket over her chest. Pei Xianye, what are you trying to do? A slight smile appeared at the corner of Pei Xianye's lips as he slowly pressed down on her. On my wedding night, if I don't do something, wouldn't that be a shame? Gu Zhaoning felt embarrassed and angry. She could clearly see what Pei Xianye wanted to do to her. It was almost written on his face. He wanted to eat her up. You bad rascal. Pei Xianye didn't get angry at her words. Instead, he reached out and gently brushed her small face. Gu Zhaoning's skin was really nice. His hands had calluses, but he was afraid of hurting her when he touched her face. Despite that, Pei Xianye didn't want to pull his hand back right now. What's wrong with being a bad rascal? You're my wife. If I'm a rascal to you, who am I supposed to be a rascal to? But we just met. Pei Xianye's gaze fixed on her face, and he chuckled softly. Then why did you agree to marry me? Don't you think after marriage, we'll have to do some things? His impulsiveness was just because he liked her. After marriage, he would cherish Gu Zhaoning and not do anything inappropriate. Gu Zhaoning's breathing grew more rapid. She stared at Pei Xianye's cold face and said firmly, I won't sleep with you. No sleeping together. Does that mean he can kiss her? Pei Xianye didn't expect to satisfy everything all at once. He took it step by step, slowly accepting it. After all, he had been attracted to her stubborn little mouth for a long time. Pei Xianye cleared his throat, then, no longer teasing her, he lowered his head and pressed his lips to hers. Suddenly, it was as if something exploded in Gu Zhaoning's mind, and the soft touch of his lips felt real and clear. Pei Xianye was really daring enough to make a move on her. She reached out to push Pei Xianye, but his body was like a wall. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't push him away. When Pei Xianye leaned in to kiss her, her heart raced, almost losing control. Her lips were softer and better to kiss than she expected. At that moment, he held a wooden stick near her forehead, but she didn't back away. Pei Xianye intensified the kiss, his hot breath hitting her face. Gu Zhaoning felt overwhelmed and her breathing became chaotic. She whimpered twice, trying to push him away, then kicked with her foot. Pei Xianye grabbed her calf, pinched it, then shifted his focus, kissing other places on her body. What if you kick too hard? I don't want to be unable to have children. Gu Zhaoning wanted to struggle but found his strength too strong. She couldn't break free. Damn him, the scoundrel. She cursed him inwardly 180 times. When Pei Xianye bit her neck, she froze instantly, like a piece of wood, unable to move. This was even more unsettling than kissing, making her shiver all over. Gu Zhaoning trembled uncontrollably. She ignored her fear and hit him on the body. Pei Xianye let her hit him. He enjoyed her affection. If hitting him made her feel better, he would accept it. At some point, the blanket was pulled away by Pei Xianye. She was wearing a thin nightgown, and he, kneeling half, took off his shirt. If I scream, won't someone come? Pei Xianye, if you don't want to embarrass yourself, get off me quickly. Pei Xianye chuckled coldly. This is just a temporary couple storm. If you scream, others might be curious and listen. Listen to what? Seeing her innocent and pure look, Pei Xianye gritted his teeth. Didn't she understand anything? It's just a matter between men and women. He leaned over her again, blowing air into her ear. Hearing how strong your man is makes you want to scream nonstop. This made Gu Xiaoning's cheeks turn bright red. She was angry and immediately bit his neck. Earlier, when he kissed her, it was just a gentle touch. But she, Gu Xiaoning, was actually biting. Pei Xianye felt the pain and gasped. He took a step back, touching the sore spot on his neck. "Your teeth are so sharp. You live." Before he could finish saying the word, Gu Xiaoning saw a red mark appear on his neck. Did she see it wrong? Gu Xiaoning patted his shoulder. "Turn on the light. Want the light on, dear." Fine, he thought. He wanted to see her face clearly anyway. In the dark, he couldn't see anything. Pei Xianye leaned over her, stretched out his arm, and easily turned on the bedside lamp. The light wasn't very bright, but enough to see clearly. Gu Xiaoning frowned. She really had bitten him enough to leave a mark. She reached out to wipe it, but it wouldn't come off. Pei Xianye seemed to realize something. He raised an eyebrow. "Did you leave a mark?" Seeing this, Gu Xiaoning's face fell. She suggested, "Can you wear a turtleneck shirt tomorrow?" "No." Pei Xianye lowered his head and gently brushed her chin with his lips, looking very playful. "What's wrong with looking? My wife bit me. Isn't that illegal? Then don't act like a pervert with me. If you don't, I won't bite you. Are you saying that if I act like a pervert once, you'll bite me once?" Pei Xianye smirked mischievously, full of energy. He didn't give Gu Xiaoning a chance to react, and once again fiercely kissed her lips. "Go ahead and bite. If there's not enough on your neck, bite somewhere else." His kiss was very forceful, like he was devouring her. Gu Xiaoning's lips parted involuntarily, and she kept breathing in his air. Soon, she felt like she was drowning and couldn't breathe properly. Pei Xianye was like a young boy, especially since the person lying beneath him was the one he liked. When she didn't speak, he was quite motivated. The woman in his arms was soft and beautiful everywhere. Even though she was still wearing her underwear while sleeping, it didn't affect Pei Xianye's feelings. When his hand slipped inside her back, Gu Xiaoning's mind was a mess. Her long fingers unbuttoned her shirt with a snap. She was so frightened she opened her eyes, and her legs were still restrained by him, so she couldn't even kick him. Her hands were raised above her head by him. Gu Xiaoning's face darkened. Was she here to get married or to rob a house? Shameless. Pei Xianye's smile reached his eyes as he pulled her underwear out from under her pajamas. "It's not good to sleep in this." Gu Xiaoning frowned unhappily. Pei Xianye looked at her with an unclear expression and shifted his gaze downward. "Wrapped up like that, is it comfortable?" After some time, Gu Xiaoning was exhausted by him. Pei Xianye happily held her in his arms and successfully covered her with a blanket. It wasn't cold that night, so he could have slept without a blanket, but since he was sleeping with his wife, could it be the same? He was willing to be warm. Gu Xiaoning closed her eyes, only thinking one thing. Before reaching the final step, why was he kissing her for so long? Exploring new territory for the first time, everything felt fresh. Gu Xiaoning was also annoyed and scratched many nail marks into his back. The night passed. When she woke up the next day, Gu Xiaoning turned over, and the man behind her held her in his arms, his hand skillfully finding his favorite spot. But then he pinched her. Gu Xiaoning jolted awake and opened her eyes instantly. She slowly lowered her head, reached out, and pushed away Pei Xianye's hand. "You rascal!" She sat up quickly, and only then did Pei Xianye wake up slowly. When he looked at Gu Xiaoning's shy and annoyed face, he sat up and looked at the bed. The whole night, the bed was so messy, and the sheets were wrinkled. He didn't usually stay in bed long, so he got up. Gu Xiaoning turned her head away, unable to look directly at him. She stubbornly bit her lip. "Put on your clothes." Pei Xianye looked down and saw that he only took off his shorts last night when he went to sleep. Men don't usually sleep in shorts and t-shirts. He nodded and didn't bother her anymore. He picked up his clean military uniform, wearing camouflage pants and a green shirt. His skin wasn't very fair, but the red marks on his neck were very clear. He looked at the underwear on the bedside table and reached out to give it to her. Gu Xiaoning found it too embarrassing and quickly grabbed it, hiding it under the blanket. "Aren't you going to train? Hurry up and leave." Was he in such a rush to chase him away? Pei Xianye pursed his lips. "You didn't go to the bathroom last night. Don't you feel the urge now?" This sentence hit Gu Xiaoning's sore spot. She didn't want to go out last night in the dark, and now it was daytime. It was even less likely. Gu Xiaoning forced herself to stay silent, but her eyes changed slightly. Pei Xianye pointed to the wooden bucket. You handle this here. I'll go get food and water for you. When I come back, I'll take care of things, okay? I'll also push the family housing issue and ask for leave from the team. I'll even get the toilet fixed for you. Maybe because of yesterday's intimacy, Gu Xiaoning clearly felt that Pei Xinye's attitude had improved a lot. Go out first. I want to be alone for a while. Hearing this, Pei Xianye looked at her deeply but didn't stay any longer. He knew she needed some time to get used to everything. Even though his feelings had changed a lot, now that they were married, he had to take good care of her. He couldn't let her suffer here alone. Pei Xianye turned and left the room. After closing the door, Gu Xiaoning was left alone inside, letting out a deep sigh. Her pajamas were already messy from the whole night. Last night, they only kissed and touched lightly. She couldn't imagine what it would be like if they really took the next step, how intense it might be. Gu Xiaoning got off the bed and stared at the wooden bucket, feeling a complicated struggle inside her. When Pei Xianye was walking toward the dining hall, it was a busy time. The soldier saw him and quickly greeted, Captain Pei. Good morning. As they approached, and with Pei Xianye casually showing something, the soldiers noticed the marks on his neck. Oh my, what's that? The soldiers chuckled and teased. Captain Pei, did a mosquito bite your neck? Looks pretty bad. Pei Xianye replied seriously, stop talking nonsense. Captain Pei, how was your wedding night? Your wife looks so delicate. She must be quite lively, right? Pei Xianye narrowed his eyes. Whether last night was successful or not, he wouldn't say. Who knew? But men often liked to gossip about others' marriages. In the past, Pei Xianye wouldn't get involved in such vulgar topics. Now, with his own situation, he definitely wouldn't reveal anything about Gu Xiaoning, so as not to become a topic for others' gossip. His tone turned serious and a bit cold. Stop prying into this. If you're so curious, find someone and get married yourself. Everyone could sense that Captain Pei's attitude had cooled down, so no one dared to joke anymore. When Pei Xianye reached the dining hall, he started serving food for Gu Xiaoning. He doesn't care about the price, nutrition, or taste. He just eats whatever is available. He even needs 2 eggs. When Pei Xianye walks in, he immediately notices his younger brother's tall figure. He quietly approaches and, as he gets closer, notices the red mark on Pei Xianye's neck, which is very obvious. Pei Xianye jokes, didn't you say before you didn't want to get married? You thought your parents arranged a match for you, and now you're coming to the border to find someone. Hearing this, Pei Xianye doesn't hide anything. Well, I saw her and now I want to marry her. Pei Xianye raises an eyebrow slightly. Really like her? Yes, he replies calmly. That's good. I'm happy for you to marry someone you like. Pei Xianye casually looks at Pei Xianye. Brother, you say that, but it sounds like you're not very happy with your wife. Don't tell me you've also taken a liking to Gu Xiaoning. When he says this, Pei Xianye's eyes reveal a clear coldness and warning. Do you think I would fight you for a wife? Pei Xianye, you're my real brother. Stop talking nonsense. Pei Xianye relaxes a little. Brother, actually, your fiancée is pretty good too. What's good about her? This question stumps Pei Xianye. He just said it casually and without much thought. He doesn't really know what Su Jingwei is like. Anyway, he doesn't seem to like her that much. Mainly because Gu Xiaoning doesn't like her. At most, they'll just call her sister-in-law when they meet, and their relationship won't go beyond that. Pei Xianye's face tightens. She's your fiancée. I don't know what's good about her. Isn't that something you should feel for yourself? I'm just fulfilling my parents' task, he replies. After saying this, Pei Xianye goes to get food. Pei Xianye watches his brother's back and a slight smile appears on his lips. I'm not doing this just to fulfill my parents' task. He packs his lunchbox and heads toward the dorm. On the way, he stopped by the housing approval staff. Captain Pei, we're looking for you and Commissar Pei. Pei Xianye stops. What's wrong? Has the house been approved? Yesterday, the urgent approval went through. 2 empty rooms have been cleared out. They've been cleaned simply, but you'll need to do a more thorough cleaning after you move in. Pei Xianye breathes a sigh of relief. At least his wife doesn't have to hold back anymore. He nodded and said, "Cleaning is no problem. Where is the key?" "This building belongs to Captain Pei. The neighbor is Sister Yi, whose husband is a veteran from our team. He is currently on guard at the border, changing shifts every half-month. Usually, only Sister Yi and her son are at home. The family courtyard consists of 2 connected houses sharing 1 yard, with separate entrances on the east and west sides." Hearing this, Pei Xianye didn't say much, since his wife's main concern was not to live next to Jingwei. The team had arranged the neighbors, and he had no say in it. "All right, I understand. Thanks. My brother is in the cafeteria. You can go find him." "Okay, Captain Pei." After they parted, Pei Xianye headed toward the temporary dormitory. When he pushed open the door, Gu Zhaoning was already sitting at the table, with the window open and the curtains swaying in the breeze. Looking at Gu Zhaoning again, she was dressed very neatly, but it still caught the eye. Pei Xianye took a second look. Her style was different from the young women in the team. She didn't like wearing blue work uniforms. Today, she wore a white cotton shirt, paired with a green checkered blazer and a matching skirt, with a brown belt around her waist. Her hair was half tied up, revealing a bright, delicate face, and she was applying lotion to her hands. Pei Xianye felt his mouth go dry. He pretended to stay calm as he placed the lunchbox, apple, and banana on the table. "Eat something." When he said this, he also glanced at the water bucket. The bag inside the bucket was gone. Pei Xianye looked down at her and asked, "Did you go to the bathroom?" Gu Zhaoning's eyes twitched slightly. "I handled it myself. You don't need to worry. Did you carry it out and throw it away? Otherwise, can I make it disappear out of thin air?" Pei Xianye frowned. "Didn't I say I would throw it away when I got back? Aren't you worried about getting your hands dirty?" Hearing his serious tone, Gu Zhaoning pursed her lips. "It's mine. I don't dislike it that much. Anyway, I hope the family courtyard gets approved soon. I've been trying to go to the bathroom less these days. If it keeps not getting approved, you'll just hold it in until you burst." Gu Zhaoning snorted coldly. "I won't compromise and use the public toilet." Seeing how she was clearly unable to be persuaded, Pei Xianye didn't want to keep pushing her. It was just a public toilet after all. He placed the key in front of Gu Zhaoning. At first, she didn't react, but then she asked again, "What is this? How about you? Since we are married, the team won't give us a family residence. How will we raise the children in the future?" Suddenly, Gu Zhaoning's face turned a little red. That was a bit too bold to say. She mumbled softly, "Who wants to have children with you?" Pei Xianye noticed the pink on her face, thinking she was shy, and felt a bit happier. He didn't rush to eat, but went over to fold the blanket neatly and tidy up the bed sheets. It's a habit ingrained in him. He feels itchy if things aren't organized. Then Pei Xianye washed his hands and sat back at the table. The meal he prepared was quite hearty, with both meat and vegetables and eggs. Gu Zhaoning picked up her chopsticks to eat, while he peeled the eggs for her. Once the eggs were fully peeled, Pei Xianye looked at the egg whites, then compared them to Gu Zhaoning's face. Gu Zhaoning looked at him in confusion and asked, "What are you doing? Does this egg look like you?" "How could I look like an egg? I'm talking about the skin. It's as white as the peeled egg whites," Pei Xianye said confidently. This comment made Gu Zhaoning a little shy, her ears turning red. She glared at him and changed the subject. "Can we move into the family residence today?" "About the bathroom. When will you have time to fix it?" Hearing this, Pei Xianye looked at her calmly. "Today, can't have you holding it in until you get sick. Finish your meal first, then I'll take you to move in and fix the bathroom." For a moment, Gu Zhaoning thought that Pei Xianye was quite a reliable man. At least so far, he hadn't caused her any worries. After dinner, Pei Xianye took the initiative to pack her luggage, carrying everything himself. After leaving the temporary dormitory, he led Gu Zhaoning toward the family residence. Meanwhile, Pei Xianye also received the keys. He was about to go to the guest house to pick up Jingwei, but was suddenly called for an urgent task. Unable to go himself, he sent a subordinate to give the keys to Jingwei. When Jingwei and Gu Zhaoning arrived, they didn't bring much luggage. Since they were 2 girls, it wouldn't be convenient to carry a lot. So, moving into the family residence alone wasn't too difficult. If anything was missing, he would use his allowance to buy it later. Jingwei woke up early and, after breakfast, waited anxiously at the guest house. In her previous life, the family residence was approved quite quickly. She came to marry Pei Xianye, and since she was alone at the guest house with no one to talk to, she couldn't stay there long. Just as Jingwei couldn't hold back her desire to leave and go to the military district to ask about her family residence, she saw the front desk staff walking over with a young soldier. The soldier's eyes lit up. "Are you Comrade Su?" Seeing this, Jingwei's eyes showed a hint of hope. She stepped forward and said, "I am Jingwei, the wife of your Commissar Pei." Hearing her introduce herself, the soldier quickly changed his tone. "Madam, the family residence has been approved. However, Commissar Pei is busy with urgent work and can't come over. He asked me to give you the keys. If you can't find the family residence, I can take you there. Commissar Pei wants you to settle in first." Jingwei felt a bit disappointed but dared not show any emotion on her face.
Is Pei Xianye so busy?
But since he is destined to be a leader in the future, it's normal for him to be busy now.
Jingwei forced a shy smile.
"Then please help me carry my luggage." "No problem, madam." Jingwei packed her belongings, checked out, and followed the soldier toward the family residence. In her previous life, she arrived at the residence and soon became a widow. This time, being with Pei Xianye, she hoped to have a normal married life. A faint smile appeared on Jingwei's lips, but when she arrived at the residence, her eyes were completely drawn to a scene that made her stop in her tracks, her feet feeling heavy as if weighed down by lead. Her face suddenly changed, but she couldn't control her emotions and unconsciously clenched her fists. Pei Xianye was helping Gu Zhaoning move house. Looking at Gu Zhaoning in a plaid dress, wearing high-heeled shoes, with her arms crossed, standing beside Pei Xianye like a pampered little wife, not doing any heavy work. Meanwhile, Pei Xianye was carrying all the boxes himself. After opening the door, the neighbor, Sister Yi, came out to greet him. "Captain Pei, I didn't expect us to be neighbors. Is this your new wife? She looks so pretty and lively." Pei Xianye spoke softly, introducing Gu Zhaoning. "Zhaoning, this is Sister Yi. Sister Ye's husband is a veteran in the army. He is currently stationed at the border and comes back once every 2 weeks. Sister Yi has a son who is in middle school this year." Gu Zhaoning respectfully and politely addressed Sister Yi. "Hello, Sister Yi. My name is Gu Zhaoning. You can just call me Zhaoning." "Such a lovely name. Captain Pei is the most handsome young man in our unit. When you stand together, you make a perfect match. Your future children will surely be very beautiful." They had just gotten married, and they were in the sweet, loving stage of their relationship. Sister Yi smiled broadly, thinking that soon, news of Captain Pei's wife expecting a baby might spread. Pei Xianye unlocked the door with his key. Inside, the house was clean and bright. It was a one-bedroom, one-living room setup. The kitchen was shared with Sister Yi, but she didn't like to take advantage, so she kept her belongings in her own area and didn't intrude on her neighbor's space. Gu Zhaoning stepped inside to look around. Although the environment wasn't as good as her home, she thought about her parents being sent away and living in even worse conditions. Her eyes felt a little sore. Living here, she couldn't feel completely at ease. Once she settled in, she was determined to find a way. She couldn't let her mother be diagnosed with a lung illness after a year and pass away. Pei Xianye didn't forget his main task. After leaving the house, he looked at the yard. In front of Sister Ye's house, there was a small vegetable garden where they grew some vegetables to save money. He gestured about the space for fixing the bathroom. Sister Yi came out carrying some egg cakes, intending to give Gu Zhaoning some. Seeing this, he couldn't help asking, "Captain Pei, what do you plan to do with this empty space?" Pei Xianye thought for a moment and said, "Sister Yi, I want to build a separate toilet and shower area for my wife. She isn't used to sharing facilities." Hearing this, Sister Yi was a bit surprised. She looked up and down at Captain Pei. In the army, Captain Pei was known as a stern and cold man. He was not the type to date or get close to girls. He rarely showed affection or warmth toward women. She had followed her husband in the army for half her life. Most men in the unit were rough and busy with training and missions. Few took care of their families. Even after she had her child, she had to take care of herself during her postpartum period. But she understood her husband was going to the front lines, and she was his support. Naturally, she couldn't hold him back. Over the years, she has been raising the children alone. When her husband comes back once every 2 weeks, Sister Yi would improve the meals, prepare ingredients early in the morning, clean the house, and wait for her husband to return so they could have a family dinner together. But she never expected that someone like Captain Pei would genuinely consider his wife's feelings. When Gu Zhaoning came out, she asked, "Sister Yi, will this affect you?" "It's no big deal. The yard is divided into 2 parts. My side gets plenty of sunlight, but your side doesn't, so it's a bit unfair. If Captain Pei helps you fix the toilet, many young military wives in the neighborhood would envy us. The public toilet's environment is really poor. Sister Yi, who lives in the countryside, is used to worse conditions. She has no problem using it normally, but she's seen young military wives covering their noses and breaking down, and women from the south who find it hard to adapt to public baths, covering themselves shyly when washing." Unexpectedly, what everyone else couldn't solve, Captain Pei just fixed for his wife. "If you're uncomfortable using the public toilet or bathhouse, just build a private one in the yard." Sister Yi happily handed Gu Zhaoning a cake made of eggs. "Zhaoning, I have to say, Captain Pei is really good to you. You married the right person." Seeing Sister Yi give her the cake willingly, Gu Zhaoning was surprised and touched. The cake wasn't cheap. Sister Yi, dressed plainly, had a kind smile on her face. She quickly waved her hands. "Sister Yi, keep it for the kids. If I want to eat, I'll buy my own. Zhaoning, it's okay. We'll be neighbors from now on. If I ever need help, I'd feel awkward asking you." Pei Xianye turned to look at her. "Sister Yi, when Wugo isn't around, just come to me if you need anything." "Captain Pei, thank you so much." Gu Zhaoning stared at Pei Xianye in surprise. She didn't expect him to be so caring. Su Jingwei stood nearby, her eyes almost tearing up. Not only did Pei Xianye help Gu Zhaoning move, but he also planned to build her a toilet. Why didn't he treat her like this in the past? Unable to hold back, she stepped forward. "Sister, it's such a pity. I thought we might end up in the same yard." Su Jingwei thought to herself, if only she could share a courtyard, she would be able to use Gu Zhaoning's bathroom in the future. She disliked the public restroom environment very much. Her thoughts were overheard by Gu Zhaoning, who looked up slowly, with a cold smile. "Want to share her bathroom? No way. Not sharing is fine. When I was at the Gu family, didn't you look at me enough? I've had enough of you." Gu Zhaoning responded mercilessly, quickly shutting Su Jingwei up. Su Jingwei forced a smile and then looked at Pei Xianye. "Brother Xianye, are you going to help Zhaoning fix a bathroom?" "Fixing a bathroom isn't cheap. It costs a lot. Zhaoning, we're at the military district because our parents worked hard for it. Sometimes you should think more about Brother Xianye and not be so stubborn." Hearing Su Jingwei's very pointed words, Gu Zhaoning was about to speak. "I volunteered to fix it. And don't call me Brother Xianye. Actually, I should be calling you sister-in-law." Pei Xianye didn't like being called Brother Xianye. Before, some girl had chased him and called him that all the time, which made him feel uncomfortable. Su Jingwei was his brother's wife, and they should keep their distance. One sentence made Su Jingwei feel embarrassed and a bit ashamed. She forced a smile, unsure how to respond. Gu Zhaoning casually said, "Did Brother Pei come to help you move? Or not?" She asked out of curiosity, but Su Jingwei heard it differently. Su Jingwei clenched her fists secretly, feeling angry and frustrated. But she was showing off. Her inner voice reached Gu Zhaoning's ears again. Gu Zhaoning looked at Su Jingwei's fake face with a half-smile, as if mocking her. "Zhaoning, since I didn't get a courtyard, I'll come visit you often. Brother Xianye has a lot of missions, so he probably won't have much time to keep you company." Hearing this, Pei Xianye's eyebrows twitched slightly. How did she know he had many missions? He didn't like her overly familiar attitude. Luckily, the person she married was his brother. If he were to marry Su Jingwei, he would find a way to refuse the marriage. "I spend a lot of time with my wife. You should spend more time with my brother and just focus on living your own good life after marriage," Pei Xianye said coldly and indifferently, not even bothering to look at Su Jingwei. Su Jingwei's face looked very pale and unhappy. Why does she always get hurt? Why is Gu Xiaoning so lucky? If she doesn't want to use the public toilet, Pei Xianye even built one for her in the yard. She also doesn't want to use the public toilet. If Gu Xiaoning really has her own toilet, she will go there to use it. Gu Xiaoning heard everything clearly. She looked directly at Su Jingwei's face and said without hesitation, "I won't let you use it." What? Su Jingwei looked at her with confusion. Gu Xiaoning's eyes curved into a smile, and her voice was soft and sweet. "The toilet my husband built is just for me. I want to make it clear to you first. Once it's finished, you shouldn't come here to use it. Otherwise, I might ask you to leave, and you might feel uncomfortable." Hearing this, Su Jingwei felt her heart hurt with anger. If she can't use it, then she won't. After Pei Xianye dies, see how you survive here. Su Jingwei looked away, unhappy, and turned to leave, walking straight to her house. A soldier carrying luggage watched Su Jingwei walk away, without looking back. He had a lot of questions in his mind. Wasn't the wife of the political commissar just leaving him here? He wasn't just here to do hard labor. The soldier sighed and hurried to catch up with Su Jingwei. Wait, how does the political commissar's wife know which house in the team was approved? Meanwhile, Pei Xianye stood still, unable to hide his smile. Sister Yi was watching nearby and couldn't help but chuckle. The married Pei team leader was completely different from when he was single. Pei Xianye turned to look at Gu Xiaoning. When he saw the smile on Pei Xianye's face, Gu Xiaoning was stunned. Why was he smiling so creepily? It made her feel uneasy. Why was he staring at her like that? Pei Xianye walked up to her. "You don't need to clean the house. You slept late last night and look tired. If you're tired, I'll make your bed. You can rest for a while." This sounded strangely affectionate. Gu Xiaoning blinked. Her ears shouldn't be broken, right? She looked at Pei Xianye and didn't plan to stand around doing nothing. "No, I won't." "How do you plan to get bricks and cement? Do you need to report to the team?" Seeing this, Pei Xianye gave her a meaningful look. Does she care about him? Pei Xianye definitely needs to ask his team for permission to fix the bathroom. The most important thing is to handle the smell and cleaning properly so as not to disturb others. Before going on a mission, Pei Xianye saw some village men taking care of their wives, building special bathrooms and bathing areas. He probably knows how to fix it. He reached out and patted her head. "I'll take care of it. You don't need to worry. Just go inside and rest." Gu Xiaoning wanted to pay, but Pei Xianye held her hand down. He frowned and spoke seriously. "You don't need to pay. We just got married, and I don't want you to spend money. Do you want the whole team to laugh at me?" Big Sister Yi smiled and said, "Xiaoning, Pei is thinking of you.
Don't be so formal with him.
You're married now, and you should take care of each other." Pei Xianye nodded, then took her wrist and led her inside. Seeing this, Big Sister Yi turned and went back into the house with a smile. "Did you hear what Big Sister Yi just said?" Pei Xianye raised his eyelids and signaled to her. Seeing his mischievous smile, Gu Xiaoning turned her head away. "Fixing the bathroom isn't cheap. I'm not someone who takes advantage of others easily. What's wrong with me taking advantage? I'm not stopping you." His words carried a meaningful tone. Gu Xiaoning suddenly felt weak all over, still remembering how Pei Xianye had teased her last night. "Give me a kiss. I'll do a good job, okay? I'll try to finish fixing the bathroom today." He wouldn't sleep tonight until it was done. Gu Xiaoning's eyelashes fluttered, and she kissed him again. He kissed her like he was devouring her. That's not a kiss. It's a bite. Her bright red lips kept moving in front of him. Pei Xianye couldn't hold back anymore. His whole body was already excited. He grabbed her chin and lifted her face, then pressed his hot lips against hers without hesitation. MMHM. Her lips were crushed under his, and her breath was taken away. She felt like her lips weren't hers anymore. She tilted her head back forcefully, her hands clutching Pei Xianye's sleeve tightly because she had nowhere else to hold. Only when he was satisfied with the kiss did he reluctantly pull away. He pressed his forehead to hers, breathing unevenly. "I'm going out now to prepare. Are you going to rest at home?" Gu Xiaoning panted and pounded her chest. "You should go out now." Pei Xianye smiled slightly, then gently pinched her face before taking long steps to turn and leave. Watching the man's confident and tall figure, Gu Zhaoning stepped forward to close the door and patted her chest. If things kept going this way, in just a few days, she would be completely overwhelmed by him. She seriously suspected that Pei Xianye married her just to do this kind of thing. Damn scoundrel. She turned around to look at her luggage on the ground, then went into the bedroom and made the bed. Although her parents had loved her very much since she was a child, Gu Zhaoning was never a spoiled princess. She had learned all the necessary skills. Even though Pei Xianye took on most of the work, she couldn't really treat him like a beast of burden. After leaving the house, Pei Xianye went to the logistics office of the residential compound. Captain Pei, you're here.
The house has been approved for you.
Is there anything you're not satisfied with? Asked the staff from the logistics office. Pei Xianye looked calm. The house is good. I want to apply for building a bathroom and shower area near my wife's bedroom in my yard. The staff looked surprised, but Pei Xianye explained, my wife is not in good health. In winter, she easily catches cold going to the public toilet. Our house is far from the toilet, and I often go on missions that take a long time. If she has to go alone at night in the dark, I worry about her safety. So, for her health and safety, I want to build her a bathroom. I will pay for all the materials and labor myself, so it won't cost the public money. Is that okay? Captain Pei considers everything so carefully, so the logistics staff had no reason to refuse. Captain Pei, as long as it doesn't disturb the neighbors or cause any complaints, I'll try to finish it today, without blocking public areas. As for the bathroom's odor, I will consider that in advance, and I will keep it clean in the future. Captain Pei, your wife must be so warm-hearted. Your actions are more considerate than most men in our housing complex. Pei Xianye didn't compare himself to others. He only took responsibility himself. I am worried that if I go on a mission later, I might not come back soon. It's not good for her to live alone here. I feel guilty. Since I am in the army now, I want to treat her better, so I won't feel bad about it. Yes. But, Captain Pei, the neighbors in the family compound always help each other. Whenever someone needs help, we all pitch in to make life better. Thanks. After reporting, Pei Xianye prepared to buy cement and red bricks. The work was quite big. He borrowed a team vehicle to go shopping. When he returned, the car was full. On the way back, he met Pei Xianye coming home. Seeing this, Pei Xianye stepped forward with some documents in hand. Xianye, you're carrying a lot of bricks and cement. What are you going to do? Pei Xianye turned to look at Pei Xianye and stopped the car. I'm building a toilet and shower area for Gu Zhaoning in the yard. Hearing this, Pei Xianye squinted. For the first time, he felt a bit unfamiliar with his younger brother. Pei Xianye usually lived a rough life, able to get by with any standard. Before Gu Zhaoning, he avoided women and didn't want to marry because he thought taking care of women was troublesome. Now, he doesn't seem to mind the trouble. Is he interested because he married a pretty girl? Pei Xianye asked, have you reported this? Of course. Do you think I'd be so careless? She's very delicate. She doesn't even want to go to the public toilet. If I don't fix it for her, she'll just hold it in. Pei Xianye raised an eyebrow. You're good at taking care of people. Just settle down and live your life well. Brother, you don't need to worry about that. I'll definitely live my life well. You should also enjoy yours. Spend more time with her, and don't let her keep coming to my house. Pei Xianye smirked sarcastically, then rolled up his sleeves and started unloading the materials. The project was big, but Pei Xianye wasn't used to asking others for help. Most importantly, he wanted to take all the credit himself. At night, he could also act cute in front of Gu Zhaoning and get some benefits. Pei Xianye wanted to help, but he couldn't do much since he didn't know how to fix toilets. He just walked toward his home. The two brothers from the Pei family were handsome and well known in the army for being both talented and capable. Now that they both lived in the family compound, many military wives curiously looked out to see them. Like the military wife next door, Wang Baoqin, who wears an apron and pretends to pick vegetables, stands on a tall stool and just happens to see Pei Xianye carrying cement and bricks into his house. This military wife is the wife of Sergeant Sun, named Wang Baoqin. Every time she gets a close look at Pei Xianye, she can't help but feel that the goddess of creation is biased. How can she be so well-shaped, with clear features and a good appearance? Her husband, on the other hand, is round and flat. When her family introduced her to a match, they told her it was a company commander from the army, with good pay and benefits, and that she would have a good life with him. But they didn't tell her that he was short and not very handsome. When Wang Baoqin first came here, she caused a fuss. It was Sergeant Sun who handed over the allowances and listened to her everywhere, so she finally calmed down. They have been married for 3 years and have a son and a daughter. Life is fairly stable. However, the climate here is bad. Wang Baoqin has been here for 3 years, and her skin has become rougher.
Her hands are cracked and dry.
After having children, she didn't want to buy lotion, so her hands don't look like those of a 25-year-old. Pei team, what are you doing? I heard you and Commissar Pei both married new wives. Why don't you bring your new wife out to meet us? Hearing the voice, Pei Xianye looked up and saw Wang Baoqin leaning over the wall, holding vegetables, with a curious look, gossiping. As soon as she spoke, the sounds of doors opening and closing in every household seemed to agree perfectly. Pei Xianye kept a calm face. I'm just building a toilet for my wife in the yard. Building a toilet? Pei team, your wife is so delicate. She can't even use a public toilet? Not here, and not even in my hometown. I've never heard of anyone building a separate toilet. Pei team, you can't spoil her like this. Otherwise, you'll be tearing down the house every few days. Pei Xianye carried bricks. She's my wife. I like to spoil her. No need for my sister-in-law to worry. Besides, if Gu Zhaoning wants to go upstairs, I can just help her with a ladder. What does it have to do with others? Wang Baoqin's smile faded quickly, feeling a bit embarrassed. She could only awkwardly say, Pei team, you have a high position, but we're neighbors. I have to say this up front. If you build a toilet at home, the smell might be too much for everyone. Don't blame me for reporting to the commissar. If that happens, your toilet might be torn down. Please don't hold a grudge. At that moment, Gu Zhaoning was tidying up her belongings in her room. When she heard the harsh female voice, she couldn't help but look over. She wanted to get up and come out, but Pei Xianye was already replying to Wang Baoqin. All right, I will definitely handle the sanitation issue. Gu Zhaoning paused in her steps, looking at Pei Xianye, her heart feeling like it was struck. Without hesitation, she took a step forward and left. Wang Baoqin was about to withdraw, but suddenly saw a girl with smooth, porcelain-like skin come out. Her body froze, and her eyes fixed tightly on Gu Zhaoning's face. She muttered to herself, when she first arrived 3 years ago, she was also this beautiful. But being here with the troops, in this windy, sandy climate, her face would soon start to sag, her skin turning dull and rough. However, Pei Xinye's actions were unusual. No man in the entire family compound had ever done something like this. No one else would be so extravagant as to buy bricks and cement to build a toilet in the yard. Planting vegetables on this land would be much better. Each family could grow different crops and exchange them, saving a lot of money. Gu Zhaoning clenched her hand holding the handkerchief, looking at Pei Xianye. She gritted her teeth, showing 2 different sides in front of people and behind their backs. She couldn't let Pei Xianye bear all the gossip about fixing the toilet alone. At this moment, she stepped forward voluntarily, tiptoeing to wipe the sweat from Pei Xianye's forehead. Are you tired? Do you want me to help? Her caring voice sounded a bit unnatural. Pei Xianye stiffened, his gaze quietly falling on Gu Zhaoning. She, actually, took the initiative to care about him? No fever, right? His hands were dirty now, so it wasn't convenient to touch her forehead. No need for your help. Pei Xianye's mood grew better, a pleased smile curling his lips. He lowered his voice, speaking in a tone only the 2 of them could hear. It's not too late to care tonight. Gu Zhaoning's face suddenly turned red. She glared at him, then casually looked at the woman leaning against the wall. Wang Baoqin didn't expect Gu Zhaoning to suddenly look over. Her jealous expression hadn't yet faded when Gu Zhaoning caught her in the act. You're the wife of Pei team, right? The political commissar's wife said that as military spouses, we need to be practical, considerate of our husbands, and have a hard-working and positive spirit. She told Pei's daughter-in-law, this public toilet is accessible to everyone. Just get used to it. Pei Xianye stood in front of Gu Zhaoning to protect her. Wang's wife, if I remember correctly, last time your son fell into the cesspit. You also went to the political commissar and kept complaining that the toilet was dirty. I wonder if your son has adapted to it now. Upon hearing this, Wang Baoqin's face turned green. She angrily climbed down the wall and turned to go inside, slamming the door loudly. Gu Zhaoning looked at Pei Xianye. Despite feeling awkward, she still said, "Thanks." "Thanks?" Pei Xianye looked up at her. "It's just a small matter. No need to thank me." Gu Zhaoning wanted to stay in the yard with him, but was sent back inside by Pei Xianye. There was a pile of red bricks and cement here, along with some materials, but they couldn't take up space in Sister Ye's yard. Where else could Gu Zhaoning stay? After sending her back inside, Pei Xianye didn't delay. He started digging a hole in the ground. When Pei Xianye pushed the door open, he saw Su Jingwei inside tidying up. Next door, the neighbor, seeing Commissar Pei return, hurried over with freshly made leek pancakes, still warm and steaming. "Commissar Pei, you're back. What a coincidence. We're neighbors now. When my husband returns, you should come over for a meal." Hearing the noise, Su Jingwei came out. She looked at the smiling woman with a broad grin and frowned slightly. She knew everyone in the family compound. No one was a stranger. The woman standing in front of Pei Xianye was Ding Baifeng, a snobbish woman who liked to flatter those with high positions. Her husband was a battalion commander. She usually looked down on ordinary military spouses. When Su Jingwei first moved in and Pei Xianye wasn't around, Ding Baifeng pretended to be dead inside and didn't bother to greet her when she went out. Now that Pei Xianye was back, Ding Baifeng was quick to come out with the leek pancakes. But Su Jingwei knew that Ding Baifeng was good at making friends. She looked down on others and liked to take advantage of small favors, which she could easily buy with a little kindness. She was also known as a big gossip in the family compound. Although she was her neighbor, Su Jingwei wasn't very happy with her. Still, if she could win her over, she might do her a lot of favors in the future. She thought to herself, she could endure a little longer. Pei Xianye didn't know what Su Jingwei was thinking. He lowered his eyes and took the initiative to introduce himself. "Sister-in-law Ding, this is my wife, Su Jingwei. Jingwei, this is Captain Wang's wife, sister-in-law Ding. Since we'll be living together, let's help each other out." Su Jingwei forced a sweet smile and stepped forward to hold Pei Xianye's arm. "Sister-in-law Ding, just call me Jingwei from now on." Ding Baifeng looked at their close, affectionate gestures, and her sharp eyes flickered. She then smiled warmly. "Jingwei, as neighbors, we should get along well. A close neighbor is better than a distant relative. If you need anything, just find sister-in-law Ding. Commander Pei, would you like to try a piece of my chive pancake? I made it myself, and it's very delicious." "No, thank you, sister-in-law Ding. I appreciate your kindness," Su Jingwei said. "Sister-in-law Ding, I happen to be cooking too. Brother Qianian can just come home and eat what I make." "Brother Qianian?" Calling him so directly, isn't that a bit too bold? Ding Baifeng awkwardly smiled. Seeing Pei Xianye refuse, she didn't insist and turned to go inside. Su Jingwei then followed Pei Xianye into the house. She didn't have many belongings, and by now, she had cleaned the house thoroughly. "Thank you for your help. I just had some urgent work and couldn't come to help you move." Su Jingwei looked shy, but subtly leaned closer to Pei Xianye. "Brother Qianian, it's okay. Household chores are usually done by women. You focus on your work, and I'll be your good wife at home." When she eventually becomes the wife of a high-ranking official, she wondered if she would still feel like she's missing out on happiness. And looking at Pei Qianye's face, Su Jingwei's heart beat faster. In her past life, she married Pei Xianye, who was fierce and cold when not smiling. After they married, he rarely came home and soon went on a mission and died. Pei Qianye's appearance was gentle and polite, unlike Pei Xianye's fierce look. Although Su Jingwei could tell there was some distance between them, she was confident she could win Pei Xianye over. At this moment, she tiptoed, intending to give Pei Xianye a kiss. When Pei Xianye sensed what Su Jingwei was about to do, his expression changed. He took a step back, avoiding her approach. "Jingwei, isn't it a bit too soon? I think we should give each other some time to get used to this." Hearing this, Su Jingwei's eyelashes trembled suddenly, and she opened her eyes in disbelief. Adaptation? She is a young lady, and she took the initiative. How could Pei Xianye refuse her? What does a man lose in this situation? Su Jingwei felt a bit unwilling. Brother Xianye, I am willing to marry you. I am already prepared. I don't need time to get used to it. Jingwei, feelings take time to develop. We just got married. If I said I liked you, that wouldn't be true. I can't lie to you. For now, I can only follow my parents' wishes and make sure you settle in here. Does he dislike her? She looked down at herself. What was wrong with her? In the past, Pei Xianye married Gu Zhaoning. She didn't see Gu Zhaoning look upset or bitter. Instead, she was happy, every day. Brother Xianye, I'll sleep on the floor for now. His words cut off everything she wanted to say. Su Jingwei almost lost her mind. The man she liked was right in front of her, but she couldn't be with him. She also wanted to become a real woman, who wants to stay a little girl forever. After marriage, sharing a bed with her husband is normal, right? What made Su Jingwei angrier was that when Pei Xianye came back, he stayed less than half an hour at home. He just left again, claiming he had work. Before leaving, he handed her this month's allowance, telling her to buy whatever she needed. Su Jingwei watched Pei Xianye's back, her face twisting with emotion. But she could only comfort herself, thinking that heaven had given her a second chance to live differently. Pei Xianye not touching her showed he was a gentleman, not a rogue who acts on impulse. As long as she wins his heart, Pei Xianye will give her everything. Compared to Gu Zhaoning, she felt she was already ahead in this life. Later, Su Jingwei took the allowance Pei Xianye gave her and exchanged some vegetables and rice with Ding Baifeng, then lit the stove to cook. When Ding Baifeng measured the rice, she asked for 2 extra cents. Su Jingwei didn't argue. She let her take a little extra, thinking it would help her do favors in the future. It was a good deal. When Ding Baifeng handed her the rice and vegetables, she also asked in surprise, "Deputy Commissioner Pei gave you all the allowance?" Su Jingwei chuckled shyly. Brother Xianye is worried I won't have a good time here, so he gave me an allowance to spend freely. But this woman is still good at being frugal and managing the household. My sister came with me to stay with the troops, and she doesn't touch water at home. I'm in a hurry to change rice and vegetables so I can cook and send them to my sister. Your sister? These days, there are women who don't know how to cook. Su Jingwei pretended to be helpless. My parents spoil her a lot. She doesn't like cooking and has always been used to having everything done for her. Ding Baifeng thought for a moment. Is your sister married to Captain Pei? Upon hearing this, Su Jingwei nodded. Humph. Ding Baifeng sneered. Captain Pei isn't good at charming women. Your sister is so spoiled. She'll probably get scolded and sent back by Captain Pei sooner or later. Su Jingwei didn't say much. Sometimes, saying less is more effective than explaining everything clearly. She took the rice, noodles, and vegetables, thanked them, then turned around to go home and cook. After finishing, she packed everything into an aluminum lunchbox, wrapped it in cloth, and was about to leave. As she stepped out, Ding Baifeng also came out. Seeing this, Su Jingwei sweetly said, "Aunt Ding, you're going out too?" Ding Baifeng kept her emotions hidden. She knew all the gossip in the courtyard. Since Captain Pei and Commissar Pei both married, she had met Su Jingwei. Naturally, she wanted to meet Captain Pei's wife. After lunch, I wanted to go out for a walk and digest. Where are you headed? To Captain Pei's house. Su Jingwei pointed to the lunchbox in her hand. I'm going to deliver food to my sister. Ding Baifeng couldn't help but frown. She's married now and still doesn't know how to cook? How will she take good care of Captain Pei in the future? All the women in this courtyard were clever and capable. They managed the household, raised children, and looked after their husbands. All their energy was spent every day. Su Jingwei pretended to be innocent. After leaving the house with Ding Baifeng, she headed toward Gu Zhaoning's house. The courtyard was lively now. Many military wives had come out to watch the fun, gathering in groups and looking toward Captain Pei's house. Ding Baifeng cleared her throat. What are you all looking at? Hearing Ding Baifeng's voice, the women turned to look. Aunt Ding, you're here? We're all watching Captain Pei build a toilet for his wife. Build a toilet? What kind of toilet? Isn't there already a public toilet? Wang Baoqin was standing outside, snacking on sunflower seeds. she said. Captain Pei said everything has been reported. The materials are paid for by ourselves, and the deodorizer will be done properly. It won't affect anyone. There's nothing we can do. People are just too proud to share a bathroom with us. Ding Baifeng couldn't stand it and pushed through the crowd to step forward. Su Jingwei quietly followed behind, quickly noticing Pei Xianye busy working in the yard. Pei Xianye was quickly building the basic structure of the bathroom. Although many military wives had gathered at the entrance, to Pei Xianye, they were like invisible. However, he did smell a nice aroma coming from inside, the smell of shredded meat noodles. Pei Xianye sniffed the air and wiped the sweat from his forehead with his arm. Su Jingwei arrived at the door with a gentle smile, her voice soft and sweet. Xianye, Zhaoning is not here. I cooked some food at home and brought it for you and Zhaoning. Everyone listened curiously to Su Jingwei. Does this captain's wife not know how to cook? Su Jingwei looked innocent. My sister is a bit spoiled at home and hasn't learned to cook. But I usually cook for my brother Qinian and myself, so I can also make some for my sister. Meanwhile, Gu Zhaoning placed a plate of shredded meat noodles on the table. Pei Xianye was busy fixing the bathroom without stopping. She saw him and had just exchanged some noodles and shredded meat with Sister Yi, personally serving Pei Xianye a bowl of noodles. She wasn't very good at cooking, but she wasn't an idiot either. Seeing the crowd gathered outside, Gu Zhaoning couldn't help but sneer. Why did fixing the bathroom attract so many people to watch? Everyone was standing on their moral high ground, criticizing her. She tidied her hair in the mirror and then turned to walk out. When she stepped out, Pei Xianye turned his face slightly, sweat running down his sharp features to his chin. He pursed his lips and kept working without changing his expression. Noticing Gu Zhaoning coming out, Pei Xianye stopped what he was doing and turned to look at the military wives gathered in front of his house. So many. He couldn't count. Pei Xianye forced a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Everyone's so free, coming here just to watch me fix the bathroom. Su Jingwei stepped in smoothly. Zhaoning, I made some food and brought it for you and Xianye. As soon as these words were spoken, Ding Baifeng couldn't help but retort. Everyone here is just here to serve in the army and take care of their families. If you can't cook or use the public restroom, then, Commander Pei, is your wife here just to be a rich lady? Only Ding Baifeng dared to speak so directly, since her husband was the battalion commander and a senior in the unit. Pei Xianye, however, never cared about others' opinions. If someone said something displeasing, he would never hold back. His face darkened with coldness. So, what if she's a rich lady? Is that illegal? Or does it bother you? Seeing Pei Xianye's protective attitude, Su Jingwei clenched her bag a little tighter. She stepped forward to smooth things over, moving closer to Gu Zhaoning. Zhaoning, don't mind what everyone is saying. We'll all be living together in the future. As military wives, we should get along well. This isn't home anymore. Our parents have been reassigned. We need to live well, right? Her voice was moderate, just loud enough for the other military wives to hear clearly. Ding Baifeng snorted at her words. Reassigned? So she's not a rich lady anymore. Su Jingwei continued pretending to be kind. Zhaoning, brother Qinian just said he arranged a job for me. Since we're in the military district now, we can't just do nothing after marriage. The family is struggling, and in the future, we'll have to rely on ourselves. You need to learn to grow up and become more mature and steady. Gu Zhaoning liked watching Su Jingwei pretend to be kind. Especially since, after arriving at the military district, she discovered she could hear Su Jingwei's inner thoughts. Now, as she looked into Su Jingwei's gentle eyes, her own inner voice returned to her mind. As long as Gu Zhaoning's reputation is ruined, I can take that glamorous job for myself. In her previous life, a good position in the army was stolen from her by Gu Zhaoning. Su Jingwei had long been jealous. If she could do it all over again, she would fight to get the easy and respectable clerical job in the arts troupe before Gu Zhaoning.
Gu Zhaoning, a job?
Gu Zhaoning's eyes grew cold inch by inch. No wonder her parents were reassigned, and Su Jingwei was so quick to agree to follow the army. She had already planned everything. The future wife of the commanding officer still wanted to steal her job. All she ever did was think about schemes. According to Su Jingwei, She got this good job in her past life because Pei Xianye had an accident on a mission, and the team comforted her by giving her a job to support her life. Now that Pei Xianye hasn't had any trouble, Su Jingwei is already planning to take the job away early? Gu Zhaoning pinched her brow, thinking Su Jingwei is really clever and persistent. This job, she won't let her take it easily. Right now, everyone around is watching and criticizing her like military wives. Although Gu Zhaoning usually doesn't care about others' opinions, since Su Jingwei is actively trying to get close now, she can't just let her leave peacefully. Is she just showing off? Gu Zhaoning finally lost her patience. She cleared her throat and said, Su Jingwei, have you always liked to show off? Why are you still acting here? Thinking no one can see through you, so you can just throw dirt on me? She didn't even bother to reach out to take anything and turned to walk into the house. Pei Xianye didn't know what Gu Zhaoning was planning, but seeing her cold face as she entered, his whole body suddenly felt colder and more dangerous, with his eyebrows furrowed deeply. He put down his work, washed his hands in the basin, and then stood up. Just then, Gu Zhaoning came out of the house, holding a steaming bowl of shredded pork noodles. Pei Xianye looked back, his eyes narrowing sharply. So, this delicious-looking shredded pork noodles was made by his wife? The military wives' eyes all widened in surprise. Gu Zhaoning's noodles were rich with ingredients, topped generously with shredded pork, fragrant and tempting. Just the smell alone could make anyone's stomach growl. Gu Zhaoning stepped closer, holding chopsticks in her hand. Xianye, eat the noodles. I just made them for you. Seeing her affectionate gaze, Pei Xianye tensed up. Even though he knew she might be pretending, her look still made his heart race. Gu Zhaoning was feeding him. Pei Xianye couldn't help but lower his head and take a bite. The noodles were very chewy and tasty. Is it good? Pei Xianye nodded without much thought. Yes, it's good. Seeing how cooperative Pei Xianye was, Gu Zhaoning felt secretly pleased. It seemed he understood what she wanted, and his acting was pretty good. She looked back at Su Jingwei and said, Su Jingwei, what are you trying to show the other military wives? Making everyone compare us? You can cook and be gentle and caring, but I do nothing and just wait to eat free food. I don't know how to cook, so did you make this bowl of shredded meat noodles? Gu Zhaoning's voice was cold, showing no kindness to Su Jingwei. Su Jingwei quickly waved her hands, looking pitiful, and glanced at the military wives and others. Zhaoning, you misunderstood me. I really came to bring you food. We are sisters who look out for each other. Since I am the older sister, I naturally let you have things your way. Everyone who comes to serve in the army has to take care of their family. I only want what's best for you. Look at Sister Ding. She's raising 3 kids alone and keeps her home very tidy. She's a role model for us. Hearing this, Ding Baifeng felt very proud. She was pleased that Su Jingwei was so considerate and she wouldn't refuse to help her. Moreover, Gu Zhaoning's outfit didn't look like she was working. They all wore simple, practical uniforms, blue work clothes. But Gu Zhaoning was wearing a green checkered dress, showing her calves and high heels. Her face was white and smooth, with red lips. To be blunt, since Captain Pei often goes on missions, does that mean she comes out to flirt with men when he's not home? Captain Pei, I think your wife is a bit too aggressive. The political commissar's wife is just making food for her. The political commissar's wife works hard at home. I see her doing everything. She makes food and she doesn't even eat herself. She just comes here to bring food to her sister, and she gets criticized for it. If I had a sister like that, I would cut ties with her today and never contact her again. Wang Baoqin also secretly stirred trouble. Yes, good intentions are often misunderstood. Madam Political Commissar, don't doubt yourself. I think you haven't done anything wrong. It's just that Captain Pei's wife is too narrow-minded and doesn't appreciate others' kindness. Hearing this, Su Jingwei looked pitiful, with tears in her eyes, but inside, she was already feeling proud. Sister Ding, I know you're all doing this for me, but please don't speak badly of my sister. She's had this personality since she was young, and I've gotten used to it. Su Jingwei's words made Gu Zhaoning feel sick. Seeing the situation clearly, she no longer hesitated and said directly, Su Jingwei, why don't you tell everyone why we don't share the same last name? As soon as she said this, everyone suddenly realized, It's true. How can these two sisters have different last names? One of them must have taken her mother's surname. Su Jingwei's face stiffened. When she realized what Gu Xiaoning wanted to say, she tried to speak up to stop him, but it was already too late. Gu Xiaoning spoke clearly and firmly. Your surname is Su. Mine is Gu. Why didn't you tell everyone that you are our Gu family's adopted daughter? Our family provides for you food, drink, education. When something happened, we even helped find you a partner and let you join the military. Even your dowry, we are exactly the same, 1,000 yuan each. Is that what you call us being unkind to you? That our Gu family is bad to you? As soon as he finished, the military wives were stunned by the number 1,000. 1,000 yuan. They usually had to save every 5 yuan, which could buy many things. With 1,000 yuan, they could live comfortably. And she's not even their real daughter. Ordinary families really can't treat their biological and adopted children equally. People around were whispering, and Su Jingwei looked panicked and flustered. After being scolded by Gu Xiaoning, she didn't know how to respond. She could only clench her fists in silence. Pei Xianye, standing nearby, seemed to understand everything. He squinted and thought, my older brother married such a wife. He's in for a lot of trouble. He's clever and good at pretending to be pitiful. He disliked women like that the most. Pei Xianye also couldn't stand others criticizing Gu Xiaoning word by word. In his eyes, Gu Xiaoning had no problems at all. Even if she couldn't cook, so what? Was she cursed by heaven? Everyone, I know you're curious, but Pei Xianye, will say this once. Whether my wife can cook or not doesn't matter. If she can't, I'll do it. No need for outsiders to worry. As soon as he finished speaking, the military wives all fell silent. Who dared to speak back now that Captain Pei had spoken? Everyone else left feeling unhappy, excepting Bai Feng. Her husband is a company commander, so she's not as scared. She stayed to see how Su Jingwei would respond, but unexpectedly, Su Jingwei looked upset and teary, as if she had been bullied. She turned to leave. Ding Bai Feng was stunned. Isn't she feeling wronged and ready to go home? If Su Jingwei had a good reason, why didn't she just say she was going back? It's really frustrating to see her struggle like this. After Su Jingwei left, Ding Bai Feng could finally breathe easier. The air felt clearer, less tense. When she looked up, she saw Pei Xianye's intense gaze. She felt nervous and carried a bowl of noodles to go inside. You should rest for a bit. Come inside and eat some noodles, she said. Pei Xianye raised an eyebrow and turned around. Are you feeding me? Hearing that, Gu Xiaoning blushed. Eat it yourself. Pei Xianye squinted, and his throat moved slowly. It seemed he was deliberately putting on a show for them. He looked at the nearly finished bathroom, now under the hot sun. His clothes were wet and dry repeatedly. The military wives nearby had been criticizing each other morally high up, which Gu Xiaoning wouldn't be happy about. He needed to go inside and comfort her. He looked down at himself, noticing his clothes had some cement on them. When he reached the door, he saw Gu Xiaoning throw his slippers at his feet. He glanced at them and chuckled softly. He bent down to put on his shoes, then went inside and closed the door behind him. Inside, Gu Xiaoning had tidied up. His things weren't fully moved from the dorm yet, just a bag, but most of her belongings were scattered around the house. The room had a new bed and blanket. The table was full of her skincare and makeup products. Some household items were in their places, making Pei Xianye feel at home in an instant. Looking at Gu Xiaoning, sitting on a stool with 2 steaming bowls of noodles in front of her, he asked, "What are you looking at?" Seeing him stand still, she frowned in confusion. "Why did you clean the whole house?" "I didn't ask you to do that. I just organized everything I brought. You will need to sort out your own things later. By the way, there might not be many closet spaces left. I can pay for you to buy a new hanger if you want." Pei Xianye squinted and said it wasn't necessary for her to pay. Thinking about when she packed his luggage, Pei Xianye realized it was the first time he saw so many different types of clothes: cotton shirts, plaid skirts, plaid suits, wool coats, vests, small leather shoes, and high heels. Dressed up, she looked very pretty. But the nearest county town is not close by car. If Gu Xiaoning wants to buy more clothes in the future, he needs to find time to take her there. After thinking for a moment, Pei Xianye changed into slippers and walked in, casually taking off his clothes. He had a triangular body shape, with clear chest muscles, a tight waist and abdomen, and his breathing caused slight movement, showing a strong, attractive presence. Gu Xiaoning's cheeks turned red. Why was he taking off his clothes in the daytime? Pei Xianye sat beside her. As he got closer, Gu Xiaoning couldn't stop staring at his chest. She just wanted to eat her noodles peacefully. She reached out and poked him. Sit across from me. Sitting so close is a bit crowded. Pei Xianye looked at her with a low voice. My hands are a bit sore from moving bricks. Can you feed me some food? Sore hands? Gu Xiaoning's scalp tingled. Without thinking, she exposed him. Pei Xianye, your fist could kill a cow. You say your hands are sore from moving a few bricks? I don't believe it. And why are you taking off your clothes? I won't have physical contact with you now. Pei Xianye's chest rose and fell. I know. I'm covered in sweat. You probably dislike me touching you. I just felt happy when you fed me earlier and I want to feel happy again. Hearing his teasing tone, Gu Xiaoning clenched her chopsticks. What are you happy about? I'm just pretending to be close so people don't misunderstand our relationship. Hearing this, Pei Xianye reached out and pinched her waist. Gu Xiaoning shivered and immediately moved her chair aside. You're addicted to being a pervert, but Pei Xianye looked serious and focused, almost unable to hold back his emotions, whispering seductively, Yes, addicted. Gu Xiaoning lost her temper, her heart pounding from his words. Then give me some time to get used to it. We're not that familiar yet. As soon as he finished speaking, Pei Xianye raised his hand and gently pinched her chin. Before she could react, her lips pouted. She trembled all over, and Pei Xianye showed a mischievous smile. Not familiar? How many times did I kiss you last night? Are we still not close? Because he was holding her chin, Gu Xiaoning pushed him away with her hand. That was forced. Pei Xianye picked her up and sat her on his lap, his dark eyes locking onto her. You clearly enjoyed it afterward. If you didn't want to, you wouldn't have married me, right? There was a reason for that. She never thought that Pei Xianye would be so flirtatious. After they married, he wanted to be close and do all sorts of intimate things with her. They not only differed greatly in size but also in strength. He easily lifted her and sat her on his lap. Gu Xiaoning struggled constantly. Your pants are dirty. I'll wash them for you, make them clean. I want to hold you for a while so I'll have the energy to work later. How can I eat noodles while being held? I'll feed you. Pei Xianye's eyes sparkled with a cunning smile as he picked up chopsticks and fed Gu Xiaoning noodles. He also found himself quite strange. Once he saw her, he couldn't control himself. He couldn't help but want to get close and do something with her. She ate slowly, chewing carefully. Pei Xianye fed her bite after bite. Usually a fast eater, he didn't mind at all now. When Gu Xiaoning had eaten about 2/3 of the noodles, Pei Xianye looked at the remaining third in the bowl. Not hungry anymore? Full. Gu Xiaoning pushed him away. I'm full. If he kept feeding her like this, she would become soft and delicate. Pei Xianye looked at her deeply. Eating so little and still developing so well? Your body really knows where to grow. One sentence made Gu Xiaoning's cheeks flush red, and her heart beat faster. She slapped his face. Stop being a flirt, or your skin will get itchy. Pei Xianye chuckled softly. Only flirt with you. What's wrong with that? Gu Xiaoning pushed herself out of his arms and sat on a stool facing him. Her cheeks puffed up in anger, making Pei Xianye smile secretly. He looked at her remaining noodles and directly used her chopsticks, not caring that they had her saliva on them. He lowered his head and finished her noodles in a few bites. Not a drop of soup was left. He doesn't eat very politely. He swallows his food after just a few bites. Gu Xiaoning watches his strong and healthy appearance, her thoughts drifting away. She wonders what kind of mission could make him sacrifice himself so terribly. Her eyelashes flutter slightly as she looks at him. Although Pei Xianye often acts flirtatiously towards her, she believes he's actually a good person at heart. At least, he's willing to do things for her willingly. Gu Xiaoning isn't cold or unfeeling. She certainly doesn't want him to get into trouble. No matter what the mission is, he must come back alive. But how can she stop Pei Xianye from taking on a mission? The army's orders must be followed strictly, and she can't persuade him to skip it with a few words. After finishing his meal, Pei Xianye notices Gu Zhaoning still staring at him, and he feels happy. It shows she might have feelings for him too, right? He may be a bit dark-skinned, but he doesn't think he's unattractive. When Gu Zhaoning snaps back to reality, she sees Pei Xianye resting his chin on his hand, smiling at her. She feels a shiver down her spine and quickly straightens up. Oh, right. Gu Zhaoning remembers that Su Jingwei mentioned someone trying to take her job. Was it a clerical position in the cultural troupe? Do you know if there are any job openings in the team? For example, is the cultural troupe hiring? The cultural troupe? Those are jobs usually done by girls. Many of her comrades have crushes on members of the troupe. During celebrations like Army Day, National Day, or Spring Festival, you can see performances by the cultural troupe. Pei Xianye doesn't pay much attention to the troupe and has rejected 2 or 3 girls who pursued him. He straightforwardly answers, "I don't know." "What's wrong? Are you looking for a job?" He frowns slightly as he says this. Is she worried he can't support her? As a level 12 regiment commander, he earns 157 yuan a month. His income isn't low. Before Gu Zhaoning arrived, he didn't spend much money, and his family didn't need him to send money. Still, he regularly saves some and sends part of it with his brother to show respect to their parents. Over the years, he's saved quite a bit, several thousand yuan. If he gives her the money, her living conditions won't be bad. The army's canteen and service shop have low prices. Pork costs only about 70 cents per jean. He can buy meat and eggs for her, and she won't go hungry, with 3 meals a day. When the holiday arrives, she will go to the county town and catch up on the 3 big items for her. Anyway, Pei Xianye's idea is to give her everything he can, and for what he can't give, he will try harder to provide. Gu Zhaoning nods, knowing she has to work. Even if she didn't work, she wouldn't want Su Jingwei to take her job away, right? I want to do this job. Can you help me find out about the requirements? Pei Xianye's eyes darken. You must work. I've saved some money over the years, and I can give it to you to meet your daily needs. Gu Zhaoning waves her hand and softly says, without a job, I'd be bored to death. And when you go on missions in the future, I can't just stay at home all the time. It's good to find something to do. The cultural troops work looks good. If I can get it, I want to try. If not, I'll look for other options. Although she says this, she is determined to get this job. Pei Xianye narrows his eyes, seeing her firm attitude, and can't persuade her further. He's also thinking about whether she will feel uncomfortable staying alone at home when he's out on missions. Then give me a kiss, and I'll help you find out, okay? Pei Xianye lifts his face, pretending to wait for a kiss. I'll find out myself. Gu Zhaoning snaps angrily. Pei Xianye opens his eyes and stops trying to get his way. I'll ask tomorrow, okay? After a simple rest, Pei Xianye continues building the toilet. Gu Zhaoning would rather endure than go to the public toilet. When she was eating noodles just now, she didn't even drink a sip of soup. Pei Xianye puts on his dirty short-sleeved shirt and goes back outside to continue working on the toilet. Time passes second by second. From dawn to dusk, Pei Xianye never stops. Gu Zhaoning lights a lamp inside the house, but the light can't reach outside. She takes out a kerosene lamp and squats beside Pei Xianye. He is busy working when he smells a fragrant scent. He turns to look and sees Gu Zhaoning holding the kerosene lamp, helping him by shining light. Her face is sweaty, but seeing her cute expression at this moment, Pei Xianye feels everything is worth it. His tired feelings instantly disappear. Gu Zhaoning also feels apologetic. Can't we finish this work today? If we can't finish, then don't. It's not like we have to finish it in one day. Pei Xianye opens his mouth. If we don't finish early, what if you get sick from holding it in? I can still endure, Gu Zhaoning bravely said, not letting you endure it. The reason I took so long to fix the bathroom is because I improved it. Look at what's on this wall. Following Pei Xianye's finger, Gu Zhaoning's eyes lit up. A big water bucket? Yes, this water bucket can hold water for washing clothes or rinsing rice. After you use the toilet, pull the string and the water will flow down. I also added a deodorizer. The bricks are all sealed tightly, so the smell won't spread. Others won't have a chance to complain. On the roof, I placed a diesel barrel painted black. During the day, the sun heats it up. I connected a black rubber hose, and look at this old metal sheet with holes. Water can come out from there. Listening to Pei Xianye's explanation, Gu Zhaoning looked at his energetic face and suddenly felt warmth in her heart. Her nose also felt a little sore without reason. No wonder Pei Xianye was working so slowly, over 10 hours, all just to make things easier, simpler, and better for her. The water heated by the sun is just right for washing now. In winter, it won't be hot enough, so I'll heat some water for you. Pei Xianye also fixed the bathroom window higher, made a plastic curtain for privacy and insulation, to prevent Gu Zhaoning from freezing while bathing. Gu Zhaoning sniffed and asked, "You prepared all these things?" "It must have been quite troublesome." Pei Xianye smiled slightly. "It's not that hard. Things I can buy, I buy with money. If I can't find them, I trade with others. Plus, I'm reusing waste materials here. Conditions might be like this, not perfect." But Gu Zhaoning, Pei Xianye suddenly looked at her, his dark eyes locking onto hers. "Under the current conditions, I will give you the best I can." This sentence made Gu Zhaoning freeze all over, her eyes involuntarily moistening. Since her parents' accident and her decision to come here with the military, she had been holding back her emotions tightly. She had even thought that life here wouldn't be easy, or she might even be rejected for her engagement. After all, they were strangers. What love could there be? If she didn't like him, she couldn't imagine living like this. When she first saw Pei Xianye, wasn't she also startled by his appearance? At this moment, her emotions suddenly overflowed like a flood. Tears welled up in her eyes and slid down her cheeks. When they reached her lips, she tasted the wet, sweet sensation. Under the kerosene lamp, Pei Xianye clearly saw Gu Zhaoning's expression. When she started crying, he instinctively reached out to wipe her tears but hesitated, thinking about how dirty he was all over. He couldn't risk smudging her little face. Pei Xianye pursed his lips, looking a bit anxious. "Why are you crying? Do you think the conditions are too bad? Let's just make do for now. Later, I'll see if I can find a better way." The bathroom wasn't very big. If he used a large basin for washing, hygiene would be hard to maintain. So, Pei Xianye decided to use a shower method instead. He squatted down and leaned close to Gu Zhaoning without hesitation. Before she could react, he kissed away her tears. She looked at him absent-mindedly, instinctively clutching the kerosene lamp tighter. "It's pretty good, Pei Xianye," Gu Zhaoning sniffed. "Thanks." That "thank you" felt like a tickle in his heart, making him feel itchy. Pei Xianye let out a soft hiss, his voice still charming. "Didn't I tell you? I don't want thanks. Just wait until I finish what I'm doing later, and give me a good kiss tonight." Such a touching moment was spoiled by his words, breaking the mood. Gu Zhaoning was both angry and annoyed, but she couldn't help but laugh softly. "Why are your thoughts all about this? Are you very experienced?" "Experience? What experience?" He shot back immediately. Seeing her frown, he realized his words sounded rough. He pressed his lips together, then softly coaxed, "What experience? You're the only one who came to marry me. Who else would I have experience with? Once we're married, won't everything be normal? If we do these things, we might get caught and end up in trouble." Gu Zhaoning couldn't help but laugh quietly and warned him softly, "Speak a little quieter." She was worried someone might overhear. Pei Xianye stood up. "Don't stay here with me. The lamp is fine where it is. I'll finish up quickly. Later, you can try the bathroom. You might even get a shower tonight." Gu Zhaoning's heart fluttered. "You go first. I have to shower too." "How can I get into bed if I don't?" Pei Xianye, enjoying his advantage, smirked slightly. "Or, how about we shower together?" As soon as he finished speaking, footsteps and an untimely cough came from outside. Gu Zhaoning was startled by his words. Hearing the footsteps, she quickly looked up. With the oil lamp, she saw Pei Xianye's face clearly. Pei Xianye was standing outside the door. Pei Xianye turned to look and saw it was Pei Xianye. His expression was calm. "You're so busy today. It's been a while since you came back." Pei Xianye nodded. "Your project is quite big. It's almost 11 o'clock now, and it's not finished yet. Almost done, just the finishing touches. My wife is here holding the oil lamp for me, and I feel bad. I really don't want her to stay here with me. Hearing this, Pei Xianye's eyes twitched slightly, but his lips stayed in a calm, gentle smile. All right, brother, you should go back soon. Don't keep your wife waiting too long. Pei Xianye's tone was clear and urgent, worried that Su Jingwei might smell the smoke and come over again. Seeing how harmonious their interaction was, Pei Xianye lowered his eyes and said slowly, Zhaoning, Xianye has a rough personality. Please be more patient with him. If any conflicts happen, just ask me to help solve them. Pei Xianye let out a hey and stepped in front of Gu Zhaoning. His broad shoulders completely blocked her. Brother, don't worry. We'll definitely get along well. There won't be any conflicts. Pei Xianye looked serious. When you're on a mission, do you need me to take care of you more? On a mission? Pei Xianye frowned. That was indeed a problem. Just protect her and don't let anyone bully her. No need for excessive concern. After all, she's your sister-in-law. Pei Xianye emphasized the word, sister-in-law. Pei Xianye nodded faintly and then said goodbye, heading toward home. Night deepened. Most families had turned off their lights. Few people stayed awake at this hour. When he returned home, the lights were still on. He pushed open the door and entered. Su Jingwei had just finished her bath. Although she was used to bathing in the dark in her previous life, seeing Pei Xianye now, her eyes flickered, and she staggered slightly, letting out a surprised cry. Hearing this, Pei Xianye turned around and saw her pitiful eyes. She bit her lip, looking scared. He instinctively asked, Did you go to take a bath? Su Jingwei nodded softly and sweetly said, Brother Xianye, the road is very dark. When I was coming back, I felt like someone was following me, but luckily I remember the way home. I also brought you a bucket of water, so you can wash your face and soak your feet later. Then we can rest. Pei Xianye's eyes showed a hint of sadness. He was surprised that Su Jingwei would do so much for him. He stepped forward with a clear voice. Thank you. I came back late, so just rest when you're ready. No need to wait for me. When he took the warm water kettle from Su Jingwei, she suddenly seemed unsteady and staggered, falling into Pei Xianye's arms. Pei Xianye wanted to avoid her but was worried she might fall, so he stiffened and stood still. What's wrong? I might have washed for too long and feel a bit dizzy. It's okay, Brother Xianye. Just let me lean on you for a moment. Just then, next door, Jingwei Feng, wearing a coat and holding a kerosene lamp, pushed open the door. She wanted to use the bathroom, but didn't expect to see Su Jingwei and Pei Xianye leaning close together. Jingwei Feng covered her mouth to hide her smile. Brother Pei has come back. He married a new wife, and they can't help but hug when they see each other at the door. Anyway, I won't disturb you. I just need to use the bathroom. Su Jingwei was nestled in Pei Xianye's arms, not lifting her head, looking especially shy. Pei Xianye, however, looked serious. He wasn't used to joking around. After Jingwei Feng left, he pushed Su Jingwei away. Let's go inside. Once inside, Pei Xianye started pouring water to wash up. Su Jingwei took off her towel, revealing her thin pajamas. She wasn't wearing anything underneath, trying to catch Pei Xianye's attention. But throughout, Pei Xianye never looked up. He lowered his head, pouring water into the basin, carefully washing his hands. Su Jingwei stood in front of him, watching him wash slowly, not paying attention to her at all. She stood there for a few minutes, feeling more embarrassed. When Pei Xianye sat on a stool to wash his feet, Su Jingwei realized she was being ignored like air. She could only pick up the towel, walk over, and squat down to help him wipe his feet. As she squatted, her chest was fully in view, enough for Pei Xianye to see clearly. Pei Xianye's gaze casually glanced at her, then quickly moved away. He tightened his jaw and reached out to help her up by holding her arm. You don't need to do this. I don't need your care. Just take care of yourself. Su Jingwei clenched her lips suddenly. This kind of relationship made it hard to know what to say. He wasn't completely ignoring her, but he always kept a distant, indifferent attitude. If she moved closer, he would step back. Although they were both involved, they didn't act like a married couple. Su Jingwei couldn't help but speak hesitantly. Brother Xianye, I think since we're married, we should act like a normal couple and get along well. Pei Xianye was wiping his feet and didn't look up. I told you, things are too early to decide now. Jingwei, I'm a few years older than you. You're still young. You shouldn't give yourself to someone so soon. But Brother Qianian, I am already married to you. I hope we can become closer. Su Jingwei moved forward without caring, trying to hug Pei Xianye. But Pei Xianye seemed to sense her intention. He picked up a basin of water and headed outside, avoiding her. She almost stumbled. Her face changed instantly, and a clear look of anger and frustration appeared in her eyes. As a woman, she was so proactive but was ignored. If this got out, everyone in the neighborhood would laugh at her. In her past life, she was a widow. In this life, since Pei Xianye wouldn't die, did she have to live like she had no husband? Absolutely not. No matter what, she had to find a way to be with Pei Xianye soon. After Pei Xianye finished repairing the toilet, it took about half an hour. He cleared all the remaining cement materials from the yard. If left there to dry, it would be hard to clean the next day. Gu Xiaoning was pushed into the toilet by him to experience using it properly. The toilet was newly built and very clean. Gu Xiaoning felt very comfortable using it. Pei Xianye had also improved the toilet, no longer using a traditional dry toilet with a bucket. Seeing the water flush away the waste, she was surprised and raised her eyebrows. Pei Xianye was quite clever. When she left the toilet, Pei Xianye was just coming back, wiping sweat from his arm. He looked dirty, almost unrecognizable from his original clothes. Gu Xiaoning looked carefully, picked up a cloth, and stepped forward to help him wipe the sweat from his forehead. Good job. Pei Xianye felt very happy seeing her caring look. He leaned close to her ear and said something. Gu Xiaoning blushed and felt very shy because of him. She glared at him. I won't wash with you. Try if you want. No lights. Wash in the dark. Pei Xianye suggested to her. Gu Xiaoning took a deep breath. Don't be silly. I don't want to wash with you. The privacy is well protected. No one will see. Bathing with you, you won't wash properly. I don't want to. Pei Xianye clicked his tongue. It was a bit too early for this, so he decided to wait. Pei Xianye was already sweating a lot, and he still felt hot. After washing, the bathroom would be quite dirty again. You go ahead and wash first. I need to clean the bathroom after I finish. Gu Xiaoning couldn't argue with him, so she had to listen and go take a shower first. Tonight, she didn't need to wash her hair, so she washed quickly. She also left her soap and lotion in the bathroom and prepared a clean towel for Pei Xianye. Pei Xianye waited outside in the yard. When Gu Xiaoning finished and came out, her hair was completely down, draped over her shoulders. Her small face was delicate and bright. Pei Xianye swallowed hard. He had already taken off his shirt. Seeing this, he stepped forward and whispered in Gu Xiaoning's ear. Wait for me on the bed, honey. Gu Xiaoning blushed and bit her lip. She wondered why everything he said sounded so improper. She didn't dare look into his eyes and quickly ran back into the room. After Pei Xianye entered the bathroom, the air was filled with a lovely scent, all from Gu Xiaoning. He looked at the toiletries she left for him and smiled to himself. This girl's soap and lotion would make him smell nice after washing. That was fine. After washing, he would smell good and go to bed. Gu Xiaoning wouldn't mind, and might even let him stay. Thinking about what might happen later, Pei Xianye's whole body started to feel excited and a bit out of control. He bent down and stepped into the bathroom. The water was not too hot, just right for him. He had heated the water very hot for Gu Xiaoning, and when she said it was perfect, he doubted himself. Such hot water might burn his skin. But since Gu Xiaoning said it was perfect, he didn't dare add cold water, worried he might catch a cold. Pei Xianye washed for more than 10 minutes, thoroughly cleaning himself. His hair was cut very short, so a quick wipe was enough. After drying off, he put on shorts, closed the bathroom door, and went back to his room. Night had fallen deeply. When Pei Xianye returned to his room, Gu Xiaoning had already turned off the light. It was very dark, almost as if hiding something. Pei Xianye smiled slightly and confidently turned the light back on. But he didn't see Gu Xiaoning's figure. Looking carefully, he saw she had covered herself with the blanket. He walked over casually, pulled the blanket down, revealing Gu Xiaoning's flushed face. Why are you hiding? What if you suffocate yourself? He asked. He bent down to look at her, water droplets on his body slowly dripping down his chest. Gu Xiaoning pretended to be serious. "It's late. Let's rest now." Before she finished speaking, Pei Xianye had already taken off his pants and slipped into the bed. He pulled her up from the bed and wrapped her in his arms. In the next moment, passionate kisses fell on Gu Xiaoning's lips. He held her waist tightly, not allowing her to escape, increasing his grip as he pressed closer. Gu Xiaoning couldn't say a full word, not even breathe properly, as he easily took her breath away.
Pei. She tried to speak.
Why was he in such a rush? But Pei Xianye couldn't hold back. After a long day, he only wanted this moment of satisfaction. The warm, yellow light shone on Pei Xinye's body, reflecting his strong figure on the wall. Gu Xiaoning's thin pajamas couldn't withstand Pei Xianye reaching out and pulling at them. "Stop," but Pei Xianye didn't listen. He skillfully explored his territory. Their breathing intertwined, lips pressed tightly together.
It was almost suffocating.
The bed was filled with warm breath. Gu Xiaoning only felt that after her shower, her back was covered in sticky sweat again. Pei Xianye showed no restraint. He didn't wear clothes himself, but he also took off her dress. Last night, he only tested by unbuttoning her shirt, but today, he completely lifted her nightgown. He held her waist, not letting her resist or escape. Gu Xiaoning had to endure his fresh, strong scent. She looked up, and soon her neck started to ache. Just a kiss, and he already created a storm. This was only the second day they were together, so in the future, he might become even more bold and reckless. Pei Xianye hadn't turned off the lights yet. All her expressions were visible to him. Delicate, resentful, with red eyes, she playfully scratched him, making Pei Xianye feel itchy inside. "Why did you kiss so roughly? You bit my lips, it hurts." Pei Xianye moved casually, but didn't dare to continue. Instead, he leaned down and hugged her tightly, holding her close to him. "Sorry, wife." Gu Xiaoning was angry and reached out to hit him, but he immediately kissed her again, blocking her lips. Gu Xiaoning let out a soft sob, trembling all over. Their skin touched under the light, making their skin color difference more obvious. Pei Xianye tried to move gently, afraid of hurting her. "Pei Xianye, you've been working in the bathroom all day, and you're still so energetic." Gu Xiaoning bit his shoulder, still feeling frustrated. Pei Xianye looked lazily at her, his hand moving freely. "After a busy day, I just want to relax now. Of course I have energy. If you don't like it, I can go easier." Gu Xiaoning tried to pull away from him, wanting to escape, and grabbed the blanket to cover herself. When her smooth back came into view, Pei Xinye's eyes darkened. His throat moved slightly, and he gently kissed her back. As he did, Gu Xiaoning stiffened, her back trembling uncontrollably. Pei Xianye silently kissed her. "If you're tired, I can do it myself." Gu Xiaoning lay on the bed, biting her lip lightly. All the tenderness from just moments ago was completely replaced by his mischievous, wild attitude. Some people stayed up late being tossed around, while others lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. By early morning, Pei Xianye had to get up early for training. When he woke, Gu Xiaoning was sleeping soundly, her hair spread over her shoulders. The blanket only covered her shoulders, revealing her bright, white skin. Pei Xianye couldn't help but lower his head and kiss her lips hard again before forcing himself to get up. It was still early, only 5 o'clock, just dawn. He changed into his training clothes, planning to bring her food after training. It was too early now, and there was nothing at home that needed her to get up early. When leaving the house, I happened to meet Sister Ye's husband from next door returning home. Our eyes met, and the man nodded to Pei Xianye, saying, "Team Pei, my wife told me that we will be neighbors from now on. Brother Wu, you usually don't have many chances to stand guard. If Sister Yi needs any help, just let her ask. Don't be shy. Team Pei, when you're on a mission, you often can't come back for 10 or 15 days. My wife says your wife is easy to get along with. In the future, they should look out for each other. Yes, that will be helpful for Sister Yi." Sister Yi smiled happily nearby, saying, "Don't worry, Team Pei. I think Xiaoning is very generous, easy to talk to, and easy to get along with." She usually doesn't mix with other military wives. Yesterday, others thought Guo was delicate and let her husband do everything. If Team Pei wants to do the same, isn't that a good thing? Why should household chores only be done by women? When Guo asked her to exchange rice and flour, not only did she give her the right amount of money, but she also saw how capable she was with her hands, so she gave her a bottle of snow cream. She didn't even say many nice words, making Sister Yi feel embarrassed to accept or to return it immediately. Sister Yi isn't someone who takes advantage of others. Today, she plans to make some meat dumplings and give 2 plates to Team Pei's family. Pei Xianye was about to leave. Just as he stepped out, he saw Sister Ye's son running back with a tissue in hand. The boy accidentally bumped into Pei Xianye. Pei remained steady, but the boy stepped back 2 steps. Pei reached out to steady him. Are you okay? Rong, don't walk so recklessly. Apologized to Team Pei. Team Pei, I'm sorry. The boy was growing up with a fair and tender face, unlike Brother Wu, who was weathered and dark from sun and wind. Pei Xianye rubbed Wu Rong's head. It's nothing. Did I hurt you? Seeing this, Wu Rong didn't hold back. He touched his forehead and smiled softly. Team Pei, your muscles are really well trained. It felt like hitting a wall. My forehead does hurt a little. You're a good kid. Speak nicely. Wu Zhenghai, who is serious and stern, was also traditional and strict in raising children. Pei Xianye smiled slightly. Uncle Wu, it's okay. Don't be mad at the kid. I need to go train now. Take care, Team Pei, Sister Yi called out to his back. When Wu Rong came in, his eyes kept glancing at the new toilet in Team Pei's house. Wu Zhenghai stepped forward and said, It's been a while since I saw your dad. When you meet him, you don't even call him dad. Dad, you're back. Little rascal, I don't even know you care. If you had a daughter, she would definitely be my little warm coat. Sister Yi patted his shoulder and said, You with a son and you mention a daughter. If you hadn't insisted on going to the border as a sentinel back then, I could have had another child for you. Dad, how long will you stay at home this time? What's wrong? Can't bear to see me leave. Not exactly. Wu Zhenghai's face darkened, and Wu Rong nudged his mouth, pointing toward the toilet at Pei's house. Dad, could you also fix a toilet for us? The public toilet is too far, and we have to wait in long lines every day at this time. When I get into high school, my studies will be busy. It's not good to waste so much time waiting in line. Wu Zhenghai patted his head and said, How many points do you think you'll get? You want me to build a toilet for you? You barely pass math. I'm bad at some subjects, especially math. But I do well in others. If I study hard, I can definitely get into a good university. Mom, isn't that right? Sister Yi kept smiling, but Wu Zhenghai looked serious and said, You keep smiling, and you spoil this kid so much he's out of control. Hearing this, Sister Yi stopped smiling and teased him. Then you come and teach him. How many times a year are you home? Pei's team finished building that toilet yesterday. The kid likes it, so why don't you build one too? Wu Zhenghai was speechless. Just because Pei's team built a toilet in a day didn't mean he could do it too. Wait until your math score exceeds 80%, then you can ask me to build a toilet. You can also just run over to use the toilet. It's good exercise. Wu Rong pouted and pouted in frustration. When I grow up, I want to learn from Pei's team and build a toilet for my mom too. Sister Yi hugged her son's shoulder and turned into the house, saying, My son is the best. Gu Zhaoning was sleeping soundly inside and didn't hear the noise outside. She wasn't very good at adapting to new environments. On her first day here, Gu Zhaoning didn't sleep well at the guest house. She was used to her bed, unfamiliar surroundings, and homesick. Thinking about having to travel so far across the desert and the frontier military area to get married, Gu Zhaoning couldn't sleep well. But since sleeping with Pei Xianye for the past 2 nights, Gu Zhaoning has been sleeping peacefully and isn't easily awakened by noise outside. Around 7 o'clock, Pei Xianye also left the house. Su Jingwei lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. When she heard the door close and he leave, her face uncontrollably twisted and changed. Did Pei Xianye just leave like that? They didn't do anything all night, and in the morning, he didn't even come in to see her. Su Jingwei is a proud person. In her previous life, when she married Pei Xianye, her family's military wives mocked their marriage. saying they didn't even have a proper wedding night. This life, she chose Pei Xianye, and she can't let others mock her again. After getting up, Jingwei poured hot water into a basin to wash her face. After finishing her grooming, she looked at herself in the mirror on the wardrobe. Today she wore a good quality shirt and light-colored pants. She turned around in front of the mirror, but her gaze finally settled on her empty neck. If she wanted to shut these people up, she could only create some marks herself. Jingwei gritted her teeth silently, raising her hand to pinch a deep mark on her neck, making her furrow her brows in pain. When she released her hand, a faint red mark appeared on her neck. Jingwei leaned in to look carefully, afraid of being recognized. After making sure she wouldn't be exposed, she turned and left the house. Ding Baifeng was early in the yard, pickling beans. When Jingwei pushed open the door, an unbearable stench immediately hit her nose. Hearing the noise, Ding Baifeng looked over curiously. Jingwei couldn't show disgust in front of her, so she only acted composed. "Commissar's wife, are you up?" Jingwei stepped forward casually, deliberately revealing the red mark on her neck. "Madam Ding, you're pickling beans so early. Why not? In our family's yard, there's no lazy woman." As she approached, Ding Baifeng couldn't help but notice her neck. She exclaimed, "Tieska, look at that. Madam, what's on your neck?" Where there's gossip, people gather. Within moments, 2 or 3 military wives had gathered at the door, all looking at Jingwei's neck together. Jingwei pretended to be shy, flipping her hair to hide her face. "It's nothing." Ding Baifeng looked very lively. "Young girls are different. When they just get married, they feel shy talking about this stuff. Unlike us, we've been married for a long time. Sometimes I want my husband to help with chores, but he's too tired." "Wang Ju, don't you think so?" the military wife mentioned, also crossed her waist. "Yes, I haven't done that in a long time. The kids are grown now, and we sleep behind a curtain. I don't dare to do anything, but Commissar Pei seems so polite and well-mannered. I bet he's also bold and open in private." The military wives looked at Pei Xianye's face and giggled happily. Jingwei lowered her eyes, blushing. "It's not that serious. It was just our wedding night." Ding Baifeng raised her voice. "I can confirm that. Last night, I went to the bathroom, and Commissar Pei couldn't hold back. He hugged me in the yard. Marrying a young, pretty wife must make him anxious. If it were me, I'd be just as eager." Everyone burst out laughing. "Commissar's wife, why are you up so early?" "I'm going to see my sister. We had a little argument yesterday, so I want to comfort her." Hearing this, Ding Baifeng frowned. Her eyebrows, like 2 caterpillars, furrowed deeply. "Comfort her? Commissar's wife, you're too gentle. Someone could easily take advantage of you. I think Commander Pei's wife isn't very steady. Look at what she's wearing, showing her legs. Does that look like a military wife? She just came and caused trouble for Commander Pei, saying she's delicate and can't use the public toilet. Honestly, she just doesn't want us to see her waist and pee. Everyone does that. Her doing it doesn't smell any better. I think Commander Pei didn't marry a wife. He married a goddess." Jingwei was pleased to hear Ding Baifeng's words. With her around, she wasn't worried that the other military wives would exclude Gu Zhaoning. As the wife of the battalion commander, Ding Baifeng always led by example among the wives. Whatever she did, others responded enthusiastically. Wang Ju strongly agreed. "Exactly. I think Gu Zhaoning isn't someone we can trust. If we organize some farm work or craft things to sell together, she probably won't join in." Jingwei spoke at the right moment, saying, "My sister has been spoiled by our family since she was young. When my parents had an accident, they specifically asked me to take good care of her. I will try to help her understand that earning money is not easy. Asking others for help is not as satisfying as earning it herself. The wife of the political commissar, your heart is so kind. I'm just worried that if you have such a kind heart, others might not appreciate it." Jingwei smiled gently and said, "No matter what, she is my sister. In her eyes, we have no blood relation, but in my heart, she is my real sister." After saying this, Jingwei turned and walked out the door toward Gu Zhaoning's house. The military wives behind her looked at her back and nodded, saying, "This wife of the political commissar is good. If Deputy Commander Pei gets promoted in the future, she could be part of the upper class. She has a big heart." Ding Baifeng secretly felt happy. Living next to the political commissar's wife, if they get along well, her family might also benefit. When Su Jingwei arrived at Gu Xiaoning's house, Gu Xiaoning had already woken up. She was not wearing any clothes, and some parts of her body still felt sore and aching. Frowning, Gu Xiaoning looked down and saw a mark here, a red scar there. She supported her waist and got out of bed, walking naked to the wardrobe to choose clothes. While fastening her underwear, the fabric rubbed slightly painfully, and Gu Xiaoning cursed the scoundrel Pei Xianye in her mind. He shouldn't bite anywhere else, but he preferred this spot. And he didn't leave her alone either. Today, Gu Xiaoning dared not wear tight clothes, so she chose a loose shirt with long pants and brown high-heeled shoes. After tying her hair into a side braid in front of the mirror, she stood up and prepared to go out to the bathroom. As she pushed the door open, she just saw Su Jingwei walking in. Su Jingwei's face was slightly red as she stepped forward. "Xiaoning, you're awake. I wanted to come see you earlier, but I didn't expect to wake up late. Last night, Qinian stayed up too late and Before she finished, Gu Xiaoning softly interrupted, "Su Jingwei, it's not good to bring up your private matters with Commissioner Pei in front of me. Or are you trying to seek attention here?" Su Jingwei's expression froze for a moment, pretending to be helpless. "Xiaoning, we're sisters. I just want to share something with you. After marriage, everyone changes from a girl to a woman. I see you and Xinya arguing a lot, and I worry you two are not getting along. So, I wanted to give you some advice." After hearing this, Gu Xiaoning just wanted to say one thing. "Su Jingwei, you are really naive." She smiled slightly. "Su Jingwei, you don't need to worry about my affairs. I can't be like you, showing off a tiny mark on my neck just to boast." Su Jingwei's lips twitched. "Xiaoning, you don't need to envy me. I just want to tell you that you should be a bit more gentle. Xianya won't ignore you if you do." She secretly hoped Pei Xianye wouldn't touch her either. Is that called touching? It's more like invading a city, like bandits storming a village. They didn't even reach the final step. The next day, Gu Xiaoning woke up feeling sore and weak. If he really succeeded, wouldn't she be unable to get out of bed the next day? Gu Xiaoning slightly curled her lips. "Su Jingwei, this isn't something you get by just softening up. I married Pei Xianye and I don't need to beg him to touch me. I also hope that your relationship with Commissioner Pei wasn't something you begged for." This sentence hit Su Jingwei's sore spot. She was caught off guard and trembling with anger. She looked at Gu Xiaoning with a sinister feeling in her heart. "Gu Xiaoning, your days of pride won't last long. When Pei Xianye dies, you'll be a widow. This bathroom is really well built. Once Gu Xiaoning is gone, she and Pei Xianye can move in." Gu Xiaoning narrowed her eyes. Not only does she want her job, but she also wants her bathroom? She straightened up and pushed Su Jingwei out. Before Su Jingwei could react, she slammed the door shut. "Xiaoning, what are you doing?" Gu Xiaoning looked at her with a cold gaze. "I'm worried you'll be obsessed with my bathroom. Tomorrow, I'll have Pei Xianye install a lock on it. Even if I don't live here anymore, you won't be able to get in." "No." How did Gu Xiaoning guess that she was thinking about the bathroom? Su Jingwei's lips twitched with anger, wishing Gu Xiaoning would disappear from her sight immediately. After Gu Xiaoning locked the door, she walked toward the bathroom right in front of Su Jingwei. Su Jingwei didn't want to leave. She stood at the door, eager to see the inside of the bathroom clearly. When Gu Xiaoning opened the door, Su Jingwei peeked inside. Seeing the bathroom's condition, Su Jingwei's face twisted with jealousy. "No, why is this bathroom so nice? Did Pei Xianye finish building it in just one day?" Suddenly, Gu Xiaoning shut the bathroom door with a bang, blocking Su Jingwei's view. She could only stomp her feet in frustration and turn to leave. Since morning, she hadn't gone to the bathroom. She had been thinking about trying out Gu Xiaoning's bathroom, as public restrooms are always so dirty. Every time she used one, she had to prepare herself mentally for a long wait. But she didn't expect Gu Xiaoning wouldn't even give her a chance to go in. It's just a bathroom. She has 1,000 yuan. She can just find someone to build a better one later. Meanwhile, Pei Xianye and his team were finishing their training. They had been running since early morning, sweating heavily, with sweat blurring their vision. But they were all striking poses, trying to look good because every morning at this time, female colleagues pass by their training ground. Who wouldn't want to show off their figure? Pei Xianye was also hot, his shirt soaked with sweat. He casually wiped his forehead and said, "Now let's go eat. Be ready by 8 o'clock. We're going for outdoor training today." Yes, Captain Pei Xianye was also thinking about work with the arts troupe. Everything Gu Zhaoning mentioned, he would do as soon as possible. He didn't want Gu Zhaoning to ask about it later and have no answer. The soldiers watched Captain Pei walk away, and only after he was out of sight did they dare to chat freely. Captain Pei is different now that he's married. Before, everyone was shirtless, and those girls would pass by on purpose just to look at Captain Pei. Now that he's married, he doesn't show his muscles anymore and fewer people come today. Another person gossiped and said, maybe Captain Pei is afraid to go shirtless because he's worried we'll see something. There's also the possibility that the wife is very strict. Commander Pei's wife is quite young, maybe several years younger than him. Young wives can be quite lively. My cousin married a man named Da Huang. Yesterday, she sent me some pickles and said that the girl is very lively with Commander Pei. Commander Pei is busy buying materials and moving bricks. He refuses to use the public toilet and insists on building one in the yard. Is that true? Is Commander Pei someone who cares for his wife? If she acts like that, can he really stay with her? What can he do? Their marriage was arranged by their parents, so he can't refuse. But I think if she acts too badly, Commander Pei won't tolerate it. Their marriage probably won't last long. My cousin also said that the girl doesn't get along well with others and ignores everyone. The soldiers are all loyal followers of Pei Xianye. After hearing this, they all worry about Commander Pei. If Commander Pei ever gets upset from being stressed, they should take him out for a good drink and try to cheer him up. Pei Xianye didn't realize that his friends were maliciously guessing about him. After wiping the sweat off his face with a handkerchief, he confidently strode out, walking briskly to the cultural troupe. As soon as Pei Xianye appeared, the girls in the troupe couldn't stay calm. Someone ran into the office and said, "Meow meow, come out quickly. Commander Pei is here." Ma Meow Meow was busy organizing her documents. When she heard this, her eyes lit up. In the past, she would have happily run out to greet Pei Xianye. But now, her bright eyes quickly dimmed. She already knew about Pei Xianye's marriage. She always thought Pei Xianye wouldn't marry easily. He has high standards and usually doesn't get close to any female colleagues. Ma Meow Meow is known as the most beautiful girl in the troupe. She's pretty, elegant, and skilled in dancing and singing. Plus, she's the niece of the commanding officer. If she could be with Pei Xianye, it would be a perfect match. But over the years, she has had feelings for him, yet he never gave her a chance to get close. Many times, she just silently watched Pei Xianye, or they only sat together during official events arranged by the leader. Ma Meow Meow stood still in place, while her colleagues nearby quickly became anxious. They hurried forward, grabbing her arm. "Meow Meow, why are you just standing there? Captain Pei is probably here to see you. He doesn't know us well, only you." Fang Qiuxin saw that Ma Meow Meow didn't move and spoke honestly. Captain Pei is now married. It's probably better if Meow Meow doesn't go. It might make him think she can't let go of the past, but after she said that, Ma Meow Meow felt a strange sense of frustration inside her. She no longer hesitated and turned around to walk outside. "Come on, Meow Meow. Keep going," one colleague cheered, raising her hands and encouraging her. Fang Qiuxin watched this and shook her head in confusion. The colleague looked over and snorted coldly. Captain Pei is married, but he didn't marry the girl he loves.
He was forced into it by his family.
I think he might like Meow Meow more than his current wife. Fang Qiuxin, don't you want to see Meow Meow happy? What? Is this big accusation just being thrown out like that? Fang Qiuxin's eyes twitched. She looked at this little troublemaker and said, "If you can't listen, don't bother." She picked up her documents and headed outside. Zhaoing watched her back with anger burning inside. "Fang Qiuxin, what are you saying? Say it louder if you dare." Looks like I was right. You just can't stand to see Miao Miao do well. Zhaoing, stop talking. It's almost Army Day, and we haven't finished preparing the program. Our team is short a guide. Qiuxin is exhausted. Let's not argue with her. But that's her concern, not mine. If something goes wrong during the Army Day performance, the leader will definitely blame her. Zhaoing patted her chest and turned to look out the window. When she saw Ma Miao Miao already standing in front of Pei Xianye, blocking his way, her face lit up with a smile again. Look at how well Miao Miao and Captain Pei match. That girl who came to find him to get married, she definitely isn't as pretty as Miao Miao. Meanwhile, Ma Miao Miao had already reached Pei Xianye and blocked his path. She crossed her arms behind her back and looked up slightly. Captain Pei, why are you free to come here? Pei Xianye paused, looked down at her, and his expression was indifferent, with no extra emotion. I'm here to find our leader. Captain, she's not here today. Commander Pei, just tell me what you need. It's too hot outside. Let's go inside to talk. Ma Miao Miao's soft voice sounded in Pei Xianye's ear, and he frowned slightly. He took a step back, knowing that the person in front of him was the niece of the commanding officer. He cleared his throat and said, Comrade Ma, I am married now. I don't know if the commander has told you. This one sentence made Ma Miao Miao's face turn pale, and her fingertips clenched tighter. I know the commander once tried to match us, but I think I haven't given you any reason to misunderstand my feelings for you. Now that I am married, we should keep our distance. I don't know many women in the army, and I don't want my wife to misunderstand anything. Despite the hot weather, Ma Miao Miao felt like a bucket of cold water was poured over her. Her face slightly changed, and she couldn't even smile. After saying this, Pei Xianye bypassed Ma Miao Miao and headed toward the cultural troop. Since the captain was not there, he wanted to ask the direct subordinates of the captain. He couldn't get any information from Ma Miao Miao. She was just a dancer and a member of the vocal band. After Pei Xianye walked away, Ma Miao Miao's face remained grim, and she didn't dare to think about what Pei Xianye had just said. Why was he unwilling to settle down before, but now he could? Could it be that he fell in love at first sight with the woman who came to marry him? That might happen with other men, but it was impossible with Pei Xianye. If he had chosen a partner based on appearance and temperament, Ma Miao Miao wouldn't have missed her chance all these years. She couldn't understand. She just couldn't understand. What kind of woman did Pei Xianye marry? Meanwhile, after entering the cultural troupe, Pei Xianye saw Fang Qiuxin. He recognized her as the most capable assistant of the captain. Comrade Fang. Pei Xianye called out, and she turned around in confusion. He stood in the corridor, tall and imposing like a wall. Fang Qiuxin hesitated for a moment, not seeing Ma Miao Miao's figure. She stepped forward and asked, Captain Pei, is there something you need? Pei Xianye remained calm and simply asked, Comrade Fang, is Captain Yi not here today? She went to the county with the troop's vehicle and hasn't returned yet. If you need anything, just tell me, and I'll pass it on to Captain Yi. Upon hearing this, Pei Xianye's eyes flickered slightly. It's nothing urgent. I just wanted to ask if you are currently short of staff here. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Qiuxin was surprised but nodded without hesitation. Yes, there is one person responsible for directing performances who is about to give birth and can't lead the upcoming Army Day show. We haven't found a suitable replacement yet. Commander Pei, do you have any recommendations? Pei Xianye nodded. Are there any specific requirements? High standards for vocals and dance, good sense of rhythm, and strong overall coordination skills to ensure the performance runs smoothly. Also, this is a temporary position. Once our colleague has her baby, she will return to her job. Temporary worker. Pei Xianye frowned, worried that Gu Zhaoning really wanted to work, and after some fuss, she might not last long before being dismissed.
Could she handle it? All right.
Do you have a list of applicants, or will you wait for Captain Yi to come before conducting interviews? Yes, I have it here, Commander Pei. I'll give it to you. It also includes the audition pieces and dance routines, but they are all random. The live interview won't determine which one to test. Fang Qiuxin turned and went into Captain Ye's office to retrieve a list. She handed it to Pei Xianye, who glanced at it. Are the interviews today or tomorrow? Tomorrow, I think. The decision is in Captain Ye's hands. Okay, thanks. Take care, Commander Pei, Fang Qiuxin said cheerfully. If Commander Pei could really find someone to fill in, it would solve a big problem. After Pei Xianye left, Zhaoying also came out of the office, her eyes wary as she looked at Fang Qiuxin. What did Commander Pei just say to you? Fang Qiuxin looked up. Why do you want to know? Fang Qiuxin, I don't remember you being so close to Commander Pei before. Have you been secretly talking to him behind Miao Miao's back? The colleague next to her couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Zhao Ying's face instantly turned ugly as she glared fiercely. The colleague quickly covered her mouth and coughed softly, trying to hide her amusement. Zhao Ying was furious. Fang Qiuxin, why are you insulting me? Director Pei came to our art troupe, not to find Miao Miao, but to see you. Do you dare say you haven't contacted Director Pei privately? Fang Qiuxin clicked her tongue and squinted, looking at Zhao Ying as if she were looking at a silly pig. Zhao Ying, do you know that Director Pei is married? If I remember correctly, his wife isn't Miao Miao. This one sentence shut Zhao Ying up completely. She was so angry, she felt chest tightness. Fang Qiuxin was too tired to argue with Zhao Ying. She spent her days just flattering others and doing no real work. She turned and went into Director Ye's office to continue organizing documents. Zhao Ying stayed where she was, looking very upset. Miao Miao couldn't stand it anymore. She called out to Zhao Ying. Zhao Ying, hearing this, Zhao Ying quickly turned around and saw Miao Miao's gaze. She hurriedly adjusted her expression and stepped closer to Miao Miao. Miao Miao, Fang Qiuxin is so annoying. She acts all high and mighty just because she's Director Ye's assistant. Miao Miao bit her lip and defended herself. Zhao Ying, I don't need you to speak for me. I never said I had any relationship with Director Pei. Your words just now are making things even more difficult for me. Zhao Ying immediately got anxious and tried to explain herself. No, Miao Miao, you misunderstood me. I honestly think you and Director Pei are a good match. Other women aren't suitable for him. You two are a perfect pair. But that's none of your business. From now on, who I marry or be with is none of your concern, Miao Miao said, not wanting to listen to Zhao Ying. After saying this, she turned and brushed past Zhao Ying's shoulder to leave. Zhao Ying stood there, feeling humiliated inside and out. She opened her mouth but couldn't say anything. She stomped her foot in anger. After leaving the art troupe, Pei Xianye headed straight to the cafeteria to get food. The cafeteria was full of people eating quietly. When Pei Xianye entered, Xiaobing waved at him. Captain Pei, we've saved a seat for you. Come quickly. Pei Xianye looked over and spoke calmly. Eat your food. Be ready to gather at 8 o'clock. Captain Pei, are you not eating? Pei Xianye walked to the food station, packed 2 meals, and then turned to leave. This scene was clearly seen by the soldiers. Now Commander Pei is taking care of others. This morning, he had to bring food to that girl. All the military wives living in the family compound are capable women. There are posters on the walls saying women are half the sky. Who would expect a husband to go back and deliver food after morning training? Stop talking so much. Maybe Commander Pei is willing to do it. One soldier loudly said, willing? Unless that girl looks like a fairy, Commander Pei would not fall in love at first sight. He usually finds women troublesome. Despite the soldier's words about women being troublesome, Commander Pei, carrying the food, walked calmly toward the family compound. His face showed no sign of reluctance. When Pei Xianye returned to the family compound, the military wives looked at him and greeted, Commander Pei is back. He nodded casually in response. Commander Pei is bringing food home for his wife. Pei Xianye didn't want to talk much with the wives. He didn't understand why bringing food to his wife was seen as laziness or neglect. He continued to respond politely and quickened his pace, heading home swiftly. What Pei Xianye didn't know was that his reluctance to respond more was quickly gossip among the wives. Look at Commander Pei's face, so unhappy. After morning training, he has to bring food back for Gu Zhaoning. I think this marriage won't last long. There will be chaos soon. I think that girl is not easy to deal with. She gets special treatment in the family compound. It's already past 7, but I haven't seen her come out to say hello. Compared to the political commissar's wife, she's easier to get along with. She greets everyone with a smile. She has a good face. When Pei Xianye pushed open the door, Gu Zhaoning was in the kitchen preparing some noodles for a quick meal. Hearing the noise, Gu Zhaoning peeked out from the kitchen. When she saw Pei Xianye return, she was surprised. Pei Xianye, why are you back? Pei Xianye was also stunned. Why did you wake up so early? Their eyes met. Gu Zhaoning pursed her lips. I didn't sleep in. It was time to get up, so I did. Then what are you doing now? Get ready to make hand-pulled noodles. Gu Zhaoning thought Pei Xianye was acting strangely. Just as she was about to go back to the kitchen, Pei Xianye had already placed his lunchbox on the table and was walking quickly toward the kitchen. Gu Zhaoning was wearing an apron, her hands covered in flour. Seeing her delicate, fair hands, Pei Xinye's eyes darkened. He took her hand and led her outside. Hey, Pei Xianye, I haven't started rolling the noodles yet. At home, her mother always cooked for her. Now that her mother was not around, she wanted to learn to cook herself, hoping she could make the same taste as her mother's. But Pei Xianye said nothing. He pulled her to the sink, lifted the kettle, and poured in hot water. He tested the temperature with his hand to make sure it wouldn't burn her, then gently placed her hand in the water, helping her wash carefully. Gu Zhaoning looked at Pei Xianye's face up close, and suddenly her breath caught. Don't worry about what others think. I don't expect you to be a good cook. I packed breakfast for you, hot and ready. Wash your hands and eat. After saying this, there was a few seconds of silence. Gu Zhaoning's heart felt strangely itchy, but she quickly calmed herself. She told herself she couldn't let her feelings cloud her judgment. When did she start thinking that Pei Xianye, with his dark skin, actually looked quite good? After washing her hands, Pei Xianye sat her at the table and opened her lunchbox. I bought you 2 eggs and some millet porridge. I didn't get anything greasy, worried it might be too much. Take a look and see if this breakfast suits you. If not, just tell me what you like, and I'll buy it for you next time. Gu Zhaoning looked at him, and soon they were staring at each other in silence. Pei Xianye was the first to smile and say, Why are you looking at me like that? Pei Xianye, you're acting a bit strange. Strange how? Pei Xianye found it funny. Why are you being so nice to me all of a sudden? Hearing this, Pei Xianye didn't get angry but smiled instead. He leaned down and kissed Gu Zhaoning's lips, his voice rising at the end. What do you think? Gu Zhaoning's lips stiffened. She blinked, wondering if Pei Xianye had already been affected by his feelings. When they met, he had complained about her being delicate and picky. Now, he seemed to tolerate her cleanliness obsession. Her face warmed slightly, and she awkwardly turned her head away. I don't know. Maybe you've just had a change of heart. Pei Xianye spoke slowly, with a rising tone at the end. What do you mean, Gu Zhaoning? Do you think I didn't have a conscience before? Not really. It's just that when we first met, I felt we weren't a good match. If we got married, it would be chaos. What's not suitable? You haven't even tried, so how do you know? Pei Xianye quietly moved closer, blowing warm air into her ear. At first, Gu Zhaoning didn't react, but when she saw the mischievous look in Pei Xianye's eyes, her face suddenly flushed red, and her neck also turned pink. Pei Xianye, can you stop thinking about this all the time? Faced with Gu Zhaoning's accusations, Pei Xianye didn't seem bothered. He just smiled slightly. Think about what? I haven't experienced this myself, so I don't know what it's like. Maybe you should let me try. After I try, I'll know if I get addicted. Gu Zhaoning ignored him. Stop it. I won't fall into your trap. Pei Xianye grinned mischievously. Since they were both on the same page, sooner or later it would be his. Later, during their meal, Pei Xianye brought up work. I checked with the cultural troupe for you. They are indeed hiring right now. They said it's for chorus and performance conductors, but it's temporary work. The person who is supposed to return to work after maternity leave is waiting to have her baby. Once she's done, and she's recovered, she'll come back. Gu Zhaoning's eyes lit up. Temporary work is fine. If I do well, maybe they'll assign me to another position. Do they have any specific requirements? There will be an interview, testing singing and dancing skills. Here's the application list. Take a look. Pei Xianye took it out of his pocket and handed it to Gu Zhaoning. She took it and looked at the list of songs and dances. She didn't show any signs of hesitation or reluctance. When is the interview? Pei Xianye was surprised. Do you know all the dances and songs listed here? Gu Xiaoning nodded. Yes, I learned them since I was young.
Why?
Don't you believe me? Pei Xianye didn't reply, but he was quite interested in seeing her perform. Just as Pei Xianye was thinking about how to persuade Gu Xiaoning to dance for him, she volunteered herself. If you don't believe me, I can just dance for you. This statement hit exactly what Pei Xianye was thinking. He deliberately smiled. Then, dance for me? Gu Xiaoning stood up and walked in front of Pei Xianye. She had a slim figure, long legs, and long arms. Her dance moves looked very graceful. Do you want to see me dance something? Pei Xianye took the registration form, looked at it carefully, and asked, I haven't seen Under the Grape Arbor before. Can you dance it? Gu Xiaoning nodded. Yes, I can. Watch me. This is a traditional dance from an ethnic minority. Its main features include movements like neck moving, wrapping the wrist, and spinning. The music is lively, and the dance should be full of spirit. It was created during the grape harvest season, when people sang and danced happily, making it a lively folk dance. Gu Xiaoning danced skillfully. Not only did she perform the moves smoothly, but she also managed some difficult tricks. Pei Xianye watched her spin on tiptoe and couldn't help but secretly sweat, worried she might get dizzy or bump into the table. When she bent backward, Pei Xianye's eyes darkened, showing a mysterious look. Her waist was so flexible, but Gu Xiaoning's waist really was incredibly soft, and he had seen it with his own eyes. Pei Xianye was captivated by her dance and couldn't ignore the sparkle in her eyes. It was clear she was truly enjoying dancing. After finishing, Gu Xiaoning bowed to Pei Xianye and then looked at him eagerly. How was it? Do you think I did okay? Pei Xianye was still staring at her. Seeing him dazed, Gu Xiaoning's brows furrowed. Why was he still spacing out? She frowned and stepped forward, about to call him back to focus, when suddenly Pei Xianye stretched out his arm and pulled her into his embrace. Gu Xiaoning was caught off guard and sat down on his lap, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. She exclaimed, Pei Xianye, you're lying again. Pei Xianye looked down at her. You danced beautifully. He was completely captivated. Gu Xiaoning raised an eyebrow. So, do you think I qualify for the audition? Pei Xianye nodded. It's a pity the arts troupe is looking for a conductor. I think you should perform on stage. Wait, if she performed on stage, the others in the army would see her too. Pei Xianye knew how his comrades behaved. They would definitely keep staring at his wife endlessly. Being a conductor might be a good idea. Gu Xiaoning didn't think there was anything special. Since she was young, she had plenty of chances to perform on stage, and conducting work was more difficult. It required planning, overseeing the big picture, and paying attention to every detail. It's okay. I'm happy to work in the art troupe. I filled out the application form. When can I have the interview? She needed to secure the job quickly so that Jingwei wouldn't get ahead of her. Everyone wanted to compete with her. Why does she keep thinking about good things every day? Tomorrow morning, Captain Yi will have the interview. I can take you there then. No need. You still have training. I can go by myself. He was the leader of the military unit after all. If he took her, everyone in the art troupe would know she was the wife of Captain Pei. She didn't want to succeed in the interview only to be suspected of relying on Pei Xianye's connections. That would be troublesome to explain. Pei Xianye looked at her carefully. Really, you don't need me to go with you? Really, I can handle it myself. Pei Xianye pursed his lips. Once you get the result, tell me anytime. Even if you don't get the job, it's okay. I'll keep an eye out for other opportunities for you. Actually, not working isn't a problem at all. Gu Xiaoning broke free from his embrace. Don't worry, I can manage. Pei Xianye couldn't do anything but obediently listen to her. The next morning, Gu Xiaoning and Pei Xianye woke up at the same time. Although she was confident in her abilities, she wouldn't be careless or rush. She was determined to get this job and prepared herself seriously in advance. Yesterday, she spent the whole day at home dancing and singing. Early in the morning, she got up and stretched at home to keep her body flexible. Gu Xiaoning changed into a fitted outfit suitable for the interview and dance performance, so Captain Yi could clearly see her dance moves. After leaving the house, Pei Xianye pointed out the location of the art troupe to her. Just as she was about to say goodbye and leave, Pei Xianye called her back. She looked back at Pei Xianye in confusion. He approached her and pulled her toward a large tree nearby. When she was pushed against the tree trunk and hadn't reacted yet, she looked up at him. "What's wrong?" Pei Xianye stared at her steadily, his lips slightly parted. "Just giving you some encouragement." Under the big tree, their figures were hidden. When Pei Xianye leaned over and pressed his lips against hers, she was caught off guard. Her eyelashes trembled, and her hands weakly grasped his arms, trying to push him away. This troublemaker kissed her without regard for the time or place. What if someone saw? Even she, usually confident and poised, felt a bit embarrassed, but Pei Xianye remained calm and unbothered, acting as if no one was around. After the deep kiss, Pei Xianye looked at her slightly reddened lips and said, "The interview went well." Gu Zhaoning kicked his leg and said, "What if someone saw?" "You can't do this outside." Pei Xianye glanced around and replied, "Isn't it better to kiss when no one is watching?" She pressed her back against the tree trunk and took a deep breath. "Next time, I'll hold back and not kiss you outside. Go now," Pei Xianye said, pinching her cheek and letting her go. Gu Zhaoning didn't dare look at him and quickly ran away. At the same time, Jingwei woke up early and specially made breakfast for Pei Xianye. Yesterday, she didn't figure out when he usually got up, so Pei Xianye left early. Today, she woke up half an hour earlier to prepare the meal, hoping he wouldn't refuse to eat at home. When they sat face to face, Jingwei smiled shyly and said, "Xianye, try my cooking. Later, tell me what you like to eat, and I'll make it for you." Winning someone's heart often starts with winning their stomach. But Pei Xianye's expression remained indifferent. He looked at the porridge, pickled vegetables, and 2 boiled eggs and said, "Jingwei, you don't need to study my preferences. I'll eat whatever. If you don't want to cook, just eat at the cafeteria. You're here to take care of me, not to manage my meals." Jingwei's face stiffened. Such polite words didn't sound like what a couple should say. She forced a smile, but it still looked stiff. "Xianye, to me, you're my husband. Taking care of you is normal. I'm not like Zhaoning, who doesn't understand how to care for others. Whatever Zhaoning is like, as long as Xianye accepts it, that's fine. We shouldn't talk too much about others." Pei Xianye, as a political officer, always kept a strict stance on guiding public thoughts. Hearing this, Jingwei felt like she wanted to bite her tongue. She smiled shyly and said, "I don't mean to compete with Zhaoning. As her sister, I just worry about her and fear she isn't getting along well with Xianye. They seem to be doing fine. We don't need to worry." Jingwei clenched her chopsticks tightly, her fingertips digging into her palm. When talking about Pei Xianye and Gu Zhaoning, Pei Xianye could say so much, but when it came to her, he was too lazy to say a word. After dinner, Pei Xianye was about to leave. Jingwei quickly washed her dishes and followed him out. "Xianye, let's go out together. I want to visit Zhaoning. Recently, I've met some military wives from the neighborhood, but Zhaoning isn't very friendly with them. I want to bring her out more to meet people," she said earnestly. Hearing this, Pei Xianye remembered what Pei Xianye casually mentioned yesterday about a job. He said, "Zhaoning should be going for an interview. If you go now, you'll probably miss her. It's better to wait until she comes back." Jingwei reached out to hold Pei Xianye's arm, but when she heard this, her hand froze midair, and her mind went blank. What? An interview? What kind of job is Gu Zhaoning interviewing for? She could hardly find her voice. "Xianye, what are you talking about? Why does Pei Xianye know about Gu Zhaoning's interview, but she doesn't?" Xianye said Zhaoning wants to learn about the troops' work. Recently, they're short a temporary worker. Jingwei almost lost control in front of Pei Xianye. She tried to steady her breathing, but her cheeks twisted with anger. This was a job she wanted to get. Why did Gu Zhaoning suddenly decide to go for an interview at the troop? She had to go now, or else Gu Zhaoning might take it away, and she would lose everything. Jingwei forced a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Xianye, I'm bored at home too. I want to find a job. Can you take me to see the troop?" Pei Xianye looked down thoughtfully. "I won't interfere with the troop's affairs. If you want to interview, go by yourself. Otherwise, if I go, will Director Yi give me face or not?" He rejected her, without mercy. Jingwei felt like several knives were stabbing her heart, dull and painful. She couldn't stay there any longer. She quickened her pace and ran toward the troupe. She would never allow Gu Xiaoning to take her job. The art troupe. When Gu Xiaoning arrived at the art troupe, it was just the time when the members were coming in one after another for practice. As Xiaoning walked over, holding Ma Miao Miao's arm, she saw Gu Xiaoning. It was the first time she saw this unfamiliar face. From afar, the woman looked tall and slender, yet curvy. Her natural elegance made it hard not to look at her again. Zhao Ying looked carefully. When did new people join the troupe? Miao Miao. Our dance team isn't short of members, right? Ma Miao Miao also looked over, a faint, hard-to-notice emotion flashing in her eyes. Who is this person? She had never seen her before. But Ma Miao Miao was known as the most beautiful girl in the troupe, and she was the niece of the leader. With this status, not only did the troupe treat her well, but many young officers in the army also showed her kindness. She had always been the star, shining brighter than others. But the woman nearby gave Ma Miao Miao an invisible sense of threat. Ma Miao Miao clenched her fists. Zhao Ying suddenly raised her voice beside her. Fang Qiuxin is walking over to her. Miao Miao, let's go see what's happening. Zhao Ying was about to pull Ma Miao Miao along, but Ma Miao Miao didn't move. Zhao Ying, if you want to see the show, go ahead by yourself. Why are you pulling me? It's almost army day. I need to practice seriously. I don't have time to care about others' affairs. Seeing Ma Miao Miao's unhappy face, Zhao Ying hesitated, not daring to speak. She was worried that if that woman joined the troupe, it might threaten Miao Miao's position as the star. She was kind-hearted, but every time, Ma Miao Miao didn't appreciate her efforts. If it weren't for the fact that the other person was the leader's niece, she wouldn't bother to flatter her so much. After Ma Miao Miao walked away, Zhao Ying stood there, weakly calling out after her. Miao Miao, you misunderstood me. Meanwhile, Fang Qiuxin approached Gu Xiaoning and saw her holding a registration form. Fang Qiuxin recognized her immediately. She probably was recommended by Captain Pei. She looked so beautiful, more elegant than Ma Miao Miao. Her figure, her face, perfect for the art troupe.
Hello, comrade.
Are you here for an audition? Fang Qiuxin took the initiative to greet her. Gu Xiaoning looked over and nodded. I'm here for an interview, comrade. May I ask how to meet Captain Yi? Follow me. Thank you, comrade. Gu Xiaoning politely replied, then walked with Fang Qiuxin toward the art troupe. As they entered the corridor, many people looked at Gu Xiaoning again. They whispered among themselves, and their voices reached Gu Xiaoning's ears. That girl I haven't seen before. She has a good figure and will look great dancing. The dance team isn't short of people, and the competition there is fierce. Miao Miao is the undisputed lead dancer. No one can take her spot. Our vocal team isn't short of members either. So, what is she here for? Everyone was thinking quietly. Each team had just enough members, and the art troupe was very competitive. If they didn't improve, they'd be left behind. They all worked hard to get in, and didn't want to be eliminated. When they reached Director Ye's office, Yi Yun was checking the list for the upcoming Army Day performance, all approved by the leaders. Director Yi, the girl recommended by Director Pei, has come for an interview. Hearing this, Yi Yun's eyes shifted from the list to Gu Xiaoning's face. At first glance, Yi Yun was attracted by her unique aura. She had delicate features, a perfect oval face, and a slender figure. Her face was natural, without any makeup, looking fresh and clean. In an instant, Yi Yun thought it was a pity she wasn't a conductor. Her appearance suited her to be a dancer or actress here. Fang Qiuxin stepped forward. Director Yi, Heman Xiang is about to give birth. No one has filled this position yet. Please see if this girl is suitable. She then signaled for Gu Xiaoning to step forward. Gu Xiaoning was confident and calm. She stepped up smoothly and handed over her application form. Hello, Director Yi. My name is Gu Xiaoning. I want to try for the conductor position. Hearing her clear, fluent voice without any accent and that it was pleasant to listen to, Yi Yun began to approve her a little more. Comrade Gu, members of the art troupe are all cultural soldiers, with military status or close relatives of officers. You can be recommended. What is your background? Gu Xiaoning saw this and didn't hesitate. Director Yi, I am the wife of Director Pei Xianye. I wonder if my status allows me to participate in the interview. As soon as she finished speaking, Mom Miao Miao, who was just passing outside the door, heard her words and was completely frozen in place, unable to move. Her whole body felt heavy as if filled with lead, and she involuntarily turned to look. The person coming for the interview was actually Pei Xianye's marriage partner, the one who forced Pei Xianye to marry in the border region. Yian was also a bit surprised. "Are you the girl who married Captain Pei?" "Yes, Captain Yi." Fang Xian raised an eyebrow. This girl looked much prettier than Mom Miao Miao. Most importantly, she had a bright and confident appearance, unlike Mom Miao Miao, who seemed a bit petty. Although the art troupe didn't have as intense training as the combat units, they still had a high level of discipline and received basic military training. They wore military uniforms and held military ranks. Mom Miao Miao, as the niece of the leader, should have set an example. But after she joined the art troupe, the members naturally started to cater to her, always watching her mood. Even when there were work issues, as the captain's assistant, she should have been able to criticize, but she had to think carefully before speaking. Mom Miao Miao liked Pei Xianye, and even the leader was helping to set them up. But that was useless. Captain Pei didn't like her and never responded to her. The girl who came to marry Captain Pei must have been approved by him to get married so quickly. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to the art troupe yesterday to ask for the registration list. Yian continued, "Currently, we need people for vocal and dance choreography and conductors. Make sure they perform without any mistakes on the day of the show. Comrade Gu, do you have a background in vocal or dance training? Sorry, may I ask you to move aside?" Just as Yi Yun finished speaking, there was a hurried voice from outside the door. Su Jingwei was anxious. Gu Xiaoning arrived at the art troupe before her, and if she was taken away, she would be furious. When Gu Xiaoning heard Su Jingwei's voice, she wasn't surprised. She remained calm and didn't turn around to look. Mom Miao Miao, standing at the door, saw Su Jingwei rushing over, her face turning red. She looked into Yi Yun's eyes. "Captain Yi, since we're interviewing conductors for vocal and dance teams, why don't we let our troupe members also watch? After all, this position will need to work closely with us. If it's not suitable, there's no point in hiring. Isn't that right?" Fang Qiuxin clearly saw Mom Miao Miao's thoughts. She was definitely against Gu Xiaoning joining the art troupe. As the wife of Leader Pei, Mom Miao Miao felt very anxious about it. Yi Yun looked at Su Jingwei, who was gasping for breath. "Comrade, who are you?" After catching her breath, Su Jingwei straightened her posture and introduced herself confidently. "Leader Yi, I am Su Jingwei, the wife of Pei Xianye." Yi Yun raised an eyebrow. The wife of Commissar Pei? She had heard that the two brothers from the Pei family got married on the same day, but she didn't expect that even this position would be contested by the wives of the two brothers. Mom Miao Miao looked at Su Jingwei. Pei Xianye? She was very close to her brother Qianian, mainly hoping he could help her get ahead. Now that her brother Qianian was married, Mom Miao Miao preferred that Su Jingwei be chosen over Gu Xiaoning. Yi Yun invited her inside. "Since there are two candidates for the interview, let's gather everyone in the hall so they can see for themselves. I will only choose the better one. So, Comrade Gu, Comrade Su, even though you are the wives of Leader Pei and Commissar Pei, I can only pick one for this position today. I hope you both understand." She didn't want to offend either of them. In the future, if she met Leader Pei or Commissar Pei, she didn't want to look bad. Gu Xiaoning remained calm and composed. "Leader Yi, I am competing fairly with Su Jingwei. All right, then let's all go to the hall together." Yi Yun and Fang Qiuxin led the team, while Mom Miao Miao went to gather the other troupe members. Soon, everyone was in the hall. Gu Xiaoning and Su Jingwei stood facing each other. Unlike Su Jingwei's tense and guarded expression, Gu Xiaoning looked at her with a calm smile. Her smile was sharp and uncomfortable to see in Su Jingwei's eyes. Yi Yun stepped forward confidently, glancing at both of their faces. "First, we will assess their dance skills. Today's performance is Red Detachment of Women. Both of you, get ready to start. The Red Detachment of Women is a dance drama that combines Western ballet techniques with Chinese revolutionary stories and folk music. It was a dance that Gu Xiaoning loved deeply." After speaking, Fang Qiuxin moved to the side, turned on the radio, and played the music for red detachment of women. When the clear, loud voice sounded, Gu Xiaoning immediately got into position. She danced with great confidence, every move sharp and precise. Her neck was straight, and she showed no shyness on her face, confidently performing these deeply ingrained movements. Su Jingwei was so surprised she almost couldn't react. How could Gu Xiaoning just lift her leg and come over? She quickly and nervously started to dance along, waving her unruly limbs. With so many people watching, Su Jingwei's face turned red with embarrassment. She felt like finding a hole to hide in. This was completely different from what she had expected. In her previous life, Gu Xiaoning didn't get this job through an interview. It was arranged by Pei Xianye. She originally wanted to get this job through Pei Xianye, but now she found herself competing with Gu Xiaoning. Gu Xiaoning definitely had advantages. Her parents had sent her to dance, singing, and other classes since she was young. She was admired by her classmates. But Gu's parents didn't only focus on Gu Xiaoning. They also paid attention to Su Jingwei. However, Su Jingwei was naturally less talented in dancing. Her limbs were uncoordinated, and the teachers were strict. Students who didn't dance well were beaten with rulers to help them build a solid foundation. Su Jingwei was shy and, after being hit a few times, she would go home pretending to be pitiful, crying and refusing to learn anymore. Another important reason was that she couldn't stand the teachers constantly praising Gu Xiaoning as a natural dancer. When Su Jingwei switched to vocal lessons, Gu Xiaoning persisted in the dance studio. She also endured many punishments. When she couldn't learn a move, the teacher would be even stricter. As the youngest in the dance studio, she had to train twice as hard to keep up with the others. This is how Gu Xiaoning memorized all the dance moves deep in her bones, so she could dance effortlessly. While dancing, Gu Xiaoning's eyes shone with light, her cheeks fair and rosy, her gaze moist, and her beauty captivating. Su Jingwei, however, looked unhappy because of her bad mood, with a pained expression, and she even felt like she was running out of breath. Yi Yun and Fang Qiuxin watched from the side. Fang Qiuxin looked at Su Jingwei's dance and couldn't help but frown. She whispered to Yi Yun, "Captain Yi, this Gu comrade has such a good sense of dance. Her long legs and arms make her movements look so beautiful. She could even join our arts troupe." Yi Yun carefully observed Gu Xiaoning's every move, gentle yet firm. She raised her hand, kicked her leg, and spun with perfect precision. During the spins and flips, her waist acted as the center, and her whole body rotated like a whirlwind. Yi Yun's admiration grew, and she watched intently without blinking. Looking at Su Jingwei from the moment she took a step back, she had already lost half the battle. Moreover, she came in such a hurry that she didn't have time to change into tighter clothes. Currently, her loose, thick shirt severely limited her dancing. Her movements were not wide enough, affecting her spins and jumps. This scene caught Ma Miao Miao's eye. Her face looked as wilted as a drooping vegetable leaf. She looked around and saw that Leader Yi and Fang Qiuxian were both watching Gu Xiaoning. She clenched her fists tightly. Why was the gap between the two so big? If Su Jingwei had danced almost as well, she might have taken the lead and chosen her. Most of the girls in the dance troupe were friendly with her and looked at her favorably. But now, everyone's eyes were clear. Leader Yi was strict, and it was obvious who was better or worse. After a dance, Gu Xiaoning's toes stayed steady, her movements smooth and controlled, and she bowed to thank everyone. When she looked up, her clear, bright face was charming and cheerful, beautiful in a way that made people feel comfortable without any harshness. Su Jingwei was panting beside her, looking very embarrassed and uncomfortable. She hurriedly stopped behind Gu Xiaoning. Yi Yun turned her eyes and took the lead in clapping. Everyone, give a round of applause for these two. Although Su Jingwei's performance was quite awkward, at least she had the courage to participate in the audition. Gu Xiaoning then stood steadily and looked at Yi Yun walking over to her. "Comrade Gu, your dance skills are very good. Every move is precise. In the future, you can help teach our dance team members so they can improve too." When she said this, the members of the dance team looked at each other with strange expressions. Could she really be qualified to teach them dance? Yi Yun's words felt like a slap in Su Jingwei's face, burning hot and painful. She couldn't control her breathing. She stepped forward, trying to speak up for herself again. Captain Yi, I wasn't ready just now. I still haven't adjusted my state. This position requires good command and overall coordination. Dancing well doesn't mean I can. Before Su Jingwei finished, Yi Yun interrupted her. Comrade Su, I understand how you feel, but this role of conductor requires sharp observation of every dance move. If someone makes a mistake, you need to point it out immediately and even help the team perform a great show. There's also a vocal audition coming up. Comrade Su, are you going to participate? What does this mean? Why doesn't she get to join? Vocal music has been her strength since elementary school. How could she lose to Gu Xiaoning? This is her advantage. Okay, Captain Yi, let's start now. Su Jingwei clenched her fists, eager to surpass Gu Xiaoning. Yi Yun nodded and spoke again. Then, the two of you, just sing. I'll sing a marching song a cappella. Gu Xiaoning looked at Su Jingwei and slightly raised her chin. Do you want to sing first, or shall I? Hearing this, Su Jingwei stepped forward first, tightening her fists. I'll go first. Gu Xiaoning automatically took a step back and gestured to Su Jingwei. Su Jingwei opened her mouth but found herself unable to speak. Captain Yi, could I see the lyrics?
Ye Yun instingevel Frovned.
Since she was the political commissar's wife, she couldn't say much, so she asked Fang Qiuxin to go find the lyrics. Just as Fang Qiuxin was about to turn around, Yin looked at Gu Xiaoning and softly asked, Comrade Gu, do you need to see the lyrics? Gu Xiaoning replied confidently, No. Captain Yi, why don't you go ahead and sing? Fang Qiuxin turned around immediately after hearing this and returned to Yin's side. Yin looked at her with a puzzled expression. What's wrong? Fang Qiuxin stuck out her tongue. I want to hear Comrade Gu sing, then I'll go get the lyrics after she finishes. At this moment, Fang Qiuxin's obvious admiration for Gu Xiaoning was clear. Su Jingwei felt ashamed, and her eyes welled up with tears uncontrollably. Gu Xiaoning cleared her throat and began singing clearly, even a cappella, her pronunciation very precise. I'll sing a marching song, a marching song. Our team is so strong. The red flag is flying at the front, flying, flying, flying. After Gu Xiaoning finished singing, Su Jingwei was so embarrassed that she didn't even have the courage to speak or sing. Fang Qiuxin looked at Su Jingwei and asked, Comrade Su, do you still need me to get the lyrics? Su Jingwei bit her lip tightly. With so many eyes on her face, she felt her vision getting blurrier and blurrier until she couldn't see anything. Comrade Su. In the medical room, Pei Xianye was called from his office. When he arrived, the military doctor said, Commissar Pei, the commissar's wife, is lying inside. We haven't found any serious problems yet. She might just be a bit thin and malnourished. I gave her an injection, and she's still not awake. Pei Xianye heard this and responded softly. He pushed the curtain open and went inside. When he entered, he saw Yi Yun nearby. Commissar Pei, Captain Yi, thank you for bringing Jingwei here. Can you tell me exactly what happened? When Su Jingwei woke up, she faintly heard Pei Xianye's voice. She curled her fingers, initially thinking she was hearing things. Commissar Pei, today your wife and Captain Pei's wife came for an interview. It was a normal dance and vocal test. When it came to singing, Comrade Gu finished singing, and for some reason, Comrade Su suddenly fainted. The military doctor said Comrade Su is fine. She just hasn't woken up yet. Su Jingwei wasn't really fainting. She just couldn't stand the strange looks from others. Under Gu Xiaoning's presence, she felt like a duckling that couldn't show anything special. She couldn't bear the scene anymore and pretended to faint. When Pei Xianye came to see her, she blinked her eyes tremblingly and looked at him pitifully. Brother Qianye, hearing her soft voice, Pei Xianye knew she was okay. He simply said, I'll have someone buy some tonic for you. Since you're not feeling well, don't rush to find a job. Rest well and take care of your health. Su Jingwei's eyes reddened, and her voice became soft and sweet. I'm sorry, Brother Qianye. I haven't been strong enough. I wanted to find a job and take care of myself so you wouldn't worry, but I didn't expect to faint. It's all my fault. I used to help Aunt in the kitchen and always ate last, so, she said. Pei Xianye frowned slightly. From what Su Jingwei said, does she mean she still has to cook in the Gu family and only eats at the end? Su Jingwei, so you're saying that the Gu family didn't feed you well, and that's why you're malnourished. Gu Zhaoning hadn't come in yet, but her laughter was already heard. Soon, her face turned cold and stern as she looked at Su Jingwei's pale face. Su Jingwei immediately looked panicked and quickly tried to explain, "Sister, I didn't mean that. I'm sorry, it was all my fault. It is your fault. Every time Aunt cooks, you go in to help and get in the way. After cooking, you linger and don't come out to eat. You wait until everyone is done, and only then do you eat sadly after Dad gets home from work. Then you pretend to be considerate by heating up food for Dad. Does the Gu family think you eat and drink less? You're so good at acting. You shouldn't have applied to be a guide in the arts troupe. You should be on stage performing. Haha." Pei Xianye, who was last in line, couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. His eyebrows lifted slightly. His wife licked her lips, as if she could poison herself to death. Su Jingwei's face turned even whiter, her lips trembling. Pei Xianye looked at the two sisters and thought to himself, if the Gu family didn't treat Su Jingwei well, they wouldn't have arranged a marriage for her, nor would they give her a dowry of 1,000 yuan. But Su Jingwei wanted him to misunderstand her poor life in the Gu family to win his sympathy. Pei Xianye thought to himself that his wife was more cunning than he had imagined. But no matter what, the marriage was already made. He could only try his best to see if he could straighten her out. So Pei Xianye said, "Jingwei, since you're not feeling well, I'll have the nurse give you some medicine. Stay in the clinic for a couple of days and rest well." He wanted Su Jingwei to realize that no one is born to serve another person. After making arrangements, Pei Xianye had other things to do and planned to leave. He turned around and Pei Xianye was still smiling. Pei Xianye gave him a warning look, signaling him to be more respectful. Although he didn't have feelings for Su Jingwei, since his parents asked him to take good care of her, he had to do so. Pei Xianye stopped smiling and cleared his throat. "Wife, let's go home too. Tonight, your husband will cook a big meal to celebrate you finding a job on your own. Okay, husband." Gu Zhaoning didn't want to stay here and keep looking at the sour face. She turned around happily, threw herself into Pei Xianye's arms, and affectionately held his strong, firm arm. Pei Xianye's heart instantly melted. He was completely enchanted. He couldn't stand Gu Zhaoning acting spoiled. She was like a little fox. Seeing the two of them walking away happily, and then seeing Pei Xianye also leave, Su Jingwei couldn't hold back anymore. She slammed her fist on the hospital bed. Pei Xianye actually left her here? She was pretending. She was pretending. She didn't need to stay in the hospital. She needed Pei Xianye's gentle comfort, holding her and taking her home. But Pei Xianye just walked away without a second thought. Su Jingwei hated him so much. Then she thought of Pei Xianye's spoiled look when he looked at Gu Zhaoning. The stark contrast made her feel like vomiting blood.
She didn't understand.
In her previous life, Pei Xianye didn't even look at her once. Clearly, he wasn't interested in women. Why was he so clingy to Gu Zhaoning this time? What was so good about Gu Zhaoning? In Pei Xianye's eyes, his wife was perfect everywhere. "Brother, I plan to go to the cafeteria to buy some dishes and cook a little more. I'll open a bottle of wine. Come celebrate with me?" Pei Xianye looked at Pei Xianye with a helpless expression. Even if he didn't have feelings for Su Jingwei, he wouldn't leave her in the hospital and go to celebrate with others without a care. Of course, Gu Zhaoning finding a job on her own was worth praise and congratulations. Pei Xianye gently looked at Gu Zhaoning. "Zhaoning, congratulations on finding a job so quickly. I was worried you wouldn't adapt well to the military district, but now it seems you're very talented." Gu Zhaoning smiled sweetly. "Thank you, big brother." After exchanging a few words, Pei Xianye quickly pulled his wife away. He didn't want to be jealous, but he also found it annoying. Why was Gu Zhaoning smiling so sweetly at Pei Xianye? "Pei Xianye, walk slowly. Or should I carry you? I don't want to be seen. It's too embarrassing." "What's so embarrassing? Your man loves you, and others will only envy. Whether others envy her or not, Gu Zhaoning doesn't know." But she saw the envy and frustration on Su Jingwei's face in the medical room. Su Jingwei was unhappy, and that made Gu Xiaoning happy. Later, when they were working, Gu Xiaoning was in a good mood and let Pei Xianye confidently hold her hand. He even said he wanted to celebrate with her. Gu Xiaoning liked that Pei Xianye was thoughtful. Despite his rough appearance, he was quite attentive and knew how to celebrate her. As soon as Pei Xianye returned home, he made sure Gu Xiaoning rested while he prepared dinner. He even found 2 red candles and placed them on the table. Pei Xianye was quick and efficient. Just as it got dark, he had everything beautifully arranged. He knocked on the bedroom door, and Gu Xiaoning took a while to open it. When he looked up, he was stunned. His wife had changed into a new dress, one that hugged her waist and emphasized her curves. The bright red color matched her black, slightly curly hair. She looked so beautiful, he couldn't look away. Wife. Pei Xianye couldn't hide his amazement. Gu Xiaoning's face turned slightly red, which was rare. Her mother had made this dress for her before she got married. Her mother said she couldn't see her marry without giving her something special, so she made her a red velvet dress. Her mother told her to wear it on her wedding night. But Gu Xiaoning didn't want to wear it back then because she wasn't in a good mood about Pei Xianye. Tonight was different. She was in a good mood. Gu Xiaoning held up the dress and twirled around. Do I look good? Very pretty. I love it. Pei Xianye immediately moved closer, wanting a kiss, but Gu Xiaoning spun lightly and dodged. Comrade Pei Xianye, you did well today. You deserve praise. Oh, wow, that was really impressive. He finally did something to make her happy. Pei Xianye smiled and sat down with her, pouring her a glass of wine. The atmosphere was so nice tonight that he wanted to make the most of it and spend the night with her. Gu Xiaoning raised her glass to clink with his, took a small sip, but the wine was a bit strong, and she frowned slightly. Pei Xianye, I really dislike Su Jingwei. Su Jingwei is dressed up specially, full of bad intentions. Gu Xiaoning dislikes this adopted daughter, but in the past, her father would help her understand. Jingwei's father helped Gu's father before, so he should take good care of his old friend's daughter. Her mother is not in good health, and Gu Xiaoning doesn't want to worry her mother over these matters. Jingwei's schemes always work, and for the first time, Gu Xiaoning feels like someone is on her side. That person is Pei Xianye. Pei Xianye looks at her without blinking. If you don't like it, I don't like it either. He only likes Gu Xiaoning and doesn't care about others' opinions. Everyone says he married a delicate wife, and their life will be chaotic, but Pei Xianye thinks it's lucky to marry someone like her. He works hard and strives to succeed just to marry someone he loves. Do you care about the people I care about? Pei Xianye asks without being too absolute. Who do you care about? A man or a woman? My parents have been sent away. I heard the place they were sent to is very tough. My mom isn't in good health and I'm worried. I want to ask someone local to help take care of them. Pei Xianye breathes a sigh of relief. My parents-in-law, that's no problem. Okay, I'll find out about the place they're sent to in the next couple of days, and I'll send some things over then. Gu Xiaoning smiles immediately after hearing this. Pei Xianye is dazzled, then stands up and kneels beside her, looking into her eyes with a bit of negotiation and hope. So, wife, what about tonight? Can we really become a real married couple? I promise that from now on, wherever you point, I'll go. If there's someone you dislike, I'll deal with them. Your parents are my parents, and I'll take care of them with you. I'll give all my salary to you and stay loyal forever. Hearing this, Gu Xiaoning hiccups after drinking. Her eyes meet Pei Xianye's deep, dark eyes, filled with emotions that are hard to ignore. Both are adults, and Pei Xianye is a vigorous, full-grown man. Since they just got married, Gu Xiaoning knows exactly what he's thinking. Pei Xianye sincerely treats her as his wife and cares deeply about her. Naturally, he also wants to have this kind of close, blood-bonding intimacy with her. Gu Xiaoning's eyelashes flutter. This thing will happen sooner or later. With the alcohol in her system, maybe tonight is a good time to try. To prevent her from feeling scared and overwhelmed when she wakes up later. Her rejection was mainly because he was too tall and strong, and she was afraid she couldn't handle it. But tonight, Pei Xianye stayed with her all night. Although he didn't break her final defenses, she gradually got used to being close to him. Pei Xianye looked at her smooth face, his throat moving slightly. He gently touched Gu Xiaoning's hand and said, "Don't worry, I will take care of you. Gu Xiaoning, I won't let you regret marrying me." He spoke seriously, making Gu Xiaoning's heart beat faster, and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Then you have to promise me in advance." Before she finished, Pei Xianye confidently promised, "I'll agree to anything." Gu Xiaoning shot him a sharp look. "Why so eager? I haven't even asked for anything yet." Pei Xianye smiled and said, "I'll agree to all your requests. I belong to you now, and so does my life. Of course, it's also for the country." But Gu Xiaoning didn't look happy when she heard this. Instead, she became serious and firm. "Pei Xianye, don't say things like that. We're both doing well. We will live long lives. Don't talk about giving me your life. Your life is yours. You need to protect yourself." Seeing her serious expression, Pei Xianye felt as if a feather had brushed his heart. Honestly, the missions he had taken on over the years were not easy. They were much more difficult than those of other teams. But Pei Xianye never thought the missions were too hard. He never felt afraid or wanted to give up. He wanted to protect his country and defend its honor. When his superiors entrusted him with such heavy responsibilities, it was a sign of their trust. He would never back down no matter what. But now, with Gu Xiaoning, she had become a soft spot in his life. Deep in his heart, she was a constant reminder to stay safe. Pei Xianye looked at Gu Xiaoning, his voice low but clear and precise. "I promise you, I will take good care of myself." "Okay?" Gu Xiaoning nodded, a small smile appearing on her lips. "That's my first request. And the second?" Pei Xianye asked eagerly. "Take a shower before we do anything," she replied. Gu Xiaoning cared about hygiene, and Pei Xianye had no intention of going to bed without washing. After a whole day of sweating, he didn't want her to dislike him. Pei Xianye is quite clean in the army. Except during the coldest times, he always takes a shower at the water station before sleeping. If possible, he also soaks his feet at night to relax his body and mind. Pei Xianye quickly suggested, "Okay, do you want to wash together to save time?" Hearing this, Gu Xiaoning's mind was stirred, and she blushed shyly. "I don't want to wash with you." But Pei Xianye smiled and said, "Washing together can help you relax and get used to it earlier. I just heard, that if it's the first time, it might be a little uncomfortable." He also has good natural conditions, and Gu Xiaoning is so delicate that even a small touch makes her cry out in pain.
How could he continue then?
So, taking a hot bath together could help both of them relax physically and mentally. Pei Xianye raised his hand to promise, "Just a bath together. I won't do anything. I promise." Maybe because the other person's face looked too serious, or because he had drunk wine tonight, she hesitated but finally agreed. After getting permission, Pei Xianye immediately stood up excitedly and turned to leave. Gu Xiaoning looked at his back, confused. "Hey, where are you going?" "To boil water. The sunlight wasn't good today, and I don't want my wife to get cold," Pei Xianye said happily. After he finished boiling water and left the house to add hot water to the barrel on the wall, someone passing by noticed and asked curiously, "Captain Pei, what do you do at home?" Pei Xianye looked back. It was Longfeng's wife. Seeing her carrying a bag of dust and looking tired, he guessed she was visiting family. "Just for a bath." The military wife became interested. "A bath? Captain Pei, don't we have a public water station? Why do you set one up at home? My wife isn't used to going to the public water station. It's more convenient to have a bath at home. Also, the water station and public toilet are far from my house. I don't want her to go there after dark." Pei Xinye's tone was calm, but every word showed his care for his wife. Longfeng's wife was a bit moved. Her home is also far from the water station, and she has 4 children. None very old, the oldest only 10. She can take her 2 daughters to the water station, but her 2 younger sons can't go in. Now that both of her young sons are 4 or 5 years old, she can no longer take them into the women's bathhouse. People might think badly of her. The men in the family have heavy tasks. When they come home, they just wash their feet and then lie down to snore loudly. Asking them to take the children for a bath is too much trouble. It would be so much easier if there was a family bath at home. Feng Lianzhang's wife couldn't help but lean in and ask, "Captain Pei, you're fixing this at home. Won't the army mind?" "I've already applied for it," and I paid for all the materials myself. There shouldn't be any problem. Here's the important part. How much did it cost in total? Hearing this, Pei Xianye furrowed his brows. He hadn't calculated the exact amount, just an estimate. About 200 yuan, less than 300, but he did all the work himself. If he had hired help or someone skilled, it would cost more for labor. 200 yuan? Feng Lianzhang's wife's eyes widened. She must have heard right. Fixing this thing costs over 200 yuan? Her husband's monthly allowance was gone in a few months? She could only shake her head in disappointment and turn to leave. But she kept looking back eagerly, full of envy. After filling the hot water, Pei Xianye glanced next door. Today, Sister Ye's husband, Wu Zhenghai, was called away again in an emergency. He had been home all day but left in a hurry once more. Sister Yi usually sleeps early, by 9 at the latest, and turns off the lights. He closed the door and locked it, so even if he bathed with Gu Zhaoning, no one would see. When Pei Xianye returned to the living room, he saw Gu Zhaoning slightly tipsy, her face like a peach blossom, her eyes incredibly alluring. He clicked his tongue and warned her, "In the future, when I'm not here, don't drink with others casually, understand?" Gu Zhaoning pretended to stand up, but maybe she stood too quickly, and she felt a little dizzy. She raised her hand to support her forehead. Pei Xianye quickly stepped forward and pulled her into his arms. "Are you dizzy?" Gu Zhaoning snuggled in his arms, trying to sit up and leave, but Pei Xianye's large hand held her waist, not letting go. "Dizziness is okay. I'll take care of your bath." Taking care of her? Gu Zhaoning got goosebumps. What kind of service? Clearly, he was just taking the opportunity to take advantage of her openly. "I can go by myself. I need to get my pajamas." Pei Xianye chuckled softly, and without hesitation, picked her up horizontally and headed into the room. Suddenly being lifted off the ground, Gu Zhaoning looked down and felt a bit afraid of heights. She tightly hugged Pei Xianye's neck, not letting go. "Pei Xianye, you've been drinking too. Walk carefully." For the first time, Pei Xianye was suspected of being drunk, but he couldn't help but smile, his eyes shining with amusement. He leaned down and kissed Gu Zhaoning's lips. "This little amount of alcohol doesn't affect me." "Why doubt my strength?" Gu Zhaoning pouted. "What strength?" Pei Xianye pressed his lips against hers again, this time biting her gently. "You'll find out soon." Back in the bedroom, Pei Xianye held her with one arm and used his other hand to open the wardrobe, searching for Gu Zhaoning's pajamas and underwear. Gu Zhaoning had 2 or 3 different styles of pajamas. Pei Xianye's only criterion was which fabric was the least, since she wouldn't be wearing them for long as it was easy for him to take off. He also picked her underwear without hesitation, holding it in his hand before pulling her out. Gu Zhaoning, with her rational mind in charge, quickly patted his shoulder. "You can't go out so openly. What if Sister Yi sees?" She wasn't as thick-skinned as Pei Xianye and couldn't stay calm if she was discovered. But Pei Xianye didn't let go. Instead, he lowered his voice. "Sister Yi and her son are already asleep. I've locked the door. Don't worry." He had already checked everything in advance, so Gu Zhaoning didn't need to worry. After they left the room, even though Pei Xianye had promised, her body still tensed up involuntarily, and her eyes looked around cautiously. After sneaking in, Pei Xianye closed the door completely. The small space was crowded, and they had to stand close together. Gu Zhaoning whispered, "Can we really wash like this?" There wasn't much space for both of them to stand. She couldn't understand why Pei Xianye was so insistent on taking a shower together. Could it really help build their relationship? Pei Xianye reached out to help her undress. "Yes, we can wash. You stand there and I'll help you." The result was just as Gu Zhaoning expected. When hot water poured over her, what made her shiver even more was Pei Xianye's overly eager hands. He had a gentle smile on his face, but his eyes showed a deep happiness. As Gu Zhaoning was about to break down from his teasing, Pei Xianye finally pulled her close. They pressed their bodies tightly together, and his lips sealed hers firmly, silencing all her protests. The hot water washed everything away. When they finished, Gu Zhaoning was still in his arms. She hadn't even fully recovered yet, and most of her strength was gone. She lazily leaned against him, feeling a bit frustrated. She reached out and gently twisted his chest. Next time, I don't want to wash with you again. Pei Xianye looked innocent. Wife, do you think I didn't prepare you enough to get used to it? Hearing this, Gu Zhaoning shivered. This wasn't just about getting used to it. She almost fell for him in the bathroom. If she hadn't cried out in pain, he probably wouldn't have stopped. Pei Xianye's inner desire had been building up for a long time. He couldn't wait any longer. Tonight was his special night, and no one was allowed to disturb it. When he carried her back to the room, he even closed the door with a heavy push. As he laid her on the bed, he greeted her with a flood of kisses. He nibbled on her lips, then blew warm air into her ear. Wife, Gu Zhaoning's eyelashes fluttered, and she let out a soft moan. Pei Xianye, you scoundrel, he kissed her from above, whispering, only you, my scoundrel. Hearing this, Gu Zhaoning's heart fluttered. She felt a strange, warm sensation spreading through her body. She closed her eyes, overwhelmed by his touch. Her body no longer felt entirely hers. She thought just for tonight, she would let herself go. Aside from a slightly darker mood, everything about Pei Xianye was good. Gu Zhaoning. He suddenly called her by her name. Gu Zhaoning's eyelashes trembled. She opened one eye to look at him. What is it? Pei Xianye's lips curled into a smile. Nothing. I just think you're very special. Gu Zhaoning blushed. She couldn't bring herself to say those embarrassing words. At least, not now in this situation. She kicked him lightly. Aren't you eager? I've prepared everything. If you keep hesitating, I might back out. If I miss this chance, there won't be another. Pei Xianye reached out and pinched her gently. Wife, your body is more honest than your words. As he spoke, Pei Xianye didn't want to wait another second. He was ready to become a real husband to Gu Zhaoning when suddenly, Captain Pei, are you asleep? A soldier's voice called out urgently from outside the door. Hearing this, Pei Xianye immediately frowned, his face darkening. Gu Zhaoning also opened her eyes in surprise, blinking. Pei Xianye, is someone calling you? Yes, he responded softly, his expression clouded with worry. Gu Zhaoning looked down. Then, Captain Pei, there's an emergency. The team needs us to go on a mission. A mission? This sentence made Gu Zhaoning feel a cold shock, like icy wind passing through her body, making her stiff. Is this the mission that Jingwei mentioned? Pei Xianye closed his eyes, trying to suppress the burning fire inside him. He forced himself to get up from Gu Zhaoning, quickly putting on his pants. Gu Zhaoning also sat up, slipping into her nightgown, her hair messy and falling over her shoulders. She looked at Pei Xianye's broad back, which had 2 noticeable scars. Pei Xianye, are you going on a mission? After quickly dressing, Pei Xianye turned to look at her, his eyes full of guilt. He quickly walked over, his palm resting on her neck. Before Gu Zhaoning could react, he pressed his lips to hers in a deep kiss. His kiss was heavy, but this time Gu Zhaoning didn't push him away. After the deep kiss, Pei Xianye slowly pulled back, his voice restrained and hoarse. Sorry, wife. When I finish the mission, I'll make it up to you, okay? Gu Zhaoning cared more about his safety than their personal matters. Pei Xianye, I'm worried about you. He gently stroked her hair to comfort her. Don't worry. Your man is very capable. I will come back safe. The voice outside calling him continued, so Pei Xianye couldn't delay. He looked seriously at Gu Zhaoning, then quickly turned and left. Pei, Gu Zhaoning stared blankly at his back, her chest heaving. Her hands by her sides clenched tightly, her knuckles turning white. After Pei Xianye left, the room still seemed to carry his scent. Gu Zhaoning walked to the door, watching helplessly as Pei Xianye regained his stern demeanor. He stood among the team members like their leader. Gu Zhaoning felt her heart heavy. She stayed like that for a long time, before gradually regaining her senses. She turned back to the bed, tidied up the messy sheets and blankets, and lay down. But she couldn't sleep well, tossing and turning all night. She kept her eyes open until morning. At dawn, Gu Zhaoning opened her eyes. She felt no sleepiness and wasn't sure if the mission Pei Xianye went on was the one Jingwei mentioned. She planned to get up early and find Jingwei. If she saw her, she could confirm it. Meanwhile, Pei Xianye was woken up early. He quickly dressed and looked serious as he headed outside. He looked at the soldier standing in front of him and asked coldly, "What's going on?" "Commander Pei, last night, Jiaizigou Mountain had water seepage and the well water turned muddy. There was thunder too. The Jiaizigou team contacted us for help. Commander Pei took people and left last night. But since that call, the military district has lost contact with the Jiaizigou team. So, Commander Pei took people to Jiaizigou, but no one knew what exactly was happening." Pei Xianye's eyes darkened. Jiaizigou wasn't new to accidents. Its terrain and climate often caused landslides and other dangers. What could have happened this time? From the soldier's description, Pei Xianye felt a bad premonition. He stepped forward and said, "Let's go see the leader first." The military wives in the family compound saw Commander Pei's serious face, which radiated authority. They didn't dare approach to greet him. Passing by Gu Zhaoning's house, Pei Xianye instinctively looked inside. Since Xianye was so eager to go on this mission, he needed to find time to comfort his siblings and prevent them from worrying too much. But with the situation urgent, Pei Xianye didn't linger at Gu Zhaoning's door. He strode away quickly. Gu Zhaoning was inside washing up and missed the chance to see Pei Xianye pass by. Today, she wasn't in the mood to dress up. She wore simple clothes, tied her hair in a loose, low ponytail, and left the house. Yesterday, Jingwei stayed in the medical room and didn't go home. Now, she needed to find her at the medical office.
Meanwhile,
Jingwei stayed overnight in the medical room. Pei Xianye did not come to accompany her last night. The medical room only had a small nurse on night shift. Since she had no external injuries, staying overnight was mainly because of her status as the wife of the political commissar. It was important to make sure she was healthy before letting her leave. In the morning, Jingwei woke up and felt restless. If Pei Xianye didn't come to see her, what was the point of staying here? Was the bed in the medical room as comfortable as the one in the family quarters? With a gloomy face, Jingwei put on her shoes and walked out. The small nurse, who had just woken up and was dozing at her desk, saw Jingwei leave and quickly asked, "Madam, are you feeling better now?" Jingwei didn't want to talk much. She responded softly, "Yes, I'm fine now. Do you need some medicine to take home?" She wasn't sick, so there was no need. Jingwei refused politely, "I'm better now, no need." "All right, take care, madam," the nurse said as she watched Jingwei leave until she was out of sight. Then she sat back at her desk and muttered softly, "She didn't look sick yesterday, just fainted from fright. She can stay here overnight for that. Some people are just delicate." After leaving the medical room, Jingwei headed toward the family quarters. On the way past the office building, she sensed that today's military district was unusually serious, with a tense atmosphere. Some soldiers hurried past her, saying, "It's confirmed now that Captain Pei can't be reached. No one knows what's really going on at Jiaizigou." Hearing this, Jingwei's heart skipped a beat. Her pupils shrank briefly before she regained her composure. She didn't miss here, right? Jiaizigou? In her previous life, Pei Xianye had an accident during this mission and died at Jiaizigou. He never made it back alive. A sly, satisfied smile crossed Jingwei's face. Pei Xianye's mission was over. After Gu Zhaoning, how could he still be so arrogant? She couldn't wait to see Gu Zhaoning. What if he took her job? From now on, she would be a widow, with no support in the military district. No one could help her then. Jingwei quickened her pace toward the family quarters. Meanwhile, Gu Zhaoning was also heading toward the medical room. The two saw each other from afar and recognized one another. Jingwei's eyes lit up with happiness, but she still pretended to be calm and didn't show her joy openly. She slowed her steps and walked toward Gu Zhaoning. As they got closer, Gu Zhaoning's gaze immediately fell on Jingwei's face, trying to read her thoughts. "Sister, why did you wake up so early today? Did you sleep poorly?" Jingwei spoke with concern, but inside, she was already feeling happy. Pei Xianye must have left last night. Considering today and tomorrow, it should be Pei Xianye's last day alive. However, The military district didn't find out about Pei Xianye's death right away because Pei Xianye was rescuing villagers in Jingwei Gully and went to the most dangerous place voluntarily. The military district increased rescue efforts afterward. When they arrived, the village was already destroyed, and the mountain had collapsed. Pei Xianye tied the last rescue rope around a villager's waist, helping them escape safely, but he stayed behind forever. The rain in Jingwei Gully kept pouring, making rescue even harder. When the military found Pei Xianye, his body was already stiff. Just thinking about it made Su Jingwei feel very satisfied. She wanted to see them show affection in front of her. She was curious how Gu Xiaoning would still act so proud in the future. These thoughts kept running through Gu Xiaoning's mind, and her face grew darker. Hearing Su Jingwei describe the situation, Gu Xiaoning guessed, a mudslide? If it was a mudslide, that was no small natural disaster. Pei Xianye had gone there last night with a few people, but they were completely outnumbered. In the previous life, the military district was slow to arrive, which led to Pei Xianye's sacrifice. This time, she was determined to make sure the military district arrived quickly and that Pei Xianye could come back alive. Su Jingwei forced a fake smile and continued, Xiaoning, I see the army is very serious. I heard Xianye went on a mission. Don't worry, Xiaoning. Xianye is so capable, he definitely won't get into trouble. Gu Xiaoning sneered sarcastically, you're just talking nonsense. Hearing this, Su Jingwei's face changed strangely. If Gu Xiaoning was worried, it would be a disaster. Su Jingwei moved a step forward and gently held her arm. Xiaoning, Xianye is definitely fine. He's the bravest person in the whole army, with many successful missions. Worrying here won't help your mood. Why not relax? We're at the military district, and we haven't gone out shopping. Why not take the military vehicle to a nearby town and look around today? Gu Xiaoning's cold eyes seemed to want to push her away. Su Jingwei really has a clever plan. Without thinking, she shook off Su Jingwei's arm. Pei Xianye is my husband. He's on a mission and I go shopping? Su Jingwei, have you lost your mind? Or am I? He left so hurriedly last night. I don't trust him. I need to ask him clearly. After speaking, Gu Xiaoning no longer looked at Su Jingwei and walked straight toward the office building. Hey, Gu Xiaoning! Su Jingwei was caught off guard. Watching her walk away, her face suddenly looked strange and unpleasant, her chest rising with anger. No, this isn't the Gu Xiaoning she knew. In her past life, she had experienced Pei Xianye's cold and indifferent side. Marrying him was no different from being a widow. But thinking about the interactions between Pei Xianye and Gu Xiaoning, Su Jingwei clenched her fists in anger. Something's not right. Neither Pei Xianye nor Gu Xiaoning are normal. She didn't want to admit it, but Pei Xianye liked Gu Xiaoning because of her looks. From head to toe, what about her wasn't as good as Gu Xiaoning? Su Jingwei couldn't relax. She turned around and hurried after Gu Xiaoning, wanting to see what she was planning to do. Meanwhile, when Gu Xiaoning reached the office building, she saw Pei Xianye coming out with some documents. Big brother. Gu Xiaoning waved and called out loudly. At that moment, Pei Xianye was standing next to a superior officer. The officer looked up and fixed his gaze on Gu Xiaoning's face. Xianye, is that Xianye's wife? Last night, Ma Miao Miao even went to his house crying, making him feel sorry for his wife. His wife also asked him to think of a way. The officer's face turned serious. What's there to think about? It's the new era now. Old traditions don't work anymore. Pei Xianye is married, so he can't just break up their marriage, right? Pei Xianye responded, yes, that's Xianye's wife. She's probably worried about Xianye going on a mission. Xianye, go and comfort Xianye's wife. Tell her not to worry, the commander said. He trusted Pei Xianye completely and believed that Xianye would successfully complete the mission in Zaizagu and return safely. Hearing this, Pei Xianye nodded. Yes, commander. I'll go check on her. Let's go, the commander said, leading the others away. Pei Xianye then walked toward Gu Xiaoning. Gu Xiaoning stood outside the office building, not daring to approach. When she saw Pei Xianye coming, she finally spoke. Brother, I have something I want to tell you. Seeing her small face full of worry and her eyes glistening with tears, Pei Xianye paused. Zhao cared so much about Xianye. He should be happy for his younger brother, who had married someone who truly cared for him. Since they were standing outside where people were passing by, he didn't want others to misunderstand and think he was upsetting his sister-in-law. Zhao, let's talk in my office, he said. Gu Zhao nodded. All right, brother. The two of them went inside one after the other. Nearby, Jingwei happened to walk by and saw Pei Xianye leading Gu Zhao into the office building. Her expression changed instantly, and her hands clenched tightly. Why was Gu Zhao looking for Pei Xianye again? What was she planning? Jingwei didn't believe that Gu Zhao could know that Pei Xianye might not return from this mission, unless she, too, had been reborn. But how could that be possible? Could they both have been reborn? If that were true, would Gu Zhao really give up the chance to be the commander's wife and willingly marry Pei Xianye? No, she, Jingwei, was the one truly favored by fate. Meanwhile, in the office, Pei Xianye gestured for Gu Zhao to sit down. But she didn't. Her emotions were already building up, her eyes filled with tears, and she looked anxious and uneasy. Brother, did Xianye go to Zizigou for a mission?
She asked.
Pei Xianye frowned slightly. How did Zhao know that Xianye had gone to Zizigou? Yes, Zhao, he said gently. I understand that you're worried, but don't be. Xianye is very experienced. He always completes his missions successfully. Zizigou is far from our base. It takes more than 3 hours to drive there, and some roads aren't even finished yet. So, news from there might take a while to reach us. Let's just be patient. Pei Xianye spoke softly to comfort her, but before he could finish, Gu Zhao blurted out, no. Something's wrong. Not good. He paused, surprised, and looked at Gu Zhao. Gu Zhao sniffed, voice trembling. Big brother, I had a bad dream last night. I dreamed that Xianye had an accident in Zizigou. He didn't bring enough people, so they couldn't rescue him. If something happens to Xianye, it would be a big loss for the military district. Plus, Xianye is your younger brother. You wouldn't want your own brother to be in danger, right? I have a feeling that the disaster in Zizigou won't be small. The message hasn't come through, not because it's slow, but because there's no signal over there. How can the message be sent? Gu Zhao spoke firmly, with red eyes that made it hard for people to be indifferent. Pei Xianye paused. Zhao, I understand your worry. Trust me, Xianye won't get into trouble. But he might, big brother. I don't know what approval is needed for the military district to send rescue teams, but I am sure Xianye will face danger. If you think everything is fine, I will go find Xianye myself. How could that be? Not to mention how troublesome it is to get from here to Zizigou. It's a 3-hour drive. If Gu Zhao sets out alone, he would be targeted by wild wolves. Also, Xianye has told him more than once that if he ever goes on a mission, he must take good care of Zhao and not let anything happen to him. No, Zhao, you can't find Xianye alone. Big brother Pei, I think you also can't accept the news if Xianye is in danger. Better safe than sorry. Xianye didn't bring many people last night. If the military district doesn't send help, Xianye and his team might sacrifice themselves in vain. Pei Xianye looked serious and fell silent. His brows furrowed, torn between his brother's safety and the military's plans. Seeing Gu Zhao so determined, Pei Xianye didn't dare to gamble. He couldn't mobilize many military personnel now, but he could take Gu Zhao to Zizigou to look around, which was not a problem. Zhao, I will take you to Zizigou first. If everything is fine, I will bring you back. Hearing this, Gu Zhao immediately responded, Thank you, big brother Pei. I will go back now to prepare. Where will we meet? Pei Xianye looked at Gu Zhao and spoke slowly, Sister-in-law, just wait outside the main gate of the residential compound. I'll go start the car. Gu Zhao nodded firmly. Okay, big brother Pei. After leaving the office building, she hurried toward the residential area, her face tense and hurried. Jingwei was sitting under a big tree, lost in thought. She noticed a graceful figure walking far away, and only then realized Gu Zhao had left the office building. Her face froze in surprise, still unable to react. Gu Zhao, why did she leave again? What did she say to Pei Xianye? Jingwei suddenly stood up, wanting to walk toward the office building, but then remembered that military spouses were not allowed to enter easily. If she went in without permission and was caught, it would be embarrassing for her. She clenched her fists and finally turned around, walking toward the residential area. Gu Xiaoning hurried back home without stopping, grabbing her bag and searching for medicine. Last night, Pei Xianye left in a rush. If there was a sudden mudslide in Jingwei Gully, medical aid would be very scarce. She packed all the useful medicines, filled a water bottle, and included some cookies from Aunt Yi. Soon, her bag was packed full, hanging on her shoulder, feeling a bit heavy on her shoulders. In the end, Gu Xiaoning couldn't remember what else to bring. She locked the house door and the bathroom door, then left with the keys. Outside, she headed straight for the main gate of the residential area. From afar, she saw Pei Xianye's car approaching. She lowered her eyes, her face cold and serious, and quickened her steps. When she reached the car, Pei Xianye unlocked it, rolled down the front passenger window. Gu Xiaoning instinctively looked inside. Only Big Brother Pei was there? As a political officer, he should have a soldier with him at all times. But time was tight. Convincing Pei Xianye to take her to Jingwei Gully was already difficult enough. Now, Pei Xianye's life was the most urgent matter. She couldn't think about anything else. Just as Gu Xiaoning was about to open the back door and get in, Pei Xianye's voice reached her ears. "Sister-in-law, sit in the front. The road to Jingwei Gully is bumpy and you might get carsick in the back." Gu Xiaoning frowned but finally opened the front passenger door and sat inside. Pei Xianye started the car without delay and drove off. "Hey!" Jingwei had just returned and saw from afar that Gu Xiaoning had already gotten into a car and left. She stopped in her tracks, her face twisting with anger. Where are Gu Xiaoning and Pei Xianye going? Could it be that as soon as Xianye left, Gu Xiaoning started to flirt with other men? That wicked woman. She was so furious her teeth itched, her eyes reddening. She secretly vowed she would never let Gu Xiaoning succeed. At this moment, Gu Xiaoning and Pei Xianye had already left the military area. Gu Xiaoning, holding her bag, kept her face tight and couldn't relax. Pei Xianye occasionally glanced at Gu Xiaoning and comforted her softly. "Xiaoning, don't be so nervous. Trust Xianye." She might believe in Pei Xianye for other tasks, but this was a natural disaster. A mudslide could destroy an entire village. Human lives are small in the face of such disasters. Even Jingwei was sure that Pei Xianye wouldn't come back this time. How could she be at ease? But since Pei Xianye agreed to take her to Jingwei, Gu Xiaoning didn't want to pressure him further. She needed his help. Gu Xiaoning softly said, "Big brother, I'm fine. Thank you for driving me out." Pei Xianye held the steering wheel and, upon hearing this, a faint, hard-to-notice emotion flickered in his eyes. "Xianye is my younger brother. I don't want anything to happen to him. It's good to go see him," Gu Xiaoning responded quietly. Then, the two fell into silence and headed toward Jingwei. After nearly 2 hours of driving, the road completely disappeared ahead. The car jolted badly as it went up. Gu Xiaoning sat in the passenger seat, bouncing around, feeling like her head was about to come off. Surrounding her was a sky full of yellow sand, and in the distance was an endless dust desert, sparsely populated. The more they looked toward Jingwei, the more desolate it became. Compared to this, Gu Xiaoning thought the military area environment was quite good. Pei Xianye rolled up all the windows to keep the yellow sand out. He looked at Gu Xiaoning with concern. "Xiaoning, are you okay? Should we stop for a break?" Seeing how pale she looked, Pei Xianye worried she might vomit at any moment.
Gu Xiaoning endured her discomfort, clutching her bag tightly.
Right now, she only had one thought in her mind. "Xianye, I am coming to find you regardless of everything. You must stay alive. You must insist until she arrives." "No need, Brother Pei. Let's not waste more time. I'm worried about Xianye. Worried about Xianye." Pei Xianye's brow twitched. He seemed to understand why Xianye cared so much about Gu Xiaoning. Both are people who think of each other first. With heart to heart, could his brother lose control? Pei Xianye didn't dare stay any longer. He headed toward Jingwei. Meanwhile, Jingwei, when Pei Xianye and his team arrived at Jingwei last night, the road into the village was already destroyed. The heavy rain kept worsening. The village dogs kept barking loudly. At that moment, Xianye knew this was not just a simple rescue. A mudslide violently hit the village. Houses collapsed, mountains crumbled. Thunder and lightning flashed, as if a tear was being ripped open in the dark sky. Xianye had to stay very calm. He wanted to contact the village leader, but could only shout loudly. He and his team carefully sneaked into Zhaizigo. Everyone had a rope tied around their waist and carried flashlights. But the batteries were running low, and with the heavy rain, they couldn't light torches. They could only use the flashlights for now. All night, Xianye's main goal was to find the children first. The team worked together, shouting, "Comrades, hold on. The military and civilians are united. Let's fight this disaster together. Don't be afraid." The villagers fleeing cried loudly, calling for help everywhere. Xianye's team was small. They could only form a human ladder with their shoulders to pass the trapped children out one by one. Until dawn, they couldn't stop. Xianye was covered in mud. His handsome face had cuts of all sizes. Blood from his brow was still flowing down his cheek. His team members were all injured, their eyes full of despair. They looked back at Xianye, their voices trembling and helpless. "Team Pei, our strength is too little. We can't save everyone. Many villagers are still missing. The injured in the temporary tents can't be treated." Xianye looked at the distant mountain, feeling a bad premonition rising in his heart. With his experience in observing terrain, he was afraid another mudslide might happen. All these villagers needed to be evacuated immediately. "Team Pei, are we still unable to contact the troops?" Pei Xianye had tried to contact the troops several times, but the signal was weak and broken, and he couldn't even say a complete sentence. He also kept receiving no response from the military. Right now, they were in a deep abyss. Besides them, only the villagers desperately fighting to survive remained. Even with limited strength, they had to use their bodies to do their best to lead the villagers out. At this moment, Pei Xianye made a decision. He looked up with a firm, cold gaze at the team members in front of him. "All of you, come with me." His heavy voice made everyone stand at attention, straightening their bodies and saluting respectfully. "Captain Pei, we're ready. We are the people's soldiers. Our mission is to protect our country and its people. Today, the village is in danger. Shouldn't we do everything we can to save the villagers, even if it means risking our lives?" Pei Xianye's heart was heavy as he spoke these words, because at this moment, he thought of Gu Zhaoning, who was waiting for him at home. But he had no choice. The lives of so many villagers were far more important than anything else. No matter if they could return or not, they had to do their best to fight against this natural disaster. The team members' eyes turned red, but at this moment, they had no way out. After a brief silence, their voices thundered like a storm. "Captain Pei, we swear to follow you to save all the villagers of the village." Not far away, the head of the larger group heard their voices and also felt tears welling up. He stepped over the ruins and firmly grasped Pei Xianye's hand. Pei Xianye's hands were covered with wounds and blood. The head of the group trembled as he spoke. "Captain Pei, on behalf of Zhaijiang Village, I, Zhou Kongyong, sincerely thank you. You are our savior." Pei Xianye's eyes grew dangerous as he looked at the dark clouds gathering in the distance, with heavy rain starting again. There was no time to delay. He quickly told Zhou Kongyong, "Secretary Zhou, more rain is coming. We can't guarantee that another mudslide won't happen. The villagers we've already rescued should be moved immediately to avoid secondary harm. Otherwise, all our efforts will be in vain. I will continue to rescue with my comrades." After Pei Xianye's warning, Zhou Kongyong's face suddenly changed. He looked at the distant weather and felt like a terrifying monster was about to open its mouth with sharp teeth. Zhou Kongyong's body trembled uncontrollably. "Captain Pei, do you mean there might be a second mudslide?" Pei Xianye didn't dare to gamble. He quickly decided, "Secretary Zhou, we must gather the villagers and evacuate immediately. No one should delay." Hearing this, Zhou Kongyong no longer dared to wait. His legs went weak, and he turned around to run back. "Everyone listen to me. Evacuate now. Don't stay in the tents." The mountain might collapse again, and more danger could come. The villagers inside the tents became very anxious. A few old men ran out shouting, "Secretary, we can't just run like this. We haven't taken the food and our belongings. What will we eat later?" Before Zhou Kongyong could react, those old men and villagers rushed back toward the dilapidated houses. Seeing this, the team members looked scared and quickly shouted, "Captain Pei, if these people run back, it will be a problem." Pei Xianye's expression turned cold, and a vein on his forehead bulged. Without hesitation, he shouted, "Everyone stop right now." His commanding voice was so strong that it scared all the old villagers. Pei Xianye held back his anger and said, "At this moment, who cares about the food? As long as people are alive, the food is still there. If people are gone, what's the use of food? The heavy rain will come soon. All survivors, evacuate in an orderly manner." No one is allowed to go back. Inside the tent, some women ran out crying bitterly, tears streaming down their faces. "Officer, my child is still missing. Please, you must rescue him. He's only 16, like a flower. If he's gone, I won't be able to live." Pei Xianye looked at the majority of the rescued villagers. The remaining ones still missing need precise location tracking, not blind searching. "Now, everyone, tell me the names of those who haven't been rescued yet and where they were before they went missing. We will do our best to find them. I will start by saying that my son is 16 years old. His name is Guguocheng. Before he went missing, he was visiting his grandmother to deliver eggs. But his grandmother said she hasn't seen her grandson. Last night, it rained so heavily, and the ground was slippery. What if he slipped and fell down the mountain?" The woman was crying uncontrollably, unable to say more. "My husband also went up the mountain last night to hunt, and he hasn't come back yet. My family." One villager after another spoke, while Tang Zheng, the team member standing next to Pei Xianye, quickly took notes on crumpled paper. His brow furrowed more and more. This rescue mission is really difficult. After they finished speaking, a loud thunderclap sounded, and everyone was so frightened they ran away in all directions. Pei Xianye shouted again, "Everyone, stay in order and run outside the village. The landslide area is the center of the mudslide. Running away from it is safe." The longer they stayed in the village, the more dangerous it became. Zhou Kongyong knew he had to lead the villagers to leave now. Like Captain Pei said, as long as people are alive, there's hope to rebuild the village someday. If everyone were to die, the village would be gone forever. "Everyone, listen carefully and line up. The officers will rescue us one by one. We're not here to cause trouble for them." Zhou Kongyong, confident and also the leader of the village, made the villagers obey. They all started moving out, some limping, some needing help to walk. No one dared to stop. Pei Xianye looked back at the approaching storm. He fastened his rescue rope around his waist and held a crowbar. "Let's do our best. People can beat nature. Captain Pei, we will do our best." Everyone spread out to search for villagers buried under the rubble. After walking a few steps, Pei Xianye heard distant crying. Last night's heavy rain turned the village into a mess. It was dark, and the flashlight's light was weak, making it hard to see. Pei Xianye had to rescue nearby. Standing in the mud, he listened carefully to where the crying was coming from. Tang Zheng also heard it. He suddenly looked at Pei Xianye with wide eyes. "Captain Pei, is it coming from that mountain over there? Are there villagers trapped?" The sound grew fainter. Pei Xianye didn't dare delay. His face turned cold. "Tang Zheng, come with me and check it out." "Yes, Captain Pei." They walked up the hillside, but they had to constantly watch out for the risk of landslides and secondary mudslides. Meanwhile, Gu Zhaoning endured her nausea and jostled along until she finally saw the scene of Zhai Zigo in the distance, following Pei Xianye. At first glance, Gu Zhaoning's pupils shrank sharply. Pei Xianye was also shocked by what he saw. He had thought that the village might have been hit by heavy rain, causing many houses to collapse, or that bad weather had caused landslides and falling rocks, prompting the village to contact the army for help. But he didn't expect that after Pei Xianye led his team to Zhai Zigo, they couldn't contact the village, and even Pei Xianye's walkie-talkie lost connection. When Zhou Kongyong was orderly evacuating the villagers, he saw a military vehicle approaching from afar. At that moment, hope and expectation flashed in Zhou Kongyong's eyes. Could it be that more help was coming? He quickly stepped forward and waved at the people inside the military vehicle. Seeing this, Pei Xianye's face tightened with seriousness. He quickly turned off the fire and warned Gu Zhaoning, "Zhaoning, don't get off the car. Stay inside and don't run around anywhere." He had to bring her back safely, otherwise how could he explain to Xianye later? After getting out of the car, Pei Xianye hurriedly met with Zhou Kongyong. Gu Zhaoning's gaze carefully scanned the crowd, mostly injured villagers and vulnerable children. She didn't see Pei Xianye's figure anywhere. The distant rainstorm was about to arrive, and all the wells and rivers had turned muddy. The village had already been destroyed by a mudslide, with broken beams and pillars everywhere. But she still couldn't see Pei Xianye's figure. There wasn't a single soldier in this rescue team. That meant they must still be inside, rescuing people. In the face of natural disasters, human strength feels so small. Gu Zhaoning felt her heart pounding. Her breathing seemed to be choked, slowing down. In her previous life, Pei Xianye had sacrificed himself heroically to save the villagers of Zhaizigo, and his sacrifice greatly contributed to Pei Xianye's future rise to leadership. Pei Xianye had to carry his brother's faith and mission forward, so he had stayed in the border military zone his whole life, never leaving. But in Gu Zhaoning's eyes, since she was here, she would do everything she could to save Pei Xianye. She was not going to just watch him die. Gu Zhaoning hurriedly tried to get out of the car, but she found that Pei Xianye had locked the door from the inside. She knocked hard on the door and shouted toward Pei Xianye's back, "Big Brother Pei. Big Brother Pei." At that moment, Pei Xianye was talking with Zhou Kongyong and didn't notice Gu Zhaoning pounding on the window behind him. Gu Zhaoning clenched her teeth tightly. Did Pei Xianye already guess what she was about to do? Zhou Kongyong held tightly to Pei Xianye's hand, unwilling to let go, with a look of helplessness and despair on his face. "Commissioner Pei, what did our village gully do to anger the heavens? Why is the sky punishing us with this mudslide that has destroyed our entire village? The villagers here have passed down through generations. Without the gully, where can they go in the future? Commissioner Pei, can you try to contact more troops to help us?" Officer Pei and a few comrades rescued all night last night. They are badly injured but still searching inside, not giving up on any villager, but Officer Pei said there might be a second mudslide. This kind of disaster can destroy houses. They are relying only on their bodies. How can they withstand it? Zhou Kongyong's words struck heavily in Pei Xianye's heart. His face was serious. "Secretary Zhou, don't worry. We won't give up on anyone. Protecting the people is our duty. Xianye is right. Continuing to stay here is too dangerous for the rescued villagers. You should evacuate. I will contact the troops to come and support us as soon as possible." Zhou Kongyong trembled as he pointed at the village gully. "What I worry about is Officer Pei and the others. If they sacrifice themselves because of our village gully, I will carry that guilt for the rest of my life." Pei Xianye's eyes flickered with resolve, his face cold. "Secretary Zhou, Xianye is my younger brother. I can't abandon him. You evacuate first, and the rest will be left to our troops." After hearing Pei Xianye's response, Zhou Kongyong nodded firmly. "Commissioner Pei, I will evacuate with the villagers right now." He turned back and shouted, leading the villagers who were limping forward. Pei Xianye saw some children with blood on their faces, others unable to move their legs, and hanging onto their fathers. Everyone was badly injured, and his heart sank deeply. He no longer hesitated. He turned and walked toward the car, noticing Gu Zhaoning still pounding on the window and trying to pry the car open with tools inside. Pei Xianye saw the situation and furrowed his brows. He calmly walked forward, unlocked the door, and sat inside the car. "Zhaoning, the situation is urgent. There might be another landslide. Stay in the car." However, Gu Zhaoning interrupted him. "Big Brother Pei, you see it too? Pei Xianye and his team rescued many villagers. They've been working all night and are exhausted. It's even more dangerous inside now." Seeing Gu Zhaoning's worried and tense eyes, Pei Xianye said seriously, "I understand. I will contact the team immediately and send help. Gu Xiaoning shook her head. It's too late. There's no time. It took them 3 hours to get here. By the time the rescue team arrives, the opportunity might be lost. Gu Xiaoning tightly carried her bag, which was full of medicines. Before Pei Xianye could react, she pushed open the car door and said, Big Brother Pei, you should contact the team. I will go inside to find Xianye. Based on Su Jingwei's feelings, she at least knew where Pei Xianye was trapped. She couldn't wait for the rescue team anymore. Without looking back, Gu Xiaoning ran toward the village valley. Pei Xianye's heart pounded. Xiaoning, you can't go. His face changed dramatically. He stepped forward to chase her, but her back was very determined. She showed no fear of the coming disaster. She was running toward the village valley to find Xianye. Right now, Pei Xianye needed to contact the military district first and then go inside to find Gu Xiaoning and Pei Xianye together. He quickly returned to the car, turned on the communication device, and contacted the military district. After a few seconds of crackling static, the operator's voice came through. This is the Border Military District Communication Room. Pei Xianye's voice was cold and firm. This is Pei Xianye. There was a landslide in the village valley last night. The entire village was destroyed. Send help and medical teams immediately. The other side didn't dare delay. Yes, Commissar Pei. How are the conditions there now? Xianye and the others are in danger. Send help quickly. After speaking, Pei Xianye grabbed the crowbar in his car and headed straight toward the village valley without hesitation. At this moment, he was no longer just a commissar. He was Pei Xianye's brother. His brother was in danger of losing his life at any moment. How could he wait calmly outside? However, in just a short moment, Pei Xianye could no longer see Gu Xiaoning's figure. She was a girl with no training at all. How could she save Xianye? At that time, Xianye was leading Tang Zheng up the mountain to find someone. The closer they got, the fainter the sound of calling for help became. Both of them looked serious and alert, not daring to relax. If the sound of help disappeared, the situation would become even more dangerous. A heavy rain was coming down, pouring over them again. Tang Zheng was soaked and couldn't open his eyes. Last night, when rescuing someone, his thigh was cut and blood had soaked his pants. After a whole night, his left leg had lost feeling. Xianye noticed this and looked back at Tang Zheng, tying the rescue rope to him. Seeing this, Tang Zheng wanted to untie himself immediately. Captain Pei, don't pull me along. That will tire you out even more.
You're a soldier I trained.
If you call me captain, I can't just give up on you. Tang Zheng's eyes and nose were red with emotion. He ignored his leg pain and followed closely behind Xianye. Suddenly, there was a noise from the mountain again. He looked up at the dark clouds covering the sky, like a huge demon ready to swallow them. In the next second, rocks tumbled down the mountain, crashing toward them. Xianye reacted first. When he saw a huge rock heading straight for Tang Zheng's head, his eyes changed instantly, and he lunged toward Tang Zheng. Watch out! He pushed Tang Zheng to the ground, and they rolled to the side. But more and more rocks were falling from the mountain. Xianye protected Tang Zheng with his body. Just as he was about to stand up, a falling stone hit his leg. His pupils shrank, and he let out a muffled cry of pain. Tang Zheng's face twisted with anger. He immediately sat up and looked at Captain Pei, who was protecting him. Captain Pei, how are you?
Don't worry about me.
I can hold on. His voice was trembling as he said this. Xianye also looked down at him. Can you hold on? Tang Zheng clenched his teeth, blood seeping from his gums. He nodded hard.
Yes.
After saying that, Xianye got up and pulled Tang Zheng to his feet. They dodged the falling rocks and continued searching inside. Soon, they saw a young man and a strong man trapped under a huge stone, unable to move. Tang Zheng immediately pointed and said excitedly, Team Pei, we found them. We found them. Pei Xianye looked serious and fierce, without hesitation, helping Tang Zheng rush toward the two people. The area around where the two were trapped was already covered with large and small rocks, and mud covered their faces, making them look almost lifeless. Tang Zheng quickly stepped forward. Comrades, comrades, wake up. When they heard the voice, The two, full of a strong desire to survive, opened their eyes. They couldn't move but looked at the two people in front of them for help. The young boy sobbed, "Help, help me." Not far away, the sound of a mudslide was faintly heard. Tang Zheng's eyes shrank suddenly, and a bad feeling rose in his heart. Oh no, another mudslide is coming. Team Pei Xianye, holding a crowbar, led Tang Zheng forward. Save the people first. Since they had already found the people, they couldn't just watch them be covered by the mudslide and run away. Running away is never something a soldier would do. Tang Zheng also had red eyes. He held the crowbar in his hand and moved forward. The two worked together to remove the rocks pressing on them. 1, 2, 1, 2. Every time Tang Zheng exerted force, his back teeth clenched tightly. Until the rocks on the boy's body were moved away, he tried to stand up but couldn't because of the serious injury to his leg. Pei Xianye and Tang Zheng helped the old man. After the large rocks were moved, each of them supported one person. It hurts. The boy's face was covered in blood, and mud was caked on his teeth. Every step he took caused intense pain in his leg, making it impossible for him to stand. Seeing this, Tang Zheng didn't hesitate. He bent down and patted his back, signaling, "Get on, I'll carry you out." Not far away, the mudslide was already rushing toward them with great force. It looked like a monster with a big mouth, swallowing everything in its path. Pei Xianye realized the danger immediately. Without hesitation, he untied the rescue rope from himself and tied it around the old man. He pushed them forward with force. "Tang Zheng, don't look back. Take them away." Tang Zheng looked back at Pei Xianye. The mudslide behind them was moving so fast that they couldn't escape. "Team Pei, if you untie the rope like this, you'll be swept away." Pei Xianye's voice was hoarse. "Don't worry about me." He carefully observed his surroundings. Near the cliff, there were extending tree trunks. He pushed them toward that side, where a rope was tied to a trunk, providing a safe spot to avoid the mudslide. Tang Zheng felt like he was being pushed by Team Pei. When they reached the cliff, Pei Xianye quickly stepped forward, tying the extended rope from Tang Zheng to a tree trunk. "Tang Zheng, wait until the mudslide passes, then you can find a way to come up." Almost as soon as he said this, the mudslide rushed down the mountain at high speed. When Tang Zheng was forced to hide behind the tree trunk with the young man, an old man shakily stepped forward, his legs trembling badly. If he accidentally fell, he would be crushed to pieces. He trembled, lips quivering. "Will I fall? Are we going to die here?" Pei Xianye was worried that his leg might shake and cause him to lose balance, pulling down the other two people with him. Even with the rope supporting them, only Tang Zheng had strong enough arm strength. The other two couldn't climb up. He quickly pulled out another piece of rope from the old man and tied it to the tree trunk. His movements were fast and precise. When the mudslide approached Pei Xianye, Tang Zheng's eyes widened, and he immediately reached out his hand toward Pei Xianye. "Team Pei, grab on." Pei Xianye looked up. The distance between them was large, and there was no space left on the tree trunk for him to hide. When Tang Zheng realized he couldn't reach him, his voice became more urgent. He shouted directly at the old man, "Comrade, grab Team Pei's hand. We're all squeezed together here." The old man was so scared he almost peed himself. He sat down on the tree trunk, clutching tightly with his legs and hands. "I don't dare, I don't dare." Hearing this, Tang Zheng almost thought his ears were malfunctioning. He was furious. "Do you know who saved you?" In the next second, Pei Xianye was overwhelmed and swept away by the mudslide. "Team Pei." Tang Zheng's heart stopped. He shouted in disbelief. Meanwhile, Gu Zhaoning was struggling through the muddy terrain as she entered the village gully. The heavy rain soaked her completely. She saw the mudslide coming down from the mountain with her own eyes. And the other comrades who stayed in the village to rescue injured and unconscious villagers, carrying them on their backs, looked at Gu Zhaoning's fair face, which seemed out of place here. They couldn't recognize who she was and, in their escape, quickly pulled her along with them.
Run.
The mudslide is coming soon. Gu Zhaoning wanted to struggle, but she couldn't match their strength. As she was pushed away, she faintly heard a buzzing sound in her ear. Someone was shouting for Pei Xianye. Almost immediately after hearing this heartbreaking cry, Gu Xiaoning felt as if her heart was being squeezed tightly, making it hard to breathe. The rushing mudslide down the mountain also hurt her eyes. How could this happen? Could it be that her efforts to come here and save Pei Xianye were in vain? In her previous life, Pei Xianye had died in such harsh conditions. No one found him, no one came to save him, and he lost his life painfully. Right now, Gu Xiaoning's heart was pounding. She was very clear-headed. Even though she had only been married to Pei Xianye for a few days, she didn't want him to die like this. He was a lively person who led his team in the middle of the night to rescue an entire village. But he didn't come back alive. How could heaven be so unfair? Let me go. Let me go. I want to find Pei Xianye. The team members quickly evacuated the villagers they had rescued from the valley. They didn't recognize this girl, but they pushed her out along with everyone else, trying to avoid being caught by the mudslide. However, when they heard the name Pei Xianye, they all looked at Gu Xiaoning, their eyes scanning her face closely. Captain Pei. They looked at each other, but only Captain Pei and Tang Zheng were missing. Meng Su immediately turned back, his eyes bloodshot. Captain Pei and Tang Zheng haven't come back. They went up the mountain to rescue. The mudslide came from the mountain. At the time of the incident, Captain Pei and Tang Zheng must have been the closest to the mudslide. Facing the mudslide directly, how could they not have been swept away? The other team members staggered at the news, their eyes red, covered in cuts and bruises of all sizes. But at this moment, nothing was more important than Captain Pei and Tang Zheng. One was their longtime leader, Captain Pei, and the other was a close comrade. Last night, they had been lying in the dormitory, joking and teasing each other, making fun of Tang Zheng. But today, Tang Zheng hadn't come back. This was a huge shock for them. Before Meng Su and the others could fully react, Gu Xiaoning had already slung her bag over her shoulder, picked up a wooden stick, and without hesitation ran toward the valley of the village. The village had already been completely covered by a mudslide. The disaster came quickly, went just as fast, and was very destructive. When everyone saw the slender figure rushing forward again, Meng Su felt a chill and, without thinking, stepped forward to grab Gu Xiaoning's arm, pulling her back. "Comrade, you can't go. Even if the mudslide has passed, there are still many dangers inside. We will go in to rescue Team Pei." Gu Xiaoning struggled hard against Meng Su's hold. "I am Xianye Pei's wife. He is missing now, and I must find him myself. Let me go." Her voice was calm and clear, but it carried a strong, commanding presence. Hearing this, Meng Su's face changed. What? Did he hear right? The beautiful girl, despite her disheveled appearance, was actually here to find Team Pei's wife? They had been joking about how delicate and fragile Team Pei's wife was, always bothering him to go to the cafeteria to get food, and even taking a day off to help her build a toilet in the family housing. Honestly, before seeing Gu Xiaoning herself, their impressions of Team Pei's wife weren't good. But who would have thought that such a dramatic person would appear here now? Coming from the army to the valley of the village was already exhausting, especially in places without roads. The military vehicle jostled so much that it felt like their brains might come out. And now, Team Pei's wife was here like this. She still carried such a big bag, full of unknown contents, bulging so much that a gust of wind could probably knock her over. Meng Su paused for a moment, then managed to find his voice. "Are you our Team Pei's wife?" "Yes, I am, Gu Xiaoning." Gu Xiaoning nodded. Her face was covered in dust, but her eyes were dark and firm, without any pretentious airs of a young lady. "Pei Xianye can't wait anymore. If he gets swept away somewhere and doesn't get rescued in time, it could be dangerous."
I don't want him to die.
"I believe you don't want that either." Hearing this, the others among Meng Su's group were inspired. They put down the villagers and looked back at her. "The danger is now past. Rest here for a while. Don't run around, and don't go into the valley again. Going inside now would be like inviting death." Meng Su was truly angry. These people couldn't let go of their belongings at home and had to protect everything. One of them almost lost his life over 20 pounds of flour. Why bother? Protecting food, Even risking your life. What's the point? So he had to raise his voice, even if it sounded a bit fierce, to scare them and stop them from running around randomly. The villagers didn't dare look directly into Meng's eyes because he was too fierce. They could only lower their heads, like children who had made a mistake. We understand, we understand. Only then did Meng Su look at his other comrades. Their faces were so battered that their features were almost unrecognizable. Everyone stay strong now. We won't give up on the villagers, and we can't give up on team leader Pei and Tang Zheng. If we can't find them, we search to the very end. Everyone looked determined. Gu Xiaoning saw their firm expressions and felt a strange ache in her nose, her eyes becoming moist. She didn't hesitate anymore. She turned around and headed back into the valley. Gu Xiaoning's face was expressionless, only holding onto her determination to find Pei Xianye. Meng Su and the others followed a few steps behind, watching Gu Xiaoning's fragile figure, her bag slung over her shoulder, leaning on a wooden stick, struggling through the muddy terrain. She avoided the worst areas affected by mudslides, but the piled-up mud flows still reached her calves. Every step was difficult, but she didn't stop at all. She wasn't someone who loved sports. Since childhood, besides dancing, she hated physical activities like running and mountain climbing. As Gu Xiaoning climbed the mountain, her lips bled from biting them so hard, and her voice choked with emotion.
Pei Xianye, hold on.
You absolutely can't die. Her legs ached terribly, and her calves were cramping. But Gu Xiaoning dared not stop. She still didn't know where Pei Xianye was. According to the memories of Su Jingwei's inner voice, Pei Xianye was trapped somewhere, waiting for rescue, but he didn't arrive in time and died from exposure. There were many winding tree trunks on the cliff. She kept looking around, not missing any place where someone could hang. Meng Su and the others headed straight toward Gu Xiaoning. After climbing for a long time, she heard a whimpering sound. Her nerves were tense. She carefully listened to confirm that the sound was indeed made by a person. Gu Xiaoning raised her voice. Can you hear me? Let me hear where you are. Someone is coming to save us. Someone is really coming to rescue us. The voice reaching Gu Xiaoning's ears was that of a middle-aged man, full of excitement. Gu Xiaoning carefully judged the direction of the man's voice and moved toward it. When she appeared in front of the three people, her eyes quickly dimmed. Tang Zheng's legs could no longer move at all. Blood blurred his pants, and he sat on a tree trunk with a pale face. Below him was an endless abyss. The old man saw Gu Xiaoning and his eyes flashed with surprise, but quickly turned to disappointment. Why is it a woman? How can she help us leave here? He dared not move recklessly. Although he was tied with a rope, he was afraid that if he slipped, he would fall. Did this rescue rope really hold him and prevent him from falling? He didn't believe it. Looking at the young boy, who was curled up tightly and too scared to speak, he felt helpless. But Tang Zheng, with his last bit of consciousness, carefully looked at the disheveled woman in front of him. Why you are? Gu Xiaoning recognized him as a soldier from his clothing and spoke without hesitation. I am Gu Xiaoning, your team leader Pei's wife. Tang Zheng was weak all over, but because of her words, his face showed a clear shock. You're Pei's wife. Gu Xiaoning ignored his surprised expression and extended a wooden stick. I'll pull you up. The old man trembled and said, I dare not reach out. What if we all fall? Seeing how cowardly he was, Tang Zheng really wanted to scold him. If it weren't for his soldierly discipline, he wouldn't hold back. He supported his injured leg and slowly stood up on the tree trunk. The cold wind kept blowing, piercingly cold. Tang Zheng gripped the stick and said with difficulty, Thank you, sister-in-law. Gu Xiaoning didn't reply. After pulling Tang Zheng to the edge of the cliff, Tang Zheng turned and reached out to the old man. Hold the child next to you. I'll pull you both up. We won't fall. Try saying one more word and see what happens. Tang Zheng was furious inside. He had endured enough. The old man looked embarrassed and didn't dare say anything more. He held Tang Zheng's hand and pulled the boy with his other hand. The two of them climbed back to the cliff, their foreheads still sweating with cold sweat. From the mountain, you can see that the village is completely destroyed. The old man, seeing this, knees down suddenly, his legs giving way. What a terrible sin, he says. My home is gone, completely gone. Gu Xiaoning ignores the old man's crying. She looks at Tang Zheng, who is badly injured, and takes out a bandage from her bag to stop his bleeding, handing it to him. Stop the bleeding first. Your comrades will come to help you soon. But Tang Zheng can't feel happy. His face turns very sad. He survived, but what about Pei Team? Pei Team sacrificed himself to save the old man, but he was swept away by the mudslide. Now, no one knows where he has gone. Is he still alive? Men don't cry easily, but right now, Tang Zheng's tears fall like big beads. Gu Xiaoning doesn't want to delay. She can save them, but she also asks Pei Xianye. Do you know where Pei Xianye is? Hearing this, Tang Zheng struggles to find his voice. He points with his finger. Pei Team was swept away at that time, but he doesn't have the strength to stand or walk now. He can't go look for Pei Team. Pei Team is more badly hurt than him. He also took a falling stone for him. Gu Xiaoning looks in the direction Tang Zheng points. Suddenly, she stands up and walks away without looking back, leaning on a wooden stick. Tang Zheng didn't expect Gu Xiaoning to leave so suddenly. He shouts after her. Sister-in-law, where are you going? It's too dangerous over there. The terrain is uneven and a small mistake could cause her to fall. There are many fallen stones covered by mudslides. But Gu Xiaoning seems not to hear her. She keeps searching, not missing any corner. Her clothes are covered in mud, and she is soaked through. The rain keeps pouring, though it has stopped for now. Dark clouds cover the sky. If it gets darker, her vision will be affected. Gu Xiaoning keeps calling Pei Xianye's name. Pei Xianye, until she sees a figure far away fall into her view. Gu Xiaoning stiffens, her blood rushing together. She looks carefully. Between a twisted tree trunk and a large rock, she sees a person caught. That person has their back to her, but from just the back, Gu Xiaoning recognizes it's Pei Xianye. Luckily, the tree trunk caught him, or he would have fallen. He is probably badly injured now and too weak to climb up. Gu Xiaoning quickly ran forward, following the winding rocks, climbing down little by little. She needed to hold tightly with both hands and feet, or she might slip and fall. When she reached Pei Xianye, Gu Xiaoning took off her bag and knelt on the rocks, looking at Pei Xianye in front of her. Pei Xianye had his eyes closed, his face pale and colorless. Gu Xiaoning reached out to touch him. His body was icy cold. Pei Xianye, can you hear me? There was no response. Gu Xiaoning immediately looked at his leg. It was hard to lift his pants, so she took out scissors from her bag and cut his pants open. Seeing the wound inside, Gu Xiaoning took out alcohol to clean it. The wound was bloody and gruesome, very shocking to see. Pei Xianye was confused and in pain, letting out a small cry. Gu Xiaoning carefully treated his wound. She had only a bandage from Tang Zheng and no extra supplies. She looked around quickly, then took off her coat. The mountain was cold, and it had just rained heavily. As soon as she took off her coat, the cold wind blew through her, making her shiver to the bone. She tore the hem of her shirt to stop the bleeding on Pei Xianye's leg. Then she picked up a nearby stick and split it in half with force, dropping one half onto the ground. Gu Xiaoning was skilled with her hands, using the stick to stabilize Pei Xianye's injured leg. He was probably broken, but she had few tools left. They needed to wait for rescue and get Pei Xianye to the military hospital as soon as possible. After finishing the wound, Gu Xiaoning looked at the unconscious Pei Xianye. She gently wiped the mud off his face. Her voice trembled as she softly called his name. Pei Xianye, wake up. Pei Xianye kept his eyes closed. Gu Xiaoning's hand rested on his. His fingers were cold, making her shiver involuntarily. She had only been here a short while, but her whole body was already trembling uncontrollably. Pei Xianye, soaked in rain all night, was already drenched in his clothes. Gu Xiaoning draped her coat over Pei Xianye's body and held his hand tightly, trying to use her slight warmth to help him regain some body heat. She leaned tiredly against a tree trunk, her throat dry and sore. He must not get into trouble. She can't take him away from here now, nor can she leave him alone to find help. If his body gets too cold, there will be no way to save him. Pei Xianye, as Gu Xiaoning softly murmured, she suddenly felt a heavy weight on her shoulder. She froze for a moment, then quickly looked down and saw that Pei Xianye had unconsciously leaned on her shoulder. She looked down, tightly holding his hand, but Pei Xianye's hand was too cold. She hadn't warmed his hand yet, and her own hands were turning red from the cold, trembling. The wind on the mountain grew stronger, and the sky darkened. Pei Xianye was stuck between a tree trunk and a large rock, barely fitting in. If either of them slipped, they could fall, and be seriously hurt or worse. Gu Xiaoning looked up. If it got darker, it might take some time for her teammates to find them. But she was afraid to leave him alone now. She couldn't bear the thought of failing. If she couldn't get him out of here, she had to make sure Pei Xianye stayed alive. He couldn't die. Gu Xiaoning tentatively called out, "Pei Xianye, can you hear me?" There was no response. Her heart tightened. She knew she couldn't go on like this. His clothes were too wet. Although his jacket was rainproof, it couldn't withstand the rain since last night's rescue. He had been soaked for too long. Without hesitation, Gu Xiaoning leaned him against the rock behind her. She took off her own jacket and then removed all of Pei Xianye's wet clothes. At this moment, she didn't care about anything else. Warming his body was the best way to raise his temperature. Since he was her man, she had no shame. Gu Xiaoning hung their wet jackets on the tree trunk to block the wind and hide their privacy. Even if her teammates found them, she would have time to put her clothes back on. She took off her inner layer, leaving only her underwear, and did the same with Pei Xianye's clothes. Gritting her teeth, she stepped forward and hugged him tightly, using her warmth to help him recover. Pei Xianye's face was buried in her neck. The mountain wind kept blowing on their jackets, making a frightening noise. Pei Xianye, please wake up. Her mental strength was not very strong. In this environment, Gu Xiaoning's mind was on the verge of breaking down. She stopped the bleeding from his wound and took off her clothes to help him warm up. She did everything she could. If she still couldn't save him, Gu Xiaoning would regret herself forever. Gu Xiaoning held his neck and kept using her body heat to warm him. They were very close together. Just when Gu Xiaoning thought she had no more options, she heard a very weak voice. Thirsty, the cold wind howled, and the temperature on the mountain kept dropping, but Gu Xiaoning still clearly heard him. She quickly stepped back, holding Pei Xianye's face. Pei Xianye, can you hear me? Pei Xianye kept his eyes closed, his face pale, and his eyebrows tightly furrowed. Gu Xiaoning remembered what he just said, thirsty. Yes, she still had a water bottle with hot water, though she didn't know if it had cooled down now. She turned around and searched her bag for the water bottle. When she took it out, she quickly opened it and took a sip. The water had cooled. Gu Xiaoning frowned slightly and made a somewhat disgusting decision in a short time. But Pei Xianye probably wouldn't mind. During their kiss, he even drank her saliva. Gu Xiaoning took a sip, warmed it in her mouth, then held Pei Xianye's face and leaned down to kiss his lips. She imitated the way Pei Xianye had kissed her before, pried his lips open, and poured the hot water inside. After feeding him a sip, she supported his chin and looked at his face. Was he about to wake up? Gu Xiaoning took another sip from the water bottle and leaned in again. Their lips pressed together heavily. Gu Xiaoning lowered her eyelashes, tears already gathering on her lashes. Until Pei Xianye responded. He hadn't opened his eyes yet, but his lips responded to her. Pei Xianye, taking the lead, fiercely captured Gu Xiaoning's lips, greedily absorbing her sweetness. Ugh! Gu Xiaoning's breath hitched, and her heart started pounding faster. She wanted to pull back, but Pei Xianye kept clinging to her with a passionate kiss. Pei, Gu Xiaoning pushed him away just in time before she suffocated. They parted slightly, and she took deep breaths. The man before her slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were deep and cold, fixed on her without blinking, as if he wanted to see through her completely. When Gu Xiaoning saw Pei Xianye finally open his eyes, she thought she would feel very excited, but instead, her eyes started to turn red first, and her nose felt sore. Pei Xianye, are you awake? Can you hear me? Her voice was thick with emotion, and she was about to cry. Pei Xianye blinked slowly and gently reached out to touch her face. Am I not dead? Hearing this, Gu Xiaoning became even more upset. She gently hit his shoulder and said, Of course you're not dead. I worked so hard to save you. I won't let you die. This was the first time she had come to help someone without caring about danger. She didn't even know if she could save Pei Xianye, or if she might risk her own life. But she still came without hesitation or worry. Pei Xianye regained his senses and looked around. They were between a large rock and a tree trunk. He remembered being swept down the mountain by a mudslide. His body was out of control, hitting many places. But just before losing consciousness, he grabbed the tree trunk and used his last strength to lean on the big rock, so he didn't fall. If he had fallen, he would have been shattered into pieces and already gone to meet the afterlife. What shocked Pei Xianye even more was that Gu Zhaoning was standing right in front of him. Something he never dared to imagine had actually happened. Gu Zhaoning, so delicate and fragile, had never done heavy work. Not only did she come to rescue him, but even the journey from the military district to Zhaizigo was enough to almost take her life. The road was full of potholes and uneven ground. The car jolted and shook as it moved. Zhaizigo was hit by a mudslide again, destroying the entire village. There was heavy rain, lightning, and falling rocks from the mountain. Everywhere was dangerous. One mistake could cost her her life. Gu Zhaoning, how could she be here? Pei Xianye watched her tears fall, hitting his hand. His heart suddenly felt warm, and his breathing slowed. How did he marry such a wonderful person? She was so good that he felt he didn't deserve her. When Pei Xianye was unconscious, Gu Zhaoning didn't know fear. Now that he was awake, she suddenly realized what she had just done. Tears flooded her eyes and couldn't stop. Pei Xianye, you're lying. You said you would come back safely, but it was all a lie. Pei Xianye cleared his throat slowly. The wind was so strong and the temperature was still low. He was only wearing underwear, yet he could guess that Gu Zhaoning had taken off their clothes to save him. Without hesitation, he reached out and tightly hugged Gu Zhaoning in his arms, then lowered his head to kiss away her tears. Wife, I was wrong. I made you worry. Gu Zhaoning was crying very hard, showing her fear only now. If Pei Xianye died, she would be a widow. No one would protect her, and no one would help save her parents. I called you so many times just now, but you didn't answer me. You still have so many wounds, and the blood won't stop. Each of these words felt like needles stabbing into Pei Xianye's heart, making him feel a deep pain. He didn't care about his own injuries, but seeing Gu Zhaoning come to save him regardless of her safety made him truly feel heartache everywhere. Pei Xianye held her tightly in his arms, then picked up the clothes she had taken off and helped her put them back on. It was too cold here. What if she caught a cold? If she got seriously ill and had to go back, would he still be a good person? When he was putting on her clothes, Pei Xianye noticed that the hem of her shirt was missing a large piece of fabric. His brow furrowed, and when he looked at the bandages on her leg, he realized Gu Zhaoning had torn her own clothes to help him stop the bleeding. He hugged her even more tightly, then lowered his head to kiss her face, her forehead, and her swollen, red eyelids. I'm the idiot. I scared you. When I get you out of here safely, you can hit and scold me as much as you want, okay? Pei Xianye's voice was low and carried by the wind, a little messy. Gu Zhaoning's body trembled. I don't know how to get you out of here. I can't see below, and if I fall, I'll definitely be shattered into pieces. Listening to her words, Pei Xianye patiently comforted her. I won't let you fall. If you really fall, I'll be your cushion. Don't talk nonsense. Spit, spit, spit. Gu Zhaoning stopped crying and just looked at him with swollen eyes. Pei Xianye was amused by her expression, and his heart beat faster for her. Spit, spit, spit. He matched her tone, his voice deep and rising at the end. When it entered Gu Zhaoning's ear, her tense nerves slowly relaxed. Their eyes met. Gu Zhaoning's eyelashes fluttered, and she felt that Pei Xianye's gaze on her was becoming deeper and more intense. This seems like a signal of invitation. She turned her head and said, we should think about how to leave here first, not do anything embarrassing. However, Pei Xianye hugged her waist and leaned close to her lips. Wife, you saved my life. I just want to kiss you. Everything else comes second. He only wants to kiss her. Only by breathing her air can he feel that everything is real, not a fleeting moment or a dream. Gu Xiaoning was about to refuse, but Pei Xianye's hand on her waist suddenly tightened. He picked her up and held her close. Before Gu Xiaoning could react, Pei Xianye lowered his head and pressed his lips to hers again. Gu Xiaoning's nose felt sore, and her whole body was cold, but his lips were hot. Pei Xianye's kisses became more intense, and his chest rose and fell heavily. Gu Xiaoning couldn't handle his kisses and kept turning her head to avoid him. But Pei Xianye didn't mind her resistance. His passionate kisses kept falling on her neck and collarbone. "I'll help you warm up, wife." Gu Xiaoning didn't feel warm at all. Every place his lips touched made her shiver intensely. She couldn't help but push his head away, saying, "Pei Xianye, calm down. Someone might come to rescue us at any moment. What if they see? I don't want to be embarrassed." Hearing this, Pei Xianye just gently brushed his hair against her neck. Gu Xiaoning felt ticklish and quickly pushed him away. "Pei Xianye, if you're kissing me, I won't pay attention to you anymore." But Pei Xianye smiled mischievously at her. "Gu Xiaoning, you don't want to. What's there to not want?" Gu Xiaoning retorted. Pei Xianye leaned close to her ear and whispered softly, "Because you care about me. You love me." Gu Xiaoning's heart started pounding loudly, and her breathing quickened. What love or not love? She couldn't say it to Pei Xianye. "Pei Xianye." The two started teasing each other again. Pei Xianye gently stroked her hair to comfort her and stopped bothering her. Whether Gu Xiaoning loved him or not, he was already lost. In this life, he only wants Gu Xiaoning. Pei Xianye regained his senses and looked at the bag she brought, which was filled with medicines, a water bottle, and some snacks. Pei Xianye reached out and snapped something with a crisp sound. "This is a cake Aunt Yi gave you. Do you want to eat some?" "I don't want to eat. I'm just worried you're hungry." Gu Xiaoning shook her head. She wasn't in the mood to eat right now. Pei Xianye packed up her belongings, picked them up, and his expression grew serious. They were heavy, all carried by her alone. His eyes darkened, then, meeting Gu Xiaoning's gaze, he reached out and took her hand, placing it over his heart. Gu Xiaoning was confused by his action, blinking in question. "Pei Xianye, are you quick to jump?" She became nervous. "Did I hurt my heart?" Hearing this, Pei Xianye couldn't help but smile. He pressed his lips together and spoke in a low, husky voice. "Hurt my heart? I mean, this is all you. There's no room for anyone else here anymore." Gu Xiaoning. "Is this the time for sweet talk?" Pei Xianye smiled slightly, took the clothes hanging on the tree trunk, which were a bit damp outside but better than freezing. He helped Gu Xiaoning put on her clothes first, then dressed himself. Once they were both dressed properly, Pei Xianye prepared to stand up. Gu Xiaoning looked at his leg with concern. "Pei Xianye, do you want to climb up by yourself now? Your leg is hurt. What if you fall?" Pei Xianye said, "You risked everything to save me. I also need to get you back safely. Should we wait for rescue? It's so cold here. We won't last long waiting." Pei Xianye tentatively stood up. His leg hurt, but he was used to this kind of pain from past injuries. While it was still daylight, it was safer to leave with Gu Xiaoning now. The mountain was calm again, and there probably wouldn't be another landslide. He slung her bag over his shoulder and stepped onto the winding rocks nearby. Gu Xiaoning watched nervously, unable to imagine how she had dared to cross just now. He looked back at Gu Xiaoning, reached out, and held her hand, his expression serious and sincere. "Trust me. I can take you away." Gu Xiaoning pressed her lips tightly, trying to stay calm. She nodded. Okay. Since it was already like this, she and Pei Xianye had a deep bond. No matter what, she accepted it. As Gu Xiaoning climbed up, her legs trembled with each step, and she dared not look down. She was afraid her legs would give way. Just as she was about to reach the edge of the cliff, Pei Xianye measured the height. He didn't trust leaving Gu Xiaoning standing there alone, so he went ahead himself. Pei Xianye pulled Gu Xiaoning close and used his body to protect her. "I'll carry you up. If you go first, it will be safe."
"No."
Gu Xiaoning shouted in fear. But Pei Xianye didn't hesitate. He braced against the cold wind, placed his hands on her waist, and lifted her up. Before Gu Xiaoning could fully react, Pei Xianye had already lifted her up. She was lying on the edge of the cliff, and without thinking, She turned to look at Pei Xianye. As the sky darkened, a strong wind swept behind him. The deep abyss, black and bottomless, looked like a giant monster trying to swallow him. Gu Xiaoning immediately reached out her hand. Pei Xianye, hold my hand. I'll pull you up. He had one leg injured and couldn't move recklessly. Pei Xianye supported himself on the cliff with both hands. Wife, you go to a safe place nearby. I'll climb up myself. Pei Xianye, stop fooling around. I've worked hard to save you. If I become a widow, I'll haunt you forever, Gu Xiaoning said with a pale face, but her words were sharp. She stretched out her hand and didn't pull back, letting the cold wind blow her face. Hurry up, hold my hand. Pei Xinye's eyes darkened. He felt something heavy pressing on his chest, warm and full. But he couldn't reach out and hold her hand. She was so small, and he wondered, was she not afraid of falling with him? He would never let her take such risks. Just as he was thinking about how to comfort her, distant shouts of his comrades reached him. Team Pei! Team Pei! Can you hear us? This voice instantly sparked hope in Gu Xiaoning's eyes. She looked toward the sound, faintly seeing torches. They're coming to rescue us. Gu Xiaoning's voice was full of excitement. Pei Xianye had already loosened her hand. The wind was strong here, and he couldn't risk her being in danger. Wife, go to meet them. Hearing this, Gu Xiaoning turned back, her face tense. What will you do here alone? Pei Xianye's lips curled into a small smile. This life is something you found again, so of course I want to live well for your sake. Don't worry, go ahead and meet them. Don't let them wander around blindly. The terrain here is rough, with many forks in the path. If they don't find them soon and go deeper into the mountains, he will have to go look for the little ones later. He doesn't have much strength left. Since last night, he hasn't stopped, and now his whole body feels exhausted. Gu Xiaoning was worried and urged, stay here and stand firm. Don't let anyone climb up. I'll bring people back to rescue you. Understood, wife. Pei Xianye gave her a reassuring smile. Only then did Gu Xiaoning stand up. Her legs were trembling badly. She ran toward the firelight, waving her hand and shouting, We're here. We're here. Listening to her clear voice, even though she was clearly scared to death, she still dared to come alone to find him. Pei Xianye's heart felt warm and ticklish, and a gentle smile appeared at the corner of his lips. He knew very well that he, who is not afraid of death, was thinking about Gu Xiaoning before losing consciousness. She was the one he couldn't let go of. He had just married her. If he couldn't go back, how would her delicate personality survive? With this thought, Pei Xianye kept holding on. Now that help was coming, he finally let out a big breath of relief. He supported himself with his hands on the cliff. His legs were injured, but his arms still had strength. His back was also hit hard by the wind. His clothes were already soaked, and now the cold wind was piercing to the bone. He didn't hesitate anymore. He pushed himself up with both hands and leapt directly. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoning ran to meet them. Meng Se held a torch and saw a slender figure waving at them from a distance. The firelight made her clearly visible. He shouted loudly, It's Team Pei's wife. Let's go quickly. Everyone ran toward Gu Xiaoning. When the torch got closer, she felt the warmth, and her throat became even more sore. Team Pei's wife, have you found Team Pei? Gu Xiaoning turned around and led them forward. Yes, I found him. Follow me and help get Xianye up. Help? The few comrades immediately tensed up. They held their torches and followed Gu Xiaoning. She was walking at the front. After just a few steps, she saw Pei Xianye walking toward them, step by step. Her eyes suddenly widened. She had told Pei Xianye that she would wait for him in the same spot. Why did he come up alone? If he wasn't careful, he might fall. Gu Xiaoning bit her lip, her eyes turning red with anger. Without hesitation, she ran toward Pei Xianye. Just as she was about to reach him, Pei Xianye stretched out his arm and pulled her into his embrace. Unprepared, she fell into his arms. Pei Xianye ignored everyone else and held his wife tightly. He spoke softly and sincerely in her ear. Wife, thank you for coming to save me. Gu Xiaoning wanted to complain, but she swallowed her words. She pulled her hand back and hit his shoulder lightly. Didn't I tell you to listen to me? Pei Xianye, you're lying again. Pei Xianye chuckled softly. If I didn't hold you back, you wouldn't let me come up. I'm worried you'll fall. Do you know what's below? If you fall, you'll be broken into pieces. Pei Xianye gently patted Gu Xiaoning's back to comfort her, then held her neck softly and said in a deep voice, I won't fall. How could I bear to let you become a widow? Isn't that right? There are many good wives. Give me some face. When we get home, I'll admit my mistake. Gu Xiaoning still felt scared. She tugged at Pei Xianye. Let's leave here quickly. She never wanted to come back here again. It might even give her nightmares for days. Meng Su and the others were caught off guard by Pei Xianye's public display of affection. They held torches, eyes wide, watching the scene. Pei Xianye, usually not interested in women, held the girl tightly. Their sizes were very different, and he almost completely covered her. Was this only a few days after they got married? Was Pei Xianye rushing things too fast? After coming out of Pei Xianye's arms, Gu Xiaoning naturally took his hand. Their fingers were intertwined and wouldn't part. He led her forward. Meng Su quickly reacted, holding up his torch and nervously asking, Captain Pei, are you okay? Pei Xianye spoke calmly in a slow tone. I'm fine. Where is Tang Zheng? Is he safe with the other two villagers? He had used all his strength to protect the three of them. He thought that with Tang Zheng there, at least the two villagers wouldn't be in danger.
Meng Su nodded seriously.
We first found Tang Zheng, but he was very upset and kept crying. He said he caused you trouble and that if you had appeared, he paused, licking his lips before continuing. If anything had happened to you, he wouldn't be alive now. That's all that matters, no accidents. Let's go down the mountain. However, Meng Su still looked worried and couldn't believe his eyes as he saw the girls standing beside team leader Pei. She had rushed in alone and recklessly, and they didn't think she could find team leader Pei. They were worried she might get into trouble and didn't dare stop, so they hurried to catch up. In the end, they lost her. Unexpectedly, she actually found team leader Pei. Meng Su asked aloud, Team leader Pei, is this your wife? Upon hearing this, Pei Xianye raised their intertwined hands and said, If she weren't my wife, would I be taking advantage of a lady comrade? Gu Xiaoning's mouth twitched. Pei Xianye was quite mischievous. Meng Su took a deep breath. Team leader Pei, did your wife really find you? Where exactly did she find you? Seeing this, Gu Xiaoning didn't hide anything. She turned and pointed to a spot between a tree trunk and a large rock below the cliff, not far away. Right there. Luckily, Xianye got stuck inside and didn't fall. Otherwise, even the Grim Reaper wouldn't be able to help now. The comrades collectively gasped in shock. If she could be rescued, then this wife was truly a brave woman, like an eagle. Who would dare say she was overly delicate or spoiled? Pei Xianye held Gu Xiaoning in his arms, a slight smile on his face. Without my wife, there wouldn't be the me you see now. From now on, when you see our wife in the army, be respectful. Anyone who dares to bully her is challenging me. Pei Xianye, Meng Su, and the others stood straight and firm. Don't worry, team leader Pei. With us here, no one can bully our little sister-in-law. Get lost and give me the torch, Pei Xianye muttered lowly, reaching out to Meng Su. Meng Su obediently handed over the torch, glancing at team leader Pei's leg. Team leader Pei, your leg is injured. Can you still walk? Maybe we should carry you. Gu Xiaoning also worried about Pei Xianye's injury and thought the idea was good. Just as she was about to speak, Pei Xianye directly refused. No need. I can walk. He held Gu Xiaoning close, one hand raising the torch, its light illuminating their faces. At the same time, Pei Xianye and Gu Xiaoning exchanged glances, sharing a look that conveyed mutual confidence. Pei Xianye led Gu Xiaoning down the mountain, with his comrades guarding behind them. Meng Su watched Pei Xianye's back, noticing how he occasionally looked at his younger sister-in-law with a gentle, loving expression. Ugh, I want to get married. After they reached the bottom of the mountain, Pei Xianye's forehead was covered in sweat, and his cheeks felt hot from the heat. Seeing this, Pei Xianye quickly stepped forward and reached them in just a few steps. Even Pei Xianye's eyes showed surprise. He hadn't expected Gu Zhaoning's worries to be real. If she hadn't insisted on coming, he might have lost his brother today. He also admired how Gu Zhaoning rushed in without fear, ultimately coming out of the village with Pei Xianye. Xianye, are you okay? Are you hurt? Pei Xianye looked at Pei Xianye. Brother, did you bring Zhaoning here? His tone seemed casual, but Pei Xianye could sense the slight rebuke. Gu Zhaoning explained proactively, I begged Brother Pei to bring me. Last night, after you left, I had a nightmare. I was worried something would happen to you. I don't know anyone else in the military district, so I had no choice but to ask Brother Pei to bring me here. Pei Xianye also spoke up. Xianye, it's my fault. I didn't stop Zhaoning. Pei Xianye closed his eyes briefly, sounding a little exhausted. You should thank Zhaoning. She saved your brother. Otherwise, he might have lost his life. What? It was so dangerous? Xianye, what exactly happened? I went with Tang Zheng to rescue 2 villagers stranded on the mountain. Suddenly, a second mudslide occurred. I handed them the rescue rope, moved them to a safe spot, but I couldn't hold on and was swept away by the mudslide. He made it sound simple, but the situation was extremely dangerous, and Pei Xianye could imagine how perilous it was. Brother, just consider me lucky. I grabbed onto a tree trunk with my last strength and didn't fall off the cliff. A dark current flickered in Pei Xianye's eyes as he looked at Gu Zhaoning, admiration clear in his gaze. Zhaoning, thank you for saving my brother. You are a hero to our Pei family. Gu Zhaoning waved her hand dismissively, not taking credit for herself. Brother Pei, as long as everyone is safe, that's enough. Rescue teams and military doctors arrived. I arranged the villagers in temporary military tents. The doctors are treating the injured urgently. Xianye, your wound is almost healed. Go and get it checked. Pei Xianye's wounds had been briefly treated by Gu Zhaoning. He was just a bit tired and didn't want to compete with villagers for limited resources. When they reached the shelter area, several military vehicles were parked in front. The tents had red and yellow labels, indicating seriously injured and lightly injured patients. When Zhou Kongyong came out of a tent and saw Pei Xianye returning last, he was filled with tears. He quickly stepped forward and shook hands with Pei Xianye warmly. Captain Pei, you and your team saved our entire village. We will remember your kindness forever. You don't know how much it hurt my heart when I saw other soldiers bring back the last 2 villagers, but you couldn't come back. I couldn't stop my tears. Pei Xianye isn't good at emotional speeches. As a soldier, saving lives is his duty and responsibility. He wouldn't abandon villagers and run away. Even if he had to do it again, he would still give the rescue rope and be swept away by the mudslide. He forced himself to stay strong. Secretary Zhou, there's no need to thank me so much. This is what we should do. Now that the danger to life is over, you still need to rebuild your home. It will take more effort. Captain Pei, don't worry. You gave us hope to survive. I will lead everyone to rebuild our home. Zhou Kongyong also thanked Pei Xianye. I must thank Commissar Pei too. He brought people to help us rebuild, clean the debris, repair the roads, and set up temporary housing. Pei Xianye looked serious. Secretary Zhou, this is what we should do. At the same time, Ma Miao Miao carried a medicine tray out of the military tent. She was wearing volunteer clothes. Almost as soon as she saw Pei Xianye, her gaze couldn't help but linger. But when she saw Pei Xianye holding Gu Zhaoning's hand tightly, her heart felt like it was pierced. It hurt so much, she clenched the medicine tray uncontrollably. But she didn't expect Gu Zhaoning to be here too. She was covered in dirt and looked very messy. Ma Miao Miao narrowed her eyes in displeasure. Why did she come over to cause trouble? She quietly moved forward and pushed herself in front of Zhou Kongyong, staring directly at Pei Xianye. Xianye, you're hurt. Let me go in and treat your wound. Your bandaging is too rough. Actually, Ma Miao Miao was looking at the cloth tied around Xianye's leg, which was a woman's cloth, and found it very annoying. Gu Zhaoning subtly looked at Ma Miao Miao and clicked her tongue in her heart. So, she had a rival now? But she was already married to Xianye. If Ma Miao Miao had any ideas, it would just be trying to ruin their marriage. She didn't even need to do anything. This person was just dreaming big. But Gu Zhaoning was not a kind person. She immediately crossed her arms and retorted. Comrade, which one are you? Did you also call my husband by his name? Xianye almost laughed out loud. He loved Gu Xiaoning's temper, and he also found it uncomfortable when she called him by his name. So he quickly added, my wife did a good job with the bandage. I'm so healed I don't want to take it off. I want to keep it as a keepsake. Gu Xiaoning? There was no need to treasure 2 pieces of cloth so much. Mom Miao Miao's face suddenly turned pale, and she looked a bit embarrassed and angry. Xianye, you did a great job this time. When we get back to the army, you'll definitely get a medal. Before I came, my uncle told me to make sure you're safe. I need to check on you. I can't rest assured otherwise. Comrade Ma, just call me by my rank. And isn't my refusal obvious enough? There are so many villagers in Jigo needing help. You should go do your work and not embarrass your superior, your uncle. After speaking, Xianye didn't look at Mom Miao Miao's expression. His gaze shifted to Pei Xianye. Brother, do you have a tent? I want to rest for a while. My wife is tired too. Pei Xianye looked serious. Mine is just set up. You and Xiaoning go rest first. Thanks, brother. Xianye held Gu Xiaoning's hand and left, heading straight to Pei Xianye's tent. Inside the tent, Xianye sat down with Gu Xiaoning. She joked, the leader's niece likes you. It doesn't matter if the leader likes me. I only like my wife. Without warning, Xianye leaned in and kissed Gu Xiaoning, blocking her words. Gu Xiaoning's heart pounded loudly, and her neck was soon forced to tilt back. A muffled, sticky sound came from the air. Pei Xianye's large hand held her chin, preventing her from turning away. The tent was small, and his hot breath kept sweeping over her. Gu Xiaoning couldn't speak, only whimpering softly. Just as Pei Xianye was about to press her down and kiss her, Gu Xiaoning quickly regained her senses. Pei Xianye, stop. His eyes darkened, feeling that this was not enough. His heart was pounding for her, and his whole body was restless. Deep inside, a desire was stirring, wanting to break free. But unfortunately, this was a tent, not a bed. Post-disaster rebuilding was a painful job. He came to rest in the tent, but he knew someone would call him out soon to help again. Pei Xianye sighed softly, lowering his head to her neck, taking a deep breath. His warm breath made Gu Xiaoning shiver all over. When his lips parted, she didn't dare to kiss him back. Kissing would hurt too much. She reached out and patted his shoulder. Our clothes are too dirty. Let's lie down and rest. How can brother Pei rest if we don't? Pei Xianye froze, lowering his eyelashes and glancing at Gu Xiaoning. My brother went to share a tent with someone else, or built another one himself. The place we slept in, he wouldn't come back there. Gu Xiaoning realized this too. She was a bit slow-minded. Are you tired? Want to rest for a while? Pei Xianye asked softly, with a gentle, coaxing tone. Of course she was tired. She had been in the car for over 3 hours, soaked in rain, climbed a mountain, and her heart was pounding. She'd never had such a tough day before. Her parents had always taken good care of her since she was young. If she fell or bumped herself, they would rush her to the clinic. Gu Xiaoning sniffed, feeling a bit sour. It's okay to sleep for a while. Seeing her eyes red, Pei Xianye immediately surrendered and quickly pulled her into his arms. Why are you crying again? Do you regret marrying me, or do you think life here is too hard? Gu Xiaoning looked at him with red eyes and said in a muffled voice, Don't you think it's hard here? Seeing her pitiful look, Pei Xianye's breathing became a little uneven. I'm used to it, but I feel bad that you're suffering because of me. Sleep for a while first. I'll rest too, then get you something to eat. Pei Xianye helped her take off her coat, leaving only a thin shirt underneath. The shirt fit her chest perfectly, and her waist was so slim. Seeing this, Pei Xianye felt his mouth go dry. Her body was really well-shaped, and the tight shirt made her look even more attractive. He smoothly took off his outer jacket, tidied up the green mat inside the tent, and then lay down with Gu Xiaoning in his arms. He held her close, taking up all her breath. Gu Xiaoning's nose was pressed against his chest, and her heart was pounding. Pei Xianye, the person beside her, responded quickly in a relaxed tone. What's wrong, wife? Just sleep. Can you stop touching me randomly? Pei Xianye chuckled. I don't want to touch you randomly either, but if I don't, I get itchy. A warm blush spread across Gu Xiaoning's cheeks. Don't make any noise, or if others see, they'll laugh. When we get back, I won't let you get in bed with me. Don't worry, wife. I promise I'll be gentle. As soon as he finished speaking, Pei Xianye finally got what he wanted. He was like a soft dough. He took a deep breath, holding Gu Xiaoning even tighter and more securely. The two quickly fell asleep in each other's arms. Gu Xiaoning, probably tired, slept very peacefully in Pei Xianye's embrace. Inside the tent of a seriously injured soldier, Tang Zheng's leg was badly hurt, and he kept fainting from the pain. The medic was treating Tang Zheng's leg, while Ma Miao Miao was nearby doing some simple bandaging and anti-inflammatory work. After several comrades and Pei Xianye finished discussing all the details from last night, Pei Xianye arranged for them to rest and tend to their injuries. Everyone was worried about Tang Zheng. After Meng Su and his team entered the tent, they looked around among the crowd to find Tang Zheng's figure. At that moment, Tang Zheng, with his eyes tightly closed, suddenly reached out and grabbed the person next to him, shouting loudly, "Captain Pei!" The person he grabbed was Ma Miao Miao. She looked down slowly, seeing the man's dark, muddy fingers, which looked very disgusting. Being held like that made her feel physically uncomfortable. Quickly, Ma Miao Miao freed herself from Tang Zheng's grip, jumped up, and shook her hand in disgust.
Meng Su's expression darkened.
He quickly walked over to Tang Zheng and stood in front of him. "Tang Zheng, what's wrong? Wake up." Tang Zheng opened his eyes, his vision filled with blood-red colors. When he saw Meng Su, he immediately reached out and grabbed him. "Meng Su, go find Team Pei quickly." He was swept away by a mudslide. He was hit by falling rocks while trying to save me and gave his only rescue rope to the villagers. I saw him being carried away by the mudslide. Tang Zheng was very emotional, which made Meng Su feel worried. He tried to calm him down. "Tang Zheng, Team Pei is safe now. He has already come back. It was your sister-in-law who saved him. Team Pei is back? Where is he? I want to see him with my own eyes." Tang Zheng repeated Meng Su's words softly, then stubbornly tried to get up. His leg was still injured, and he didn't treat the wound properly. As he pulled his leg, sharp pain spread through his whole body. "Ow!" Tang Zheng's face turned pale instantly, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Meng Su held him back. "Tang Zheng, stay calm. Your leg is badly hurt. If you don't treat it properly, you might lose the leg forever." The military doctor also reached out to hold his leg. "Comrade Meng, help me hold him. His leg injury is serious. If not treated well, he might not be able to train again in the future." Hearing this, Meng Su tensed up. Every member of their team was important. No one could afford to get hurt. Meng Su pressed his hands on Tang Zheng's shoulders, stopping him from struggling.
Tang Zheng.
Team Pei is resting now. Everyone has been working all night and is exhausted. You need to get your wound treated so we can rest peacefully. Unexpectedly, tears started falling from Tang Zheng's eyes. "Meng Su, are you deliberately comforting me? Is it true that Team Pei didn't come back? Are you afraid I'll blame myself and can't accept it? Are you worried I'll go into the village again to find Team Pei? Team Pei shouldn't have sacrificed himself. Even if he did, it should have been me. How could I let Team Pei be swept away by the mudslide? Do you understand how I feel?" Tang Zheng's emotions were intense, drawing the attention of many villagers inside the tent. Meng Su narrowed his eyes and looked carefully at Tang Zheng. Then he turned to the military doctor. "Is he mentally disturbed?" The doctor also looked at Tang Zheng. "He's probably been shocked and has emotional trauma." Meng Su bit his lip.
Team Pei isn't dead. He's fine.
"You need to treat your wound properly. I'll help you see Team Pei." "Is that okay, Meng Su? If you dare to lie to me, you're my grandson, Meng Su." His mind doesn't seem to be troubled, yet he still speaks so rudely. "You're just fooling yourself. You're like a grandson to me. I really can't stand you." Meng Su sat down on an empty spot beside him, not caring if the ground was dirty or clean. Their clothes were already torn and covered in blood, with no clean spots left. Several comrades sat close by, while Ma Miao Miao stood nearby, looking disdainful. Meng Su glanced at her and thought to himself, Why is the niece of the leader coming here to join the fun? This is a disaster zone, and she doesn't need to come here to put on a show to make things seem better. Actually, maybe she came for Team Pei. Everyone in the military district knew that Ma Miao Miao secretly liked Team Pei. Because of her relation to the leader often helped her connect with Team Pei, organizing dinners and gatherings. But now, Team Pei is married, and they are very much in love. Meng Su had no doubt that Team Pei was interested in her. No, love at first sight. He reached out and said, "Comrade Ma, if you don't want to help us treat our wounds, just give us the medicine and we'll do it ourselves." Ma Miao Miao pursed her lips tightly. "I came here as a volunteer to help make up for the shortage of military doctors. I was just helping you treat your wounds because he took advantage of me earlier." Tang Zheng, who was already emotionally unstable, immediately spoke up to defend himself. "Who took advantage of you? I don't like you." Meng Su quickly covered Tang Zheng's mouth. He didn't like it, but since she was the leader's niece, they had to be careful. Ma Miao Miao's face turned even more grim. She handed over her tools and said, "You can handle it yourselves. I'm going outside for some air." Meng Su and the others didn't mind. They focused on treating their wounds. There were many villagers in Jiazigo village, all needing help. They didn't want to take up extra medical resources. Team Pei Xianye had been asleep for about an hour before waking up. His sleep was shallow, and being in a disaster zone, after easing his physical exhaustion, he naturally opened his eyes. Gu Xiaoning was different from him. He hadn't experienced much hardship or big shocks. Now awake, he looked down at the person in front of him. She was sleeping soundly, but her brows were tightly furrowed, as if she had a nightmare. Xianye carefully reached out, gently touching her furrowed brows. The matter at Jiazigo has not been fully resolved yet. Pei Xianye cannot delay the work, so he carefully sits up, covers Gu Xiaoning with his coat, and then quietly opens the tent to step outside. Pei Xianye is only wearing a short-sleeved military green shirt as he walks out, his eyes quickly scanning the scene before him. The engineering troops are busy improving the water quality of the river, adding disinfectant tablets to set up a temporary water supply point. Everyone has been rescued, but food and water are still essential. They brought compressed dry food and canned goods, but these are not enough for everyone. They need to set up a large cooking pot to prepare meals collectively, making sure each villager gets enough to eat. When Pei Xianye and Zhou Kangyong come over, they see that Pei Xianye has already come out of the tent. Seeing this, Pei Xianye waves to Pei Xianye, who walks over without hesitation. "Brother, Secretary Zhou." Zhou Kangyong looks at Pei Xianye, still feeling grateful and touched. "Commander Pei, you must be tired. Why not rest a bit longer? You haven't stopped since last night. I really want to thank you here. Thanks to your arrangements and rescue efforts last night, all the villagers of Jiazigo are safe, with no casualties so far. That is a fortunate outcome amid misfortune." Hearing this, a big weight finally lifts from Pei Xianye's heart. "That's good. Secretary Zhou, it's the best thing that everyone survived. Just now, Commissar Pei told me that the higher authorities attach great importance to Jiazigo and will help us restore production and rebuild order," Secretary Zhou says loudly. Pei Xianye then looks at Pei Xianye and asks, "Xianye, this mission was yours to carry out. The army will definitely award you for your meritorious service. For the post-disaster reconstruction, do you want to see it through to the end and continue leading the front line, or are your injuries serious? I can send a vehicle to take you back and arrange for others from the army to come over." Hearing this, Pei Xianye remains calm and firm. "See it through to the end. Since I'm here, I'll keep working. It's not possible to understand everything immediately if others come later. I'll be responsible for the front line." Pei Xianye isn't surprised by this outcome. He has always known that Pei Xianye is a very responsible person. Then, you'll need to coordinate the health team, resource distribution, engineering construction, and security. Since it's a short time, you can't go back now. Gu Xiaoning, I'll help you bring her back tonight? This last sentence made Pei Xianye's brow twitch, giving him a feeling of reluctance. However, he wouldn't selfishly let Gu Xiaoning stay here with him. The environment here is worse, and it's not convenient to go to the bathroom. Pei Xianye pressed his lips together and finally said, "Okay, go back and take care of her. She found a job with the cultural troupe, so she should start working soon. Please tell Captain Yi about it. If you can handle it, please handle it well." Pei Xianye saw that Pei Xianye looked worried and his eyes darkened. "Don't worry about Zhao. I will take care of her." But hearing this, Pei Xianye frowned. Something about these words didn't sound right. He bit his lip and said, "Let her sleep a bit more. Wait until she wakes up before she leaves." Pei Xianye nodded. "Don't worry. I can only go back and report to the higher-ups after everything is arranged here. They are also gathering supplies from other places. Once the supplies arrive, Xianye, you can send a vehicle to transport them." "Got it, brother." After the arrangements, Pei Xianye and Zhou Kongyong went to check if any villagers had serious injuries. If they couldn't handle it on-site, they would find a way to transfer them to the county hospital. Pei Xianye was clear-headed, and Zhou Kongyong was quickly impressed by his organizational skills. Until inside the military tent, Meng Su helped Tang Zheng walk out. Tang Zheng immediately saw Pei Xianye. His eyes widened in disbelief, and he quickly wiped his eyes to make sure it was really Pei Xianye. After confirming, he shouted loudly, "Captain Pei!" This shout startled not only Pei Xianye but also Zhou Kongyong. Zhou Kongyong's heart trembled. When he looked up, he saw the fellow officers from the rescue team. He hesitated and said, "Captain Pei, you all talk first. I need to go handle other matters." "Okay, Secretary Zhou. If you have any questions, just find me. Communication is everything. Don't worry, Captain Pei. I will cooperate fully with your work." Tang Zheng stared intently at Pei Xianye. He wanted to walk over to him, but was limping. Meng Su and other comrades had to support him. Pei Xianye looked down at his leg. Why did Tang Zheng seem more seriously injured than himself? "Captain Pei, you're really alive. You really didn't die, Pei Xianye said lazily. Despite this, Tang Zheng still couldn't detach himself from his emotions. He kept sobbing. "Captain Pei, I'm sorry. If I had been stronger, you wouldn't have been swept away by the mudslide." Seeing Tang Zheng crying so heartbreakingly, Pei Xianye's face stiffened. A grown man crying so miserably in front of others, some people might think he had bullied him into tears. "Zheng, stay calm. Even if I really sacrifice myself, it has nothing to do with you. You've done what you should, and that's enough." "That's impossible. Captain Pei, if you don't come back alive, I won't live either. I'll risk my life to go into the mountains and find you." When he said this, Meng Su didn't stop Tang Zheng for a moment. Tang Zheng was about to kneel down in front of Pei Xianye. For a moment, Meng Su's mind flashed with the words, "adoptive father." He shook his head, dismissing the strange thoughts. Pei Xianye narrowed his eyes. He had little patience for comforting others, especially men. If it were his wife, he might be patient enough to soothe her. But for others, Pei Xianye found it troublesome. However, he was the quickest to react. Just before Tang Zheng could kneel, he stopped him in time. He grabbed Tang Zheng's arm and pulled him up directly. "Zheng, do you want me to live a shorter life? You've been with me for so many years, and I've faced many tasks. Why are you so affected this time?" Meng Su cleared his throat. "The military doctor said he was probably shocked when he saw you, Captain Pei, swept away by the mudslide. The trauma has left a psychological scar." Pei Xianye felt overwhelmed. He hadn't expected to be so important in Tang Zheng's mind. If something happened to him, and his wife was affected and couldn't accept it, he could understand. But Tang Zheng, how could he comfort him? "So, what should we do?" "Let him stay with us." Tang Zheng reached out. "Captain Pei, let me touch you. I just want to see if it's really." Pei Xianye reacted quickly, dodging to the side. He patted himself and said, "Get lost. You're not my wife. Why would you touch me?" Traumatic memories should be handled with psychological counseling. The political commissar is returning to the military district tonight to report to the higher-ups. Let Tang Zheng go back with him and receive proper therapy. Once he's better, we'll see. Meng Su bit his dry, cracked lips and asked, "Team Pei, are you not going back?" Pei Xianye responded calmly, "The danger is over. Now we need to restart production and rebuild after the disaster. For me, finishing what we start is important." Rescuing the villagers is the key, and rebuilding is also a top priority. Since last night, you all have been helping with the rescue and have suffered many injuries. I won't force you, but tonight, everyone should ride back with a political officer to rest properly, especially Tang Zheng. Because of him, some people now have psychological scars, and he feels uncomfortable about it. But Meng So was the first to step forward. Team Pei, we will see this through. If you don't leave, I won't leave either. As soon as he finished, others quickly moved forward. Team Pei, we won't leave either. We've been through many hardships. Helping the villagers rebuild their homes is our duty. Tang Zheng also limped forward. I also go back with them. Pei Xianye interrupted Tang Zheng, his cold gaze sweeping over him. Rebuilding the village isn't easy. Clearing mud, building dams, restoring work, constructing houses, fixing roads, all requires strength. Tang Zheng, don't overestimate yourself. But Tang Zheng raised his voice, his eyes firm. I can do it. Team Pei, we're all in this together. Everyone stays. I'll stay too. Even with my limp, I can do some basic work, registering, disinfecting, patrols, that sort of thing. Seeing Tang Zheng's bright eyes, Pei Xianye looked him over carefully. Are you emotionally stable now? Unexpectedly, Tang Zheng looked downcast. I'll go back with the political officer. I won't sleep well either. It's better for me to stay here. Every day, I can see Team Pei, and that makes me feel better. Pei Xinye's eyes twitched. Tang Zheng, don't mess around, he signaled to Meng Su. Help him back to the tent to rest. I'll check who's staying so we can divide the work evenly and rebuild Jai Zigo's beautiful home as soon as possible. Yes, Team Pei, Meng Su and the others stood tall and firm, watching from nearby. Zhou Kongyong, who was nearby, felt a sting in his nose and wiped his muddy eyes with his hand. Pei Xianye didn't stay any longer. He turned around to confirm the list of personnel remaining, so they could plan the work properly and avoid chaos. When he found Pei Xianye, the list was already in his hands. Brother, are the personnel all confirmed? Seeing the situation, Pei Xianye handed the handwritten list to Pei Xianye. Xianye, these are the militia members staying to help with the post-disaster work. Soldiers, please check if there are any issues. Tonight, I will coordinate with the leaders on supplies and rebuilding the village. Vehicles will be sent gradually. Okay, brother. Let me take a look. Pei Xianye quickly reviewed the list. The medical team, supply distribution team, construction team, and security team all had clear names written next to them. But when he saw the medical team section, his face darkened and his tone was firm. Why is Miao Miao still here? Pei Xianye instinctively looked over. The list for the medical team was voluntary. If I remember correctly, Miao Miao was the first to sign up. Pei Xianye frowned. No, she should go back. His decisive words surprised Pei Xianye. He shot a glance at him. You want her to go back? She's the niece of the leader, and she volunteered to stay and help in the health team. It's also a way to honor her uncle. Of course, Pei Xianye could guess why Miao Miao wanted to stay. Pei Xianye's face darkened even more. Brother, tell her I will stay to help rebuild. Do I look like I'm close to her? I think Secretary Zhou just told the villagers, and she probably heard it. Pei Xianye sneered. So I told my wife to go back to the military district, but she stayed. I don't mind, but my wife might think differently. What if she finds out about these misunderstandings? What will happen when she meets the leaders later? Make her go back, Pei Xianye said without mercy, with conviction. Pei Xianye frowned. She doesn't want to go, and I can't force her. She volunteered to join the medical team. And Xianye, her uncle, is a leader. You shouldn't act too obvious. It would be embarrassing for her. What if you meet the leaders later? Wouldn't that be awkward? Pei Xianye curled his lips, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Troublesome. After saying this, Pei Xianye turned and walked toward the tent. Pei Xianye watched his brother's back, a helpless smile tugging at his lips. Pei Xianye carefully opened the tent, intending to see if his wife was awake, but unexpectedly. When he opened the tent, he saw Gu Zhaoning curled up inside, her brow tightly furrowed, muttering something in her sleep. Pei Xianye's heart tightened. He took off his shoes and slipped inside, sealing the tent completely. As he approached, he finally heard what Gu Zhaoning was saying. Don't. I can't die. Pei Xianye paused. Was she having a nightmare? Was it about him? Even though she had survived the ordeal, his wife still seemed haunted by the near-death experience. Pei Xianye lowered his eyes, a dark light flashing in them. His heart was pounding. He gently patted Gu Xiaoning's back with his broad hand, his knuckles prominent, but his movements were very careful. "Wife, it's okay. I won't die," he softly reassured her. But after this incident, for the first time, Pei Xianye felt a strong desire to live well for someone. He absolutely wouldn't let his wife become a widow. Under Pei Xianye's comfort, Gu Xiaoning's furrowed brows slowly relaxed, her face looking less anxious. Pei Xianye looked at her face, thinking about how they would part tonight. He felt a deep reluctance. But if his wife went back, he definitely couldn't bear for Gu Xiaoning to take the bumpy 3-hour journey again. Such a rough trip. How exhausting. However, post-disaster reconstruction wouldn't be finished in just a few days. Being apart so soon after marriage made Pei Xianye feel a mix of emotions, and he frowned. Gu Xiaoning was awakened by a kiss. She had indeed had a nightmare about the ending from her previous life, as Jingwei had described. Pei Xianye was trapped there, never found. He was badly injured, cold, and forever stuck in that place. When he was discovered, his bones had already turned cold. In her dream, when she saw Pei Xianye's cold body, her whole body trembled. She hadn't expected that someone she had just met would cause such a strong emotional reaction from her because of his death. But now, her body was overwhelmed by warmth. Before she fully woke up, her lips were pressed into a heavy kiss. She couldn't bear it and let out a soft whimper. The man kissed her more and more passionately, warm breath brushing her ear. Gu Xiaoning shivered, feeling a ticklish sensation, and opened her eyes in a daze. Pei Xianye looked down at her, his whole body restless. He didn't want to stop once he started. He looked deeply at Gu Xiaoning, his rough hand gripping her delicate wrist. Before she could react, his hands were raised above her head. "Pei Xianye, what are you doing?" Pei Xianye lowered his head and pressed his lips to hers. Gu Xiaoning slightly parted her teeth, just enough to let him in. He was aggressive, holding her full lips tightly, kissing her endlessly. This kiss was intense and fierce. Gu Xiaoning lay on the tent, her hands pressed down by him, unable to push him away. Pei Xianye's eyes were red, and his gaze was wild and overly intense. He gave Gu Xiaoning a very strong feeling. He probably didn't want to be just her boyfriend now. "Pei Xianye, why are you acting like a dog? Marking everywhere." She was just sleeping. She didn't invite him. "Darling, I'm kissing you. Don't you enjoy it?" Pei Xianye pressed his face against her neck, his voice hoarse. Pei Xianye found the taste of kissing so wonderful that he couldn't get enough. The more he kissed, the more addicted he became. Gu Xiaoning bit her lip. "That's not really kissing, it's biting, and I can't bear to leave you, so I want to kiss you more," Pei Xianye said with a look of grievance. Gu Xiaoning was not fully awake, but hearing this, she quickly regained her senses. She struggled in his arms and looked into his deep eyes. "What do you mean? What do you mean you can't bear to leave me?" Pei Xianye lowered his head to kiss her again, but she turned away. "Pei Xianye, be clear about what you're saying. If you don't, I won't let you kiss me." This was torture for Pei Xianye. He had little self-control, and now there wasn't much time left. All he wanted was to be close to his wife for a little longer. But Gu Xiaoning refused to respond, so she didn't let him kiss her. Instead, she opened her mouth and bit down hard on Pei Xianye's chin. "Pei Xianye, speak up." Pei Xianye's eyes fixed on her. After a whole night, a bruise appeared on his chin. "Does it hurt?" Gu Xiaoning knew what he was worried about. She pressed her lips together and stubbornly said, "It doesn't hurt." Seeing that she was about to get angry, Pei Xianye stopped himself from doing something reckless and sat down, pulling her into his arms. "I need to stay here to help rebuild after the disaster, as the main leader." Hearing this, Gu Xiaoning didn't react much. She just raised an eyebrow, which was expected. He would never abandon every villager. He would rather sacrifice himself than give up on helping others. Now that they are rebuilding the village, Pei Xianye definitely wouldn't return to the military base. Isn't that a good thing? Pei Xianye held her playfully, kissing her earlobe and then her lips. If we are apart for a long time, maybe half a month? A month? I'm worried my wife will miss me so much. She can't sleep. Gu Zhaoning shivered all over and gave him a sharp look, annoyed that he was saying such sweet words. She really wanted to know what kind of skin he had. How could it be so thick?
Wait.
Gu Zhaoning looked seriously at his face.
Who said I want to be apart for a long time?
I never said I would go back. There was a brief silence. Even their breathing seemed to stop. Pei Xianye's mind went blank, almost unable to respond. He looked at her intently. Wife, what do you mean by that? Pei Xianye, since I came to find you, I didn't plan to leave alone. You're here rebuilding after the disaster, and I can help too. I won't leave you here by yourself. Pei Xianye didn't feel safe about returning to the military base without her. He shivered all over. No, it was his heart trembling fiercely. Suddenly, he hugged Gu Zhaoning tightly. An indescribable happiness spread through him to his bones. Pei Xianye smiled happily and contentedly. Gu Zhaoning, held in his arms, could clearly feel his chest trembling. She wanted to pull away a little, but Pei Xianye held her too tightly. Pei Xianye, you don't think I want to leave, do you? Or are you planning to send me away? Wife, the environment here isn't good. Everything needs rebuilding, going to the bathroom, taking a shower, it's all inconvenient. We have to stay intense. I never thought about making you stay with me. Tonight, my brother will take you back. I won't go back, Gu Zhaoning said firmly. As the old saying goes, since we are here, after experiencing the disaster in the village, everyone should lend a helping hand. Gu Zhaoning would rather stay here and rebuild with him than go back to the military base alone. Pei Xianye felt very happy. He looked at Gu Zhaoning with a joyful face and gave her a big kiss on her lips. Wife, do you miss me? Without me beside you to sleep, you can't sleep well at night, right? Gu Zhaoning blushed and glared at him, refusing to answer his words. I just want to do my part and help the villagers of Zhaizigo. Pei Xianye held her hand firmly. If you really want to stay here with me, I won't let you suffer. He would do all the work himself. After Gu Zhaoning decided to stay, Pei Xianye's mood improved a lot. When he led Gu Zhaoning out of the tent, he softly hummed a little tune. Why are the flowers so red? Oh, so red, like burning fire. It symbolizes pure friendship and love. Hearing his deep, magnetic voice, Gu Zhaoning couldn't help but smile slightly. You sing very well. Sing a few more lines. Hearing that, Pei Xianye looked down at Gu Zhaoning and squeezed her hand. You like to listen? Then give me a reward. I'll sing just for you later. Gu Zhaoning's ears turned slightly red. She kicked him lightly. Rogue. Their actions looked like playful teasing to others. The last truck of supplies from the military district arrived, and they managed to gather everything they could. The rest would have to wait for supplies from other places. After Pei Xianye checked this batch of supplies, he needed to take some people and seriously injured soldiers back before dark. From afar, he saw his brother making Gu Zhaoning blush. Pei Xianye's eyes were deep, and his heart was stirred. The words he had told Pei Xianye before still seemed fresh in his mind. When the sisters came to find them, what did he say? Brother, I want to marry you. I don't have time to get married. I haven't even seen your face, and you want to marry me? Am I doing charity? Pei Xianye was silent for a moment. He had advised Pei Xianye not to be stubborn. The Pei family had problems now, and they should help. But after his brother really listened, he felt a little uncomfortable inside. After marriage, his brother's fake smile became more frequent. From afar, Pei Xianye saw Pei Xianye walking over confidently, holding Gu Zhaoning's hand tightly, still holding hands. A wife's hand must be held tightly. However, after years of training, he wasn't sure if the calluses on his hands would turn red and hurt her delicate hands. Brother, have the last batch of supplies from the military district arrived? Pei Xianye lightly opened his lips. It's no problem to last 3 days. The others are still on their way here. When they arrive, you'll need to go to Dongchuan City to meet them so they don't take the wrong road and miss Zhaizigo. Pei Xianye responded calmly. Don't worry. All the seriously injured have been moved onto the vehicles. I should be leaving now. Pei Xianye shrugged, still relaxed. Let's go, brother. Take your time on the road. Pei Xianye's eyes grew deeper. His gaze finally fell on the two, holding hands tightly. "Aren't you going to let go of her hand?" Hearing this, a smile appeared at the corner of Pei Xianye's lips. He was just waiting for his brother to ask that. Pei Xianye deliberately paused, then lazily said, "Oh, right, brother. I almost forgot to tell you. My wife doesn't want to leave me alone here, so she decided to stay and keep me company. Having a wife who cares feels quite different, doesn't it? Brother, since you're married too, you should understand." "Understanding? No way." Pei Xianye frowned, his face stiffening instantly. "You're not coming back." Gu Zhaoning didn't wait for Pei Xianye to speak again. He was always joking around and had no sense of propriety. She took the initiative to look at Pei Xianye. At that moment, a breeze blew past, lifting her black hair, a few strands of which brushed against her neck. "Big brother," Gu Zhaoning's sweet voice rang out. Pei Xianye looked over, his tone softening. "Zhaoning, what do you want to say?" "I want to stay here and help. When I go back, could you help me explain to Captain Yi?" "If Captain Yi thinks I delayed the work," Pei Xianye interrupted softly. "Captain Yi already knows. There's still some time before the army day. This time, Zizegu was hit by a mudslide, and the military district is mainly helping out there. If you want to stay, just stay without worry." Gu Zhaoning finally relaxed. "Thank you, big brother." Pei Xianye looked back at Pei Xianye. Post-disaster reconstruction isn't simple. Supplies are tight, and the villagers' mental state needs to be soothed. "If you have any problems, contact me anytime. I'll help you coordinate at the military district." "Got it, brother. You should go back now." Pei Xianye responded with an ambiguous hum. Pei Xianye and Gu Zhaoning watched as Pei Xianye got into the car and left. After the three military vehicles drove away, Pei Xianye lowered his eyes. If Gu Zhaoning stayed here, he would indeed have to endure some hardships with him. There was no carefully built toilet or shower here. At night, they could only wipe themselves quickly. They ate from a big pot, but supplies were scarce. They tried to distribute everything fairly, so everyone could get some. He looked at Gu Zhaoning again. When he noticed the intense gaze above, Gu Zhaoning looked up and waved his hand at him. "Why are you staring at me like that?" The car left. Gu Zhaoning blinked. "I saw that. Do you really not regret staying to be with me?" "Pei Xianye, you've asked me this many times. If I hadn't made up my mind, how could I decide to stay?" Just as he finished speaking, a cold wind blew again, messing up Gu Zhaoning's hair. Pei Xianye quickly stepped forward to help her put on her hat and zipped up her jacket. "Go rest in the tent," but Gu Zhaoning shook her head. "Pei Xianye, I stayed to help, not to cause trouble for you. I can do any work within my ability." Just then, Meng Su and others came over. Meng Su reported, "Captain Pei, the medicines in the health team are almost gone. We're waiting for supplies to arrive for redistribution. The water quality has been tested. There's no problem with the water supply. But many villagers are hungry, including infants. They can't eat coarse grains, so feeding them is a problem." Gu Zhaoning listened nearby. "What about the mothers of the infants?" Meng Su's face reddened. "Sister-in-law, I feel a bit embarrassed to ask. Tang Zheng is responsible for distributing supplies, but his leg is still injured, and he can't stand or go around to give supplies to each villager. Then I'll handle the distribution," Gu Zhaoning volunteered. When Meng Su heard this, he first looked at Pei Xianye. As the overall commander, whether he agreed or not depended on his approval. If they hadn't experienced this situation, they wouldn't dare entrust such an important task to Gu Zhaoning. But this time, his sister-in-law was a hero who helped save Captain Pei, and her abilities were impressive. Pei Xianye looked at Gu Zhaoning. She looked calm and sincere. "I can do it. If you trust me, then leave it to me." His heart suddenly felt itchy. "The big stove has been set up, and tonight we will cook some food for everyone. The portions won't be too big for each person. If villagers have difficult problems, just come to me. Don't suffer alone. Don't worry. I'll go collect supplies and distribute them to everyone, registering who gets what. Go ahead." As Gu Zhaoning walked toward the military truck, Meng Su and the others still looked surprised. Pei Xianye noticed and scolded, "What kind of look does your sister-in-law have?" Meng Su quickly recovered and coughed softly. "I didn't expect sister-in-law to be so outstanding." Pei Xianye, protecting his wife, spoke calmly but with authority. Who says she's not excellent? No, no, Captain Pei. We were just thinking that when sister-in-law first arrived, you were the one giving out food and fixing the toilets. We thought she was a delicate girl who couldn't handle hardship. But now, after getting to know her, we see she's beautiful and has a really good personality. Meng Su's praise grew softer because he noticed Captain Pei's face turning darker. Pei Xianye glanced at Meng Su, feeling bold for observing his wife so carefully. Next time, watch less of your sister-in-law. After saying this, Pei Xianye headed toward Zhou Kongyong to discuss how to settle all the villagers in the camp tonight. The villagers were living in military tents, which were a bit crowded. Only the soldiers could manage to share tents comfortably, several people per tent. Pei Xianye left his tent for Pei Xianye and Gu Zhaoning to sleep in. In the distance, the village was submerged by a mudslide. They were stationed on the only relatively flat ground nearby, next to a river to supply water. But they faced many problems. The villagers huddled together, mostly clinging to their families, men, women, and children, reluctant to be separated. For eating, drinking, and using the bathroom, they had to go to the nearby mountain stream. There was no place for bathing, and after washing, they had to leave the tent, which quickly dirted the ground. Engineers set up a large stove to cook for the entire village. The meals couldn't be fancy, just simple boiled dishes without much oil, or cornbread mixed with sorghum flour. Just like the serious problem we faced earlier, there are many infants and young children in the village. If the mothers don't have milk, what will the babies drink? Pei Xianye's face gradually darkened. Gu Zhaoning looked at the supplies sent by the military. The temperature difference here is large, and at night it gets very cold. There aren't enough blankets, and it's already difficult for each family to get one. Food supplies are even scarcer. Not only do the villagers need to eat, but the soldiers who stayed behind also need food. Gu Zhaoning only took a quick look and felt more deeply how harsh natural disasters can destroy many families. She understood why many villagers risk their lives to rush into their homes to save things, just to avoid having nothing to eat afterward. She couldn't carry all the food alone, so 2 young soldiers helped her. Gu Zhaoning held a piece of paper and a pen, ready to register and distribute the supplies. As they approached the military tent, someone came out from inside. When their eyes met, Gu Zhaoning looked at Ma Miao Miao. The other person immediately tensed up and looked at Gu Zhaoning with suspicion. Without thinking, Ma Miao Miao blurted out, "Why are you here?" She was sure that when Deputy Pei left, he took Gu Zhaoning with him, and Xianye stayed behind as the commander. But now she looked into the distance. Military vehicles had already left. Gu Zhaoning was still here. Hearing the hostility in her tone, Gu Zhaoning remained calm and said, "If you can be here, why can't I?" "Staying here requires your permission." Ma Miao Miao couldn't hold back and her face started to change. "Comrade Gu, you just got the job at the arts troupe, and missing work now isn't very good, is it?" She was the best dancer in the troupe, and missing a few days wouldn't affect her position as the lead dancer. But Gu Zhaoning was different. She just got this new job, and now she's not valuing it? Gu Zhaoning sneered. "Director Yi already knows I am here. The village needs help, and the entire military district is busy with rescue efforts. I think, at this time, rebuilding homes and warning about natural disasters are more important than a cultural performance." Ma Miao Miao was angry because Gu Zhaoning stayed here, and she no longer had the chance to be alone with Xianye. Gu Zhaoning didn't want to argue more with Ma Miao Miao. She turned to walk into the military tent. "Why are you going in?" Gu Zhaoning lost patience. "Distributing supplies. Do I look like I have nothing to do here?" Distributing supplies. Did Xian Yi ask her to do that? Ma Miao Miao secretly clenched her fists. Besides healing and saving people, she could also take the initiative to ask Pei Xianye to let her do some other tasks. Gu Zhaoning entered the military tent. Looking at the crowd of villagers inside, their wails were loud and high. She calmed her mind and felt a bit uncomfortable. The villagers had been starving for a long time. Since dinner last night until now, they hadn't had a sip of water or a bite of food. When she saw Gu Zhaoning carrying pickled vegetables, corn, and dried sweet potatoes, everyone rushed toward her. "Is the army here to deliver food?" "Officer, please share some with us. We're starving." Suddenly, different voices filled her ears, and the scene became chaotic. Gu Xiaoning cleared her throat, raised her hand, and called out clearly and brightly, "Everyone be quiet. The supplies will be distributed to each family. Don't fight or push. It's not good for anyone. Comrade, please give some to my family first. Look at my 3 children. They're about to faint from hunger. Can I ask for a little more for us? We have a big family, so please help us." Does that mean families with fewer members get less? The supplies should be shared equally. What about families with many children or elderly? Should they get more? If everything is divided equally, our families will only get a little. Who'll be full then? Officer, you must be fair and just. No favoritism or connections. In such hard times, we don't want to cause trouble. Mao Miao Miao stood at the tent entrance, listening to these words, feeling a bit gleeful. These villagers were like tricky ghosts. She wanted to see how Gu Xiaoning would handle this task and then cry later. Gu Xiaoning took a deep breath. This was indeed not an easy job. She remained calm and thought carefully. Soon, Gu Xiaoning raised his hand to signal. Everyone, please be quiet and listen carefully. Regarding the distribution of supplies, we will allocate based on need. Priority will go to the injured and sick, with some medicines and nutritional items favoring the wounded, the elderly, breastfeeding women, and infants. Next, we will distribute work efforts. Post-disaster reconstruction involves not only the military, but also the villagers who are strong and able. Everyone should work together to clear debris and build houses. If we all work hard, the houses can be finished sooner, and everyone can return to normal life. After doing physical labor, stronger workers will receive more food to ensure they have enough strength. I will openly publish all types and quantities of supplies. The military supplies are only enough for 3 days. If everyone panics or if the distribution is unfair, we will run out in less than 3 days. Then, what will everyone eat? After Gu Xiaoning finished speaking, the villagers were silent for a moment. A few women stood up voluntarily. We support what the officer said. This way of distributing is the fairest. Officer, please look at Lu's family. Lu's baby is only 3 months old and has been crying for a long time. Lu Fong has been so shocked she can't produce milk. Gu Xiaoning looked over and saw a thin, pale girl holding a baby who looked about 3 months old, crying loudly. She no longer hesitated. We will start by distributing to breastfeeding women and infants first, then to the elderly and the injured, and finally to the young and strong. I will carefully note the actual population of each household, the amount and type of food allocated, and the injuries. During this, someone else spoke up. A middle-aged man stood and pointed to his home. Doesn't that mean my family gets the least? My wife and I are both a bit injured, and my 10-year-old son also needs the least supplies, right? We also have 2 strong workers. Secretary Zhou said that everyone who can participate in production and rebuilding should do so eagerly. If my family starts working tomorrow, shouldn't we get more food? How can we have the strength to clear debris if we don't eat enough? Yes, my husband also needs more food, or how can he work? Gu Xiaoning remained calm and simply smiled slightly. Everyone should understand each other. Your family received less, but you don't need to work hard. These grains are not only for you, but also for the soldiers helping to rebuild our home. Their efforts are just as great, and they do it without asking for anything in return. They need to eat well and rest to stay strong. I hope everyone can understand and work together to get through this difficult time. Meanwhile, Pei Xianye had just come over and heard her firm and clear words. His body tensed, and his gaze was drawn to her. How many more surprises would Gu Xiaoning give him? His heart felt warm. Ma Miao Miao watched Pei Xianye from nearby. The man rolled up his sleeves, revealing well-defined muscles. His shirt clung tightly to his chest, making it hard to look away. Her ears turned slightly red, but she couldn't hold back. She stepped forward with a tray of medicine. Xianye, your injury. Pei Xianye seemed not to notice her. He simply walked into the tent, completely ignoring Ma Miao Miao. Her face instantly darkened. She looked at his back, clutching the tray of medicine in frustration. Was she just invisible? Could she not even say a word? She was the niece of the leader and had been in the army for many years. She had never been treated like this before. After Pei Xianye entered the tent, the villagers' eyes all focused on him. Standing at nearly 2 meters tall, with dark skin and sharp eyebrows, he exuded a commanding presence that seemed to suppress everyone. The villagers who had been shouting fell silent. They sat quietly on the ground, not speaking, just staring at each other with wide eyes. Gu Xiaoning sensed the change in the atmosphere. She turned around and looked at Pei Xianye. He walked over confidently and stood beside her. "Is there a problem? I'll handle it." "It's nothing. It's just a disagreement over resource distribution. My older brother said these supplies would last us 3 days, and there are also the soldiers. I plan to prioritize nursing mothers and infants to ensure they get enough nutrition. Then the elderly and injured. Those who can help with rebuilding and lightly injured or unable to participate can be saved for last. What do you think?" Pei Xianye looked down at her small, pink mouth, soft like a peach. His heart moved slightly. Then he looked at everyone. "Comrade Gu's suggestion is very reasonable. Does anyone oppose it?" Pei Xianye's voice was not loud, but when he spoke, the room fell silent. Women responded actively, saying, "Captain Pei, we also think Comrade Gu's idea is good. We've survived natural disasters and the children can't starve to death. Let's distribute the supplies this way. In 3 days, I will go to the city to get more supplies and try to improve everyone's life. I hope everyone cooperates well. The army will do its best to help you. Thank you, Captain Pei." "Thank you, Comrade Gu." Gu Xiaoning raised an eyebrow and looked carefully at Pei Xianye. When he wasn't smiling, he looked very intimidating, with tense muscles. It wasn't easy to impress the villagers. Pei Xianye noticed his wife looking at him. His eyes lowered, and he gave her a gentle, loving smile. Gu Xiaoning got goosebumps all over. She hugged her arms and asked, "Why did you come? Are you worried I might mess up?" Pei Xianye didn't like hearing that. "Mess up? My life was saved by you. What can't you do? Then come over. I'm here to support you, in case someone makes things difficult for you." Gu Xiaoning couldn't stand his intense gaze. She touched her nose and said, "Help me distribute the supplies. If you agree with my plan, just follow this order. Okay, give me paper and pen. I'll help you write it down." Pei Xianye's voice was lazy. Since he wouldn't start cleaning the mud tomorrow, he had nothing to do now and wanted to stay close to Gu Xiaoning. As long as he was with her, he felt happy inside. Gu Xiaoning first went to check on families with nursing babies. She brought supplies to Lu Feng, who looked at her expectantly and shyly called out, "Officer." Seeing this, Gu Xiaoning explained, "I'm not a soldier. My surname is Gu. Just call me Comrade Gu." "Hello, Comrade Gu." Lu Feng quickly responded, but she was already exhausted from trying to soothe her crying baby. She couldn't produce milk anymore. The baby was hungry, and if he didn't eat, he would cry even more. Everyone was living in military tents. The crying at night disturbed others' rest. Wah wah wah. The baby's crying was loud, and his little face was flushed from crying. "Don't cry, little one. Mom will find something for you to eat." Gu Xiaoning felt her heart ache. She checked the supplies but found no formula suitable for feeding infants. "Comrade Lu Feng, don't worry yet. Are there any other breastfeeding women with milk?" Lu Feng bit her lip and shook her head. "Everyone's milk is scarce. My own child doesn't get enough, so I can't feed my child with others' milk. Comrade Gu, I can go without eating as long as my child is full. Please help us. Adults need proper nutrition too, or they won't produce enough milk. Can the child eat some rice porridge now?" Lu Feng held back tears. Without milk, she could only try to feed her child some rice porridge. "All right, I'll try." Gu Xiaoning took out a warm pancake and handed it to Lu Feng. "Eat this first. If you're not full, your nutrition will fall behind. I'll find a way for the child's food." After sharing supplies with Lu Feng, she quickly went to check on other families with babies. The sound of crying pierced her ears, making her feel heartbroken. In total, 12 families had newborns. The breastfeeding women could only feed their own children and couldn't help others. 5 infants were crying loudly from hunger. Gu Xiaoning turned and headed toward Pei Xianye. "Pei Xianye." Hearing her, Pei Xianye looked back. "Wife, what is it? Do we have water? I see some roasted soy flour and black bean flour here. Mix them into a porridge for the children." Pei Xianye looked serious. He took her hand and headed outside. I'll take you there. They stepped out of the tent as the sky darkened. In the distance, a large cooking pot was burning. When they approached, the engineers were boiling cabbage, radishes, and wild vegetables in a big pot, adding a pinch of salt. Many soldiers and medics nearby were holding bowls, waiting. After a busy day, no one had eaten a proper meal. Even though they knew the food in the pot was bland, no one cared about that now. Pei Xianye picked up the kettle of hot water and took a bowl from his bag. He also brought the soy flour and black bean flour to make porridge. Not far away, Ma Miao Miao and other medics were holding their arms, waiting to drink vegetable porridge. But the porridge Pei Xianye was making drew their attention. Some volunteers who knew Ma Miao Miao looked surprised and couldn't help but say, "Is Captain Pei making porridge? Is she being served alone? I heard someone call her sister-in-law, so she must be the wife that Captain Pei just married." Ma Miao Miao bit her lip, but when she spoke, her tone was sharp and harsh. Can't handle hardship, but still insist on staying here to cause trouble. Probably just doesn't want to eat plain porridge, so she asked Xianye to make some porridge for her. How can they give special treatment? Supplies are so tight, they should prioritize the villagers. We are already eating poorly. Why does she have to take up an extra spot here? Someone in the back cheered. Go ahead and point it out. Captain Pei isn't the kind of person to be unfair. She probably wouldn't give her wife a special meal. The volunteer immediately took a step back. I don't dare. Get close to Captain Pei. Ma Miao Miao looked at the person beside her. No use. Unexpectedly, the volunteer continued to speak foolishly. Miao Miao, why don't you go and have a bowl? You're the niece of the leader, volunteering to help, so you should eat well. Otherwise, the leader might feel upset when he sees you. Ma Miao Miao wanted to eat, but she had to hold back. I won't eat. I won't get special treatment. Because my uncle is the leader, I should set an example. Ma Miao Miao straightened her chest. Gu Zhaoning watched as Xianye carefully served the porridge, covering each bowl. The wind was strong here, and dust and sand mixed in the air. Babies are delicate, so what they eat must be very carefully prepared. Just as she was about to lift the bowls, Xianye reached out to stop her. Let me do it. It's too hot. It's okay, the children can't wait. Let them eat quickly. She took 2 bowls herself and headed toward the tent. Xianye picked up the remaining 3 bowls and hurried to catch up with his wife. Their figures made everyone stare. Someone said, Captain Pei doesn't seem to be giving his wife a special meal. He's probably just making food for the villagers. Ma Miao Miao clenched her fists secretly. Gu Zhaoning was the best at showing off. She really disliked Gu Zhaoning so much. Inside the tent, Gu Zhaoning carefully handed the porridge to the women, telling them to feed the children quickly. She was kneeling in front of Lu Fang, watching her carefully scoop the porridge with a spoon and gently feed it to the child. The child was so hungry that he started eating without hesitation. The crying finally stopped. Seeing this, Lu Fang relaxed a little, but she still carefully fed the child without any delay. Her child was very hungry, crying for so long, and her eyes were swollen. Gu Zhaoning watched the child eat happily and couldn't help but smile. Lu Fang also looked at Gu Zhaoning with tears in her eyes. Comrade Gu, thank you so much today. You are a savior to my child. Other women who were feeding their children also looked up. Comrade Gu, we thank you too. Without you, we really wouldn't know what to do. There's so little black bean flour, and you thought of saving some for our children. I really want to thank you. Lu Fang blushed and was about to stand up with the child in her arms. Gu Zhaoning quickly raised her hand to stop her. Lu Fang, don't kneel. I just did something normal. With limited supplies, fair distribution is important. If the children eat well, you can rest properly and recover your strength. Maybe then you'll be able to produce milk. That's good for the children. Lu Fang was very grateful. Comrade Gu, you're so kind. Much better than that ma comrade, huh? Gu Zhaoning sensed a hint of gossip. She raised her eyebrows but didn't ask further. It was getting late. Outside, soldiers had come in with vegetable soup. Gu Zhaoning didn't want to disturb their rest any longer. When she left the tent, Pei Xianye was waiting outside. Have the children eaten? Gu Zhaoning nodded and softly said, They're very hungry, but we can't let it go on too long. Not drinking milk will cause problems for the children. Pei Xianye looked serious. Can they last 3 days? If the soybean flour and black bean flour aren't given to others, they can hold out. After 3 days, when I go to the city to get supplies, I'll see if I can buy some milk powder or malted milk for the babies. Should I go with you? You're a grown man, but you probably don't know how to buy it. I'll go. Gu Zhaoning had already planned to buy milk powder herself. It's expensive, and a can isn't cheap, but she was willing to buy it. These children's crying was so pitiful, it tugged at her heart. Pei Xianye hugged her and led her to the big stove, shielding her from the wind. Wife, are you so reluctant to part with me? If you're jealous, it's not good for your mood. Don't be so narcissistic. I'm not. Pei Xinye's smile deepened. It's okay, wife. I like it when you stick close to me. If you don't, I won't be happy. Gu Zhaoning nudged him with her arm. He held her tightly from behind. Walking like this was too intimate and might attract others' attention. Pei Xianye, walk properly. I'm shielding you from the wind. People might see us. Pei Xianye lowered his head and whispered in her ear. So what if they see? If they do, I'll proudly introduce you as my wife. He was just holding her, not kissing her publicly.
That was perfectly fine.
When they arrived at the big kitchen, Gu Zhaoning looked at the lonely vegetable leaves floating on the pot. Although she was prepared for hardships, she really had no appetite now. The broth was plain and tasteless. Gu Zhaoning lowered her eyes, feeling a bit emotional. Her parents had gone to the countryside. Maybe life there was even harder than this. Pei Xianye also saw the little remaining vegetable soup and the cold cornbread. His expression darkened slightly. Let me see if I can make you something else. You probably can't get used to these. Just as he was about to turn around, Gu Zhaoning held his hand. Her hand was a bit cold, so Pei Xianye instinctively held hers tighter. Pei Xianye, don't treat me differently. I haven't tried vegetable porridge before. Maybe. It might taste good. Hearing this, Pei Xianye's heart beat faster. His eyes narrowed slightly with patience. He reached up and gently ruffled her hair. Fool. Pei Xianye took Gu Zhaoning to the big stove. The vegetable soup had cooled down quite a bit. He let go of her hand, squatted down, and picked up some wood, skillfully starting a fire. While warming the vegetable porridge, he also placed a pancake along the edge of the pot to heat together. Is one pancake enough? Should I heat another? Gu Zhaoning quickly stopped him, reaching out to hold his arm. She just wanted to eat something simple and not go hungry. The pancake looked hard and difficult to bite. Gu Zhaoning didn't want to hurt her teeth. One is enough. I might not finish it anyway. Pei Xianye looked at her deeply, noticing her forced smile. Her fair face had a bit of dust. She probably didn't know, otherwise, with her love for beauty, she wouldn't accept being so dirty. All of this was for him. If it weren't to save him, she wouldn't have to suffer like this. Pei Xianye held his breath and silently thought, Pei Xianye, if you dare to hurt her or make her sad in this life, you will truly be a fool. After the vegetable soup was heated, Pei Xianye served 2 bowls. He also soaked some bread in the soup, worried that Gu Zhaoning might find it hard to chew. The fire in the stove was still burning. Since Gu Zhaoning was close by, she could also feel a little warmth. Pei Xianye gathered some dry grass together, finally took off his coat, and sat with Gu Zhaoning on it. Gu Zhaoning felt a bit uneasy. She reached out and poked his arm muscles. Tonight is cold. Aren't you afraid of the cold? You're the commander. If you catch a cold and get a fever, won't our progress be delayed? Pei Xianye squatted in front of Gu Zhaoning, drinking soup. He wasn't picky about food and had eaten even worse before. For him, eating was just to fill his stomach. I can't catch a cold. You don't need to wear your coat. Just sit down. Your pride is too much. You. Gu Zhaoning blushed and glared at him fiercely. Pei Xianye lowered his head to eat the bread, but a slight smile appeared at the corner of his lips. He ate 3 pieces of bread and 2 bowls of soup, feeling full. Gu Zhaoning found it hard to swallow. The bread soaked in soup was barely chewable. She felt it irritated her throat and was tough to eat, needing to chew hard to swallow. After finishing, Pei Xianye squatted on the ground, watching her eat. Gu Zhaoning felt she looked very messy now. She raised her hand and turned his face away. Don't look at me. Her fair hand brushed past his face. Pei Xianye's eyes flickered, and he looked back. I want to see. My wife is always beautiful. I'm probably ugly now, she said. In a couple of days, she might look even worse. She couldn't change her clothes, her hair couldn't be washed, and she hadn't applied any skincare products. Pei Xianye took her hand and placed it on his face to feel it. Gu Xiaoning was unsure of his intention and froze for a moment. Then I am dark and rough. Would you still like me? Under the firelight, Gu Xiaoning looked seriously at Pei Xianye's face. He had a buzz cut, and even when squatting his build was strong. His broad shoulders and defined arms showed his physique. His face was dark, but his features were sharp and tough. Who would think Pei Xianye isn't handsome? Gu Xiaoning's heart fluttered. She pulled back her hand and deliberately contradicted him, saying, I don't like you. If I don't like you, why did I marry you? Here, once you're married, there's no plan to divorce. We have to be together for a lifetime, even after death, buried together. Pei Xianye, can you please speak more politely? Gu Xiaoning couldn't stand him anymore, so she kicked him lightly. Pei Xianye finally smiled, his deep voice constantly whispering in her ear. She had only drunk half the vegetable soup and eaten a third of the pancake, but she couldn't eat any more. She handed her bowl to Pei Xianye. Can you still eat? I can't finish it. Pei Xianye looked down, his eyelids drooping. What's the use of eating this little? Even a small bird's stomach can't be full with this amount. But he couldn't persuade her to eat more now, especially since he was the reason Gu Xiaoning had such a hard time. Pei Xianye's brow twitched. Are you really full? Gu Xiaoning did feel full, and she thought she could hold on until tomorrow. She nodded firmly. Only then did Pei Xianye finish all the remaining food. Resources were scarce, and not a grain could be wasted. After the meal, Pei Xianye squatted on the ground and scooped water from a nearby jar to wash the dishes. Gu Xiaoning tightly wrapped her coat around herself. She suddenly felt useless and could only sit and wait for him. After Pei Xianye put the bowls away, he walked over to her. Gu Xiaoning handed him her coat, which was under her, saying, Hurry up and put it on. If you catch a cold, I'll be the one to blame. Pei Xianye reached out and took it, casually zipping it up. After a tiring day, everything was mostly quiet. Only the occasional cry of villagers in pain came from inside the tent. Pei Xianye was silent for a couple of seconds. If you need to go to the bathroom, go over to the trees there. There are some trees blocking the view. Can you bear with it for now, wife? The inevitable happened. Gu Xiaoning wanted to refuse, but her body wouldn't let her. From the moment she decided to stay, she had already thought through all the worst possible outcomes. Pei Xianye thought he needed to persuade Gu Xiaoning more, but unexpectedly, she agreed very quickly. Go ahead. Hearing this, Pei Xianye's face froze slightly, clearly caught off guard. Is this really his wife? Pei Xianye felt uncomfortable inside. He protected Gu Xiaoning from behind, shielding her from the wind, and walked with her toward the trees. While using the restroom, Gu Xiaoning moved Pei Xianye aside to keep him from getting too close. Their relationship wasn't close enough for him to hear such sounds. Pei Xianye didn't think much about it. His idea was to block her, so that even if someone came over, they wouldn't see anything inappropriate. But Gu Xiaoning insisted he move away. In the end, Pei Xianye compromised. He turned his back to Gu Xiaoning, walked to a spot not too far, and said, Wife, you go ahead. I'll stand guard here. Gu Xiaoning quickly finished and pulled up her pants, then ran back. Because she was in such a hurry, she didn't watch her step and tripped over a branch. Just as she was about to lose her balance and fall forward, she let out a loud scream. Hubby, help me. Pei Xianye's nerves tensed. Suddenly, he snapped out of his daze and took a big step forward, catching her securely in his arms just before she fell. Gu Xiaoning's face turned pale with fear. She looked upset and said, Everyone comes here to use the bathroom. If I fall on something dirty, I don't want to live anymore. Hearing her almost crying, Pei Xianye carried her horizontally and headed out of the woods. It'll be fine, wife. I found a clean spot for you, and with me here, I won't let you fall. But Pei Xianye couldn't help but think about how sweet Gu Xiaoning sounded calling him husband just now. Why did it sound so nice? It made him feel really good. He gently coaxed her. Wife, call me again. Gu Zhaoning was still shaken and hadn't recovered from the scare. She muttered. What? Pei Xianye lowered his voice and blew warm air into her ear. Husband, when you call me, I feel so happy. Suddenly, a crisp slap landed on Pei Xinye's face. Gu Zhaoning didn't have much strength, so her slap didn't hurt him. Stop being a troublemaker. Take me to wash my hands. And you have some shame. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep tonight. Pei Xianye carried her back into the tent, lit a candle so she could see clearly. I'll go to the river and get some water for you. Watch the candle carefully, so it doesn't set the tent on fire. Gu Zhaoning was now his precious, and he couldn't bear for her to have any accidents. Seeing this, Gu Zhaoning held the candle in her hand. Even a little warmth was enough to make her feel better. Pei Xianye turned around and closed the tent, then went to the river to fetch water for Gu Zhaoning. He had 2 aluminum basins. After getting clean water from the river, Pei Xianye poured hot water from a kettle, mixed it, and then carried the 2 basins toward the tent. Late at night, Pei Xianye walked with a creaking sound. Ma Miao Miao was living alone in a tent. She didn't want to share with other volunteer medics because she felt uncomfortable sleeping in a crowded space. So, before coming here, she prepared everything herself. But living alone in a tent, especially with the strong wind outside, made her feel scared. The sound of the wind on the nearby mountain was even more frightening. Ma Miao Miao lay inside her tent, her heart pounding uncontrollably from fear. At this moment, she heard footsteps outside. She slightly unzipped the tent and looked up. She saw Pei Xinye's tall figure passing in front of her, heading toward his own tent. There was a flickering light inside another nearby tent, showing Gu Zhaoning's silhouette. In just one glance, Ma Miao Miao's eyes turned red with jealousy. If it weren't for Gu Zhaoning's appearance, maybe she and Pei Xianye could really be together. Her uncle valued Pei Xianye so much, and as he got older, Pei Xianye would probably get married. Was there anyone more suitable than her in the entire military district? But now, Gu Zhaoning had taken the lead. She knew that if she kept watching, she would feel even more frustrated. The anger in her chest wouldn't go away. Still, she was self-torturing herself, wanting to see how Pei Xianye and Gu Zhaoning interacted. She wanted to see how Pei Xianye took care of others. If she and Pei Xianye were married, she would be the one being cared for and protected. Meanwhile, Pei Xianye returned to his tent, unzipped it, and a gust of wind blew out the candle. He placed the 2 basins on the ground. One for washing your face, one for washing your feet. If you feel uncomfortable, I can wipe you with a towel. Gu Zhaoning moved her butt and sat at the entrance of the tent. She looked at Pei Xianye and said, "Let's wash together." But he refused without hesitation. "I'm much dirtier than you. The water is clean. If I wash now, I'll just get dirty again, right? Start first. I'll wash after you finish."
I'm also dirty.
Pei Xianye chuckled softly. "Who said you're dirty? My wife is very clean and smells nice." Gu Zhaoning felt a little shy from his carefree smile on his face. She lowered her head to wash her hands. When she touched the water, she was pleasantly surprised. "It's warm water." Pei Xianye muttered to himself, "I took a detour to get hot water for you. I knew you were afraid of the cold." He swore to himself never to let Gu Zhaoning suffer. Even in this tough environment, he wanted to do his best to take care of her. After washing her hands and face, Gu Zhaoning carefully dried herself with a towel Pei Xianye handed her. Next was her feet. Her shoes were soaked and then dried, but because it was a bit chilly, her feet felt numb from the cold. Pei Xianye squatted in front of her. Using the water, she just washed her face with to wash her hands and face again. His movements were much more vigorous, as if he was trying to wash off all the dirt from her face, water splashing everywhere. Gu Zhaoning looked on quietly, wanting to say something but holding back. Forget it, he was already doing very well. She could overlook these small flaws. Everyone has their imperfections, right? She had her own too. Gu Zhaoning took off her shoes and socks, put her feet into the basin of water, and immediately felt completely relaxed. She even let out a satisfied sigh, without realizing it. Seeing this, Pei Xinye's eyes darkened with emotion. He reached out directly to help wash her feet. When his rough palm touched her, Gu Zhaoning felt a ticklish sensation and a strange electric current running through her body. She instinctively wanted to dodge. Pei Xianye, I'm itchy. Her voice was soft as she tried to pull her foot back. But Pei Xianye pressed her foot down into the basin, his fingers gentle. Don't move. I'll massage your foot. When your foot relaxes, your whole body will feel better. Soaking your feet in hot water can relax the whole body. Although Pei Xianye's hands were rough, he didn't push his team too hard during training. He even assigned tasks to his subordinates. After each training session, they could do nothing but soak their feet in the evening. When their feet are relaxed, they feel lighter, and sleep is better. His rough hands massaged her white, delicate feet back and forth. Gu Zhaoning gradually got used to his touch, and even started to enjoy it. When the massage felt especially good, she couldn't help but let out a soft moan. That sound entered Pei Xianye's ears, making his stomach tighten. His breathing grew heavier and more coarse. Did he do it on purpose? The small fire that had been kept hidden inside him started to become restless and move around. Pei Xianye licked his lips, trying hard to suppress this hot feeling. After helping Gu Zhaoning wash her feet, he couldn't hold back. He lowered his head and kissed her on the top of her foot, seeming very pleased with his foot-washing skills. Gu Zhaoning didn't expect Pei Xianye to do that. Her cheeks instantly turned red and hot. She shivered in fright, quickly pulling her foot back and scolded him. Pei Xianye, you're so perverted. Pei Xianye looked at her shy and blushing face as she ran into the tent. He got up, went to where she was sitting, took off his shoes, and washed his feet. Is that considered perverted? Hearing his teasing, Gu Zhaoning still felt embarrassed and angry. Isn't that perverted? You kiss my foot. I like to kiss anywhere on you. But maybe he really was a bit perverted. In the future, Gu Zhaoning might not give him the chance to get close or sleep with him. After washing his feet, Pei Xianye poured the foot-washing water into the basin with the face-washing water, stacking the two basins together. He left them at the tent entrance, planning to empty them in the morning. Only after entering the tent did Pei Xianye fully start his attack. He grabbed Gu Zhaoning's slim waist and pulled her into his arms. Before she could react, he roughly lifted her chin and pressed his full lips onto hers, hot and grinding. Gu Zhaoning's heart was pounding. She placed her hands on Pei Xianye's shoulders, trying to struggle, but he kissed her so deeply that she couldn't break free. Tonight was her first night staying here. How could Pei Xianye let her go easily? Pei Xianye held her tightly. Gu Zhaoning was already overwhelmed, pressed under his weight on the thin blanket. His heavy body pressed down on her. In the dim light, she could faintly see his sharply defined face flushed with redness, and even the desire in his eyes seemed to break free from its cage. She had nowhere to put her hands, only helplessly holding onto his back. Pei Xianye's physique was too strong. His arms couldn't fully wrap around her. Her lips were bitten painfully, but he had already shifted his focus, biting her delicate neck. Huh. A clear sensation came from her neck. Gu Zhaoning shivered and, without thinking, pinched his. Is his buttocks so firm? Normally, you can see how fit he is just by looking. Narrow waist, curvy hips, walking with a strong, attractive stride. Pei Xianye softly chuckled, buried in her neck, and asked, How do you feel? Gu Zhaoning bit her lip, her ears turning hot. What do you mean? When she tried to pull her hand away, Pei Xianye reached out and held it, gently putting it back. Is the touch not good? Gu Zhaoning trembled all over, embarrassed and angry, pulling her hand back. Pei Xianye, I'm not as crazy as you. You're the leader. If others hear about this, they'll think you're not a proper leader. Desire is natural. What's wrong with that? He still pressed against her, not moving away, with no space between them. Gu Zhaoning bit her lip. His weight was heavy, pressing on her, making her feel soft and a little sore. Aren't you worried about others laughing? All men are like this. When they go home, they just sleep peacefully with their wives. If they don't do something, they might miss a wonderful night. He leaned down and kissed her cheek, slowly teasing her. Warm breath brushed her face and neck, making Gu Zhaoning feel tingling all over. Things we didn't finish last time. Gu Zhaoning immediately refused without thinking. No. Do you see where we are? What if you accidentally ruin the tent? He was rough and never gentle. If the tent collapsed, they wouldn't even have a place to sleep tonight. She didn't want to be embarrassed in front of others. And we haven't showered yet. You promised me that if we do this, we need to shower and be clean. Pei Xianye clicked his tongue softly, forgetting about that condition. Rebuilding the camp here, who knew when they could go back? He could only endure. Don't let him get sick, because of holding back. His face kept changing as he looked at her small face. A few strands of her hair had tangled around his chin. His eyes sparkled, making him feel a strong desire. After a quick internal struggle, he brushed her long hair behind her ear. Trying to suppress his excitement, he lay down and held her in his arms. Then we can do it again when we go back. It's not a big deal for a few days. Gu Xiaoning secretly let out a breath of relief. Even her faint voice was clear enough for Pei Xianye to hear. He immediately lifted his eyelids to look at her and pinched her waist. Did your plan work? Are you happy? Gu Xiaoning pretended to be innocent. What plan? Pei Xianye hugged her tightly and whispered softly, like teasing, Your husband is called, and you won't let him touch you. You're too scary. Family members are so fierce. What if it hurts the first time? Gu Xiaoning was genuinely worried about this, and she had already seen him. How could the two of them possibly be a good match? Pei Xianye's lips brushed her forehead. I will definitely take care of your feelings. I won't keep going if you cry out in pain. Can you hold back then? Pei Xianye paused. Just don't keep pushing me away. He was afraid she wouldn't give him a chance to get close, just because she was scared of pushing him away. Am I afraid I won't push you? Besides, I feel like we might not be suitable in this area. Why not? Am I not good enough? It's because I'm too good, so maybe we're not a good match. If I were a little less perfect, maybe it would be better. When he heard this, Pei Xianye didn't get angry but smiled. His deep laugh echoed inside the tent. My dear wife, don't worry. You'll see how good I am later. He leaned close to her ear, smiling at the corner of his mouth. From now on, you'll have to cling to me and won't let me rest at night. Nonsense. Gu Xiaoning's cheeks flushed red, and she immediately retorted. Pei Xianye laughed so hard his chest trembled. After a while of teasing, Gu Xiaoning felt sleepy. Pei Xianye patted her back to help her fall asleep. Once Gu Xiaoning's breathing was even, Pei Xianye carefully covered her with a thin blanket, worried she might get cold. He wasn't afraid of the cold. He wrapped the blanket around her and held her in his arms, making sure no cool air reached her. Pei Xianye almost didn't think much and fell into a deep sleep. That night, at the family compound, Jingwei paced back and forth in her room, unable to calm her mind. How could her life be completely different from her past life's path? After Pei Xianye went to rescue at Jingwei in her previous life, how could news of it reach the military district? When Pei Xianye learned about the major mudslide at Jingwei, the news of Pei Xianye's death had already been reported. This time, however, everything was different. Jingwei didn't wait for Pei Xianye's death news. Instead, the entire military district had already learned about the mudslide disaster at Jingwei. They quickly gathered supplies and rescue teams and sent them all out. The military district responded so quickly this time that Pei Xianye was sure to receive help and survive. Today, Jingwei had been waiting all day for Pei Xianye and Gu Xiaoning to return, but they didn't come back. This must be related to Gu Xiaoning. But how could she know that Pei Xianye would have an accident? If she had been reborn, how could she not marry Pei Xianye and instead marry Pei Xianye? In her previous life, she was a happy wife of a leader. If she could do it all over again, Gu Xiaoning would definitely hold tightly onto Pei Xianye and never let go. So, what exactly is going on? Jingwei thought hard, but still couldn't figure it out. If Gu Xiaoning hadn't been reborn, how would she know about Pei Xianye's accident? How could she have arrived in time to save him and actually rescue him? Jingwei's face looked extremely pale, and her eyes flickered with a fierce light. Just then, the sound of the door opening caught her attention. She looked up, her eyes flashing slightly. Was Brother Qianian back? Jingwei stepped forward and headed toward the yard. Pei Qianian came in, looking indifferent, almost without any warmth. Brother Qianian, you're back. After a tiring day, Pei Xianye was exhausted. Seeing Su Jingwei, he just casually asked, "Why haven't you gone to sleep yet?" Su Jingwei stepped closer, trying to hold Pei Xianye's arm, but he dodged her directly. Her hand missed, and for a moment, Su Jingwei's face stiffened terribly, tears flickering in her eyes. "Brother Xianye, you haven't been back all this time. I was worried about you, so I couldn't sleep." During the day, people from the military district came to our family compound to collect supplies. I donated everything I brought, just wondering if something had happened. Pei Xianye looked at her calmly. There was a mudslide at Jingwei. Xianye went with people to help. Fortunately, Zhaoning insisted on going to check, so there were no casualties. The words, "no casualties," pierced Su Jingwei's heart even more, making her shoulders tremble. "Brother Xianye, do you think it was because of my sister that everyone is safe?" "My sister has been spoiled at home since she was little. Our parents pamper her and don't let her do anything hard. She's afraid of pain and dirt. When the mudslide happened in Jingwei, how could she dare to go there?" Pei Xianye glanced over with a sharp look. In just a moment, Su Jingwei felt a silent pressure, as if she had said the wrong thing. She immediately fell silent, clutching her clothes and trying to explain, "Brother Xianye, Zhaoning wasn't so brave before. I didn't expect her to do something like this time. Has she come back? I plan to visit her tomorrow, to make sure she's not traumatized." She was determined to visit Gu Zhaoning herself tomorrow and get to the bottom of everything. Since she hadn't been reborn, how could Gu Zhaoning so coincidentally take her job and also save Pei Xianye's life? Pei Xianye narrowed his eyes. He didn't like hypocritical women. Su Jingwei's false kindness annoyed him. But his parents asked him to take care of the Gu sisters, so he had no choice but to marry her. He could only marry her and settle her in the family residence, but he couldn't give her anything else. Her personality wasn't good, but he saw no need to point it out. He looked away and walked toward the house quietly, saying softly, "Zhaoning said she had a nightmare, dreaming that Xianye was in danger. No matter what, I think her actions this time were very brave. If it weren't for her persistence, Xianye might have been hurt today, and I would have lost my brother. When Xianye was trapped on the mountain, it was Zhaoning who rescued him. She saved his life. Not only Xianye, but our entire Pei family should be grateful to Zhaoning. And now, she's staying in Jingwei with Xianye, not choosing to come back. Su Jingwei, I don't understand where you get the idea that Zhaoning is spoiled and can't handle hardship." Pei Xianye's serious gaze fixed on Su Jingwei. This statement made her face turn pale, even feeling like biting her tongue to stop herself. It was one thing for Pei Xianye to defend Gu Zhaoning, but how could her husband, Pei Xianye, also speak up to defend that unworthy woman? She trembled slightly, almost unable to stand. "Brother Xianye, you misunderstood me. Zhaoning can save people, and as her sister, of course I'm happy for her. I'm just worried about her. Otherwise, I would go to Jingwei to see her tomorrow." "No need," Pei Xianye said. "Jingwei is now rebuilding after the disaster, and no outsiders are needed there. Just stay at home and rest." After speaking, Pei Xianye walked to the sofa, unfolded the folded quilt, and prepared to sleep. Su Jingwei's anger was about to explode. She forced herself to go back to her bedroom, but even after closing the door, she couldn't vent her frustration. In front of Pei Xianye, she had to pretend to be gentle and kind, hiding any signs of her true feelings. If Pei Xianye was defending Zhaoning so much, it must be because Zhaoning had issues. Even after getting married, she was not honest and was trying to steal her man. Su Jingwei sat on the bed, taking deep breaths in and out. She was about to go crazy with anger. She couldn't sleep all night. The next morning, as soon as dawn broke, Pei Xianye woke up on time. Today, he had to lead people to clear the silt from Jingwei. Besides the soldiers, the young and strong villagers had to join in and work together. Pei Xianye looked at Zhaoning sleeping peacefully, his eyes darkening. Living in a tent naturally wasn't as comfortable as sleeping on a bed. They didn't lay any mats, so sleeping on the ground was a bit uncomfortable. But Zhaoning showed no sign of dissatisfaction. Pei Xianye's face tightened as he was about to help her tuck in the quilt again when he saw her pants riding up. Her fair, smooth legs had various cuts and scrapes. At a glance, Pei Xianye's gaze fixed on them, unable to look away. His breathing grew heavy. Had Jiaoning also been hurt? Why hadn't she said a word? Ensuring he didn't wake her, Pei Xianye slowly lifted her pants, pulling them up to her thighs. The many wounds hurt his eyes, and he clenched his fists in frustration. It was his fault. Jiaoning had come up the mountain alone to save him. How could she have no injuries? She hadn't said a word, so how could he think she was fine? Pei Xianye's heart sank painfully. He felt an indescribable ache inside. She was so delicate, yet she endured the pain without a word or asking for medicine. Even if medical supplies were tight, he would have let her treat her wounds. Pei Xianye took a deep breath, lowered his pants, quietly got up, and stepped outside the tent. He went to the military doctor to get some ointment, then returned to the tent and carefully applied it to Gu Jiaoning. Seeing her bruised leg, he wished he could take all her injuries onto himself. When they returned to the military base, he promised he would never let her suffer again. After finishing treating her wounds, Pei Xianye stepped out of the tent. Today was even colder than yesterday, with cold wind constantly piercing his body, causing the tent to sway. Commander Pei, Commander Pei. It was Secretary Zhou's voice. Pei Xianye looked up and asked calmly, Secretary Zhou, what's the matter? I heard that yesterday, your wife distributed supplies very fairly and many villagers praised her. Hearing this, Pei Xianye raised an eyebrow. Really? Especially some women in our village who just had babies. They said if it weren't for Comrade Gu's help to speak up, last night the children wouldn't have enough to eat. The baby's only 3 or 4 months old, can't eat solid food, and can only drink milk. If your wife hadn't brought out soybean flour and black bean flour, the children would have gone hungry. Pei Xianye's brow furrowed slightly, then he said, Secretary Zhou, could you please praise my wife again in front of her later? Secretary Zhou was caught off guard. My wife volunteered to stay and didn't want to cause trouble for everyone. If you praise her, she'll be happy. Secretary Zhou understood Pei Xianye's intention and smiled happily. All right, Commander Pei. When we see Comrade Gu, I'll be sure to tell her. Thanks, Secretary Zhou. By the way, Commander Pei, here are the last 2 big bags of flour found by the soldiers in the ruins of Zhaizigo. I was thinking, maybe tonight we can make hand-pulled noodles or noodle soup with this flour to help the villagers. It would also lift everyone's spirits. Pei Xianye nodded. Let's cook for everyone tonight. We did a lot of digging today, so we should work hard and enjoy a good meal tonight. After Gu Jiaoning got up, she went to prepare some porridge and brought it into the military tent for the children to eat. Today, as soon as Gu Jiaoning entered, Lu Fun and others waved to her. Commander Pei's wife, you're here. Hearing this, Ma Miao Miao, who was also in the tent, felt annoyed. She lost focus, pricked the needle in the wrong spot, and the child in front of her started crying. Wow, wow, wow. The child cried loudly from the pain. Ma Miao Miao panicked and accidentally injected the needle in the wrong spot again, causing more blood to flow from the child's dark little hand. The child's mother was also startled and, regardless of the person's identity, immediately asked loudly, Can you do injections? Are you hitting the blood vessels of my child? My kid has a fever and is bleeding so much. If something goes wrong, can you take responsibility? Gu Jiaoning heard the commotion and saw Ma Miao Miao's face look worried and scared. She didn't show much emotion herself and didn't want to get involved. She simply walked over to Lu Fun and the other mothers with babies. Today, she had prepared all the porridge in a thermos and brought several bowls. Comrade Lu, the child finished drinking yesterday. Is he doing okay? Did he cry in the middle of the night? Lu Fun held her baby, who is now wide awake, biting her finger and blinking at Gu Jiaoning. She said, Wife of Commander Pei, once the baby is full, he stops crying and fussing. He just has a bit of gas. After burping him, he can sleep through the night. Gu Jiaoning looked at Lu Fun's honest smile and frowned slightly. The porridge isn't as easy to digest as milk. The child is suffering. Wife of Commander Pei, don't feel guilty. We are lucky just to be alive. If Commander Pei hadn't come with help in time, most of our village might have been lost. The porridge isn't easy to digest, so just help him burp more. Better than starving. A few other mothers also spoke to comfort her. They genuinely liked Gu Xiaoning. She was kind and strong. Even though she was the wife of the leader, she had no airs and always tried to understand and help them solve problems. Gu Xiaoning poured out the porridge from the thermos and divided it among them, continuing to feed the children. The smell of the porridge was delicious, better than hard, scratchy bread that made your throat sore. The small side dishes were limited, and eating a bite of pickles meant eating several bites of bread. Everyone was resting inside the tent, watching Gu Xiaoning with admiration. The tent was noisy, and Ma Miao Miao was still dealing with difficult villagers. She was a volunteer, helping them for free, expecting nothing in return. But everyone was so difficult and treated her like she was a bossy person. Ma Miao Miao suddenly lost her desire to give injections. After removing the needle, she stood up directly, her face pale and white. "Comrade, I hope you understand that we are here to help for free. We are suffering and working hard alongside you. I help many villagers every day, so I get tired and distracted sometimes, but I don't owe you anything. You shouldn't criticize me without reason. If you want to protect your son so much, then find someone else to give him the injection. I can't handle it. She has her own pride and dignity. Especially since Gu Xiaoning is still here, why should Gu Xiaoning's simple meal for the child get all the praise? She feels she is being picked on. She hasn't even complained about how dirty these villagers are or how they smell. As part of the medical team, isn't her work harder than distributing supplies like Gu Xiaoning? Yet, she ends up exhausted and unappreciated."
Ma Miao Miao's face darkened.
She no longer looked at the village woman and turned around to carry the medicine tray and walk away. The village woman didn't expect Ma Miao Miao to leave like that. The child in her arms was red-faced from fever, and her hand was bleeding. She just ignored them? How can you do this? Just leave like that, not caring at all? My child is burning up, and this is just obvious bullying. Our child is so sick, and we only have cornbread to eat, no nutritious food at all. It seems we are the most pitiful. My husband was injured by a bridge, my parents-in-law are old and can't walk well, and my child is in elementary school. No one in our family is special or gets extra care. Are you just bullying our family? The village woman started crying, and the noise inside the tent grew louder. Gu Xiaoning listened nearby, understanding that they were upset about the lack of supplies. Everyone wanted better things for their families and hoped to get more benefits when rebuilding their homes. Lu Fan also frowned and sighed. Everyone had gone through the disaster, but when it came to dividing the houses later, many conflicts awaited them. They need good nutrition. If they don't have enough milk, what will we do later? Breastfeeding women already have a hard time, and going to touch cold water or overexerting themselves can harm their health. Gu Xiaoning looked at the remaining bowl of porridge in the thermos. She had planned to share it with Lu Fan and others to help them regain strength, but now, with a child running a fever, she had to prioritize him. Lu Fan felt a bit embarrassed, but sincerely said to Gu Xiaoning, "Mrs. Pei, you're so kind. I'm happy to help you. I see the child is sleepy, so I won't bother you anymore. I'll go check on the child with a fever." After gently waving her hand, Gu Xiaoning stood up and walked toward the village woman. The village woman was still complaining, her face turning red. When she saw Gu Xiaoning approaching, she said, feeling exhausted and thirsty, glancing at her from top to bottom, "My child has a fever. You can't treat us like this." Before she finished speaking, Gu Xiaoning calmly filled a bowl of porridge and handed it to her. The woman was stunned, opening her mouth in surprise, unable to speak for a moment. Her face was slightly flushed, and although her skin was yellowish, her face didn't show any other color change. "What are you doing?" she asked. Gu Xiaoning signaled, "I've already calculated the right amount for infants and young children. There's still a bowl of porridge left in the thermos. Your child has a fever and can't eat bread, but drinking this can help restore some nutrition." The woman felt like she was dreaming. "Argue with those people?" Gu Xiaoning smiled faintly. "What do you mean? Who do you think I am working with? I argued with your soldiers, so you probably aren't happy. Secretary Zhou might come back later to criticize me." Gu Xiaoning didn't care. "That's none of my business. I only know your child has a fever and needs nutrition." The woman looked around, and others nearby looked at her with envy. But with just this bowl, if she didn't give it to her child, who else could she give it to? When she reached out to take it, her hands trembled. She immediately held her child tighter, saying, Baoshun, drink quickly. This is porridge. Once you drink it, you won't feel so bad. The child stopped crying, his red face lowered, and he quickly drank the porridge. Outside the tent, another medic hurriedly ran in, anxious. Whose child has a fever? I'll give an injection. Military doctor, please come quickly and stop the bleeding for my child. Seeing this, the military doctor hurried over to the village woman. As she watched the child eat porridge, she instinctively looked at Gu Xiaoning. Gu Xiaoning nodded politely and introduced herself. My name is Gu Xiaoning. The military doctor certainly knew who Gu Xiaoning was. She was Major Pei's wife, a very beautiful woman. Thanks to Major Pei's comrades spreading the word, everyone now knew that Major Pei had married a good wife. The military doctor also smiled kindly at Gu Xiaoning and extended her hand. Hello, Major Pei's wife. My name is Zhang Wenju. Dr. Zhang, please check on this child first. Don't let him get worse. Zhang Wenju already had an ready. She skillfully helped the child with the blood spots on his hand. After setting up the four, she stood up. Wait until this bottle is finished, then call me. I'll come back to give him more fluids. The child has a fever now, so don't let him catch a cold or get chilled. The village woman was not a confrontational person. Although she didn't like Meow Meow, that didn't mean she thought others were bad. She kept thanking Zhang Wenju and Gu Xiaoning. Thank you both. Thank you, medical comrades and Major Pei's wife. You're welcome. Gu Xiaoning and Zhang Wenju spoke in unison. They walked out of the tent side by side. Zhang Wenju couldn't help but say, Major Pei's wife, you just arrived at our border military district, right? Not even 10 days ago. Then your relationship with Major Pei is progressing really fast. I've never seen Major Pei care so much about a girl before. It must be because you're exceptional, and that's why you won him over. Gu Xiaoning answered straightforwardly. I didn't win him over. Zhang Wenju was momentarily stunned and awkwardly smiled. It seems Major Pei fell for you at first sight. Hearing this, Gu Xiaoning furrowed her brows and didn't deny it. Major Pei Xianye, seeing her like a hungry wolf, was full of thoughts about that. If it weren't for her appearance and body, she thought their progress wouldn't be so fast. Not far away, Meow Meow squatted by the river, washing her face fiercely to calm down. Unexpectedly, as she turned to leave, she overheard Gu Xiaoning and Zhang Wenju talking. A surge of anger shot straight into her mind. Meow Meow looked at Gu Xiaoning's back and felt more and more annoyed. Gu Xiaoning, she suddenly called out to stop Gu Xiaoning. Hearing Ma Meow Meow's voice, she looked over calmly. Zhang Wenju was nearby, and seeing this, she shivered. One was the wife of Captain Pei, and the other was someone who had secretly admired Captain Pei for a long time. When they bumped into each other, sparks almost flew. She quickly decided to leave to avoid trouble. Captain Pei's wife, I need to get going. Do you want me to carry this for you? Zhang Wenju made a move to take the insulated container from Gu Xiaoning. Gu Xiaoning didn't refuse. After Zhang Wenju left, she saw Ma Meow Meow walking toward her with a cold look. The cold wind was biting. At this moment, Pei Xianye had already gone to the village to clear the drainage, and from time to time, she could hear the shouts of 1, 2, 1, 2 in the distance. Gu Xiaoning, are you deliberately trying to oppose me? Ma Meow Meow blocked her, raised her chin, and challenged her first. Gu Xiaoning looked calm. What are you opposing? You haven't been in the army long. Professional work should be done by professionals. Why are you here causing trouble? When I was around, you deliberately tried to please the villagers, making me look bad inside and out. Hearing this, Gu Xiaoning was indifferent, only smirking mockingly. There were many people before, so I gave you some face. But now, the more I show you respect, the more you take it for granted. Gu Xiaoning, what are you saying? Do you know who I am? Yes, you're the niece of the commander. So, because you're the commander's niece, you think you can casually think about someone else's husband? Or do you think you can break us apart? Ma Meow Meow was furious. Who's thinking about anyone? I just can't stand your hypocritical attitude. Hypocritical? Comrade Ma, maybe cut back on the salt. What? Gu Xiaoning straightened her posture. You seem to have a lot of free time. Besides watching me every day, what else do you do? Ma Meow Meow's face turned red. Does Xianye know you're so aggressive? None of my business. I want to see how long you two can stay together. None of your business. These 8 words made Mom Meow Meow so angry her eyes nearly popped out. Her throat felt clogged, and she couldn't say a word. She refused to look at Gu Xiaoning again and turned around, stomping off angrily. Gu Xiaoning remained calm and stood still. Was she really so easily angered? At that moment, someone pulled open the tent nearby, startling Gu Xiaoning. She quickly moved aside, saying, "Oh my gosh." The person emerging from the tent was Tang Zheng, smiling playfully. He gave Gu Xiaoning a thumbs up and said, "Sister-in-law, you're really impressive." Gu Xiaoning recognized Tang Zheng and relaxed a little. "Impressive? She's thinking about my husband. Of course I have to say something. I can't just let her brag about her connections because she's the niece of a leader. Sister-in-law, my leg still isn't fully healed. It's because you helped me distribute supplies. I'll thank you properly later. It's okay. Just rest your leg. No need to thank me." After a few more words, Gu Xiaoning turned to leave. Tang Zheng watched her back and muttered, "Matching, really a perfect match." As evening approached, Gu Xiaoning looked out to see if Pei Xianye had returned. The team was large, and the sky was darkening. She couldn't tell who among the crowd was Pei Xianye. She frowned, thinking it shouldn't be like that. Pei Xianye was tall and strong, with an obvious height advantage over his comrades, especially compared to the villagers in Zhaojiang. How could she not see Pei Xianye's figure? Her heart sank. She quickly walked toward the team. Meng Su, walking ahead with a flashlight, saw Gu Xiaoning's small face from afar and was surprised. He shone the light on her again. A teammate nearby joked, "Meng Su, are you flirting with sister-in-law? If Pei Team sees this, he'll deal with you. I'm just confirming if she's sister-in-law," Meng Su said with a doubtful look. After recognizing Gu Xiaoning, he quickened his pace to approach her. When he got closer, Gu Xiaoning saw that they were all dirty, with mud caked on their rain boots. Seeing the muddy appearance of Meng Su, who looked like a dough ball, he also felt dirty and stepped back, not daring to get too close. "Sister-in-law, why are you here?" Meng Su's tone sounded strange. Gu Xiaoning looked at the others in the flashlight's glow. "Meng Su, where's Pei Xianye? Why isn't he here? Pei Team told us to come back first. He's busy with something else and didn't say where he went. Are you looking for him? I'm worried about him," Gu Xiaoning blurted out without thinking. As soon as she said that, Meng Su and the others looked at her with meaningful expressions. Her open concern for Pei Team explained why he was so deeply involved. Anyone in this situation would feel confused. "Older sister-in-law, don't worry. When Captain Pei left just now, he was fine. Maybe he went somewhere busy and will be back soon. It's dark now, so let's take you back to the tent first to avoid you bumping into things here. Captain Pei's little treasure, and when he's not around, they still need to take good care of her." Gu Xiaoning looked toward the village. It was very dark and near the mountain, so she didn't dare go there. All right then. After her sister-in-law agreed, Meng Su took a flashlight and shined a light on Gu Xiaoning. When they reached the tent, all the strong men from the village were sitting on the ground, exhausted. If they didn't have a good meal tonight, they wouldn't have the strength to work tomorrow. The vegetable soup was lightly salted, and their stomachs were empty. Meng Su and a few other comrades turned to look at these people, organizing them to fetch water and wash off the mud from their bodies. After washing, they could wear their clothes again. Some women from the village, who had rested well, stayed inside the tents. Even though it was cold outside, they still went out to move around. Some helpful ones even went to help the engineering team make hand-pulled noodles. Tonight, they had flour to make noodles, and there was good news. During the mud removal, they found a piece of unpolluted lard. Cooking with that lard in the pot would taste great. Everyone's mood improved, and the atmosphere became lively. Captain Pei's wife. Someone called out to Gu Xiaoning. She turned around and saw Secretary Zhou. Gu Xiaoning walked over casually. "Secretary Zhou, just call me Little Gu. I'm here to help. When you call me the wife of Captain Pei, it's a bit tiring to say, and it doesn't look good for you to give me orders." Zhou Kongyong liked Gu Xiaoning's confident personality. "Then I'll call you Comrade Gu." "Comrade Gu, are you looking for Captain Pei?" Hearing this, Gu Xiaoning's eyes lit up. "Secretary Zhou, do you know where Xianye Pei is?" I think Captain Pei went to the riverbank. He probably hasn't come back yet. To the riverbank? Gu Xiaoning's ears perked up. She couldn't understand why Pei Xianye would go to the riverbank at night. Then I'll go see him. Hey, Comrade Gu, it's dark now. As a young woman, going to the riverbank alone isn't safe. I'll find someone to go with you. Gu Xiaoning looked at Secretary Zhou's flashlight. Secretary Zhou, I don't need it. I'll go take a look myself. Can I borrow your flashlight? No problem, Comrade Gu. Take your time. After taking the flashlight, Gu Xiaoning no longer hesitated and walked straight toward the riverbank. She stepped forward, shining the flashlight into the water. This is a river that has been tested and approved by the engineering troops, and it is now designated for public use. Gu Xiaoning didn't see Pei Xianye's figure. Her heart pounded with a strange feeling she couldn't explain. Pei Xianye ran into the river after dark. What could he be doing? Did he dislike being dirty and sneak off to wash himself? She continued walking along the river, gradually moving away from the settlement area. As everything around her became dark, Gu Xiaoning tried to stay calm, but her legs started trembling uncontrollably. She couldn't go back or move forward now. Regret was too late. Gu Xiaoning weakly called out, Pei Xianye, where are you? But after she spoke, there was no response from Pei Xianye. Gu Xiaoning could only wave the flashlight around randomly until she saw a half-fallen tree nearby with reeds faintly visible beside it. It seemed to be a small pond. She could hear splashing water. Trying to suppress her fear, she continued approaching with the flashlight. Pei Xianye, are you here? Can you hear me? If she confirmed the sounds in the water weren't Pei Xianye, she promised she would turn around and run immediately. When Gu Xiaoning reached the edge of the pond, the faint light revealed Pei Xianye's broad figure. He was mostly in the water, holding a flashlight in his mouth, staring fixedly at some irregular ripples in the current. Almost as soon as she saw his back, Gu Xiaoning couldn't hold back and screamed. Pei Xianye, what are you doing? Her voice clearly reached his ears. Pei Xianye frowned slightly. Why was his wife here now? It was dark, and she was alone. Was she not afraid? But he had been watching the fish in the pond for a long time. He had no tools to fish with. He had to seize the moment. Before he could answer Gu Xiaoning, he suddenly plunged into the water with lightning speed. This move scared Gu Xiaoning so much she nearly fainted. In the next second, her flashlight fell to the ground. She stomped her feet in fright, crying loudly. Pei Xianye, what kind of illness do you have? If you're trapped on the mountain, I can come to save you. But now you're in the water, and I can't swim. Come back quickly. If you scare me to death, I won't forgive you even if I become a ghost. Just as Gu Xiaoning was about to lose control from nervousness, Pei Xianye emerged from the water again. He was holding a wide, flat carp that was desperately flapping its tail. With strong force, Pei Xianye threw it near Gu Xiaoning's feet. Gu Xiaoning was so frightened she jumped to the side, her eyes turning red with anger. Her flashlight fell to the ground, and she saw the carp wobbling next to her feet. Pei Xianye knew he had scared her and didn't dare to keep grabbing. He quickly moved toward the shore. When he reached Gu Xiaoning, his waterproof suit and rain boots were dripping with water. He looked down and saw mud on his fingernails from the pond. He wanted to reach out and touch her but was afraid. Pei Xianye carefully tilted his head, and the flashlight in his mouth shone on Gu Xiaoning's pale face. His heart sank. He had scared her to tears. Was he a bad person? Darling, did I scare you? Sorry, I didn't mean to. Pei Xianye loosened his grip, and the flashlight dropped into his hand. He hurriedly explained. Gu Xiaoning was very worried and wanted to hit him hard right now. Pei Xianye, you scared me to death. It's already dark, and why did you come here alone? I can't swim. If something happened to you, how could I save you? She raised her hand and hit his chest, crying and angry, glaring at him. Pei Xianye accepted it all. Just as Gu Xiaoning was about to kick him with her leg, he quickly stepped back. Darling, I have mud all over my pants. Don't kick me. It would dirty your shoes. Wait a moment. After saying that, Pei Xianye turned and walked toward the clean riverbank. Gu Xiaoning didn't understand and still felt like she was being hit hard inside, unable to relax. Pei Xianye, Pei Xianye quickly washed his hands in the river and then ran back. He shook off the water droplets, then took Gu Xiaoning's hand and pressed it to his face. Hit me here. I'll accept whatever punishment you give, darling. And what is the purpose of that cheerful expression on your face? Gu Xiaoning angrily pulled back her hand, her bright eyes still moist. I won't hit you. Even if you die, it won't matter to me. Pei Xianye knew Gu Xiaoning was angry because he was worried about him. He lowered his head and gently touched her lips with his. Sweetheart, I didn't mean to scare you. I found a pond here with quite a bit of mud, and I thought there might be fish. I didn't expect there really would be. You've been suffering with me here. I want to cook fish soup to help you get better. And now, supplies are tight. Tomorrow, we can send someone to catch more fish to improve everyone's meals. Gu Xiaoning sniffed. If you come over after dark, what if something happens? I'm good in water. Nothing will happen, Pei Xianye grinned, showing his white teeth. Confidence can be dangerous. That night at Jingwei Gully, you and your team rushed in to help, didn't you? That comment hit Pei Xianye's back. It was one of the few times he almost lost his life on a mission. He exhaled deeply, trying to soothe her. I really know I was wrong. Please don't be mad at me, sweetheart. Let me make it up to you. Gu Xiaoning turned around, biting her lips tightly. But her angry look was actually very cute in Pei Xianye's eyes. His throat moved, and his body felt restless. He stepped forward, not close enough to touch her, but with clean hands, he lifted her chin. Before she could react, he leaned down and kissed her. Gu Xiaoning's eyes widened, her lips being playfully messed with. She didn't want him to succeed. She opened her mouth and bit down hard, intending to push Pei Xianye away. But she bit too hard and accidentally broke his lip. Ow! Realizing what she had done, Gu Xiaoning quickly stepped back. She grabbed the flashlight and shone it on Pei Xianye's mouth, where a small cut was visible. Pei Xianye pressed his lips together and smiled softly to comfort her. It doesn't hurt, sweetheart. This is a love mark you left for me. Smooth talker, but Pei Xianye was very happy. Saving villagers was important, but his wife's health was just as important. They ate only a small portion of cornbread and drank only a little vegetable soup. Tang Zheng's leg is still injured now, and the matter of negotiating with the villagers has fallen on Gu Xiaoning. She has no energy or resources, so she can't do much work. Pei Xianye bends down to pick up the fish and flashlight from the ground, both covered in mud. He doesn't want to get dirty near Gu Xiaoning. Let's go back and make fish soup for you. Secretary Zhou said today we should make hand-pulled noodles. Pei Xianye, if you make fish soup, share some with everyone. Hearing this, Pei Xianye falls silent for a moment, looking at the small carp in his hand. One small fish for over 1,000 people to share? Gu Xiaoning's face stiffens, feeling a bit awkward. Then I'll go inside and catch some more. Don't. Gu Xiaoning quickly stops him. It's late now, and the pond is so dark. If you fall, it could be dangerous. Let's catch more tomorrow. Pei Xianye holds the fish in his hand. It's okay. I want to give some fish soup to the elderly, women, and children. With just this one fish, I can't split it into 1,000 pieces. After they return, many women are gathered around the big pot. Today, many people in the tent are restless and come out to walk around. Secretary Zhou has gathered some branches and started a big fire, so everyone can sit around and keep warm. He also encourages the villagers. Today, Commander Pei led the team to clear the silt. Soon we can rebuild our homes. The disaster didn't take away our villagers. It's thanks to our ancestors' protection. We must rally and live well. When Pei Xianye comes back, the engineering team nods to him. Commander Pei, you're back. A few village women are busy rolling dough. When they see the two, they can't help teasing. Commander Pei, you and your wife are a perfect match. Pei Xianye looks honest. Compared to my wife, I still have a long way to go. She's a white-faced girl, which makes me look darker. The village women laugh. That's true. Men being a bit darker is good. Gu family, it's safe. Comrade Gu, don't you think? Gu Xiaoning smiles softly. I'm used to it now. Hearing this, Pei Xianye playfully taps her head and lowers his voice. What do you mean? Are you saying you dislike my darkness? Gu Xiaoning dodges his finger. He's like that. So many people around, yet he still wants to touch her. At least the first time they met, she was about to buy a train ticket to leave. Now, being able to sleep in the same bed with him and joking around shows real progress. Commander Pei, how long have you been married? When do you plan to have a child? Comrade Gu looks so good-looking. The baby will surely be beautiful. Having a baby? Gu Xiaoning flinched, looked down at her flat stomach, and couldn't imagine what it would be like to be pregnant. She shivered, and Pei Xianye leaned in close to her ear, his voice deep and gentle. Wife, when do you think we should have a baby? What if I get pregnant on the first try? This made Gu Xiaoning feel like a frightened little animal. She kicked and protested, sounding both scolding and teasing. Pei Xianye, if you dare do that, we won't do anything anymore. Pei Xianye smiled slightly and looked at the village women. We're not in a hurry. Let's wait a few more years until we enjoy our time together, then think about having a baby. Otherwise, if we have a child now, we won't have time for just the two of us, and that would be boring. When can we have a child? And honestly, he wasn't very eager. Having a child would mean sharing attention with another person, and he wasn't that generous. Besides, he still had his brother and Su Jingwei. If his parents really wanted to push for it, his brother was already ahead of them, and at worst, they could just get married. The village women were surprised to hear Pei Xianye's words. Captain Pei, your idea is really forward-thinking. In our village, everyone hopes to have children after marriage, especially a big, chubby boy. It's so joyful. Pei Xianye tugged at his lips. Big, chubby boys are the most annoying. Gu Xiaoning quickly pulled on Pei Xianye's arm, worried he might say too much. Then, Pei Xianye went to the side, ready to handle the small fish. He skillfully scaled and gutted it, cleaned it thoroughly, then borrowed a small pot from the engineer, used a few bricks to set up a simple stove, and started a fire to make soup. He didn't hide from others and began cooking fish soup. He added some salt, ginger, and a bit of wild scallions. Soon, a milky white fish soup was boiling in the pot, and the aroma spread quickly, attracting many children who gathered around, salivating and watching eagerly. Pei Xianye knew this fish soup would make many people's stomachs crave it, but it was already late in the day, and catching this fish had taken quite a bit of effort. He looked up at the children in front of him. Do you want to eat? Yes. Uncle Captain, can you share some with us? Pei Xianye looked at the oldest child. Go count how many children there are. Once the soup is ready, I will serve some every night. Thank you, Uncle Leader. Pei Xianye pursed his lips and decided that tomorrow he must take someone to the pond to see if they can catch more fish. He didn't want his wife to suffer. How could he explain to his father-in-law and mother-in-law? The noodles are ready, Secretary Zhou. Come quickly and serve yourself a bowl to eat. The village woman looked at the big pot of noodles, drooling with hunger. Even though it's plain water noodles, with pickles, it's a delicious dinner. Steam rose constantly from the large stove, making many people eager to eat. Secretary Zhou put away his notebook and pen, and as he walked over, he saw children lined up with bowls. The line was almost out of sight. He looked toward the small pot in front of Pei Xianye. The fish soup smelled so good, with creamy white broth poured over the noodles, so tempting. Pei Xianye stared at the pot in front of him, while Gu Xiaoning sat quietly beside him. In just 2 days, the wife of the leader, Pei, had become much thinner. Her face was almost as small as his palm, with no flesh left. Secretary Zhou understood. He stepped forward with his hands behind his back and asked, "What are you all standing here for?" At the front was a big kid. Seeing it was Secretary Zhou, he quickly spoke politely. Secretary Zhou, we're waiting in line to drink the fish soup. Secretary Zhou couldn't help but point at the small pot. This tiny pot only has one small crucian carp. You've waited in such a long line. Do you think there's enough for everyone? The big kid lowered his head shyly, not daring to argue. But they were all craving it. Secretary Zhou spoke seriously, his tone becoming stern. Our village experienced a landslide this time. The soldiers came in the middle of the night to rescue us. Without them, we might not even be able to stay here now. His words weren't just for the children. They were meant for all the villagers to hear clearly. I know everyone has been worried about the shortage of supplies these past few days. Everyone wants to get something good. I understand your impatience, but you must not make things difficult for the soldiers or any of the helpers. They came to help us without asking for anything in return. We should be grateful and content, not demanding or exhausting others. Captain Pei risked his life to save our village's Guguecheng and the people from old Li's family. He was swept away by a mudslide on the mountain and almost lost his life. If it had been anyone else who would have hesitated to go up the mountain to help, everyone would have prioritized saving themselves first. After Captain Pei was swept away, who went to rescue him? It was his wife, Comrade Gu, who was not afraid of danger and risked herself to save him, bringing him back alive. Captain Pei and his team helped us rebuild our homes. Shouldn't we be grateful? Tonight's fish soup contains just a small fish. It was Captain Pei's way of showing care for his wife, cooking her a pot of fish soup. In everyone's eyes, shouldn't everyone share a spoon and have some fish soup to help them recover? As soon as she finished speaking, the atmosphere grew serious and silent. Gu Xiaoning was a bit suspicious of her own ears. She didn't expect Secretary Zhou to be so insightful. She admired him. Among the crowd, someone loudly called out their child's name. Shun Kai, come back. Listen to Secretary Zhou and the soldiers' arrangements. Whatever they give us to eat, we eat. It's only the second day, and we're already eating noodles. We should be content. Others also started calling out for their children. Gu Xiaoning instinctively looked at Pei Xianye. She lowered her voice. I can't finish this pot of fish soup either. Maybe we should share it. Everyone's been through a lot. She was well cared for by her family since she was young. Her parents never lacked food or drink, but they never taught her to be selfish. Pei Xianye looked at Gu Xiaoning. His deep, dark eyes held no extra emotion. Aren't you tired? That one sentence touched Gu Xiaoning's heart, and her eyes involuntarily welled up with tears. It must be sand in her eyes. Pei Xianye took the bowl, carefully ladled the fish soup for Gu Xiaoning. The fish wasn't many, but when he handed it to her, his hand didn't shake at all. It was full, and when he handed it over, Gu Xiaoning's hand brushed against his rough fingertips. Drink it. I'll share the rest. He wanted to nourish his wife first, then share what was left. There's too much fish. Not enough for me to fill my teeth. You've been eating so little these days. If I don't treat you to a good meal tonight, how can I bear to let you keep staying here with me? Pei Xianye's voice was heavy and firm, dispelling all of Gu Xiaoning's worries. Finally, Gu Xiaoning did not speak again. She carefully held the fish soup and sipped it gently. Although there wasn't much in the bowl, just an ordinary fish soup, she found it very delicious. When Pei Xianye finished the fish soup, he served a bowl to the child with a fever and also gave a bowl to the women who were breastfeeding. Soon, most of the soup was gone. Everyone else went to serve themselves noodles. Pei Xianye stood up and approached Secretary Zhou, not hiding anything. Secretary Zhou, today I found a pond in that area. I caught this crucian carp there. I didn't have tools at the time, so catching this one wasn't easy. Now that it's dark, I can take some people there tomorrow morning. If we can catch a few more fish, it will help improve everyone's meals. After I go to the city to get supplies the day after tomorrow, everything will gradually get better. Secretary Zhou was very grateful. Captain Pei, we are so thankful that you stayed with us. I, Zhou Kongyong, truly appreciate it. I just want to say, it's not just your help that matters. We also want to do our part and not hold you back. We rely on your kindness, but don't you get tired of taking care of us. You said you cooked this fish soup to help your wife regain strength, right? Comrade Gu hasn't eaten much these days. I can see he's lost weight. We can't expect you to eat poorly or rest badly just to take care of us. That makes me feel uncomfortable. And the other soldiers, I see they have so many wounds and are still working hard to clear the mud. I feel a bit embarrassed for them too. Pei Xianye looked calm, with no extra expression. It's what we should do, Secretary Zhou. No need to thank us. After speaking, he returned to Gu Xiaoning's side. The small stove was still burning, just enough to keep Gu Xiaoning warm. In the flickering firelight, Pei Xianye happily watched his wife drink the fish soup. Is it good? Gu Xiaoning looked up at him and handed the bowl over. You should try some too. You've been working all day. You can't just not eat anything. I won't drink. You can have it. I'll just go and eat some noodles later. Everyone was waiting in line for noodles, so he decided to wait until they finished before going over. Not far away, Ma Miao Miao and other medics were also waiting in line for noodles. But the smell of the fish soup was so tempting. Ma Miao Miao had watched Pei Xianye prepare the fish soup for Gu Zhaoning the whole time. Now, her eyes couldn't help but drift toward Pei Xianye and Gu Zhaoning. Seeing Gu Zhaoning holding fish soup and drinking it, Ma Miao Miao bit her lip, trying hard not to cry. She had suffered so much here. If she had known, she would have gone back with Deputy Pei that day. Now she stayed, not only avoiding any contact with Pei Xianye, but also having to watch them show affection every day. Am I a very mean person? Ma Miao Miao has never lacked food and drink since she was young. Only when she became a volunteer did she realize what hardship really was. She's had fish soup before, but right now the taste is just so tempting. Could it be because it was Pei Xianye who made the fish soup himself? But she couldn't even take a sip. Gu Zhaoning looked up and saw Ma Miao Miao's jealous eyes. Seeing this, Gu Zhaoning not only didn't feel embarrassed but also tilted her chin at Ma Miao Miao, as if saying, "What are you looking at?" Ma Miao Miao understood Gu Zhaoning's expression, turned her head in anger, and clenched her nails tightly. She definitely wouldn't let Gu Zhaoning have a good time. Pei Xianye finished a whole bowl of fish soup with Gu Zhaoning. Even the fish meat was eaten by Pei Xianye while watching. Gu Zhaoning felt very satisfied after a hearty meal. Pei Xianye took the bowl she finished and, without hesitation, leaned down to kiss her lips. "My wife is amazing. You finished the whole bowl of fish soup." TSK. Why does it sound like praising a child? Gu Zhaoning urged him. "I'll go with you to get the noodles. You should also have dinner." Pei Xianye didn't refuse. When they reached the big pot, there was only one bowl of noodles left. He calmly used Gu Zhaoning's bowl to serve himself, added some pickles, and finished it in a few bites. Gu Zhaoning watched from beside, her eyes twitching. "Pei Xianye, you need to eat more slowly. Eating so quickly isn't good for digestion." "Are you saying I'm too rough?" He was used to eating fast. Wasting time on eating would delay training and missions. But tonight was different. He was really starving. One bowl of noodles wasn't enough to fill him, so he served and finished 3 more bowls of noodle soup before feeling full. Gu Zhaoning looked at Pei Xianye and finally understood how this big guy grew so big. His appetite is astonishing. Early the 3rd day, Pei Xianye received news from the army to go to Dongchuan City to pick up supplies. Pei Xianye took the car keys and went to gather other tools in the car. Tang Zheng's leg was much better today, and he came over to help. Seeing Pei Xianye unloading tools from the car, he stepped forward and said, "Team Pei, just give me the tools." Hearing Tang Zheng's voice, Pei Xianye turned to look at him and examined him briefly. "Is your leg feeling better?" "It's not a big problem. I've been resting for the past couple of days. I can't keep relying on my wife to do everything," Tang Zheng said with a shy smile. Pei Xianye frowned slightly. "Your wife manages supplies very well. She keeps clear records of everything. When you take over, don't mess things up. But it's good that Tang Zheng is taking over. That way, Gu Zhaoning can also have time to go to Dongchuan City with him to get supplies." After cleaning up the tools in the car, Pei Xianye went to organize things in the front passenger seat. The seat was too hard. Sitting in the car for hours, his wife's delicate behind couldn't handle it. Pei Xianye paused to think. He decided to lay down some hay and blankets, which would make it much more comfortable. Seeing Pei Xianye busy decorating the passenger seat, Tang Zheng was surprised. "Team Pei, are you going to Dongchuan to get supplies?" "Why? Is there a problem? The passenger seat doesn't have a steering wheel." Hearing this, Pei Xianye's eyes twitched. He glanced at Tang Zheng and said, "This was arranged for my wife. She's coming with me to Dongchuan today. Team Pei, do you need extra help? Maybe I can come with you." "No, just the 2 of us." Pei Xianye firmly refused. He didn't want any extra people around. He and his wife had finally managed to have some alone time. Why should others join in?
Tang Zheng hesita.
"Team Pei, the road is bumpy. Can your wife handle it?" Pei Xianye also thought about this. But Gu Zhaoning had already made it clear last night that she wanted to go with him to get supplies. Even if the road was rough, she insisted on going. He had already decided that once they arrived in Dongchuan City, he would buy her clean, warm clothes, shoes, and skincare products. He didn't want Gu Xiaoning to go all that way for nothing. I will take good care of her. After saying this, Pei Xianye went to pour hot water from the kettle, then finally went into the tent to find Gu Xiaoning. Gu Xiaoning had already gotten up early. She squatted on the ground, wiping mud off her shoes with dry leaves. When Pei Xianye walked over, he saw the scene. She was crouched on the ground, her hair half-tied, with a strand hanging by her face. Her small face was clean and white, with little flesh. Pei Xianye carried a water bottle and walked straight to Gu Xiaoning without hesitation. He squatted down and used his coat to wipe the mud off her foot. When his big hand reached out, Gu Xiaoning was startled. She looked up quickly and said, "Pei Xianye, why are you using your clothes to wipe? My clothes are not dirty. You can't clean the mud with dry leaves. No need to clean it thoroughly. The shoes are already so dirty. We can wash them properly when we get back to the military area. It's okay. I'll clean them for you." After wiping all the mud off Gu Xiaoning's shoes and pants, Pei Xianye helped her stand up. He looked her over from head to toe and said, "You look good." Gu Xiaoning glared at him. "I don't look good like this. Everywhere you look good. You've got me completely captivated. Pei Xianye, enough. Don't say such words to tempt me. Before we get back to the military area, don't even think about doing those things here." They often had late-night moments of intimacy. Pei Xianye was never satisfied or full. He wouldn't let her go. He also found it hard to bear, but Gu Xiaoning simply couldn't stay inside the tent. Pei Xianye pursed his lips. "I know it's almost time. Today, my brother said that other military districts are gradually arriving. Once they get here, things will move much faster. Let's go to Dongchuan to pick up supplies today." Gu Xiaoning's eyes lit up. She had been keeping money in her pocket, ready for a big shopping spree in the city. "Let's go now. We can come back early this afternoon." Seeing this, Pei Xianye took her hand and headed toward the car. It seemed they had been holding back here for too long. Taking her to the city for a walk and a breath of fresh air was a good idea. Both of them were lost in their own thoughts, neither speaking. After getting in the car, Gu Xiaoning looked at the blanket laid out on the passenger seat. When she sat down, it was soft and didn't hurt her bottom at all. She couldn't help but look at Pei Xianye in surprise. "Did you do this for me?" Pei Xianye sat in the driver's seat, fastening his seatbelt. He said while doing so, "The road here is bumpy and it rained a couple days ago. The dirt roads are many. If I didn't make it comfortable for you, wouldn't you suffer more in the car?" But Pei Xianye knew that the road to Dongchuan City would definitely be rough. Gu Xiaoning looked straight ahead, full of determination. "I'm not afraid." Pei Xianye's eyes slightly narrowed, hiding the smile beneath them. "So cute." After the car started, it headed onto the muddy road. The muddy road, after heavy rain, was almost unrecognizable. Pei Xianye was a good driver, but bumps were unavoidable. Gu Xiaoning was prepared, but still couldn't avoid the rough jolts. She let out a cry, her body uncontrollably leaning toward Pei Xianye. At this moment, Gu Xiaoning only had one thought. What an awkward position to fall in. Gu Xiaoning suddenly froze. What kind of position was she in? Just then, Pei Xianye reached out and gently pinched her neck, his tone caring. "Wife, are you okay?" He was concerned, but why did he press her face down? Gu Xiaoning slapped his hand away, blushing fiercely as she sat up, glaring at him with a pout. "Pei Xianye, you did it on purpose. You pressed me so hard." Pei Xianye was focused on driving, but hearing this, he couldn't help but smile a little. He raised his arm, blocking her in front, worried she might fall again.
He was too thin.
If he had a body like his, even with all the bumps, she could at least sit steadily. "Wife, where did I press?" "You didn't hit my belt area just now," Pei Xianye said with a smile, his eyes shining. Gu Xiaoning blushed even more. "Then why did you press my face down? What are you thinking?" Pei Xianye remained calm, openly admitting it. "Wife, I really didn't do it on purpose, and in the 3 days they stayed in the tent, nothing happened." Now in the car, what could he do? Gu Xiaoning took a deep breath and bit down hard on Pei Xianye's arm. When she let go, a clear tooth mark was left on his dark arm. Drive carefully, stop thinking about these things, and driving with one hand is dangerous. Not dangerous. The road is so bumpy whether I use one hand or two, it's the same. Better yet, I can use one hand to hold your hand. Pei Xianye was used to this rough road, but sitting in the car now, he was bouncing around. It made him involuntarily think of some scenes. He didn't have much education and didn't know how to describe the atmosphere, but it was definitely more interesting to do this with Gu Zhaoning. Pei Xianye glanced at Gu Zhaoning, and as he thought about what to say next, a smile appeared on his lips that couldn't be hidden. Honey, do you think we should get a better quality bed when we return to the military area? Gu Zhaoning blurted out. What? What if it shakes or collapses? Gu Zhaoning was confused. The atmosphere froze for a moment. She looked at him in embarrassment and anger. Pei Xianye, what are you thinking about? You don't think this car is shaking a lot? Before he finished, Gu Zhaoning quickly covered his mouth with her hand. She looked around, as if searching for something. Pei Xianye gently kissed her palm, making her feel ticklish. She was so startled that she pulled her hand back, her palm wet. Pervert, what are you looking for, honey? He asked casually. Gu Zhaoning was not polite. She tugged at her lips and said, I'm looking for some tape. Pei Xianye chuckled and took her hand in his. Honey, I won't bother you anymore. Can you stop trying to cover my mouth with tape? Or else you kiss me and I won't bother you anymore. Dream on. Why does he always get all the good things? Gu Zhaoning sat up straight, looking at the muddy road ahead. For safety, she put his hand back and tried to ignore the nausea caused by the car's bouncing. I can sit properly. You don't need to protect me. Drive carefully. If the car gets stuck, it's over. Pei Xianye held the steering wheel again and looked at her from time to time. If you're uncomfortable, just tell me. We can stop anytime. I've prepared hot water for you. When you're thirsty, just say so, and I'll stop. Gu Zhaoning pursed her lips and said nothing, just nodded obediently. They then continued driving forward. The car kicked up dust, and the surroundings were deserted. It felt like only the two of them existed in this vast world. Suddenly, rain started pounding on the car window without warning. Gu Zhaoning's attention was drawn to it. The rain came quickly and turned into a heavy downpour. The already muddy road became even more flooded due to the rain. In an instant, the rain and cold wind howled against the windows, darkening the sky. Gu Zhaoning felt like crying. It was like the end of the world. Pei Xianye, take your time opening the door. As Gu Zhaoning finished speaking, the car completely sank into the muddy water. No matter how Pei Xianye pressed the accelerator, the wheels just spun and slipped in the mud. Gu Zhaoning was so frightened her voice cracked. She looked out the window. The ground was full of muddy water. Stepping on it, she wasn't sure where she might end up. Her face turned pale with fear. When she looked at Pei Xianye, he unfastened his seatbelt without hesitation, gently cupped her face and comforted her. It's okay, I'm here. I'll handle this. Gu Zhaoning's voice trembled. Pei Xianye, I've jinxed us. Pei Xianye chuckled softly, leaned in, and kissed her lightly on the lips in a teasing way. The road isn't good. It's not your fault. I'm so touched that you came out with me to get supplies. Darling, stay in the car and wait. I'll go handle it. Pei Xianye looked inside the car. There was an umbrella, but if he wanted to get the car out, he wouldn't have extra hands to hold the umbrella, and holding it would be troublesome. So, without hesitation, Pei Xianye pushed the door open and stepped out. In the next second, he closed the door firmly, worried that a little rain might blow in and fall on her. But Gu Zhaoning's gaze was fixed on Pei Xianye, never leaving him. The heavy rain instantly soaked him, the army green shirt clinging tightly to his strong, broad back. She looked back at the lonely umbrella behind the car. The rain outside was so heavy. How could he stand there getting soaked? At this moment, Pei Xianye was already squatting in the muddy water, checking the tires. Gu Zhaoning's heart felt uneasy, as if something was tugging at her. She didn't delay either. She unfastened her seatbelt, grabbed the umbrella, and pushed open the door. When she opened it, a cold wind blew gently, almost causing her to lose her grip. She held the umbrella with both hands, letting the wind sway it. Gu Zhaoning bit her lip tightly, stubbornly walking toward Pei Xianye. Pei Xianye. Hearing her trembling voice, Pei Xianye immediately looked up. His eyes fell on Gu Zhaoning struggling to hold the umbrella. She didn't care if her pants and shoes would get muddy. She was determined to come to him, tilting the umbrella mostly over his head. Pei Xinye's heart suddenly warmed, and his eyes swirled with emotion. He quickly stood up, opened the car door, and wanted to bring Gu Xiaoning back inside. The rain is too heavy. If you get soaked and catch a fever, we won't be able to come back easily. The car is stuck now. Can we still drive away today, or should we find a way to call for help? Gu Xiaoning worries about being trapped here. It's okay during the day, but at night, what if some hungry, desperate people come out looking for food? When Pei Xianye is not smiling, his expression looks very stern. I'm fine. I won't freeze to death. And you, delicate and soft, can't even hold an umbrella. Husband, listen to me, get back in the car. Gu Xiaoning tightly holds the umbrella. This isn't just your problem. You haven't answered my earlier question. Her question? Pei Xinye's brow furrows slightly. No need to call for help. If others come now, this place could be flooded. What he can't stand is Gu Xiaoning standing with him in the cold wind and rain. Pei Xianye sighs. He opens the car door quickly. Before Gu Xiaoning can react, he lifts her up and puts her into the car. Gu Xiaoning feels her umbrella being taken away. Pei Xianye holds a black umbrella, his eyes sharp and cold. I know how to solve this. Stay in the car and wait for me. I'll hold the umbrella myself. Is that okay, wife? Gu Xiaoning wants to say something, but before she can, Pei Xianye speaks again. Please, wife, do me a favor. Do you want me to feel sorry for you to death? Her eyes fill with tears. She doesn't know how to answer him. She can only watch as Pei Xianye closes the door, holding the umbrella, and walks to the side. Gu Xiaoning sits in the car, her legs and feet soaked in water, feeling icy cold. Pei Xianye looks around for some small stones, picks them up one by one, and places them under the car wheels. After all 4 tires are supported, Pei Xianye quickly returns to the car, ignoring how wet he is, and starts the engine in one smooth motion. Gu Xiaoning unconsciously clenches her fists, nervously waiting. When the car finally pulls out of the muddy water, she relaxes. She breathes a sigh of relief and looks at Pei Xianye. He happens to look over. When their eyes meet, he slightly parts his lips and offers a faint smile. Wife, with me here. How could I let you be stuck here? Once we reach the city, I'll take you shopping for new clothes and shoes. Gu Xiaoning's eyes are moist. You're also soaked. At that moment, I felt it was inconvenient to carry an umbrella. I also needed to check what was wrong with the car. When you got out of the car, suddenly I panicked. I initially thought that driving out over the broken stones might not be possible, but surprisingly, it worked. It's probably because you were beside me that I was so lucky. Thanks to him, I was able to save my life, and the car that was stuck could be driven out. All of this was thanks to his wife's help. After finally arriving in Dongchuan City, Pei Xianye first drove the car to the supply reception point. He didn't let Gu Xiaoning get out, but instead opened the kettle and brought it to her lips. Wait for me in the car. Once I move everything onto the car, I'll take you shopping, find a place to wash up, and we don't need to rush back. As long as we get there before dark, it's fine. Gu Xiaoning sat in the car, feeling exhausted. When she heard Pei Xinye's words, her mind cleared a little. She widened her eyes and looked at him. Where will we wash? Pei Xianye thought for a moment. We'll go to the guest house to rest a bit. Gu Xiaoning's cheeks involuntarily turned red. Was it just to rest, or was he planning to do something else? But Pei Xianye was wet all over, and she was damp too. They couldn't wash in the village creek. Gu Xiaoning was tempted, but had no reason to refuse. She leaned back in the car, watching Pei Xianye walk over alone to handle the paperwork. After he took the form, he didn't mind being wet and carried 2 large bags of grain toward the car. His handsome face was tense, and he carried the grain steadily. Gu Xiaoning felt the back car door open, and she saw Pei Xianye handle everything himself. The grain, blankets, shoes, and some old military coats for warmth, all donated from various places. Once Pei Xianye filled the car, he casually wiped the sweat from his neck, then went back to sign some papers before driving away with Gu Xiaoning. When they reached the city, Pei Xianye found a department store. After parking the car, Gu Xiaoning also wanted to get out, but Pei Xianye stopped her. He held her small leg, frowned, and lifted her pants. Gu Xiaoning's leg was cold, and Pei Xianye's face darkened. He said directly, Wife, what size shoes do you wear? I'll go inside to buy some for you. Wait in the car. If you're uncomfortable, you can take your shoes off first. Gu Xiaoning hesitated. It's okay. Let's go together. I also want to buy some things. She was still thinking about how to feed the baby. Pei Xianye's gaze stayed on her as he clicked his tongue. I have money and tickets. I will buy everything you need, and I won't miss anything. If there's something else you want to buy, just tell me and I'll get it for you. After saying that, he gently rubbed her fair cheek. Don't get out of the car and walk around. Your shoes are full of water. Gu Xiaoning's eyelashes fluttered lightly. She took out some money from her pocket herself. I want to buy some malt extract to take home. The black bean and yellow bean flour are not enough. The kids need milk to drink. Gu Xiaoning thought about buying milk powder, but it requires going to the friendship store and providing foreign exchange coupons. It's hard for her to get those coupons now, let alone trouble Pei Xianye. Malt extract can also be a good substitute, and is more refined than porridge. Pei Xianye looked at the money she handed over. He didn't expect Gu Xiaoning to still be thinking about the children who are still nursing. He almost didn't think of it. He naturally wouldn't take her money. He held her hand and put the money back. He asked in a deep voice, besides buying malt extract for the children, is there anything else you want to buy? If there are baby clothes, I can buy a few sets. I can go with you. You can't remember so many things by yourself. Pei Xianye kept her confined in the seat. Remember this. Wait for me here. I'll be back soon. Be good. After comforting her with a gentle pat on her head, he closed the car door and headed into the store. Watching Pei Xianye's figure from behind, Gu Xiaoning's lips moved slightly, as if she was about to say something. She wondered if he would feel tired. Just from this morning's workload, if it were her, she wouldn't be able to rest for a week. A little over 10 minutes later, Pei Xianye came out carrying shopping bags. Back in the car, Gu Xiaoning looked at what he bought. Besides the malt extract, almost everything else was for her. Why did you buy so much? Didn't you buy anything for yourself? Pei Xianye glanced at the back of the car. There are some clean shirts and pants. I can change into them later. Originally, I was supposed to buy things for you after we got married. I never had the chance. Today, I just bought a few things. Let's go to the guest house first to rest. We can take a shower and see if the clothes fit. After driving for 3 or 4 hours, even if he wasn't tired, Gu Xiaoning should be exhausted. When they arrived at the guest house, Pei Xianye carried the new clothes and toiletries and led Gu Xiaoning inside. When they reached the front desk, the staff recognized Pei Xianye's identity upon seeing his military green shirt. Do you have any single rooms left? I have a marriage certificate. Pei Xianye handed something to the front desk. Gu Xiaoning saw this and whispered, Are you carrying that with you? Since we registered our marriage, I've been carrying it all the time, Pei Xianye said slowly, looking at Gu Xiaoning as he explained. After confirming Pei Xianye's identity, the staff gave them the room key. Pei Xianye then led Gu Xiaoning toward their room. When they entered, they saw a simple, tidy wooden bed and a small table and chairs. The room wasn't big, but after 3 days in tents at the village, Gu Xiaoning felt very happy to see this room. Even Pei Xianye seemed to feel a sense of relief, as if he could finally relax. He looked at the clock on the wall. They left at 6 in the morning, and now it was only 11. They could rest for 3 or 4 hours before heading out again. Yes, there was enough time. Pei Xianye placed all the things he bought on the floor, then took a chair and sat behind Gu Xiaoning, pulling her to sit down. He squatted down and started to help her take off her shoes. Her shoes were covered in mud and looked very worn out. Her pants were wet and muddy too. When he finished removing her socks, her small, white feet were soaked and turning pale from the water. Seeing this, Pei Xianye felt very distressed. He reached out and gently held her feet. Girls' feet shouldn't be cold, especially since it wasn't very cold today. His large hand completely covered her small feet, but they still felt cold. Gu Xiaoning saw him frowning and looked at the bags of things beside them. What did you buy? I have a lot of stuff, and the army supplies are enough. Buying more is just wasteful. Not much. How can a girl buy too many things? He took out all the items he bought. Gu Xiaoning knew she needed a shower now because her body was cold and wet. She wasn't very strong, so she would definitely catch a cold. Pei Xianye helped her put on slippers, then took a basin with soap, a towel, and some new underwear. The cotton underwear looked out of place in his rough, large hands. Gu Xiaoning glanced at it. It was pink. He really has a good eye for choosing. Gu Xiaoning quickly shyly reached out and hid the new clothes inside her bag. You went shopping for this too? Pei Xianye lazily lifted his eyelids. Isn't it just clothes? If I don't get you everything, how can you take a shower? Wife, don't you think so? These are very private things for women. How did you even buy them? Gu Xiaoning couldn't imagine him, a grown man, standing at the counter choosing these items. Pei Xianye was silent for a moment. I didn't go inside. I just told them the size and asked the counter to get it for me. I paid and left. But how do you know my size? Gu Xiaoning blurted out without thinking. As soon as she said that, she met Pei Xianye's half-smile. He looked at her seriously. Wife, I have a good sense of touch. Get lost. Gu Xiaoning's face turned red and she felt hot. She shouldn't have asked that question. Now that she had the chance to shower, she really wanted to wash herself clean. She hadn't washed for 3 or 4 days. She was starting to smell, and her hair needed regular washing to stay soft. Pei Xianye only bought things for Gu Xiaoning and didn't get anything for himself. In the end, he only gave her a small piece of soap, took a towel and slippers, and they left together, heading toward the public bathhouse. Before entering, Pei Xianye raised his hand to stop her arm. She turned around and bumped into his deep gaze. You haven't eaten much this morning. Don't stay in there too long, or you'll get dizzy from the heat. I know what I'm doing. Pei Xianye looked at her deeply. His wife was very delicate and couldn't stand being dirty. He really couldn't relax. He opened his mouth, then closed it again. Gu Xiaoning watched his hesitant expression and couldn't help but smile. Pei Xianye, what exactly do you want to say? Just worried you'll faint inside, so I can't go in to help you. Gu Xiaoning took a deep breath, feeling a warm sensation in her heart. She slightly lifted her face and promised him, I swear, I'll be out in half an hour at most. Is that okay? Only then did Pei Xianye show a satisfied smile. Good girl, go enjoy your shower. Her heart pounded loudly at his words, and her mind kept flashing some naughty images. It's all Pei Xinye's fault. Such a rogue and pervert. He's almost leading her astray. She decided not to look at him anymore and turned to go into the women's bathhouse. Pei Xianye did not delay any longer. He turned and went into the bathhouse, took off all his dirty clothes, and stood under the shower, washing himself thoroughly from head to toe. He had only a small piece of soap left, and after finishing his shower, the soap was completely used up. He changed into a clean military green shirt and pants. Standing in front of the mirror, he dried his hair and face with a towel, quickly wiping away all the water without leaving a single drop. He leaned against the windowsill, arms crossed, patiently waiting for Gu Xiaoning to come out. During the shower, he roughly estimated the time. About 20 minutes had passed. Pei Xianye's face showed no signs of impatience or worry. He was truly afraid she might faint, but he also wanted her to enjoy a good bath and feel comfortable once she was clean. However, exactly half an hour later, Gu Xiaoning came out on time, dressed in new clothes. Usually, she would rinse new clothes at home before wearing them, but now conditions didn't allow that. Gu Xiaoning was happy to wear the new clothes and didn't want to go back to wearing those dirty, damp, smelly clothes again. When she appeared, Pei Xianye's breath caught slightly. His gaze unashamedly fixed on her, unable to look away. Her long black hair was wet and draped over her shoulders, with tiny water droplets still clinging to the ends. When they dripped down, they fell into her neck. Her skin, soaked in hot water, looked pink and white. Her small, misty face and clear eyes made Pei Xianye feel dry-mouthed and tense. He regained his composure and stepped forward, saying, Did you come out just on time? Did I pressure you? Gu Xiaoning slightly lifted her lips and said, Pei Xianye, you don't need to be so cautious. Half an hour is enough, and we don't have much time to rest. I definitely won't waste all the time on a bath. Now she felt completely relaxed, her whole body emitting the scent of soapberry, and her mood was very good. Pei Xianye naturally took the basin from her hand and led her toward the room. Once inside, he quickly closed the door, causing Gu Xiaoning's body to tremble involuntarily. It's happening. It's really happening, isn't it? Gu Xiaoning swallowed hard. She and Pei Xianye had been married for a while, but they hadn't yet done that thing. In Zhejiagu, she could use the dirty 10 environment as an excuse, and Pei Xianye had agreed that after returning to the military district, they would properly complete this intimate act on their bed at home. But today, on the way to Dongchuan City, a heavy rain soaked both of them. Even heaven seems to be helping this situation develop. Gu Xiaoning pursed her lips, about to speak when Pei Xianye casually placed the wash basin on the shelf, then suddenly pulled Gu Xiaoning toward him. He pressed her against the door, resting his chin on her neck, holding her tightly. Her neck was warm, and his breath brushed over her skin, making Gu Xiaoning tremble even more. Her body started to feel hot without her control. When Gu Xiaoning spoke, her voice changed. Pei Xianye, he held her close, his big hand on her waist, pulling her into his arms. Gu Xiaoning felt like she was being squeezed so tightly she could hardly breathe. She could only weakly wrap her arms around his waist, her heart pounding loudly, and her mind turning into a mess. Why was she so hot? Was it the leftover warmth from the shower? Or something else? Honey, you smell so good. Gu Xiaoning tried to push him away. You smell good too. Aren't we using the same soap? Pei Xianye, let me go first. I can't breathe. She wanted to push him away, but Pei Xianye wouldn't let her go easily. He looked down at her, his voice low and with a smile. I didn't block your mouth. How can you not breathe? As he spoke, Gu Xiaoning's mind was in chaos. She suddenly widened her eyes at him. Pei Xianye, what are you trying to do? His eyes were dark and bright, showing no hiding of his desire. He looked at her carefully. Honey, I can't wait to go back to the military base. I want to be your real husband. Is that okay? Gu Xiaoning's breathing became uneven, and even the air around her felt thinner. She dared not look directly into Pei Xianye's eyes, only avoiding his gaze. I knew you brought me to this place on purpose. Pei Xianye gently wrapped his arms around Gu Xiaoning, smiling softly. You're my legitimate wife. On our wedding day, we should have our wedding night. Honey, delaying so long. If others find out, they might think I'm not capable. He knew she was nervous, so he held her shirt tightly, increasing his grip. From his angle, he could clearly see her earlobe and her neck turning red. Pei Xianye was also nervous. He had no experience in this, relying only on instinct. He wanted to hold back, but being with her made it impossible to resist. He was also afraid that if he endured any longer, it might cause health problems, and he wouldn't be able to be responsible for Gu Xiaoning's happiness in the future. Sweetheart, do you want to try? He gently leaned down and brushed his lips against hers, testing. His large hand held hers to ease her nervousness. What if it hurts a lot? Gu Xiaoning turned her face away, looking very shy and embarrassed. I'll be gentle. You're a liar. Pei Xianye innocently hugged her and said, Honey, how can I be a liar? If it hurts, I wouldn't keep teasing you, right? Am I even a good person? I just want to see what that feeling is like. Gu Xiaoning's eyelashes fluttered. Then don't ask me. I haven't experienced that before, so I don't know what it's like. This was basically her way of giving in. Pei Xianye's eyes lit up with happiness, showing clear excitement. Sweetheart, you really agreed. He almost wanted to pull her into his arms and kiss her hard. Gu Xiaoning slapped his face and tried to push him away. Just try it. If it doesn't work, you can't force me. Absolutely. Gu Xiaoning wasn't as confident as Pei Xianye, especially since they were quite different in size. Pei Xianye picked her up sideways, no longer holding back, and immediately leaned in to kiss her. His lips captured hers, taking her breath away. The window in the room was closed, and the curtains were drawn tightly. The temperature inside was rising. When Pei Xianye put her on the bed, he turned around and went to get the new thin blanket he had bought, carefully spreading it over the bed. Although the bedding in the guest house had been washed, it was still reused repeatedly. He couldn't create perfect conditions for Gu Xiaoning, but he could do his best to make her feel comfortable. Pei Xianye looked at Gu Xiaoning, her face flushed and redder than usual. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, pulled her into his arms, and gently laid her on the bed. While unfastening his belt, he leaned down and pressed his lips against hers, blocking her mouth firmly. Gu Xiaoning whimpered, her face even more flushed and her heart pounding. His whole body pressed down on her, and his kisses kept falling on her lips, cheeks, and neck. Pei Xianye was inexperienced, relying only on instinct. Since Gu Xiaoning was afraid of pain, he decided to take things slowly. First, he wanted her to relax completely, both physically and mentally. Then, he could continue, and maybe the experience would be better. So, Pei Xianye kissed Gu Xiaoning all over her body. Gu Xiaoning's eyes were red, and she was still holding his hand as he helped her take off her shirt. "Are you ready, wife?" Gu Xiaoning wanted to cry. She kicked him with her leg. "You're still asking." She was already very nervous, sweating on her back, and he was still asking her. Pei Xianye kept a serious face. Who could feel worse than him? "I'm just worried I might scare you if I go too fast. Just be gentle." That was Gu Xiaoning's only request. She just wanted him to be gentle. Pei Xianye responded softly, his eyes darkening. He no longer wanted to hold back. After a while, Gu Xiaoning cried, even harder. "Pei Xianye, you jerk. You say it doesn't hurt." Pei Xianye was overwhelmed by the heat. More than his own discomfort, he was worried about Gu Xiaoning crying. Hearing her cry broke his heart. "Wife, it's just that you're too." Gu Xiaoning raised her hand to cover his lips, stopping him from speaking. "Does it really hurt that much?" Pei Xianye pressed his lips tightly, his forehead veins bulging. He had no choice. He placed a pillow under Gu Xiaoning's waist. Like this, Gu Xiaoning's nails left red marks on his back. "Hurry up." A few minutes later, Pei Xianye was lying beside Gu Xiaoning, his face unusually gloomy. The blanket covered her trembling body. Her eyes were red from crying, and tears still sparkled on her lashes. The sheets were crumpled up, but Pei Xianye was deep in thought.
Did this mean
they succeeded? If it was considered success, he had indeed succeeded. After all, a few minutes was still a few minutes, and they had at least broken through that barrier. But if it was considered a failure, then Pei Xianye was dissatisfied with himself. A few minutes? That seemed too short. He usually trained seriously, and his health reports were normal. His body was in good shape, and he believed he was in good condition. It was impossible to finish so quickly. Although Gu Xiaoning cried out in pain, which made him more nervous, when it really came down to it, Pei Xianye felt a kind of bliss. He took a deep breath and suddenly looked at Gu Xiaoning. Their eyes met. Gu Xiaoning's face was tense, very alert as she looked at him. "Don't look at me like that." Pei Xianye frowned deeply. "Wife, shall we try again?" As soon as she said that, Gu Xiaoning's brow twitched sharply. Without thinking, she shook her head. "No." Pei Xianye, don't even think about it. She really didn't want to go through that again. It was just too painful. And she strongly suspected that the reason she was hurting so much was because their body types didn't match. He was strong and sturdy like an ox, while she didn't usually exercise. How could they be compatible? Pei Xianye lowered his eyes and lifted the blanket to look. "Are you still in pain?" "Let me see." Gu Xiaoning quickly tightened her legs. "No, you can't look." "Pei Xianye, don't touch me now." "No touching anywhere." Pei Xinye's eyes darkened, and he felt a tickle in his throat. He leaned in without hesitation and kissed her lips. "Sweetheart, they say the first time is the hardest. Once we've gotten through the first time, everything will be smooth sailing." Gu Xiaoning bit her lip tightly. "But I just can't take it. I'm in pain." "Just there. Does it hurt?" Pei Xianye stood up, poured water from the kettle into a basin, and washed a clean towel. He returned to the bed and completely pulled back the blanket. "Sweetheart, let me wipe you." As he did, Pei Xianye clearly saw a faint red mark on the thin blanket. Pei Xinye's face darkened. He looked down at himself. Did he really hurt her? The worry finally hit him. If things weren't harmonious, it would be a big problem. They were still young. How could they not have a married life yet? They had to find a way to make things work smoothly. After a brief silence, Pei Xianye took a warm towel to touch her, but Gu Xiaoning thought he still wanted to try again. She quickly curled her legs and looked at him cautiously. "What are you doing?" Pei Xianye held the towel, feeling a bit guilty and awkward. "Sweetheart, don't be afraid. I just want to wipe you and see where I might have hurt you." "Hurt?" She had felt some pain earlier, but after a while, it was much better. Gu Zhaoning looked at where Pei Xianye was aiming, about to explain that it wasn't a wound. But just as she opened her mouth, she seemed to remember something. She suddenly spoke up to protest. Pei Xianye, we're not suitable in that way. Let's just be soulmates from now on. Using the excuse of being hurt, Pei Xianye could temporarily dismiss this idea. One try and she would need a long time to recover. What exactly did he eat to grow up like that? Soulmate? Pei Xianye almost choked and looked at Gu Zhaoning with twitching eyes. Wife, are you serious? Gu Zhaoning bit her lip. If it's not suitable, there's no way to force it. From the first time she saw him, she felt their sizes didn't match. Sure enough, being married to him is hard. Even if he's only been around a short time, the suffering is still there. Why isn't it suitable? If you're scared, we can be patient and take it slow, but we can't avoid it. He was very firm about this. Married, sleeping in her arms every day, but unable to touch or eat her. How could he stand it? Seeing his determination, a faint light flickered in Gu Zhaoning's eyes. Then I am hurt now. Pei Xianye waved the warm towel carefully. Wife, I definitely won't touch you if you're hurt. I'll wipe you first, and before I leave, I'll buy you some medicine. Cough. Cough. Gu Zhaoning was shocked. What medicine are you going to buy? Since I hurt you, I need to buy some medicine to treat it. You're going to buy it? Pei Xianye nodded, with no trace of embarrassment on his face. If you go alone, the doctor won't give you medicine. That would be calling the police. And he has hands and feet. Does this kind of thing really need Gu Zhaoning to go alone? He has a marriage certificate. Explaining everything carefully to the doctor, they will definitely prescribe medicine. After speaking, Pei Xianye gently wiped her with the warm towel, being very careful. After the warm towel, Gu Zhaoning felt much more comfortable. Pei Xianye didn't sit idle. He got up, kissed her on the lips, then put on his shirt and pants, fastening his belt. When he was tying it, Gu Zhaoning couldn't help but remember how he had just knelt on the bed, unbuckling his belt. What do you want to eat? I'll go buy it for you. Rest here and take it easy. As he spoke, Pei Xianye looked at Gu Zhaoning seriously, seeming a little worried. Although this is a guest house and safe, when I'm not here, please don't go out, okay? I'll be back soon. Gu Zhaoning's eyes flickered. Are you worried I might run away? No, I'm worried something might happen to you. I'll just eat something simple. Don't go too far. After we eat, you should take a nap. You have a 3 or 4 hour drive back. She thought Pei Xinye's energy was truly amazing, but people can't keep spinning like a top without rest. Pei Xianye raised an eyebrow and smiled. Don't worry, I have plenty of strength. He had only been active for a few minutes, not hours. How could he be considered tired? Just thinking about it, Pei Xianye felt a bit uncomfortable inside. He decided he should ask the doctor about it. After Pei Xianye left, Gu Zhaoning relaxed completely and lay back on the bed. She sat up and put on her clothes one by one. They were new clothes, but at that moment, they almost got torn apart by Pei Xianye's eagerness. Once she was dressed, she glanced at the blanket. Their first time together had been somewhat unsuccessful, yet also somehow successful. When Pei Xianye returned, he pushed the door open and saw Gu Zhaoning sleeping peacefully. He looked at her softly, a gentle smile on his lips. He placed the packed meal on the table and took the ointment toward the bed. Pei Xianye sat on the edge of the bed. Gu Zhaoning was still asleep and mumbled, "You're back." Her quiet words touched Pei Xianye's heart. His throat felt a little dry, and he leaned down to kiss Gu Zhaoning's lips. "Have you been waiting long? Are you hungry?" Without waiting for her answer, he pressed his lips harder and naturally slipped his hand into the blanket. The temperature inside the blanket grew warmer. He kept kissing her cheek, but seeing things might get out of control, Gu Zhaoning quickly woke up and sat up to avoid Pei Xianye's actions. "These are new clothes. You're going to ruin them." Pei Xianye looked over at her. "Why are you already dressed? Aren't you worried about chafing while sleeping?" Gu Zhaoning blinked. "I feel safer without clothes. Are you afraid I'll come back and take advantage of you while you're not awake?" He teased with a smile. His hand already held her waist, easily lifting her onto his lap. He opened the ointment and said, "I asked the doctor. She said women's bodies are different. Some feel pain the first time, others don't. Just try more times and it'll get better.
I also check myself.
Honey, I'm within normal limits. Maybe today was the first time, so it didn't go smoothly. Gu Xiaoning blushed and felt her heart race. Her voice grew higher. You even checked yourself? The hospital is nearby, so I just want to see. Pei Xianye didn't say anything, but after describing the situation, the doctor smiled and asked if his wife was petite. He nodded, and the doctor gently said, "You need to be more caring and let her get used to things slowly. In your army, right? Don't worry, it will only be the first time for a short while. But in the future, you should also consider your wife." Pei Xianye thought for a moment after he returned. He was so tall. His wife was so small. Indeed, as the doctor said, she needed time to get used to it. But there was no need to tell her everything. Gu Xiaoning bit her lip. How could she describe what Pei Xianye was doing, treating this matter as something serious? After applying the medicine, Pei Xianye carefully checked her again. Twice a day, once more tonight. Let's eat first. After they finished lunch at the table, Gu Xiaoning looked at the clock on the wall. There was still time to rest, but she really didn't dare to share a bed with Pei Xianye again. Even if they didn't do anything, his hands would keep moving. Lie down and rest after eating. Pei Xianye looked at her and softly smiled. You don't want to sleep? I've woken up, Gu Xiaoning said seriously. Are you afraid I might do something to you? Gu Xiaoning held her breath and focused. The medicine is all applied. What is there to be afraid of? Then I'll hold you and sleep. I'll rest better that way. Wife, can you feel sorry for me? Feel sorry for what? As a man, just a few minutes for the first time, I'm really sad. Pei Xianye pretended to be pitiful, reaching out to hold Gu Xiaoning's hand, hoping she would comfort him. Gu Xiaoning's neck hair stood up. She quickly pulled her hand back. People aren't perfect. Having flaws is normal. As he finished speaking, Pei Xianye leaned close to her, his breath heavy. Wife, where am I lacking? Gu Xiaoning's eardrum vibrated. She hurriedly spoke. Not lacking, not lacking. It's just that I'm too weak, okay? Not good enough for Commander Pei. Pei Xianye bit her lip. You're the best match for me. Not good enough. No way. In the end, she was still picked up by him and sat on his lap. She lightly punched his chest with her fist. Your words are so rude. Pei Xianye held her tightly in his arms, warm breath constantly blowing on her neck. At such a close distance, Gu Xiaoning could clearly see how handsome Pei Xianye's features were. His brow and nose were perfectly shaped. He might be dark-skinned, but no one could say he wasn't good-looking. Pei Xianye didn't rest in the end, and Gu Xiaoning kept thinking about the villagers waiting for supplies in Zizegu. If they stayed here any longer, she would feel guilty. She was dressed in all new clothes, including the little boots Pei Xianye had bought for her. They were warm inside, waterproof outside, and kept her feet from getting cold. Before they left, Pei Xianye even took out some cream and gently applied it to her face. Gu Xiaoning was surprised. How could a man be so thoughtful? He had thought of everything, even things she hadn't considered. He hadn't bought anything for himself, yet he made sure she looked neat and lovely. Gu Xiaoning smiled. When we get back, I'll make you a new set of clothes. This time, it was Pei Xianye's turn to be surprised. You know how to sew?
Don't underestimate me.
I have a sewing machine at home. I learned from my mom when I was little. Many clothes I liked weren't sold outside, so I'd buy fabric and make them myself. Pei Xianye blinked and laughed. All right, but I'm afraid once I wear them, all the men in the army, married or not, will be jealous of me. They held hands as they checked out and left. When they got into the military vehicle again, Pei Xianye placed an extra blanket on the passenger seat. The road had been bumpy before, and Gu Xiaoning had suffered from it. Now that she was still sore, he was worried she might feel uncomfortable again. I'll drive slowly on the way back. If you feel even a little unwell, tell me, okay? Gu Xiaoning sat on the passenger seat, cushioned by several layers, so she felt perfectly fine. When she looked at Pei Xianye again, a strange warmth rose inside her. It felt like they were no longer just living together out of convenience. Their life together was beginning to feel real and warm. Gu Xiaoning bit her lip, then leaned forward without hesitation. She wrapped her arms around Pei Xianye's neck and gently pulled him closer. The next moment, she kissed him. Gu Xiaoning had taken the initiative. She traced the shape of his lips softly, deepening the kiss. Pei Xianye's throat moved slightly before he responded, taking the lead. They only pulled apart when Gu Xiaoning felt dizzy and breathless, both of them breathing fast, their faces warm and close. Pei Xianye's lips glistened with moisture. He looked at Gu Xiaoning and asked, "Wife, what kind of blessing is this?" Gu Xiaoning's lips felt numb. She clenched her fists and said, "A good kiss. We have a 3 or 4 hour drive ahead. I'm worried you'll get tired." But he kissed her too hard, and she used up most of her strength in this kiss. Pei Xianye was very easy to please. Hearing her words, he took her hand and started the car. "With a kiss from my wife, I can drive 10 hours straight without feeling tired. Let's go." The two of them officially set off, driving a car full of supplies toward Jingwei. On the way back, the weather was clear, no more rain, and the air was fresh. Gu Xiaoning even happily rolled down the window to breathe in the fresh air. The return trip was smoother than the journey there. When they arrived at Jingwei, many villagers had come out of their tents to help rebuild their home. Some villagers good at water activities organized to go fishing at the pond, while women with children sat in circles on the open ground to play. Soldiers and strong workers cleared all the mud from Jingwei so they could start dividing areas to rebuild houses. When Pei Xianye's car arrived, children excitedly stood up. "Captain Pei is back. He must have brought back lots of good things." Gu Xiaoning pushed open the car door and heard the villagers' excited voices. She instinctively looked over and couldn't help but smile. Everyone was rushing toward the car. Gu Xiaoning slightly raised her eyebrows, carefully protecting the milk drink she bought. She stepped toward the military tents. Lu Fun and the others needed to take care of the children, so they couldn't come out freely. Gu Xiaoning thought that when Lu Fun and the others saw the milk drink, they would be very happy. She couldn't wait to see their happy faces. After Pei Xianye got out of the car, he saw Gu Xiaoning running toward the tent. He furrowed his brows, feeling a bit silly. His wife ran off as soon as she got out of the car. "Captain Pei, you're back." Zhou Kongyong's voice came, and Pei Xianye looked over. Many people had gathered around him. The supplies and the vehicle looked very popular. Everyone wanted to be the first to get some. The more this happened, the more Pei Xianye knew he couldn't open the car door. Even with plenty of supplies now, they had to distribute everything in order without fighting over it. But just as Pei Xianye looked up, he saw military trucks from other districts arriving. He lowered his gaze. Has support from other military districts arrived? As Gu Xiaoning was walking toward the tent, a few men nearby were studying the terrain of Jingwei. The man in front casually looked up and his gaze fixed on Gu Xiaoning, unable to look away. "Captain, this disaster was quite serious. If we rebuild the houses, we need to handle drainage and flood control and consider the structure of the buildings." "Captain?" "Captain," the soldiers finally realized that the captain hadn't listened to them at all. When they looked in the direction of his gaze, they saw a girl who looked like a fairy. Her skin was fair and clear, her features delicate and small, and she seemed out of place in this environment. For a moment, Qin He's heart fluttered. The soldiers gasped. Qin Ningzhong was known in their military district as a lifelong bachelor. When leaders introduced him to potential matches, he refused to go on dates. Now, why was he staring at a girl? Qin He lifted his foot and walked toward that slender figure. The soldiers? What was Qin Ningzhong doing? Flirting? So, under everyone's watch, Qin He didn't hesitate and walked straight toward Gu Xiaoning. Gu Xiaoning was heading toward the military tent. Maybe because she had just finished with Pei Xianye, her legs felt weak and sore on the muddy, rocky path. Suddenly, she slipped and couldn't control her fall forward. Gu Xiaoning quickly protected the milk drink in her arms. If it spilled, it would be a disaster. At that moment, a strong arm reached out, grabbing her arm and pulling her back. Gu Xiaoning was caught off guard. When she turned her head, her forehead bumped into the man's shoulder. Nearby, the soldiers cheered inwardly. Qin He heroically saved the beauty. This was it, their love story was about to begin. Gu Xiaoning looked up and, seeing it wasn't Pei Xianye, quickly took 2 steps back, keeping a proper distance from him. The man's gaze was fixed intently on her face. His look was so straightforward that she found it hard to ignore. Wait, why does his look seem a bit familiar? Gu Xiaoning decided to lift her eyes again and looked at him a couple more times. He crossed his arms and looked down at Gu Xiaoning, teasingly saying, "It's been 10 years. Don't you remember me?" As soon as he spoke, long-forgotten memories came back. Gu Xiaoning opened her mouth slightly, trying to speak cautiously. "Are you Brother He?" He felt a slight tremor inside. Well, at least she still remembered his name and hadn't completely forgotten him. "It's me, Ning. Why are you here?" He had just thought he was seeing things. How could his beautiful childhood neighbor girl be here? Gu Xiaoning held her bag and bit her lip lightly. "It's a long story. I'm here with my husband for rescue work." Husband? That word hit He's heart hard. The waves inside him were suddenly cooled by a bucket of cold water. His face changed slightly, and his eyes darkened. "Ning, are you married?" How could that be? In He's memory, Uncle Gu and Aunt Xiaofang loved Ning very much. They always took good care of her education. From what he knew of Uncle Gu, how could he possibly agree to marry Ning so far away? Rescue work with her husband? Her husband is a military officer? Such a big thing, how could he not know? Gu Xiaoning nodded without denying. "Yes, I am married." He was silent for a while before finally finding his voice. "Ning, is something wrong at home? Otherwise, how could Uncle Gu be willing to send his little cabbage so far away?" He was now sure that Ning married someone from the 1st military district, not from their 2nd military district. Gu Xiaoning looked at He. The Qin and Gu families had been neighbors for 10 years. Her parents and He's parents were very close. After they moved away, the two families still kept in touch from time to time. After the incident, her parents stopped contacting others, afraid it might cause trouble. She briefly explained her parents' decision. "My parents didn't want me and Jingwei to suffer or live in the barn, so they discussed with the Pei family about the arranged marriage that had already been decided, and we came to accompany the troops." The Pei family. He's eyes darkened. He had a deep impression of the two Pei brothers. They were talented and capable from a young age, each more outstanding than the other. But Ning's lifelong happiness shouldn't be decided so hastily. He clenched his fist. He had liked his neighbor girl since he was young. Now, after 10 years apart, he realized his feelings hadn't changed at all. He kept practicing in his mind until he could say these words clearly. "Ning, Uncle Gu and Aunt Xiaofang had an accident. I just found out. If I had known earlier, I definitely wouldn't have hesitated to come find you. You traveled so far to the border to marry a stranger. I know you must feel uncomfortable. Otherwise, you could consider me, so you wouldn't have to suffer by being with someone you don't know."
Huh? Consider him?
Gu Xiaoning looked at He, unable to imagine what life would be like after they got married. Without thinking, she shook her head. "Brother He, you don't need to worry. My husband and I get along very well. I'm not suffering being with him." He's heart felt heavy and blocked. He exhaled softly. "Ning, which brother from the Pei family is your husband?" "Pei Xianye. He's really a good person." He's eyes twitched. "Are you sure Pei Xianye will really take care of women?" Before, 2 military districts held a training exercise competition. Pei Xianye led his team like a devil, elusive in the wild, ruthless in attack. He had fought him before. Both were proud people, unwilling to admit defeat. "Brother He, do you also know Pei Xianye? I didn't expect you to become a soldier. After all, he wasn't in good health as a child and often needed medicine." She thought he might grow up to be a doctor or do some clerical work. But unexpectedly, he developed strong muscles and became a soldier. He's dark eyes fixed on her. "I'm in the 2nd military district on the border, now a company commander. Pei Xianye has many military honors and gets promoted faster than I do." Gu Xiaoning didn't care much. She looked at the malted milk in her arms and pointed. "Almost forgot, I still need to give the kids some malted milk. Brother you go ahead and busy yourself. I won't bother you anymore." After saying this, she turned and ran into the tent. Ning. He watched her back, but only managed to let out a muffled sound. "How could someone else get ahead of me?" He muttered. He had known Ningning since childhood, knew her inside out. Being childhood sweethearts wouldn't be an exaggeration. Why didn't his parents tell him about the Gu family's trouble this time? Otherwise, where would Pei Xianye be? He looked upset and turned around, glancing over. When he saw the villagers gathered in front of the car, Pei Xinye's tall figure was still clearly visible inside, and no one could overshadow his height. When the man wasn't smiling, his brow was cold and fierce-looking. He couldn't help but wonder if Ningning was scared by Pei Xianye, which made her speak up to defend him. Otherwise, based on his understanding of Ningning, she wouldn't be the type to like someone who is dark and fierce. They don't seem to match at all. After Gu Zhaoning ran into the military tent, she saw a few women sitting together watching the children. Lu Fang was the first to see Gu Zhaoning and immediately waved enthusiastically. "Comrade Gu." Gu Zhaoning smiled softly and walked over. She squatted down in front of the women and looked at the babies in their arms. "How are they today? Are they able to drink some milk?" This question was a bit sensitive. Lu Fang and the other women looked at each other, and then looked ashamed. "Comrade Gu, do you think I was frightened or what's going on? I've been eating well these days, but I just can't produce milk. An older woman in the village said I have blocked milk, and I need to unblock it. Asked the military doctors, but they said it wouldn't help." Seeing this, Gu Zhaoning's face showed no extra emotion. Eating well doesn't mean you're getting enough nutrients. Maybe you just don't have enough milk. So what should I do? My baby is still so small, and other women have plenty of milk to feed their children, but I can't produce any, Lu Fang said with a worried look, almost crying. Gu Zhaoning took out several cans of malted milk powder from her bag. When Lu Fang and the others saw the malted milk powder, their eyes widened. This malted milk powder was a rare item. The village was isolated by transportation barriers, and it was very difficult to go to the county to buy things. Almost no children in the village had ever tasted malted milk powder. Babies grow up drinking their mother's milk. Whether the mother has enough milk is reflected in the child's physique. Some children are chubby and big because their mothers have plenty of milk, while others are thin and look malnourished because their mothers have little milk. Lu Fang blurted out, "Comrade Gu, is this donated supplies from others?" Gu Zhaoning shook her head. "No, I bought it myself. The children can't just drink porridge all the time. It causes bloating. This is better for their health. This is very expensive. It costs a lot of money." Lu Fang felt distressed. The other women nodded repeatedly. "Comrade Gu, you said you spent so much money. How can we pay you back?" Gu Zhaoning's eyelashes fluttered. "No need to pay back. I've checked the supplies. There's food, drinks, clothes, and essentials. But there are very few things useful for babies. During breastfeeding, you should stay positive. The more anxious you are, the less milk you produce. Just relax. When you have no milk, feed the baby some formula. When you do have milk, breastfeed. It's easier for raising the child this way." Gu Zhaoning gave each of them a can. After handing them out, she looked up and saw that all of them had tears in their eyes, tears streaming down uncontrollably. "Comrade Gu, you're so kind. I really like you." Lu Fang choked out, her body trembling as her baby in her arms also shivered with her. Gu Zhaoning was momentarily stunned. She wasn't good at emotional scenes, and honestly, she hadn't thought much about buying formula. She just wanted to do a good deed and maybe earn some good karma for her parents. "Yes, Comrade Gu, you're kind and beautiful. Leader Pei married you. What's the difference between that and finding treasure? Once the village is rebuilt, we'll sew new clothes and blankets for you. Our skills are pretty good. I'll ask my child to recognize you as a godmother," Lu Fang said. As soon as she finished, the other women paused, then burst into laughter. "Lu Fang, are you trying to flatter again? Comrade Gu and Leader Pei are both handsome and beautiful. With such good genes, they should have 2 or 3 children. It would be a shame not to. No need to adopt your kid as a godson." Lu Fang looked down at her son, small, bean-sized eyes, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Comrade Gu, you're young now. If you're thinking about having children, you should do it early. The sooner, the better. You'll recover quickly after giving birth and your figure won't change. Comrade Gu, why don't you try holding the baby? They're actually quite fun." Gu Zhaoning blushed deeply. Before she could react, A tiny nose appeared in her arms. Her hands froze. Her heart skipped a beat. She looked at the baby in her arms, afraid to move. The little baby was still blinking and looking at her. Gu Xiaoning's voice trembled as she asked, "What should I do now?" Lu Feng saw that Gu Xiaoning was too scared to move and smiled even more brightly. "Comrade Gu, my child usually doesn't let others hold him. Only I can hold him. When others try, he cries. But you've held him for so long, and he hasn't cried. That means he likes you and knows you gave him food so he can eat well. Miss Lu Feng, you're such a good talker. Can I borrow your mouth for a bit? We also want to thank Comrade Gu properly." Gu Xiaoning was really too scared to move. She couldn't even imagine what would happen if she and Pei Xianye really had a child. How could she take good care of him? The child was so small and delicate. She didn't dare to move easily. With Pei Xianye's strength, if he accidentally pressed on the child, he might leave a mark. For the child's safety, Gu Xiaoning became even more firm. She couldn't have children easily. Meanwhile, the villagers no longer listened to Zhou Kongyong. They all rushed forward, eager to grab supplies. The village bully, in particular, wanted to take control of the distribution. He leaned against a car door, waiting for the soldiers to open it so he could be the first to grab the best supplies. There was a whole truckload of supplies. If they didn't fight for it, who else could get the good stuff? Zhou Kongyong could only talk, but he couldn't persuade this crowd. Other soldiers tried to maintain order, but the villagers outnumbered them. The scene quickly became chaotic and noisy. Pei Xianye's face darkened, his eyes cold and sharp. He took out a weapon from his waist, stepped quickly onto the truck, loaded his gun, and aimed at the sky.
Bang!
The loud noise made the chaos suddenly quiet down. No one dared to speak easily anymore. Meng Su, Tang Zheng, and others quickly looked at Pei Xianye. They saw his face was grim and cold. "Who told you that the supplies brought from Dongchuan City should be fought over?" he asked. "I'll tell you now, supplies are to be distributed first to the injured, women and children, then to the young and strong. Every day, the list will be posted publicly. If anyone has opinions, come and tell me personally." Pei Xianye stood tall and commanding on the truck. His voice was deep and powerful, full of authority. Zhou Kongyong swallowed hard. His lips were almost worn out from trying to speak. It was clear that Leader Pei's words were effective. There was no one speaking at the scene. Pei Xianye looked around and said, "No objections now. Later, don't cause trouble over the supplies." After speaking, he jumped down from the vehicle and used his body to force the surrounding villagers to step back. Only when there was enough space around the supply truck did Pei Xianye say, "Everyone go back and wait. Each household will be recorded for fair distribution. You stay here, and I will never open this truck door. Want to try?" At this, the people on site dispersed completely. Zhou Kongyong gratefully looked at Pei Xianye. "Captain Pei, it's all thanks to you." Pei Xianye tapped his tongue against the roof of his mouth and threw the car keys to Meng Su. "Make sure the distribution is done properly. No mistakes." "Yes, Captain Pei." Pei Xianye was about to meet with other military districts coming to support. As the overall commander, even if other districts send help, there must be a final decision from the commander. Otherwise, everyone would have their own opinion. How could the road be built? How could the houses be finished? When Pei Xianye saw Qin He immediately knew who the 2nd Military District had sent to support. Qin He, as a battalion commander, brought 2 squads to support. The soldiers were setting up tents in the open space. Only Qin He was standing in front of a military tent, waiting for something. "Commander Qin, what are you doing here?" Pei Xianye approached slowly, speaking in a low, lazy tone. Qin He looked straight at him and replied, "Waiting for someone." "Who?" "A very important sister." "A very important sister?" Pei Xianye frowned with displeasure. He looked past Qin He directly into the tent. Besides his beautiful wife, there were only a few women from Zhaizigo, all holding children. Does Qin He consider married women as sisters? And very important sisters? Is he here to support or to get beaten? Pei Xianye was not stupid. He could guess who Qin He was talking about, Gu Xiaoning. He felt a bit annoyed. It wasn't that he didn't allow Gu Xiaoning to talk to other men, but he was standing in front of the tent, just like Gu Xiaoning's man. Pei Xianye's calm expression showed obvious fluctuations. His words became a bit sharp. Commander Qin, do you know that this important sister is already married? Upon hearing this, He's face darkened slightly. He hadn't mentioned any names, so how could Pei Xianye guess it was Ningning? He looked directly at Pei Xianye without avoiding his gaze and smiled softly. Captain Pei, you might not know this, but Ningning and I have known each other since childhood. Our families are neighbors. I didn't expect to see Ningning here, nor did I expect her family to have trouble. Now that I know, as her childhood friend, I just wanted to check on her. Surely Captain Pei wouldn't mind? Pei Xianye refused firmly. No, I wouldn't. He was momentarily stunned, and his face darkened further. He lowered his voice and said slowly, Captain Pei, you've always been honest and fair. Ningning and I have known each other for many years. Does that mean if Ningning gets married, I have no right to talk to her? Let me be clear, Ningning married you out of desperation. Uncle Gu was in a tough spot, so Ningning married far away. Forced marriages aren't happy. If Ningning doesn't like her current life, I would find a way to help her escape her suffering. After he finished, the atmosphere briefly grew quiet. Pei Xianye's brow was cold, and he seemed to sneer mockingly. He stepped forward. Seeing Qin, he tensed up. With muscles clearly defined in his arms, Pei Xianye became alert. He wouldn't back down on Ningning's matter. Even if he had no chance of winning, he would stand his ground and try to fight Pei Xianye. He clenched his fists tightly, staring intently at Pei Xianye. When Pei Xianye reached Qin, he was slightly taller. He lowered his eyes and finally spoke. Desperate measures? Forced marriage isn't sweet? Commander Qin, are you sleeping between me and Zhao Ning, or eavesdropping under the bed? How can you be so sure Zhao Ning doesn't like me? His breath tightened. He took a deep breath and said, Ningning isn't someone who's easily swayed. Captain Pei, how long have you been married to her? Pei Xianye crossed his arms, seeing through His thoughts. He directly exposed. Commander Qin, it seems you like my wife and want to steal her away? He opened his mouth but said nothing. We've known each other since childhood. When the Gu family had trouble this time, I found out a bit later at the military district. Otherwise, I wouldn't have ignored Ningning. Found out later? Could it be that your parents kept it from you to avoid trouble? They didn't even tell you? Commander Qin, even if Zhao Ning doesn't choose me, she wouldn't choose you. You're not even capable of marrying her. Pei Xianye's words hit the mark, and he froze instantly. He narrowed his eyes. Impossible. His parents and Uncle Gu, as well as Aunt Xiaofang, were close friends. If something had happened to the Gu family, how could they not have told him? What puzzled him more was the relationship between the Gu and Pei families. Were they really that close? Why did the Pei family agree to the marriage so quickly, without any discussion? Before he could respond, Pei Xianye continued coldly. I'm a straightforward person, and I know you are too, Captain Qin. So I'll be direct. My wife and I have a very good relationship. If anyone tries to come between us or ruin our marriage, Captain Qin, I wouldn't want you to return to the base with injuries. As soon as he finished, his face darkened, his fists clenching so tightly that his knuckles cracked. At that moment, Gu Xiaoning stepped out of the tent. She had just been holding the baby, and her arms still felt numb. But as soon as she looked up, she met Pei Xianye's deep, unreadable gaze and saw he's standing with his back to her. Surprised, Gu Xiaoning blurted out, Pei Xianye, brother Qin, what are you two doing here? Brother Qin,
Brother?
The warmth in Pei Xianye's eyes vanished instantly, replaced by jealousy. If he had found out about things a little earlier, would he have lost his chance completely?
Impossible.
Pei Xianye believed Gu Xiaoning was slowly falling for him. If she didn't like him, why would she be willing to be so close to him, to share such intimacy? He pressed his tongue against his palate, forcing down his anger. No matter how upset he was, he would never take it out on Gu Xiaoning. After calming himself, Pei Xianye waved to her.
Wife.
The word wife made his expression tighten. He instinctively looked over and saw Gu Xiaoning walking naturally toward Pei Xianye. Qin He's gaze followed her until she reached Pei Xinye's side, where the man calmly put an arm around her shoulders. Pei Xinye's tone was even and natural. "Wife, I was just talking with Captain Qin. He said you used to be neighbors?" Gu Xiaoning nodded without thinking much. "Yes, but when I was 10, Brother Qin He's family moved away. We haven't seen each other in 10 years. I didn't expect to meet again here." Pei Xianye raised his brows slightly, pretending to be surprised. 10 years? That should also become unfamiliar now. Every sentence feels like a knife stabbing into Qin He's heart. Gu Xiaoning hesitated. "We played well when we were kids, but after 10 years apart, of course we would become strangers. I didn't even know Brother Qin. He joined the army." "Pei Xianye, do you know him?" Pei Xianye glanced at Qin He softly, as if saying, "We're not close, so why are you so worried? 10 years apart, no contact. What's so honorable about that? We know each other. Sometimes, 2 military districts hold friendly matches. I was lucky enough to win slightly over Brother Qin." Gu Xiaoning didn't realize what was happening yet, but Qin He couldn't hold back anymore. He clenched his teeth and said clearly, "Captain Pei, what did you just call me?" Pei Xianye raised an eyebrow, speaking in a calm tone that showed no emotion. "My wife calls you brother." "Of course I will call you that too." "Brother Qin, what's wrong?" "I call you brother. And you're unhappy?" Qin He. Does he want to be seen as a big brother? "Ning Ning, I've been waiting here for you. I just want to talk to you alone. Can we go somewhere else to chat?" Qin He decided not to pay attention to the rogue Pei Xianye anymore. Deep down, he felt that Pei Xianye was not suitable for Ning Ning. He's smooth-talking, two-faced in front of people and behind their backs. For Ning Ning's future happiness, he must make her see clearly. Before Gu Xiaoning could answer, Pei Xianye had already put away his smile and directly refused on her behalf. "No, Brother Qin. Everyone here knows that Gu Xiaoning is my wife. If you pull her away somewhere else to talk alone, what do you think others will think? Or do you think you don't care about your neighbor's reputation?" Qin He was furious, feeling like a big hat was being placed on his head. Pei Xianye looked down at Gu Xiaoning softly and said gently, "Wife, do you think I'm right?" Gu Xiaoning pursed her lips. She could tell Pei Xianye was jealous. And when this man gets jealous, it's not good for her. Brother Qin, he probably wanted to talk to her about something, but she could guess what. Now that she's married to Pei Xianye and they have the marriage certificate, it's a done deal that won't change easily. Only they two know how their days are together. No need for others to interfere. Gu Xiaoning didn't want to trouble Pei Xianye further, nor did she want Qin He to help her. Owing someone a favor is very troublesome. "Brother Qin He, I know what you want to say. I can handle my own problems, so there's no need to trouble you." Pei Xianye hugged Gu Xiaoning calmly and confidently. "Brother Qin, I know you're a kind person and very helpful, but if my wife has any problems, I will take care of them myself. I won't trouble Brother Qin." What exactly is Pei Xianye trying to do? Calling him Brother Qin again and praising him as a good person? It seems like he's trying to block his way completely, not giving him a chance to speak. Qin He kept a calm face, but inside, he was furious. He watched helplessly as Pei Xianye and Gu Xiaoning left together, his eyes full of turbulent waves, unable to calm down. Someone from his team set up a tent and came over. "Commander, the tents are ready. Secretary Zhou is looking for you. He wants to talk about the current situation at Jingwei." Qin He's chest heaved. After a cold smile, he turned and left. As he walked past, the soldiers felt the air around him was very cold, like in the middle of winter. They looked at each other and then followed him. Someone, not afraid of trouble, asked, "Commander, do you know that beautiful woman just now? Did you fall in love at first sight and go talk to her?" Hearing this, Qin He's eyes narrowed with displeasure. "What kind of gamble are you playing now? Hand over all your bets, or I'll make you do 10 kilometers of running training here." The soldiers immediately looked disappointed.
"No, Commander, we're just concerned about you.
"We're worried you'll end up lonely. That girl is really beautiful, like an angel. If it's fate, maybe something could happen." Qin He's heart was bleeding, but he could only pretend to be strong. "She's my former neighbor's sister. That's my business. Don't interfere or talk nonsense. A neighbor's sister? The soldiers' eyes lit up. They knew their commander had never acknowledged any girl as a sister in the military district. If he openly admitted this girl as his sister, it must mean he's interested. This was a sure thing. Meanwhile, Pei Xianye was walking with Gu Xiaoning towards the tent, holding her close. Gu Xiaoning rarely felt Pei Xianye walking so quickly and with big strides. She looked over and saw Tang nearby distributing supplies. She instinctively asked, "Pei Xianye, where are you taking me? Are you not sharing the supplies together?" Pei Xianye lowered his eyes and hummed softly. "I drove for 6 or 7 hours and just want to rest in the tent."
Who dares to stop me?
If they can't even handle distributing supplies properly, they shouldn't stay in the team. Better to retire early and get lost. Hiss. Gu Xiaoning took a sharp breath. Pei Xianye's tone showed clear impatience. It's like being hit with a shot of medicine. Who offended him? After they arrived at the tent, Pei Xianye unzipped the zipper, intending to bring her inside. Gu Xiaoning's legs went weak, and she tried to step back. I'm not too tired right now. Maybe I should go see if there's something else to do? You rest first. Seeing Gu Xiaoning's cautious look, Pei Xianye couldn't help but smile. He spoke to her. "Wife, I won't eat you. What are you afraid of? Come inside and rest with me. Being next to me is better than sleeping alone." With that, Pei Xianye gently took Gu Xiaoning's hand, no longer hesitating, and pulled her directly into the tent. He zipped it up again. Gu Xiaoning took off her shoes and sat on the blanket, exhausted. In front of her was Pei Xianye's cold, handsome face. He leaned in, his deep eyes meeting hers, making her feel strangely numb. She opened her lips slightly. What's wrong with you?" Pei Xianye held her hand, his eyes cold. "Are you on good terms with Qin He?" Gu Xiaoning's heart trembled. She explained, "We used to be neighbors. We played together a lot when we were kids. But after they moved away, we lost contact. I almost didn't recognize him today, so you're not close now, right?" Pei Xianye exhaled heavily, his words hitting her ears sharply. Gu Xiaoning hesitated. If she answered without much thought now, the consequences could be serious. So she nodded seriously. "Yes, you're right. I'm not close to Brother Qin." "Not close, so you call him brother?" Pei Xianye's brow furrowed deeply. Although he tried to hide his displeasure, at this moment, he couldn't fully control it. He pulled Gu Xiaoning closer, lifting her onto his lap. Surrounded by his intense, warm breath, Gu Xiaoning felt a bit overwhelmed. She instinctively tried to push away. "Pei Xianye, don't do anything reckless. It's not even dark outside. Nobody can see outside. But what if the tent shakes? It might cause misunderstandings." Pei Xianye gently bites her neck, with a teasing smile. Who would misunderstand? Surely not Brother Qin He, right? Gu Xiaoning chokes on her words. She bites her lip, then raises her head to glare at Pei Xianye. "Pei Xianye, are you doubting that I have something with Qin He?" Pei Xianye looks down at her, wanting to kiss her. But Gu Xiaoning wants to clarify things, so she turns her head away to avoid his kiss. But Pei Xianye won't let her go. He raises his hand to hold her chin, turning her face back. In the next moment, he leans down and kisses her fully. He bites her lips gently but firmly, showing his affection. Gu Xiaoning's back trembles and feels numb. Outside, there are sounds of people walking back and forth, but inside the tent, they are lost in their kiss, ignoring everything else. If someone comes near, seeing Gu Xiaoning distracted, Pei Xianye's hands start to move mischievously, pulling at her clothes and teasing her. Her chest still hurts from earlier, and now, with his actions, she feels even more overwhelmed and scared. "Pei Xianye, don't do this," she says nervously. His voice is hoarse. "Wife, I'm not happy." "What?" He's just a neighbor." "Why do you call him brother? Were you close before? Was he good to you? If he knew you were coming to the military area, do you think he wouldn't try to marry you first?" With each word, his grip on her becomes tighter. He kisses her lips again, tangled in a passionate kiss. The tent heats up with their closeness, but soon, Pei Xianye senses something is wrong. Gu Xiaoning stays silent, letting him kiss her, but she doesn't respond at all. Pei Xianye hesitates to go further. Their lips part, and he slowly lowers his gaze. He sees her face tense, her eyes cold, her brows furrowed. Uh-oh, wife is angry. Pei Xianye takes a deep breath. His fierce expression disappears, and he doesn't dare to act tough anymore. Apologizing quickly, like a whirlwind. Wife, don't be angry. I wasn't scolding you. I just feel a little jealous. You marrying me was fate. It seems like he only found out a bit later, or else I wouldn't be here. You belong to me, only me. I don't like others coveting you. Gu Zhaoning was indeed a little angry. Meeting Qin, he was also quite surprising to her, but even if she did meet him, what could it change? He was just her neighbor from back then. Pei Xianye pulled her into the tent and started kissing and biting her, making her lips numb, as if punishing her. Pei Xianye, did I do something wrong? Pei Xianye paused, shook his head, and said, No, wife. Whatever you do is right. I have no relationship with Qin. What do you mean? If he finds out first, I will marry him. Do I look like someone who marries anyone? Gu Zhaoning let out a cold laugh from her throat, looking at Pei Xianye, speaking clearly and carefully. Pei Xianye held her, his palms trembling slightly, afraid of hurting her. His dark eyes showed no emotion, and he obediently endured her scolding. I admit I was too angry just now, and said some harsh words that hurt you, wife. I don't doubt your relationship with Qin, nor do I think you like him. It's just that he's interested in you, and that makes me uncomfortable. Gu Zhaoning continued coldly, If something makes you uncomfortable, you can tell me. I will be honest with you, and not let you guess blindly. But it's not okay for you to pull me into the tent and ignore my feelings, kissing and biting me, understand? Pei Xianye furrowed his brows and leaned in to try to comfort her with a gentle kiss. I won't do it again. I'll just kiss you softly from now on. Gu Zhaoning turned her head and covered his mouth with her hand. We haven't finished talking yet. Don't change the subject. Her delicate, fair hand pressed against his lips. He stayed still, just staring at her. Brother Qin, he is a nickname from when I was a child. He's 2 years older than me. I call him brother out of politeness. Why does it sound like an ambiguous term to you? Gu Zhaoning asked calmly. Pei Xianye nodded in understanding, pressing her palm to his face, breathing warm air. My wife is polite, I know. This isn't a case of husband and wife singing in harmony, and I've started calling you brother too. Or, do you want me to call you Xianye Gij? Pei Xianye's instinct was to deny it immediately. Wife, I don't want that. Wait, no, hold on. His eyes lit up, and he quickly looked down at Gu Zhaoning. When their eyes met, Pei Xianye took a deep breath, reached out to remove her hand from his mouth, and held her in his arms to find a comfortable position. Then he lowered his voice. What did you just call me? Say it again, okay? He felt very pleased. Gu Zhaoning gave a soft hum and teased him on purpose. Didn't you just say you didn't want to? I didn't hear clearly. Honey, when you call me Brother Xianye, it sounds much nicer than Brother Qin. Say it again, please. Someone doesn't like being called that, so I won't. Who said I don't like it? I like everything you say. Pei Xianye held her by the waist, his strong arms keeping her close. Their bodies were almost touching, yet he still wanted to be nearer. Gu Zhaoning raised an eyebrow. Other units are coming to help, and you'll be working together for a while. Promise me, no picking fights, no jealousy, no making trouble or letting others laugh at you. What if you and he? I won't be alone with him or talk to him privately. I married you, and I'll keep proper boundaries. Her words made Pei Xianye smile widely. He brushed his lips against her cheek. So, I'm really that important to you. You married me willingly, right? Pretty much. The more I look at you, the better you seem. Pei Xianye paused, then gently lifted her chin, wanting to kiss her. Before his lips touched hers, he said softly, This isn't stealing a kiss. I just want to kiss you. May I? Resting in his arms, Gu Zhaoning felt much calmer. She hadn't expected him to be so easy to talk to, even when upset. It truly surprised her. She lifted her head and gave him a light kiss. If you promise what I said earlier, you can have a kiss. I promise. Pei Xianye answered quickly, then leaned down and kissed her again. Gu Zhaoning tried to catch her breath, her voice trembling slightly. Xianye, someone's calling you. Outside the tent came Ma Miao Miao's voice. Xianye, are you in there? Pei Xianye frowned deeply, but ignored it. He called out toward the tent flap, if you need something, go find Meng Se.
Don't come to me.
As he finished speaking, someone outside the door seemed angry and stomped their foot before leaving. Gu Zhaoning lazily glanced at Pei Xianye. His chest rose and fell, and his breathing was slightly quickened. Pei Xianye met Gu Zhaoning's gaze and softly said, Wife, are you still angry with me? If you're still angry, what should I do? Then bite me to vent your anger? Pei Xianye lowered his head, indicating his neck, and a mischievous smile appeared on his lips, showing he was willing to be bitten. Gu Zhaoning knew Pei Xianye was trying to tease her. Biting his neck would leave marks, and anyone who saw them would surely comment. She even suspected that if she really bit him, Pei Xianye, with his personality, would go to Qin afterward to show off his claim. She didn't want to let him do whatever he wanted.
No biting.
Don't think you can leave obvious marks in visible places. Pei Xianye clicked his tongue, realizing she was onto him. In the next moment, he boldly said, if I can't bite in obvious places, then I'll bite somewhere less noticeable. After saying that, he made a move to loosen his belt. Gu Zhaoning was startled and quickly reached out to hold his wrist. Pei Xianye, you're so perverted. Pei Xianye looked innocent. I'm serious. Gu Zhaoning struggled to get free from his embrace. Let's go out quickly. The other military districts are coming. You should go and discuss with them. Finally, the two of them walked out of the tent, one after the other. At that moment, Tang Zheng was busy distributing supplies. The weather at Zhaoqiao village was unpredictable, with big temperature swings. At night, they didn't cover themselves with thick blankets and shivered while sleeping. The villagers lined up to receive supplies. Seeing this, Gu Zhaoning stepped forward to help. Pei Xianye went to meet Zhou Kongyong and Qin He. He was tall with long legs, easily weaving through the crowd to reach Zhou Kongyong. 2 full trucks of people from the 2nd Military District arrived, strengthening the rescue team and speeding up the rebuilding of Zhaoqiao village. After the supplies were distributed, the dredging work at Zhaoqiao was completed for the day. The plan to build new houses could start tomorrow. At that moment, Zhou Kongyong seemed to see the future look of Zhaoqiao village. When Pei Xianye approached, Qin He couldn't help but glance at his face, his gaze falling naturally on his lips. Pei Xianye had dark skin but very moist lips. As he walked over, a faint, lingering scent surrounded him. What kind of man would smell so nice? It was definitely the scent on Ning Ning that reached him. Qin He looked unhappy. Even though he had to accept their marriage, he still felt they didn't match at all, like a beauty and a beast. Pei Xianye was known as a brave fighter in the team. He was often assigned the most dangerous tasks, which were very risky. Ning Ning marrying him didn't guarantee safety. But after already suffering once, Qin He wisely chose not to say anything more. Zhou Kong was excited and looked at Pei Xianye. Captain Pei, can we start building the house tomorrow? Pei Xianye looked serious and spoke calmly. Secretary Zhou, I've checked the site. The original location of Zhaizigo is low, and if a flood or mudslide happens, it will be the worst affected. This time, building new houses isn't just about rebuilding homes, but also about protecting everyone from future harm. I suggest choosing a higher place for the new village. It's good for planting fruit trees and weaving. If we build on higher ground, Zhaizigo can also develop industries that reduce risks. This way, we can help ourselves quickly in the short term and find a way to get richer in the long run. Higher ground? Zhou Kong pondered. He hadn't really thought about choosing a new site. Captain Pei, I think we should discuss this with the villagers and get their opinions. It's not something I can decide alone. If they strongly oppose, it will be hard to move forward and there could be trouble over the housing arrangements. Qin He looked at Pei Xianye, expecting him to stand firm. The army had come to support and help Zhaizigo voluntarily, so the villagers should cooperate. But instead of arguing, Pei Xianye simply said, Secretary Zhou, go discuss it tonight. Give me an answer as soon as possible. All right, Captain Pei. I'll go ask around now. You all can chat first. Go ahead. After Zhou Kong left, only Pei Xianye and Qin He remained. They looked at each other. The people under Qin He's command knew Pei Xianye well and wisely stayed silent. After all, in the last friendly match, they had been beaten badly by Pei Xianye. Seeing him now still made them a bit nervous. Pei Xianye said softly, "Captain Qin, Zhaoning just explained to me. You're only neighbors, with no close relationship. So, from now on, don't interfere with what happens between me and her." When these words were spoken, Qin He's face instantly darkened, and the little soldier beside him gasped in surprise. What? Could it be that the beautiful girl and Captain Pei are? Qin He bit his lip and hesitated before speaking. Ning Ning told you that? Or did Captain Pei threaten or pressure Ning Ning? Hearing this, Pei Xianye smiled. He looked at Qin He and said, "Captain Qin, you shouldn't think I dislike you just because I beat you badly last time. I may be rough, but I don't hit women. I am married and will spoil my wife as much as I can. Also, everyone here knows we are married. Captain Qin, you should stop calling Ning Ning so others won't misunderstand your relationship. It's bad for your reputation and mine." Pei Xianye walked for a long time without saying a word. Qin He remained silent, not speaking at all. The soldiers around them were even more afraid to speak up. No one dared to offend the tiger. They had thought that the beautiful girl was Qin He's neighbor sister, and they believed she could help bring the two together. But it turned out that the beautiful girl had married Captain Pei. Captain Pei was also known to be difficult to deal with. They remembered that the chief's niece liked Captain Pei, but couldn't win him over. Now, this was not good news. Tonight, people from the 2nd Military District arrived. All supplies had been distributed, and the engineering team was actively improving the meals, cooking fish soup and making dumplings with flour, bread, wild vegetables, and meat fillings. The villagers regained their energy and got along happily with the soldiers. The atmosphere became lively and cheerful. When Gu Zhaoning and Pei Xianye met up, they saw some old villagers walking toward Pei Xianye. Zhou Kongyong was following behind, trying to stop them, but it was too late. The old villagers approached Pei Xianye and immediately asked, "Captain Pei, I heard you want to choose a new village site?" Seeing their determined attitude, Gu Zhaoning instinctively looked at Pei Xianye. He remained calm and composed, with no change in his dark eyes. He calmly replied, "Is there a problem? Captain Pei, you're not from Zhaizigu. You don't know that our ancestors have lived here for generations. This land belongs to our ancestors. How can we abandon it easily? We have an old feng shui master, Uncle Wang, who said the new village site you suggested would ruin the dragon's vein. We absolutely cannot agree to move." Several other old men agreed, saying, "We also don't agree with building the house on the high ground. If our ancestors blame us later, what should we do?" Gu Zhaoning's eyes twitched. The ancestors are already asleep. What blame could there be? But Gu Zhaoning knew that these village elders were stubborn. It wouldn't be easy to convince them. Pei Xianye listened calmly to their words. He pointed to the ancestral grave destroyed by the mudslide and said, "Look for yourselves. Are the ancestors sleeping peacefully now? It's the greatest respect to let the ancestors rest in a safe place. Choosing a new village site is to ensure your safety in the future. The graves will be moved properly, respecting both you and the ancestors. Is there a problem with that?" The old villagers fell silent for a moment. An elder who knew about feng shui stepped forward and said, "After this mudslide, such events won't happen again for decades or even 100 years. Captain Pei, you're here to help us rebuild our home, but we don't want to move. You should respect our decision." Just then, a clear female voice suddenly rang out. "We support Captain Pei's words. We agree to move." When Lu Feng spoke, Gu Zhaoning looked at her in surprise. She was holding her child, speaking firmly, without hesitation. The old villagers looked at her in disbelief. Standing in front of them were not only Lu Feng, but also other strong workers. "We also support Captain Pei's plan. During this dredging, we saw many flaws and hidden dangers in the old sites. And didn't Captain Pei say the graves will be moved too? What's there to disagree with?" The young people at home spoke up, followed by other elders and women. "That's right. Every time something happens in the village, it's just you old fools opposing. Why can everyone else agree but you can't? We support Captain Pei's choice of a new village site. More and more people stepped forward. Gu Xiaoning's heart moved with the flow. He instinctively looked at Pei Xianye, but Pei Xanye's face remained calm, with a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. The old villagers, being challenged, turned red and agitated. Zhou Kongyong sighed deeply. He could no longer hold back. He stepped forward angrily and shouted, "Stop with this old foolishness. Safety comes first. Everyone agrees to move to the new village site, so just go there." The old villagers, arms crossed, turned their heads in anger. When Zhou Kongyong looked at Pei Xianye shrugged his shoulders with a calm, emotionless tone. "Fine, you can handle it yourselves. Anyway, you'll be living here in the future. No matter how much I say, it won't change anything. Most of the arrangements are already made. I should also return to the military district tomorrow to resume my duties." After speaking, Pei Xianye took Gu Xiaoning's hand and walked away. Zhou Kongyong watched Pei Xianye's back, feeling both sad and guilty. Gu Xiaoning was also surprised. She didn't expect Pei Xianye to return to the military district so suddenly. When they reached a side area, she asked, "Pei Xianye, why are you going back so suddenly?" Hearing this, Pei Xianye glanced at her and chuckled softly. "I'm staying here as the commander. The supplies are sorted out, the new village site has been proposed, and the plan is finalized. Why, do I still need to stay and work hard for a couple of months before leaving? There are many things at the military district waiting for me. Plus, you've endured so much hardship staying here with me. If you can accept it, I can too. I was planning to take you back in the next couple of days, but I haven't told you yet." Gu Xiaoning hesitated. "About what those villagers said just now, are you upset?" Seeing her hesitation, Pei Xianye pulled her into his arms. "What? Afraid I'll be upset? There's nothing for me to be upset about. Whether they agree or not is their business. I suggested it, but I don't need their approval. The people living here are their own, and they'll have to deal with the consequences themselves. The army came to support and help, but we can't do everything. We've helped where we could, and the rest depends on them." Gu Xiaoning's lips moved slightly. Yes, people can't always be helped. Resentment can grow over small favors, just like Su Jingwei, never satisfied. Seeing Gu Xiaoning remain silent, Pei Xianye gently rubbed her head and spoke softly. "Didn't expect you to return to the military district so soon." Gu Xiaoning looked up and met Pei Xianye's gaze, nodding without denying it. "I thought you'd stay here for a long time." Pei Xianye chuckled. "Fool. If I wanted you to stay here for a long time, I wouldn't let you be with me." He couldn't bear for her to suffer here, being hungry, cold, or uncomfortable when bathing or using the bathroom. Gu Xiaoning had never lived like this before. Since she followed him, she had started experiencing these hardships. No matter how Pei Xianye thought about it, it didn't feel right. Of course, he wouldn't admit it. One reason he wanted to return to the military district quickly was because of Qin He. Someone was watching his wife. If he didn't keep an eye on her and she was taken away, who would he cry to then? By dinner time, Zhou Kongyong had built a small fire and the villagers sat around in a circle. This was to encourage everyone to enjoy good food tonight and work hard tomorrow to build a new house. More importantly, he wanted to thank Pei Xianye in front of all the villagers. Before the dinner was ready, Zhou Kongyong reserved good seats for Pei Xianye and Gu Xiaoning. Lu Feng and others were busy preparing something lively. When the two were called over by Zhou Kongyong, Gu Xiaoning felt like something was waiting for them. Besides a few old troublemakers, the other villagers looked simple and grateful, smiling warmly at them. After Pei Xianye and Gu Xiaoning sat down, the engineering troupe shouted, "Dinner is served." The village women carried steaming plates of dumplings and handed them out, starting with the soldiers. Gu Xiaoning looked at the plate of dumplings and felt a strange, hard-to-explain feeling in his heart. Everything was slowly getting better. "Captain Pei, Comrade Gu, I didn't expect you to leave so soon. Tonight is our last time together. On behalf of our village, I have something to give you." Zhou Kongyong's words drew many villagers' attention, including Qin He. He sat opposite Gu Xiaoning, and from start to finish, his gaze never left Gu Xiaoning's face. Looking at the plate of dumplings in front of him, Qin He felt bored and had no appetite. His mood was even a bit sad. On his first day here, Ning Ning was about to leave with Pei Xianye for the military district. With Pei Xianye looking at him mischievously, he didn't even get a chance to talk to Ning Ning alone. He had many things he wanted to say, including about Uncle Gu. He also wanted to understand everything clearly. The soldiers sitting nearby could feel the cold aura radiating from Captain Qin. All afternoon, Captain Qin had been in a low mood. They didn't dare to speak easily to comfort him. After all, Captain Qin had seen many scenes. Who were they to comfort him? Pei Xianye calmly ate a dumpling and listened to Zhou Kongyong speak. The next moment, Zhou Kongyong took a thick stack of red paper handed over by the villagers. He looked seriously at Pei Xianye and handed over a stack of thank you letters. Captain Pei, this is a letter of thanks from me and the villagers. When the mudslide happened, you and your team arrived first. Using your skills, you carried out rescue work and protected every villager in our village. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be here now. Tomorrow you will leave, so tonight, all of us in the village want to sincerely thank you. Also, Comrade Gu, you distributed supplies fairly and thought about the women who just gave birth in our village. You solved the problem of feeding the babies, and they are very grateful and like you. Many of these letters are also written specifically to Comrade Gu. Gu Xiaoning was surprised and flattered. She didn't think what she did was so great, but she didn't expect to be remembered with such gratitude. Gu Xiaoning handed the dumplings to Pei Xianye, stood up, brushed off the dust from her clothes, and took the red paper handed to her by Zhou Kongyong. She looked down at it, her eyes shining softly. If her parents knew, they would be proud of her. Thank you, Secretary Zhou. Thank you, villagers of Zhaizigo. Pei Xianye held 2 plates of dumplings and couldn't spare the time, nor was he good at being emotional. Saving people was his duty, not about showing off. He nodded to Gu Xiaoning and said, Wife, help me take the thank you letters and I'll hold the dumplings for you. This made many villagers nearby laugh. Zhou Kongyong couldn't help but smile too. He turned around and took 2 banners handed over by villagers. One read, Military and civilians like fish and water show true friendship in disaster relief. The other said, People's soldiers, kindness deeper than the sea. Gu Xiaoning took them one by one, smiling. Secretary Zhou, thank you. She was generous in her thanks because she felt these were what Pei Xianye and his team deserved. Meng Suo and Tang Zheng also raised their voices and said, Secretary Zhou, you don't need to be polite. These are what we should do. Protecting every villager and helping them survive the disaster makes us truly proud. Zhou Kongyong had many ideas. Once the village was rebuilt, he would show his gratitude through actions. Captain Pei, Comrade Gu, go ahead and enjoy your dumplings. I won't disturb you. Have a good meal tonight. Captain Pei, you don't need to worry about catching fish and making soup for Comrade Gu anymore. Lu Fong and other women nearby heard this and agreed, saying, Captain Pei, Comrade Gu is so skilled at holding the baby today. When you go back, you must hold on tight. Your genes are so good. Your children will definitely be very beautiful. Pei Xianye didn't refuse. If my wife wants to have children, I will support her. But her pregnancy is her choice. If she doesn't want to, I can't force her. Comrade Gu, having children early has its benefits. You recover faster, and when the kids grow up, you walking together won't look like mother and son, but like siblings. Gu Xiaoning didn't want to respond. She and Pei Xianye weren't even in harmony about that, and having another child might be dangerous for her. Pei Xianye turned to look at Gu Xiaoning and caught her gaze. He lowered his eyes on purpose and flirted. Wife, do you want to have children? Gu Xiaoning didn't hesitate at all. No, I'm afraid of the pain. Then we won't have children. I don't want to be disturbed in our private world, Pei Xianye said with a slight smile, looking very indifferent about the matter. After dinner, until Pei Xianye took Gu Xiaoning back to the tent, he didn't get a chance to speak to her. Pei Xianye was watching too closely, and he suspected he was doing it on purpose, guarding her like a thief, afraid he might get close to Gu Xiaoning. Is he feeling so insecure? He looked at the tent where Gu Xiaoning was and finally, feeling frustrated, went back to his own tent to rest. Tomorrow, before she leaves, he was determined to ask her one last time. Even though she had bathed during the day, Pei Xianye didn't slack off at night. As usual, He poured hot water for Gu Zhaoning, one for washing her face, another for her feet. He squatted outside the tent to help her wash. After she finished, Pei Xianye took off his shoes and went into the tent. He took off his shirt, revealing his strong chest. As he was about to undo his belt, Gu Zhaoning quickly reached out and stopped him. "Don't take off your pants. We need to get up early tomorrow to leave. Let's rest early tonight." Her voice was soft but carried a commanding tone. Pei Xianye looked at her deeply, a hint of playfulness in his voice. "Wife, if I don't do this, I won't take off my pants. Sleeping while holding you will be too much for you, and I also need to put medicine on you. The doctor said to apply it often so you heal quickly." When she returned to the military district, he still wanted to try again with her. If she kept hurting, he wouldn't dare think about such things. Gu Zhaoning's forehead fluttered, and she bit her lip. "I can put the ointment on myself. I'll do it. I promise I'll only apply the medicine and nothing else." Gu Zhaoning watched Pei Xianye raise his hand, earnestly promising. She raised an eyebrow, wondering if what she said this afternoon was really so effective. In the end, Gu Zhaoning let him apply the ointment. He held her, took off his pants, and carefully applied the medicine, but he also took off her top. Before Gu Zhaoning could escape, Pei Xianye hugged her tightly, wrapping her in his warm body. "It's cooler here at night. Sleeping like this, holding each other, is warmer than sleeping in clothes, wife." Gu Zhaoning exhaled. "I said I want to sleep early tonight. I don't want to mess around with you for so long." Pei Xianye quieted down. "Then just kiss and sleep, okay?" Hearing his gentle tone, Gu Zhaoning looked at him with some suspicion. "Just a kiss?" Pei Xianye paused, then leaned down to nuzzle her chest. "Let's change the place to kiss today, just for a little while, okay?" After a while, Gu Zhaoning's eyelashes fluttered intensely. She pushed his head away. "Pei Xianye, how long is your little while?" Pei Xianye lifted himself from her, trying to kiss her lips, but Gu Zhaoning dodged. "No kissing, just saliva." Pei Xianye chuckled softly. "Who told you my wife is too fragrant?" The next morning, when Gu Zhaoning woke up, Pei Xianye was no longer beside her. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and sat up instinctively. Last night, she was still completely undressed when she went to sleep. But when she woke up this morning, her clothes were unexpectedly on. She didn't know when Pei Xianye got up. Could he have put her clothes on before leaving? His caution was quite strong. Gu Zhaoning put on her socks, heard footsteps outside, and thought it was Pei Xianye. She unzipped her jacket and was about to put on her shoes to go out. But as she opened it, she met Qin He's gaze. Staring at each other, Gu Zhaoning's face looked very calm. "Brother Qin He?" Qin He looked at Gu Zhaoning's fair face, her rosy lips, and compared her to when she was a child. She had grown proportionally, with hardly any difference. Still so beautiful, with no flaws at all. "Zhaoning, you're awake." Gu Zhaoning felt strange sitting inside the tent while he looked down at her from above. The tent was her private space for sleeping, and she wasn't used to others peeking inside. So, Gu Zhaoning quickly put on her shoes, stood up, and kept a proper distance from Qin He. "Brother Qin He, is there something you want to talk to me about this early in the morning?" Qin He held a steaming sweet potato and handed it to her. "Ning Ning, I brought you breakfast. Are you going to leave today?" Gu Zhaoning glanced at it and refused. "Brother Qin He, I just woke up and don't have an appetite. You can eat it first. Pei Xianye is going back, so I will go with him. Ning Ning, I want to ask you one last time. Are you really willing to marry Pei Xianye? Are you not feeling any regret?" Qin He's expression was very obvious. If Gu Zhaoning couldn't see his feelings, she would really be foolish. She lifted her eyelids and looked at Qin He, speaking plainly. "Brother Qin He, I understand what you mean. I married Xianye willingly, and without regret. You don't need to worry about me. I know our families were neighbors years ago, but you moved away 10 years ago. If something happens at my home now, I won't trouble your Qin family. Brother Qin He, we are just neighbors. I don't want to bother you, or make you worry about me. 10 years apart. Ning Ning, you've really become more distant from me," Qin He said with a hint of bitterness. "Brother Qin, everyone is waiting for you to get ready for work. Coming here to bother my wife isn't very polite." Pei Xinye's lazy voice came from nearby. Qin He's face darkened slightly, and he looked at Pei Xianye. Captain Pei, I know Ningning is now married to you. I understand that. You don't need to watch so closely. Or are you afraid Ningning won't want you? Pei Xianye stood still and smiled faintly. I'm the best. If Zhaoning doesn't choose me, does she choose you? He froze, feeling a loud thump in his chest. How could he be so confident? Gu Zhaoning only felt a headache from the side. She walked straight toward Pei Xianye. When are we leaving? We shouldn't delay. Seeing this, Pei Xianye also handed her the sweet potato. Wife, have breakfast. Gu Zhaoning looked down and didn't refuse. She reached out and took it. He saw this and unconsciously tensed his arm. Eat it while it's hot. Don't let it cool down. Gu Zhaoning took a bite and the sweet potato melted in her mouth. Is it good? Yes, very sweet. I knew my choice was right. Many people just now said their sweet potatoes weren't sweet and didn't taste good. As she said this, Pei Xinye's gaze casually swept over the sweet potato in He's hand. He was so angry he laughed instead. He looked directly at Pei Xianye without hiding, and neither of them backed down. He slightly raised his chin, as if saying, a little setback can't defeat me. Pei Xianye was unimpressed. He casually put his arm around Gu Zhaoning's shoulders and said goodbye to He. Captain Qin, what a coincidence. You just arrived, and we're about to leave. Next time, when the two military districts hold a friendly match, we can have a good competition. After saying this, Pei Xianye didn't look at him again and left with Gu Zhaoning. Pei Xianye had already packed the car early in the morning. Tang Zheng was also going back. His leg hadn't healed yet, and staying here wouldn't help much. It was better to go back and do other things. There were enough people here now. When Tang Zheng saw Gu Zhaoning, he cheerfully called out, Sister-in-law, don't worry. I'll sit in the back seat and definitely won't talk much. Just be a little lamp for you and Captain Pei. Pei Xianye nonchalantly said, even your breathing is disturbing us. Tang Zheng. Life is really hard. Pei Xianye opened the passenger door, held Gu Zhaoning's hand, and helped her into the car. Gu Zhaoning was still a bit stunned. Are we really leaving just like that? Hearing this, Pei Xianye raised his eyebrows. Or should Secretary Zhou organize a farewell party for us so everyone can see us leave? Tang Zheng couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Gu Zhaoning was angry. She stepped on Pei Xianye's foot hard. Pei Xianye didn't feel pain. Instead, he rubbed her leg with his. He was just looking for a chance to tease her. After sitting in the front seat, Pei Xianye glanced at Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng was very aware of the situation and awkwardly opened the back door, limping. Captain Pei, don't worry. I promise I won't talk nonsense. Gu Zhaoning lazily looked over. She saw Pei Xianye's lips twitch slightly, and he said seriously, I'm pure and innocent. Why would I be afraid of you talking nonsense? Before meeting Gu Zhaoning, he was very clean and had never even held a girl's hand. He had no dark secrets to hide. Pei Xianye bypassed the car and sat in the driver's seat, gripping the steering wheel. Wife, we're leaving. Sit tight. Gu Zhaoning sat on a soft blanket under her seat, so she felt comfortable. When the military vehicle drove away, Gu Zhaoning looked at the militia and villagers working hard in the village, feeling a bit dazed. But seeing Pei Xianye safe and able to drive her back to the military district, she felt content with this scene. After more than 3 hours of bumpy roads, Pei Xianye's car finally returned to the military district. Before arriving, he used a walkie-talkie to inform his brother in advance. Once there, he planned to visit the officer's office and give a proper report. But unexpectedly, when the guard opened the gate to let them in, Pei Xianye saw a line of people standing in front. Seeing the scene, Pei Xianye instinctively squinted. What is my brother doing? Why did he call everyone over? He was just returning to the military district, not for a welcoming ceremony. Even the commander was there, and Pei Xianye felt a bit embarrassed. Tang Zheng sat in the back seat, looking respectful, and couldn't help but say, since the commander is here, Captain Pei, our team will definitely be praised this time. Pei Xianye glanced at Tang Zheng and said, stay humble. The task at Zhaoning Village is over. We should focus on other things now. Don't always think about rewards. Tang Zheng tightened his brows and dared not joke around. Yes, Captain Pei. You're right. I will recover quickly. Gu Zhaoning, hearing the commander's arrival, also looked up. Standing next to Brother Pei should be the military district commander. It was her first time seeing him, so Gu Zhaoning straightened up, thinking she must not embarrass Pei Xianye. Pei Xianye stopped the car, quickly unfastened his seatbelt. Gu Zhaoning glanced at him, noticing his serious face, unlike his usual cheerful self. Without hesitation, she pushed the door and prepared to get out. Tang Jing saw this and quickly said, "Captain Pei, you should go down and greet her. The car steps are high, don't let your wife fall." Seeing this, Pei Xianye said to Gu Zhaoning, "Wait for me. I'll come to get you." He smoothly got out of the car, strode to the passenger side, opened the door, and reached out to Gu Zhaoning. His voice was steady and clear enough for her to hear. "Wife, hold my hand." Gu Zhaoning bit her lip, feeling shy because so many people were watching. She didn't want to look silly, so she jumped down carefully and stood firmly on the ground. Pei Xinye's hand missed her. He frowned slightly and looked at his hand. His hand wasn't dirty. After Tang Jing got off the car, he hobbled over to Pei Xianye. Pei Xianye and the commander had been watching the three of them. The commander especially looked at Gu Zhaoning more. This girl was new to him, but she had become famous in the military district these past few days. In the end, Pei Xianye's survival this time was thanks to this young girl. If Pei Xianye had unfortunately died, it would have been a big loss for their military district. He didn't know how to explain it to the Pei family. The commander looked serious. Miao Miao wouldn't have this chance, but if Xianye could live a good life and have a child later, his life would be secure. He took a step forward and walked toward them, with Pei Xianye following. Seeing this, Pei Xianye didn't delay. He took Gu Zhaoning's hand and walked toward the commander. When their dry hands touched, Gu Zhaoning tensed up. Holding hands in front of the commander, was that appropriate? She tried to struggle but couldn't break free. Pei Xianye was too strong. She was no match for him. He led Gu Zhaoning to the commander and said clearly, reporting to the commander, "Pei Xianye has officially returned to the team." The commander didn't react much to this. His gaze was openly on Gu Zhaoning's face. "Xianye, why don't you introduce yourself?" Gu Zhaoning was confident and introduced herself gracefully. "Hello, sir. My name is Gu Zhaoning, and I am Pei Xinye's wife." Her voice was clear and gentle. As soon as she spoke, the soldiers nearby felt excited, and their bodies trembled a little. The wife of the team leader's voice was so nice. Listening made their hearts feel warm and happy. The commander looked at Gu Zhaoning and said cheerfully, "You're a brave and clever girl. Xianye has been on many missions, but this one was really the most dangerous. Qinian told me that you begged him to take you to Zhai Zigo to find Xianye. You, a young girl, weren't afraid. When you saw the mudslide at Zhai Zigo, you went into the mountains to find Xianye and saved him." Gu Zhaoning remained humble and polite. "Sir, I'm just glad we managed to save them.
I didn't think too much about it at the time."
This brave and fearless spirit deserves praise. During the mudslide in Zaizigu, our military district responded the fastest and carried out the rescue most efficiently, ensuring that no villagers were harmed. Other districts will probably need to step up their training if they want to catch up with us. Xianye, both you and your wife made great contributions this time, and your team members also deserve recognition and rewards." Pei Xianye's reaction was calm. He had received awards before, but it was the first time for his wife. Knowing that the army valued her so much made him truly happy. "Comrade Gu, thanks to you, the rescue was so timely. You are a true model family member of our military district. The Qinian office and the Women's Federation have prepared a certificate, a banner, and a letter of thanks written by me personally. One copy is for you, and another will be sent to your hometown so your parents and neighbors can be proud of you." A personal letter from the commander? Gu Zhaoning was pleasantly surprised, but also a little sad. Her parents had been reassigned elsewhere, so they probably wouldn't see the letter even if it was sent home. If only it could reach them somehow. But in front of the commander and others, she decided not to mention her family situation.
"Thank you, sir."
The commander continued, "We've also prepared some gifts for you too, a bag of flour, a pound of pork, some fruit candies, and malted milk. Take them home, and take good care of yourselves." I heard from Qinian that you found a job, Comrade Gu. Seeing this, Gu Zhaoning didn't hide anything and replied calmly, Sir, I went to interview for a position with the art troupe, but I was delayed in Zaizaga these past few days. I need to report there as soon as possible.
No need to worry about that.
Qinian already spoke with Captain Yi for you. The rescue mission was important, so your job can wait a bit. You won't lose your position because of a few days' delay. In fact, if you hadn't found a job, I was planning to arrange one for you myself. Since you've already secured it, I won't interfere.
Thank you, sir.
You've already done so much for us. Gu Zhaoning bowed respectfully. The commander waved his hand, then turned to Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng, what happened to your leg? Upon hearing this, Tang Zheng immediately shook his head. Commander, I just have a broken bone. It's okay, a little rest and recovery will do. It won't delay important matters. You've also received plenty of care. After you return, rest well and focus on healing. No need to rush back to training. Thank you, Commander. Thank you, Captain Pei and sister-in-law, Tang Zheng said excitedly. The commander smiled. Thank you? Tell me more, I want to hear. Tang Zheng had no hesitation. Although my leg is broken, if Captain Pei hadn't sacrificed himself to save me, I might not be alive now. When I was trapped on the tree trunk, it was sister-in-law who found me first, saved me, and bandaged my wound to stop the bleeding, preventing it from getting worse. In my eyes, they gave me a new life. It's like I was reborn. He almost said the word, reborn, but Tang Zheng quickly swallowed it back. Cough, cough. That doesn't seem quite right. Pei Xianye looked down at Tang Zheng, his tone returning to a slightly casual, teasing manner. If you want to call me Dad, I might just respond. Tang Zheng's eyes twitched. Gu Zhaoning glared at Pei Xianye. You want me to have such a big son? Hearing this, Pei Xinye's face changed, and he warned Tang Zheng coldly. Don't take advantage of my wife. Tang Zheng looked even more innocent. I didn't call you that. Pei Xianye finally spoke from beside them. All right, as long as everyone is safe, that's what matters. Zhaoning, you've also had a tough time in the village these days, right? Must be hard to get used to living there. After speaking, Pei Xianye instinctively looked at Pei Xianye and clicked his tongue. Why didn't his brother ask about him first? Never mind. His brother is such a kind person, caring about everyone, young and old. Never mind the trouble. Gu Zhaoning replied cheerfully. The first night was a bit uncomfortable, but it got better after that. I stayed a few days and then came back. It wasn't too hard. Brother, I take good care of my wife. You don't need to worry so much. Pei Xianye frowned slightly, giving Pei Xianye a meaningful look. He still remembered what his younger brother said when they first arrived at the military district. The most difficult to take care of are the delicate ones. That irritated look, compared to his current indifferent face, made him wonder if he was feeling pain. The commander had arranged lunch. Everyone, the journey has been bumpy. Let's go eat first, then rest. Pei Xianye held Gu Zhaoning's hand the whole time and never let go. His wife had only eaten half a sweet potato that morning, so she must be hungry by now. When they arrived at the reception room in the office building, Gu Zhaoning saw the table full of different dishes, and her appetite immediately returned. She didn't even want to think about the plain vegetable soup she had on the first day in the village. Pei Xianye guided her to sit down, opened the food containers for her, and naturally picked up the kettle to rinse her bowl and chopsticks with hot water. All these careful actions were noticed by the commander and Pei Xianye. The commander whispered to Pei Xianye, Has this boy changed? He refused to marry Miao Miao before. Was it because he thought she wasn't pretty enough? After all, this marriage had been agreed to so quickly. From getting the certificate to fixing the toilets, they had only known each other for a few days. Pei Xianye's willingness to take such good care of her clearly wasn't just out of duty. It looked like he truly liked her. Pei Xianye glanced at Gu Zhaoning again. She was lively and expressive, and whenever she did something small, Xianye would smile brightly beside her. Zhaoning is probably Xianye's type, he said. As long as he can live happily, I'm at ease. The commander asked, What about your wife? You never talk about her. Pei Xianye's expression didn't change. She's sensible and doesn't disturb my work. That's all? The commander asked, surprised. The time's been short. We haven't really gotten to know each other yet. It's fine as it is. The commander took a deep breath. The two brothers truly had very different personalities. Meanwhile, in the family housing area, when Ding Baifeng came back, she told everyone that Pei Xianye had returned with Gu Zhaoning. Not only had the commander praised them, but he had also prepared many gifts for them. Her words spread quickly, and soon all the military wives in the compound knew. Some were genuinely happy for Gu Zhaoning, like Sister Yi, who stood at her door with her son Wu Rong. Rong, look at Sister Zhaoning. She's amazing, the bravest among us. When you see her, remember to be polite, understand? Wu Rong nodded seriously. Sister Zhaoning really is amazing. Our teacher told us how scary mudslides are. They can bury people, and you can't breathe inside. But she still went to save Commander Pei. She may be small, but she's really strong. However, there were also those who felt jealous and unhappy, like Wang Baoqin. After hearing about this, she immediately lost her desire to snack on melon seeds and turned to go home, muttering, always showing off. Captain Pei has gone on many missions, and he's always come back safely. Now it seems like she went instead, and Captain Pei was the one rescued safely. The leader even praised her personally. After entering the house, Wang Baoqin still couldn't calm down. She angrily kicked the table. When Ding Baifeng returned home, Su Jingwei was just finishing her makeup. When they saw each other, Ding Baifeng looked around and said, Jingwei, Captain Pei brought your sister back and even received praise from the leader. Do you know about this? What? Su Jingwei almost lost control of her expression.
Gu.
My sister's back. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. After they left, I asked a militia member. The leader praised Gu Zhaoning highly, even wrote a thank you letter and sent some gifts. Now they're out eating together. With each word, Su Jingwei's face looked worse. She clenched her lips tightly. Pei Xianye's trip to Zizegu was supposed to be dangerous, with no return expected. How did Gu Zhaoning interfere? And she really did interfere successfully. Not only did Pei Xianye come back alive, but Gu Zhaoning also got some credit and a reward. She had been in the military district for a while. Although she married Pei Xianye, what was the difference from being a widow? Jingwei, what are you thinking? Su Jingwei was pulled back to reality by Ding Baifeng's words. She arranged her expression and said, Sister Ding, I want to see my sister. She went so recklessly to Zizega this time, and I'm really worried. Although she said she was worried, her heart was already filled with uncontrollable jealousy. She had to find out how Gu Zhaoning knew about Pei Xianye's accident. She was sure Gu Zhaoning hadn't been reborn, so how did she sense it? Something was wrong. Everything was off. After hearing the news, Su Jingwei didn't want to deal with Ding Baifeng anymore. She lifted her foot and headed outside. At this moment, she had to see Gu Zhaoning. Nothing else would do. Ding Baifeng was curious and followed. Gu Zhaoning's delicate nature was well known in the family compound. She had just arrived and was already causing trouble, making Captain Pei spend 200 yuan to fix the toilet. As sisters, the wife of the political officer is much more low-key. She stays at home washing dishes, tidying up, and getting along kindly with others. Especially during the days when Gu Zhaoning is not around, Su Jingwei has already become friendly with the military wives in the family compound, and they get along very well. As a result, Gu Zhaoning has become a model military family member and even received personal praise from the leader. Unlike her, who came along with her husband to accompany the troops, she didn't even get a chance to meet the leader. Now, Su Jingwei walks ahead, with Ding Baifeng following behind. Many military wives also step forward, pretending to care and walk beside Su Jingwei, political officer's wife. I heard that Gu Zhaoning went to Zizegu to find Commander Pei, and she specifically went to ask for help from Commander Pei. Normal women wouldn't do that. That mudslide was really scary. I saw reports in the newspaper about major natural disasters. How did your sister become a hero? What's really going on? If it weren't for Commander Pei taking her there, she wouldn't have gone to Zizegu. I think she's just a troublemaker, trying to flirt with Commander Pei and tease him. Both brothers are under her spell. Wife of the political officer, you should declare your authority clearly. Don't let her bully you. Yes, Gu Zhaoning's actions are not normal. She went alone with her husband to Jingwei.
Who knows what they did on the way?
And she even got personal praise from the leader. I think the leader only praised her because of Commander Pei. One military wife after another spoke, making Su Jingwei feel more confident. With these wives helping, they could drown Gu Zhaoning with just a few words. She didn't mind stirring things up a bit more. Su Jingwei cleared her throat, blinked her eyes, and pretended to defend her sister. My sister has been spoiled at home since she was young. She's a bit willful and does whatever she wants. Brother Qian probably couldn't control her, so he took her there, but as her older sister, I still need to talk to her seriously. Jingwei is so dangerous. If she goes there to cause trouble, she might also bring trouble to others. Saving people is what our husbands are supposed to do. We military wives should focus on taking care of our husbands and managing the home. Su Jingwei's words resonated with everyone. Yes, she ran to Jingwei because she was worried about her husband. But maybe in the future we can do the same. If we're worried about our husbands getting hurt on missions, we might also run over to see what's happening. That would just cause chaos. Su Jingwei looked at the military wives standing together with strong unity, feeling satisfied as she headed toward the office building. With these wives helping her gain attention, she didn't need to waste her words. Next, she just needed to pretend to care sincerely in front of Gu Zhaoning and could also boost her reputation with Pei Xianye. Brother Qian would think she was kind and considerate. Feeling reassured, Su Jingwei arrived at the office building, but the guard on duty stopped her. The guard looked at Su Jingwei, seeming to try to recognize her identity. Su Jingwei's face darkened. She had been here before. Was her face so ordinary that they couldn't recognize her? She took a deep breath and spoke clearly. I am Su Jingwei, the wife of your political officer Pei. I heard my sister is back and wanted to come see her. The guard recognized her. Wife of the political officer. The leaders are having lunch inside now. Who are you looking for? I need to report to them. Su Jingwei thought that since Gu Zhaoning was eating with Xianye inside, as the political officer's wife, she would definitely be invited in. Please tell Qian that I want to see my sister. Please wait here a moment, Comrade Su. The guard turned and ran into the office building, leaving another guard to watch. When they reached the reception room, the guard knocked on the door before pushing it open. Inside, the atmosphere was lively. The leader was speaking, so the guard didn't dare disturb and quietly moved closer to Pei Xianye. Pei Xianye picked up a tissue to wipe his mouth, looked down at the guard, and lowered his voice. What's the matter? Commander Pei, your wife is here. She said she wants to come in and see her sister. Su Jingwei is here? Pei Xianye frowned. The lunch was prepared specifically for welcoming Xianye and Zhaoning. It wouldn't be appropriate to call Su Jingwei over now. Moreover, he could see that Zhaoning and Su Jingwei didn't get along, and Xianye had clearly expressed that he didn't like Su Jingwei. He didn't want Su Jingwei to come and ruin the atmosphere. Tell her to go back first. If she cares so much about her sister, she can wait until Zhaoning returns. The guard received the order and didn't linger. He nodded and said, Yes, Commander Pei. After the guard left, the leader looked at Pei Xianye. Qian, what's wrong? Don't worry, Commander. It's just a small matter. The commander didn't ask further and looked back at Pei Xianye and Gu Zhaoning. Xianye, you guys made a big contribution this time, and Comrade Gu is also a model military family member. I think we should hold a recognition ceremony so that everyone in the military district can learn from you. Upon hearing this, Pei Xianye didn't immediately agree. Instead, he looked down at Gu Zhaoning. Wife, do you want to attend the recognition ceremony? He had no strong opinion about it. He had attended many such events. But he was worried his wife might feel shy. And really, it was just a formal event, not something essential. Gu Zhaoning also thought so. She subtly gestured to Pei Xianye under the table. Keep it low-key, keep it low-key. The commander has already rewarded us. Just accept a few things. No need to go through the trouble of holding a ceremony. Haha. Pei Xianye couldn't help but laugh at his wife's words. He reached out and took her hand, gently separating her fingers and holding her tightly. With a soft sound, he looked at Gu Zhaoning affectionately. Wife, you're so adorable. Gu Zhaoning pinched his hand and reminded him, We're eating now, don't let others see us laugh. After saying that, Pei Xianye looked back at the commander calmly and confidently. Commander, Maybe we don't need the recognition ceremony. You've already given us enough rewards. We don't need a formal event. Once we're back at the military district, we'll focus on the important work. The commander looked at the couple's faces, circling his gaze. All right, the couple wants to stay low-key. What more can he say?